This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Lychee. A speeding off-road vehicle flew over the street with dim streetlights. It made a sharp brake sound when turning. The tires left dark ruts on the ground. White smoke lingered, like hot ink that had just been printed. 3 or 5 zombies wandered to the middle of the road. They rushed towards the front of the car like a mantis trying to stop the car. In an instant, they were rolled into the chassis by the rapidly rotating wheels. The sound of bones and flesh breaking and crackling exploded, and a long trail of blood was dragged behind the car. The off-road vehicle stopped skillfully under the white tower surrounded by barbed wire. The red light at the rear of the vehicle went out after a few seconds. The window of the driver's seat fell down, and a slender left hand stretched out, holding a cigarette. It was obviously a man's. The back of the hand showed the outline of bones and muscles, and there was a bullet scar. The owner of the hand did not seem to be in a hurry to get out of the car. He rested on the window for a while, then pulled out the key, opened the door, and got out. Luo Qin locked the car door. Through the cigarette, he had taken a puff up on the ground and crushed it with his short boots. There was a sporadic red light on the sole of the shoe, and he cursed in a low voice when he smelled the blood. His eyes were calm and deep. He looked up at the old white tower that looked like a monster in front of him and said to the terminal, "I'm here. Contact me later." The last time he climbed to the top of the tower was probably a few years ago. At that time, he had nothing to do, so he climbed up to imitate the prodigal beauties in Hong Kong and Taiwan movies and blew the cold wind. He felt a headache after he came down. However, he enjoyed it and would climb again next time, even though no one would climb this tower anymore. It is still the tallest building within a few miles. The door of the building was covered with rust, and the big lock on the door had long been broken. Someone took it down and hung it on the door knocker, swaying sadly in the wind like a hanged ghost. The old provincial road runs from west to east through the tower, dividing the north and south, and the roads are lined with electric fences and iron fences. The entire safety zone is divided into 2 areas, north and south, with this tower as a landmark. The north is the formal urban area, the only place that still retains modern technology, and the south is a defeated town, a real slum, desolate and dilapidated, criminal, retaining the original inhabitants of the town and the survivors who were displaced in the infection war. The North Safety Zone was born out of the Ark project, is the northernmost of the 4 major safety zones, and is also the largest safety zone. The North Safety Zone holds a unified exam every 2 years, for all adults in the 4 major safety zones. The exam consists of a written test and a physical test. The latter is more rigorous, and the elimination rate is higher. Those who pass the exam will get a formal job and a standard house in the North City district, but they are not allowed to bring their families with them. In short, only those who pass the exam can obtain this qualification. As for others, even babies who are crying for food, are not allowed to be exceptions. Many people are unwilling to lose the hard-earned opportunity, and even have the heart to abandon their families and children. The cruelty is even worse than the college entrance examination in the old civilization era. This year is the 3rd session. 6 years have passed since the outbreak of the infection wave. There are less than 2 months to the new year of the 7th year. Luo Qin walked through the narrow alley deep in the red light district of Baida town. When he passed a bar, he accidentally kicked a person. He really didn't notice that there was a person sitting there when he passed by. The weather was very cold. The person huddled in the shadow of the back door of the bar. If you didn't pay attention, you would think it was a garbage bag thrown here. "Excuse me. Are you okay?" Luo Qin squatted down and apologized sincerely. However, the other party obviously did not appreciate it. He hid aside and said in a hoarse voice, "Get lost." The man was very old. When he waved, the half of his arm and palm that was exposed were covered with calluses and frostbite, like the knots on dry bark, which looked a little creepy. Luo Qin stood up and looked around. He found that there was no wine bottle, and there was no smell of alcohol in the air. This man was not drunk. He just sat here and didn't want to move. "Go back early. It's not safe outside in the middle of the night. It's almost the new year. There are many robberies," Luo Qin said. "The security here is not very good. There are often fights. Be careful not to hurt innocent people." The man on the ground laughed, his voice full of sarcasm. "It's almost the new year. Who doesn't want to make some money to go back? I have a wife and daughter at home. Do you think I want to wait here in the cold weather to get a job?" Luo Qin didn't know what kind of work he could get in this place. Most of the bars and restaurants in the alley were open until the early morning. Those who do the flesh trade like to hang out outside at this time. But it was obvious that this man was not in this line of work. The public security is bad. No one cares. No one cares. Soon no one will care about us. I worked for them all my life when I was young, and built this safe zone for them when I got old. In the end, my family didn't even have a place to live. No one cares about us. The other person was mumbling, and Luo Qin only heard these few words. Happy New Year. Luo Qin nodded to the man, and took a detour. In fact, he had money in his pocket, a few hundred Ark supply coupons. If it were in the first few years, he might have given it away if he was soft-hearted. But there were too many people like this in this city, and he couldn't help them all. He saved this person on the first day, but couldn't save him on the second day. He could help one person, but couldn't help everyone. So he gradually stopped giving alms. Luo Qin wrapped himself in his down jacket and turned into a narrow alley. More than a dozen small hotels huddled in this alley that was several hundred meters long, and only a few had signs hung up. The cheap and dim neon signs flickered in the darkness. He walked into one of them, pushed open the heavy glass door, and the front desk of the hotel came into view. A man and a woman were doing something at the moment. The man pressed the woman on the table and was pulling her belt. The man saw someone coming in, cursed, and quickly pulled up his pants. He cursed the woman, "You bitch. You didn't lock the door? Why lock the door? It's as if everyone who comes here has never seen each other." The woman reluctantly got up and put on her clothes, picked up the fur coat thrown on the ground and wrapped it up. When she saw that the person was Luo Qin, she suddenly smiled and ran her tender fingers across his chest. "Oh, who is this? He's so handsome." Luo Qin pretended not to hear anything and took out the photo from his pocket and slapped it on the table. The woman curiously leaned over to take a look and screamed, "Oh, what is this? Don't you know him?" Luo Qin said indifferently. The man just now also put on his pants and came over to take a look. His expression was very surprised. "Isn't this a rat? How did he die?" Luo Qin's eyes turned to him, and the man shuddered. "Tell me about him? I know him. He used to come here to have sex. His lover is still upstairs," the man said. "We always ran into each other when we came here before, so we became familiar with each other. Men, they always exchange experiences on such matters, and buy each other cigarettes when they have nothing to do. But he hasn't come recently? I thought he was broke dead? And died so miserably." Luo Qin asked, "Where does he get the money to buy whores?" The man thought for a while. He used to drive for rich people, be a bodyguard, and so on, and earned a lot. Later, he was kicked out for being too aggressive with the mistress, and worked with me in the steel mill for a while, and he stopped working after those monsters appeared outside, and I don't know where he went, but he came every now and then. How did he die?" The photo was really bloody, and most people couldn't tell how he died. Luo Qin put the photo away, and put it back in his pocket. He died by the moat, and someone cut a hole in his head. He looked at the spiral staircase next to him, and said to the woman, "Where is his lover? I'll go see." The proprietress responded hurriedly, and combed her hair to take Luo Qin upstairs. The man grabbed her and whispered, "Who is this, and why is he so awesome? Damn it, let go. He is a big boss from Fanzhou. A senior executive, who gets paid for his work, which is more than 10 times more than what you can get for sleeping with me once." The boss lady pushed the man away, and took Luo Qin upstairs attentively. "Come this way. The stairs are quite narrow. Follow me." Luo Qin followed the boss lady, and walked upstairs on the palm-wide wooden planks. The space here is so small that Luo Qin can only bend down and go upstairs with his body bent. There is a small living room on the second floor. 3 straight corridors are open from the 3 walls of the living room. There are rooms separated by wooden doors on both sides of the corridor. Those who live at the bottom and suffer from the pain of life every day carry out secret activities in those small rooms. There were waves of obscene shouts coming from deep in the corridor, both men and women, all different, as if people were instantly trapped in a cave of the most primitive desires. These men and women living in small houses rely on selling their bodies for money, or getting a little food from prostitutes. After the new currency was issued, everything became expensive. Sometimes a little bread to fill the stomach is more popular than gold, silver, and jewelry. The proprietress looked back at Luo Qin, pointed to the corridor opposite, and said, "The innermost room, his lover usually entertains guests there. She has no work to do today, so she should not be asleep at this time." She led Luo Qin to walk in, deliberately walking slowly, as if she was intentionally leading Luo Qin to listen to those lewd music. Luo Qin was unmoved, and went straight past the landlady and headed for the room at the end of the corridor. The landlady quickly caught up with him, stretched out her hand and knocked on the door. Tang Qi, come out! There are guests. No one answered the door. The door was locked from the inside, but the TV in the room was turned up loudly. The landlady was anxious, slapped the door, and shouted, "You dead money loser. You are going to die for turning on the TV so loudly. It's so late, and you are still watching TV. You paid for the electricity yourself." Luo Qin pushed the landlady away, and kicked it without saying anything, and the fragile wooden door cracked into several wooden boards. The proprietress uttered a half-hearted ouch before she could even get out of her throat. She was frightened by the scene in the room and screamed. The shrill cry resounded throughout the streets. The doors in the corridor opened one after another, and the men and women who were having fun all leaned out to check. Ah! Murder! On the single bed covered with printed sheets in the room, a woman was lying on her back with blood dripping. A man was on top of her, strangling her neck with a rope. The veins on the back of his hand were blue, and it was obvious that he was using all his strength. The moment Luo Qin kicked the door open, the man immediately jumped off the woman and rushed out of the open window like an arrow. Luo Qin did not hesitate for a second and jumped out of the window after the man. The murderer rolled on the ground and immediately stood up and ran forward. Luo Qin chased him at a very fast speed and warned him sternly, "Stop! Police!" The murderer seemed to be confident that he could get rid of Luo Qin. He ran dozens of meters and turned back to whistle. He deliberately went into narrow alleys, and there were many obstacles in such places. Luo Qin went around and around all the way, almost like a cross-country race with him. When Luo Qin felt that the person in front seemed to be running slower and slower, he sped up. He stepped on the bicycle at the entrance of the alley, grabbed the clothesline hanging from the eaves, and quickly climbed onto the roof, rolled on the tiles under the cover of night, took a shortcut to the other side of the roof, and jumped into the air, and was about to pin the other person to the ground in one fell swoop. At this moment, his sharp ears suddenly caught a sound from the eaves above his head, and he immediately raised his head alertly, only to see a dark shadow jumping down from the roof, and actually rushing directly towards Luo Qin. Luo Qin instinctively wanted to dodge, but the opponent was obviously faster, and instantly knocked Luo Qin to the ground. He was like a missile that suddenly lost its power, falling vertically from midair, falling straight down, and falling to the ground with a person who rushed over. His first reaction was to look at the person he had just chased. But unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the person had already run away. He stood up, holding his almost broken arm, cursing inwardly, and grabbed the man who dared to block his way. The man in front of him was pressed on the back of his neck by him obediently, and did not struggle, but when his Adam's apple rolled, the soft touch of his palm startled Luo Qin. The moonlight above his head fell, and Luo Qin lost his mind instantly, and a rare expression of astonishment and helplessness appeared on his face. This kind of dazed reaction has not appeared on him for many years. His brain was disconnected for a short time, and his heart was stagnant for a few seconds as if it was vacuumed, and then it couldn't stop beating wildly, and he subconsciously let go of his hand. Lichi. Luo Qin's voice was bitter, and he called out the other person's name tremblingly. Chapter 2 Dream Interpretation. Xue Liyang stood in front of Luo Qin. After several years, his appearance had not changed at all. Half of his face was soaked in moonlight, and the other half was completely hidden in darkness. At this moment, he looked a little hazy, but Luo Qin felt that the man in front of him was more unfamiliar than any other person he passed by on the street. The expression on his face made him unable to find a trace of the old days. The other person hid the emotions in his eyes perfectly, and refused to give him even a little nostalgic look. No matter how much you thought about it in the past, when you face reality, you will still be stabbed hard. Xue Liyang responded to him in a vague voice, then turned around and reached out to grab something. Luo Qin saw that he was holding a very thin line in his hand, which was fixed on the walls on both sides of the alley. The height was just at the level of Luo Qin's neck. If you don't stop and look carefully, you can't find it at all. Someone wants to kill you. Xue Liyang glanced in the direction where the murderer fled, and the tail of his thin eyes slowly drooped. I just found a lot of such lines here, all fixed in this way. This person led you here to kill you. There have been too many people who wanted to kill me in the past few years. I know them all. Luo Qin said. You are lucky. Xue Liyang wrapped the line with his sleeves, pulled it hard and pulled it down. The walls on both sides were torn and several stones fell off. If you hadn't hit me, you would be dead now. Lizzie, what are you doing here? Luo Qin involuntarily moved closer. When he saw Xue Liyang, he subconsciously wanted to make an intimate move, but Xue Liyang dodged by leaning sideways. Luo Qin was a little surprised. Xue Liyang's hiding from him just now was too deliberate. It was as if he had been whipped in the chest. Xue Liyang took a few steps back and stood still. I'm here to do something, I should go now. Luo Qin's eyes were fixed on the blue earring on Xue Liyang's left ear. That little ornament that looked a little cheap, but was wiped clean, was like a glaring nail that had been driven into his heart. He had driven it between the two of them with his own hands. Luo Qin returned to the inn. The proprietress was still crying on the first floor. A policeman stood beside her, patiently waiting for the woman to stop crying so that he could ask about the situation. Seeing Luo Qin coming in, the policeman pointed upstairs and said, Captain Chung is on the second floor. Chung Qingyao was checking the situation at the scene. A circle of policemen surrounded the door of the room. All the men and women were driven back to their rooms. The policeman watched and ordered none of them to leave, waiting to be questioned, strangled to death. Chung Qingyao stood by the bed, leaning over to look at the woman's neck that was almost broken in two. The move was very cruel. It was not just to strangle her to death. The neck was almost broken. The scene in the room was so tragic that several young policemen went out to vomit. At this moment, there were only two of them in the room. Luo Qin looked down at the corpse, thinking about something. I asked someone to ask the boss's wife to find out who this girl usually associates with. Chung Qingyao picked up a Ziploc bag from the bedside, which contained a ball of white thin rope stained with blood. The murder weapon is this. I just tried it myself, and my finger almost broke. Luo Qin took out an identical rope from his pocket and handed it to Chung Qingyao. Where did you get it? Chung Qingyao frowned. I went out to chase him just now, and that person was going to kill me with this rope. Luo Qin said. I just ran into him. The topic jumped too quickly, and Chung Qingyao didn't understand who he was referring to at first. When he saw Luo Qin's face, he understood it instantly and sighed silently. He wouldn't let me touch him. Luo Qin was very depressed when he spoke, as if he had lost something precious. I just wanted to hug him, but he wouldn't let me. Chung Qingyao had nothing to say. Luo Qin looked too ugly. If someone saw him, they would gossip about him. He could only persuade him if you were in a bad mood. Go back first. I have enough to do tonight. I will drag this body out for an autopsy later. I thought you were going to drive out at night, and you disappeared for a whole night like before, Luo Qin said. Chung Qingyao smiled bitterly. We are all the same. Let's be accommodating and turn a blind eye. He patted Luo Qin's shoulder and felt the cold air on his hands. Xue Liyang walked to the intersection, and there was already an old Porsche waiting, with the engine on, and the two headlights were brightly lit, which was really ostentatious. He opened the passenger door and got in the car. Li Xiaohan put down the book in his hand, rubbed his eyes, and said sleepily, Are you back? Did you find anything? Li Xiaohan turned on the roof light, came over and took a closer look, and suddenly said seriously, You met him. Xue Liyang looked at him, and said nothing. Your hands are shaking. And your face is so pale. Are you okay? Li Xiaohan opened the glove box in front of Xue Liyang's seat. I remember there are medicines in it. Wait a minute. I'm fine. Just lie down for a while. Drive your car. Xue Liyang pushed him back and closed the messy glove box. Nothing happened. I just said a few words and came back. Li Xiaohan did not do what he said, but turned off the engine directly, leaving only a reading light. Xue Liyang looked a little tired under the light. His face was pale and ugly. His hands were on his knees, and he was shaking violently. You're scared again. Li Xiaohan sighed. Look at your reaction. Xue Liyang still didn't answer. Li Xiaohan could see that he was trying to control his hands from shaking, but it seemed to be useless. He looked like a trembling deer. Although he didn't face a ferocious beast, the great fear and pain caused by the trap still made him unable to move. All his emotions were first reflected in his eyes. The lines of his eyes were very soft. At this moment, the tail of his eyes was a little red, and his eyelashes were trembling slightly. Xue Liyang leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Let's go. I'm sleepy. He closed his eyes, tilted his head, and fell asleep. Li Xiaohan didn't care, turned on the car stereo, and started the car. The car was playing a piece of pure music, which was stored in the Bluetooth by someone before. Li Xiaohan didn't know, but thought it was pretty good. But Xue Liyang knew that it was Nightingale, released by Greek composer Yanni in 1997, with a gentle and soft summer-style melody, which was also his favorite. Li Xiaohan's car had been used by many people, including young and promising prodigals from big families, and idle dandies from nouveau riche families. They spent the craziest time of their youth in the car. The back seat was covered with all kinds of ambiguous or chaotic traces. The car speakers were filled with the latest hits, like a small dance floor, with music and decadence every night. Now, everything has been deleted, leaving only this song. Do you know? Xue Liyang suddenly said this. Li Xiaohan was startled, and asked, what? He almost died in front of me today. Xue Liyang was covered with an old piece of clothing, and turned over in a daze. Fortunately, I stopped him. Just a little bit. Li Xiaohan did not respond. He pulled up the corner of his mouth, and smiled helplessly. Xue Liyang slowly stopped talking and fell asleep. Luo Qin sat on the sofa and rubbed his brows in annoyance. He was unusually anxious after returning from the red light district. Not because of the rumors about Xue Liyang, but because he had that dream again. The scene in the dream was a long and narrow corridor, with the light above his head spreading dimly forward, and the red-brown retro carpet under his feet extending to a closed door at the end of the corridor. There was a bright red blood handprint near the door handle. The dream always has the same scene, the same perspective, and the old chandelier above his head flickers, as if it will go out at any time. The strange thing is that he can't move forward or backward in the dream, and can only stare at the direction of the door. After an unknown amount of time, the door suddenly opened, and then he woke up. Every time he woke up, the same suffocating feeling in the dream made him collapse. This was a nightmare that had been weighing on his heart for many, many years. He couldn't remember how old he was when he started to have this dream again. Every time he struggled out of the nightmare, he would become the same as now. Only during the few short years he was with Xue Liyang. He had such a dream once. He woke up in the middle of the night. Xue Liyang held his face and hummed a song for him in the dark. He couldn't remember the melody of the song, but he remembered that it was very nice. In order to hear it again, he pretended to have a nightmare several times and pestered Xue Liyang to sing it again. Later, Xue Liyang could tell that he was pretending every time, and he never heard that song again. Later, Xue Liyang left. He started to have that nightmare again. This is your inner demon. Luo Qin was awakened by the sound of the coffee cup hitting the table, and opened his eyes in the bright afternoon sun. He saw Chongqing coming over, holding a ball of white wool and a half-knitted scarf in his arms. Is the inner demon an abstract concept? Luo Qin yawned, picked up the cup and leaned lazily on the sofa. Sir, what is your inner demon? Bitter coffee? Chongqing sighed, sat down across the table. My inner demon is you. If you keep coming here every few days to sit and argue with me, I may have psychological problems before you. Last night, you had a nightmare when you took a nap in my car. I almost thought you had an asthma attack. Didn't you always talk about psychoanalysis theory before? So did you see anything yesterday? Luo Qin asked him doubtfully. Can you really be a psychologist? He didn't doubt that Chongqing was cheating. He just didn't believe that one person could see through another person's heart. But he still came to bother Chongqing every day, making him very annoyed. That's not the case. At most, I can give you a few suggestions. I just read a few books on psychology research when I was in college. I was an amateur. Chongqing took a sip of coffee and found it very unpalatable. I may have to overturn this conclusion now. I think you are just imagining things. Why don't you tell me, over the years, this dream you had, has the content not changed at all? Luo Qin shook his head. No, I remember the same scene very clearly, so I don't know why. I don't remember seeing that corridor, nor that door at all. Chongqing stood up, poured the whole cup of coffee into the flower pot, and did not forget to pick up the pen that fell from the ground before sitting back. There is another possibility, that is, you really saw it. No matter how outrageous the dream is, it must be based on what you see and hear in reality, or it implies a certain psychological state of yours. A person who has never seen a giraffe will never dream of a giraffe. Chongqing said. If there are always people around you who give you psychological hints for a long time, then you may really forget what you have seen before. As he spoke, he began to tie the scarf, and the action seemed very skilled. The coffee you made is so unpalatable, Chongqing added. It's not as good as the water used to rinse the pot. He has a very picky taste, and has always been very pretentious about coffee beans. Nowadays, there is no place to find good coffee beans in this world. So he has to use instant substitutes to deal with it. But for him, it is another kind of torture that destroys his taste buds. What? Luo Qin looked at him, confused. Have you ever drunk hot pot water? Chongqing glanced at him. What good is it for you to argue? Luo Qin laughed so hard that he trembled, turned his head, and looked out the window. It's good to have something to drink. This thing can't fill your stomach. If you throw it on the street, even zombies won't pick it up. The two of them have been chatting more recently. In the eyes of others, it's just the formation of cliques between two influential figures in the Ark. Chongqing, the famous betrayer in the Battle of the Ark 4 years ago, is a well-known secret in the Ark. At least that's what it says in the internal files. The most common view in the outside world is that if he had not betrayed Shui Liang at the critical moment, the other party would not have been defeated so miserably. Luo Qin said nothing about this, and never mentioned it again. And he himself was also a survivor of that battle. Quietly outside the window, a truck drove along the road from a distance, and behind it were a dark mass of people running far away. They were all monsters that moved at the first sign of trouble, as if they would not stop until they devoured the people in the truck. Luo Qin stared at it slowly for a while, and suddenly put down the cup in his hand. No, that dream has changed. He looked at Chongqing. His face was a little strange. That door is approaching me. Chapter 3 coming. 6 years ago. Shining City. The current disaster situation in Shining City, blockade status, highway closed. Highly suspected, premeditated terrorist attack. Large-scale attack. The noisy voices on TV seemed to be far away and near in my ears. The feeling of dizziness also came in waves. The senses of all parts of my body became not very sensitive. Luo Qin only felt that his brain was groggy. Although he was half-conscious, the bizarre dreams were still circulating in his mind, as if it was a sign of sleep paralysis. He couldn't even move a finger. His chest felt heavy, as if a stone was pressing on it, which sealed all the nerves in his body. With a snap, someone turned off the TV. Luo Qin suddenly realized that he was not the only one here, and he held his breath. He heard someone approaching him. Observing him closely, Luo Qin struggled with all his strength, and this time he succeeded. The huge stone on his chest was shattered without a trace. He jumped up from where he was lying, but everything in his sight turned into flowing snowflakes in the next second. The dizziness came again, and his eyes suddenly went black. Ugh! The person standing next to him was obviously frightened by him, and took a few steps back instantly. Are you okay? Luo Qin covered his eyes, waiting for his vision to fully recover. He raised his head, looking at the other person in the same room with him, thinking about the other person's identity in his mind. After a moment, he remembered something. It's you. Luo Qin breathed a sigh of relief. The other person was a survivor he had saved on the way out of the city, according to him. He was a student who went to school nearby. He had just returned to school from another place today, and encountered an accident on the way to the mall to buy things. The so-called accident was the terrorist attack that broke out in this city this morning. At first, Luo Qin thought it was a small-scale incident in the mall where he worked. After escaping, he found that the scope of the attack directly covered the entire city, and the mall was not the place where the attack first spread. Where is this place? Luo Qin turned over and got out of bed, wanting to observe the situation here, but he couldn't find a light source. At this time, someone turned on a desk lamp behind him, and the room suddenly became bright. Luo Qin realized that this seemed to be a student dormitory of a certain school. He looked around and found a locked laptop on the desk in front of him. It seemed that what he heard when he was asleep just now was not the TV, but an online video. Only then did he carefully look at the boy's appearance. He looked no more than 20 years old, with a handsome face, a clear and elegant complexion, and high eyebrows like rock ridges. Under his eyebrows, there was a pair of bright eyes, looking at him with a smile. This is my dormitory. When I met you, you were seriously injured. Although you still had the strength to run with me, you will not be able to do it soon. The boy found a pack of disposable paper cups from somewhere, picked up the thermos under the table, and poured him a glass of water. My school was nearby at the time. Apart from here, I didn't know where to go. I could only wait for you to wake up. Injured? I'm not injured. Luo Qin thought it was strange. He looked at his body and found that there were indeed a lot of bloodstains, and his clothes were torn in several places. But there was no wound at all. He moved his limbs, and felt no pain anywhere in his body. Luo Qin had no memory of how he fainted before. He only remembered that he ran out of the mall building and met this boy. He took him away for a while. The other party took out a few clothes from his closet and replaced Luo Qin's tattered clothes. The two had similar physiques, and the clothes fit them well. But Luo Qin vaguely felt that the boy's legs seemed to be a little longer than his. So he silently complained in his heart. No wonder he looked taller than him. When you came, what was the situation outside? Luo Qin walked to the balcony with his pants lifted, pulled open the heavy curtains, and looked out the window worriedly. It was dark outside, and the university dormitory area, which should have been brightly lit at this time, was already covered in darkness, with only a few streetlights still on. This is the 3rd floor. Although it is not too high, it can overlook a large area of the school. In front of the dormitory building is the faculty parking lot, where more than a dozen private cars are crookedly squeezed, and most of them are seriously damaged. At this moment, the parking lot is crowded with people. Those confused and bloody zombies are wandering around the campus like bodies without souls. There are also a few people gathered in a pile behind the overturned cars, scrambling to eat something. The scene of hell on earth is just like this. Luo Qin thought of the more shocking biting scenes he saw during the day, and he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. I don't know what's going on. There are biting things everywhere. You can't get in through the front door, so I took you in through the back wall, the boy said. I was just watching the news. Shining has been sealed off. Sealed off. Luo Qin moved his eyes back from the window and glimpsed a piece of paper on the wall behind the lit desk lamp. He leaned in to take a closer look and saw 5 names written neatly on it. It seemed to be a dormitory hygiene rotation table. He suddenly remembered that this was clearly a 6-person room. So why were there only 5 names on the table? Luo Qin couldn't help but look at the boy standing behind him. What's your name? The boy smiled, walked to the table, took out a book and handed it to Luo Qin. My name is not on this table. I basically don't live in the dormitory. This is my previous professional book, and my name is written on the first page. Luo Qin took the book and saw that it was a linear algebra book, which was a bit old. Turning over the title page, I saw a name written in black pen. Shui Liang. Your name is quite special. Luo Qin laughed. It's classy. The student named Shui Liang slowly curved his eyes and smiled. Really? Thank you. What's your name? Luo Qin glanced at the name on the book again. It seemed that this kind of calligraphy-like handwriting, which was written with flying strokes, matched the clean-looking student in front of him. He dispelled a lot of doubts in his heart, and politely handed the book back to the other party. My name is Luo Qin. Before he finished speaking, the two of them suddenly heard someone shouting outside the window, coming from far away, and it seemed that someone was running. Luo Qin and Shui Liang looked at each other, and immediately rushed to the balcony. They saw a man rushing out from nowhere in the campus full of zombies, shouting for help, and running towards the dormitory building. However, the number of monsters was too large to avoid. Seeing that the man's front and back roads were blocked, he was trapped in the middle of the parking lot in despair, watching the monsters attracted by his shouting slowly gather around him, and shouting for help distorted by fear from his throat. Save me! Who will save me? Luo Qin was shocked by the scene in front of him. He took a step back in disbelief. The man's painful cry for help was like a hammer hitting his heart. More and more monsters gathered in the parking lot. The trapped man climbed onto the roof of an SUV in despair. His voice was hoarse, but no one responded to him. What he was facing was almost death. Open the window, let's call him to run over here. Shui Liang had the same reaction as him. His face was pale, but he still reached out to pull the handle of the anti-theft window. Luo Qin and he worked together, and finally opened the stubborn window sash to a palm-wide gap. As soon as the cold wind from outside rushed in, Luo Qin shouted at the man, "This way! Run! Run this way!" Upstairs, the man jumped up as if he had found a life-saving straw. His eyes searched frantically for the sound, and finally fixed on the lighted window. He looked around, as if looking for an escape route. However, the next second, even the two people upstairs felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone knew that it was useless. Once those things gathered together, there were too many of them. All escape directions were blocked, and the man could no longer escape. Ah! I'll fight you. The man seemed to be desperate and jumped off the roof of the car, trying to break through the dense crowd of zombies and break out, but after just a few steps, He was firmly grasped by countless hands that stretched out to take his life. He screamed wildly, and tried to struggle to get up, but was buried by the swarming monsters in an instant. Luo Qin searched anxiously with his eyes, until he could no longer see the figure. With a strong desire to survive among the dark crowd of people, he leaned against the wall like a feint. The desperate cries in his ears seemed to have not faded away for a long time. The bloody teeth broke through the flesh, and the sound of chewing human bones was almost audible. He looked at Xue Liyang, who was also pale beside him, and let the overwhelming fear in his heart swallow him. What happened? Why are all of them? Oh, my phone. Where is my phone? Luo Qin suddenly seemed to remember something, turned around and rushed into the house, anxiously searching the bed where he had just slept. Xue Liyang took out a mobile phone from the mess of wires on the table and threw it to him. Here. I charged it while you were asleep. Coincidentally, my roommate's phone model is similar to yours. Luo Qin reached out to catch it, and quickly turned on the phone screen, and saw dozens of missed calls crowded in the desktop notification bar, most of which were from Wei Lan. He didn't have time to pay attention to others, and called Wei Lan back directly, listening to the long ringtone after the phone was connected. Luo Qin's heart was beating. 1, 2, just when he was desperately thinking that no one would answer. The ringing stopped abruptly, and a familiar voice came from the other side. Hello? Is this Luo Qin? Luo Qin only had time to reply with 2 words. It's me. The other party's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, from a nervous inquiry to a violent roar. Even Xue Liyang was stunned. Luo Qin. Where the hell are you? Chapter 4 Escape. Luo Qin frowned and moved the phone farther away, said, Don't shout, I'm in the school. Wei Lan shouted anxiously on the other end. Which school? How are you now? Are you safe? Luo Qin looked at Xue Liyang, who reacted quickly, and said immediately, Shenzhen University. In the student dormitory of Shenzhen University, I'm safe now. Luo Qin silently gave Xue Liyang a thumbs up. I remember you've been here. Right? There's a parking lot in front of this building. Be specific. Wei Lan had no patience at all. There's not much time left. Mingda Wuja. Xue Liyang said again. Luo Qin sighed, and handed the phone to Xue Liyang. I have a student from Shenzhen University here. You two can talk directly. Xue Liyang took the phone, and quickly said a string of addresses. Lutian campus of Shenzhen University. Mingda Wuzhai dormitory. 3rd floor. Next to the 3rd parking lot. Wei Lan heard the sound of a key opening the door, and there seemed to be chaotic sirens in the distance. He even spoke with a slight gasp. I know. 20 minutes. I'll be there right away. Now find a way to get to the abandoned staff playground next to the dormitory. It has been sealed for a long time, and it should be safe. I'll pick you up in the alley behind the playground. Hurry up. Hurry up. He hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Xue Liyang returned the phone to Luo Qin and asked, Shall we go? Luo Qin listened to the ghostly roar outside and gritted his teeth. Let's go. Do you know the way? Yes. Xue Liyang walked to the door and listened to the noise outside with his ear. After a while, he opened the inner lock of the security door, put his hand on the door handle, and slowly pressed it down. He tried to make the movement as light as possible, slowly pushed open the door of the dormitory, and carefully stuck his head out to take a look outside. It's safe. Luo Qin casually twisted the broom handle at the door, thinking that it could at least be used as a weapon in his hand. The two of them quietly walked out of the door, watching in 2 directions one after the other. Fortunately, the sound control of the dormitory corridor has always kept the lights on day and night. At this moment, they were very sensitive to the sound of the door opening and lit up, illuminating the entire corridor. There were no monsters on this floor, and it was very quiet. Xue Liyang felt relieved, raised his chin, and pointed to the window at the end of the corridor to Luo Qin. The dormitory building there is next to the 2nd floor of the abandoned canteen, and the height difference is very small. We can jump directly there, and then climb over the wall to the playground. Luo Qin made an okay gesture, and the two of them trotted to the end of the corridor. The window was next to the bathroom, sandwiched between the dormitory and the bathroom door wall, so it was so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time. Luo Qin stepped forward and opened the window first, then pushed Xue Liyang forward. Quick! Jump! Xue Liyang didn't care about competing with the other party, and efficiency was the priority at this time. When he was about to raise his legs to climb up the window, he suddenly heard a very slight creak from deep in the bathroom. which seemed to be the sound of the toilet cubicle door being opened. Luo Qin didn't hear it, but this subtle sound could not escape his ears. The cold wind blew in from the narrow window, which made Xue Liang shudder. At that moment, he didn't have time to think too much. In a flash, he turned around and pulled out the pole in Luo Qin's hand, and pushed him to the window without saying anything. I'm afraid of heights. You catch me below. Hurry up. Luo Qin was pushed over by him without knowing why, and he didn't have time to ask more questions. He could only climb out of the window and jump down. Below was the two-story building that Xue Liang mentioned, and the edge was full of flood control bags. Luo Qin leaped up, rolled around in the sandbags, and barely managed to stay still. He got up and immediately looked up at the third-floor window, preparing to pick up Xue Liang. However, a terrifying roar sounded immediately, piercing him from head to toe like a lightning bolt in the dark night. Luo Qin watched a bloody and distorted face appear behind the third-floor window, and rushed toward Xue Liang frantically. The sound of the collision came out of the small window in a chaotic manner, and there seemed to be a muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Luo Qin's 10 fingers tightly grasped the woven bag under him, but he could not feel the severe pain of his fingers being rubbed. His pupils were dilated, and he just stared at it intently. His whole body was shaking. He could even clearly hear the sound of his teeth chattering. Not out of fear or not entirely, but more of the shock after sudden realization. Xue Liang had obviously discovered something just now, and he let himself go first not because of the so-called fear of heights, but to give up the opportunity to escape. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of fighting from the third floor gradually subsided. Luo Qin climbed forward a few steps, and almost fell off the roof. He mobilized all his auditory senses, trying to distinguish whether there were any sounds of biting and chewing. But there was only silence. Not even the breathing of another living creature besides him. Just when Luo Qin was slowly feeling desperate, there was a sudden movement from the third-floor window, and a hand suddenly climbed onto the windowsill, and Luo Qin's breathing froze. Then Xue Liang flexibly climbed up to the window, and saw Luo Qin below, and seemed a little surprised. He stopped his original intention of jumping down, and looked down at the other party. Why haven't you left yet? Fuck. Luo Qin felt that he was alive again, which was more refreshing than the feeling of escaping death himself. Jump quickly. I'll catch you. Then you catch it, Xue Liang said. I'm really afraid of heights, and I have a diagnosis. Stop talking nonsense. Damn it, Luo Qin said. Jump. Xue Liang threw away the stick that was broken into 2 pieces in his hand, and jumped down. Luo Qin subconsciously used a human shield to receive the attack. The two of them collided into a ball, and rolled several times on the roof before they stopped when they hit the flood control bag. Luo Qin felt that everything he saw in front of him began to spark. He climbed up dizzy and thought of Xue Liang first. Are you okay? I'm fine. That thing suddenly rushed out. It was almost there. It was a close call. Xue Liang's hands were covered in blood. He wiped his body twice casually. I thought you left first. I have to make sure you are dead before I leave. You really scared me to death. Luo Qin breathed a sigh of relief and said, Let's go. It's almost 20 minutes. The two of them climbed over the roof of the second-floor building into the abandoned playground opposite. It was as quiet as a dead place. The playground was full of cement pipes and excavated sand. From a distance, it really looked like a mess of graves, which made people feel creepy. Luo Qin was a little upset about what happened just now. He always felt that Xue Liang was too bold. He wanted to kill the jungler alone, but he didn't even tell him. He just blocked it with a stick. Fortunately, the opponent was unharmed in the end and got a kill. Xue Liang didn't seem to care much about it. He shook his head and interrupted Luo Qin. It's nothing. You don't have to think too much. You saved me before, so I'll pay you back, Luo Qin said. Oh, and continued to walk forward with his head down. Suddenly he remembered something and looked at the other party with a face full of dissatisfaction after being cheated. No. There is no diagnosis certificate for acrophobia. Yes, Xue Liang said calmly. Wait for me to go out and show it to you. Chapter 5 Deterioration. 8 hours ago. Squeak. Luo Qin was thrown into a daze by the sudden break. His head hit the backrest of the passenger seat. He was stunned for a long time. What's up, driver? There's a traffic jam ahead. The taxi driver knocked on the steering wheel in frustration. I still have to rush to the next order. It's really bad. Luo Qin sighed, paid the fare and opened the door to get out. Seeing a long dragon blocking the entire street ahead, there was no end in sight, and he didn't know how serious the accident was. Fortunately, this place is not far from the mall. He crossed an overpass and waited for another 5 minutes for the red light. The moment the signal light turned green, the pedestrians on both sides of the zebra crossing were like a frozen picture on an oil painting, moving quickly to both ends. The dense crowds of people gathered in the middle, crossed and peeled off, like an inverted hourglass. Luo Qin felt that the temperature had dropped a lot today. He had never encountered such a cold November in all his years in Shining. The office workers who passed by were playing local news on their mobile phones. The familiar female voice on the radio came from far away. It is expected that Shenzhen and Nanjing will usher in a new round of strong cold air next week. The probability of snowfall is 30%. Extreme weather is abnormal. Citizens are reminded to wear more clothes, keep warm, keep medicines at home, prevent seasonal influenza. The mobile phone popped up a push news. Luo Qin glanced at it. Real-time traffic report: the ring line is also blocked. There was a series of car accidents on the ring road. The airport No. 3 light rail was blocked all the way from the suburbs of the 3rd ring road to the city center. Commuting was almost completely paralyzed. The streets were full of horns and office workers getting off the train and rushing to the subway station. There were a lot of people in the mall today. Luo Qin waited for 2 elevators before one was available. He had a dessert shop upstairs. He had nothing to do, so he became his own mascot. Unless the college students who worked part-time in the shop were not there, he would still be very free. When his cell phone rang, Luo Qin was lying behind the counter to check accounts. He reached out and fumbled on the counter for a long time before he found the phone. Before he could say anything, he was hurt by the noise from the other end. Wei Lan. Luo Qin frowned. Why is it so noisy over there? Wei Lan found a relatively quiet place over there, and spoke to Luo Qin in a hoarse voice amid the huge roar of the machine. I just arrived in Shining today, and I'm in the workshop of the branch company. I'll go downstairs to take care of some things later. I'll pick you up for dinner in the evening after I'm done. Luo Qin changed his posture and said lazily, tomorrow night, the college student who works part-time in my store has classes today. I can't leave. Can't you hire another one? Wei Lan was speechless. What will happen after they graduate? You'll continue to cheat students? College students are cheap, but you can't just exploit them. Do you know how much a full-time job makes a month? The basic salary is 5,000. When I sell desserts for the best month, after deducting costs and water, electricity and rent, and removing all kinds of miscellaneous expenses, how much is the net profit? Luo Qin's mind was clattering. My salary as a store manager is saved from the signing fee of the food delivery platform. The college student who delivers food is also covered. I have to say, college students are useful. Wei Lan scolded him. Are you a black-hearted profiteer? Sucker. Luo Qin laughed and said, who is this profiteer? You make my annual money in 1 month. Instead of scolding me, why don't you get an internship position for my clerk in your company? I'm serious. I've wanted to find you for a long time. Hey, why did you hang up? There was a busy tone on the phone. Luo Qin gritted his teeth and cursed a few words, put down the phone, and continued to check the accounts. Before he could read a few more lines, his phone rang again. Luo Qin sighed, picked up the phone again, and said angrily, who is this? Boss, are you free now? Zhang Huan's slightly anxious voice came from the phone. It's okay. If you are not free, I will find someone else. This boy named Zhang Huan is a college student who runs errands in his store. He usually works very hard, and while studying, he squeezes time to work and study. Luo Qin always reflects on whether he should give him a raise. When he heard it was Zhang Huan, Luo Qin's anger subsided, and his tone softened. When you have time, tell me. Zhang Huan was obviously relieved, and then said, I am signing an internship contract at Yuan Shan Pharmaceutical Company. The other party requires a paper contract. I can officially start my internship today after signing it. I am not very good at reading contracts. Boss, can you come and help me take a look? I will reimburse you for the car fare. When Luo Qin heard this, he was a little happy. He turned off the computer, picked up his wallet and walked out. And he did not forget to praise his own clerk. You are awesome. They have signed a contract with you right away. I said before that I would ask my friend to help you get an internship qualification, but you did it yourself. It's really good. You don't have to reimburse me for the car fare. I'll be out right now. Thank you, boss. Zhang Huan's voice was very shy. He could tell that Luo Qin was willing to help, and made him very happy. I'm in a factory in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. No hurry. Boss. Just call me when you're almost there, and I'll pick you up. Luo Qin held the phone between his shoulders, and used the key to lock the door. Okay. My childhood friend is in Shinning. I'll take you there for dinner tonight. Why is it so noisy there? There was a noise coming from Zhang Huan's side. It seemed like someone was running and shouting something. Luo Qin found it a bit strange and asked casually. Ah, there's a sudden quarrel outside. Let me ask, it seems that there's a fight in the laboratory. It's so strange. It seems that the group of people doing the experiment are fighting. Zhang Huan asked around, and came back to Luo Qin. It's a fierce fight. I'd better not get involved. Luo Qin hummed, stay away from the fight. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Luo Qin walked towards the elevator. After walking a few steps, he found many panicked customers rushing towards him. The things in their hands fell to the ground. Strangely, no one stopped to pick them up. Everyone just ran towards the side desperately. Luo Qin was almost knocked to the ground by the running people. He quickly found a gap to rush out of the crowd. He leaned against the wall and looked at what was happening over there. Was there a fight? Sometimes customers, who ran away from the bill and fought with waiters in the restaurant, would happen in the mall. Luo Qin was used to it. But he didn't expect it to be so serious this time. He was thinking about whether to call the police, when he saw a man fall heavily to the ground. He was twitching all over and whimpering in pain. The woman who was with him squatted down and tried to help him up. However, the next second, the man jumped up from the ground and bit the woman's face. The woman screamed miserably. But the man was so strong that he pulled her hair with both hands and bit her cheek, and then tore a piece of flesh from the woman's face. And blood splattered immediately, while the woman rolled on the ground with her face covered in pain. The man threw away the meat in his mouth, with blood and saliva dripping from his mouth, and pounced on the woman and tore her madly. And the scene fell into chaos. Luo Qin watched all this in amazement. There were already many people biting each other in the mall, just like uncivilized beasts, biting anyone they saw. Blood and flesh splattered. It was simply a scene of hell on earth. Run! Luo Qin reacted, turned around and ran. The escalator and the stairs were crowded with people. Everyone was scrambling to get down, and people were crowded everywhere. He saw that he couldn't get down from here, turned around and ran to the emergency exit. However, there were not many fewer people at the emergency exit than elsewhere. Luo Qin mixed in the crowd and moved forward with difficulty. Finally, he was squeezed to the stairs. The space suddenly became much wider. Everyone was running down desperately, and the crying and screaming behind him were endless. Luo Qin did not dare to look back, and could only follow the crowd downstairs. Fortunately, he was not on a high floor, and soon he squeezed down. Luo Qin rushed into the lobby on the first floor with the crowd, and saw that it was also in chaos. People were chasing and biting each other, running for their lives, and it was extremely terrifying. The mall broadcast sounded at this time, and a female voice that could not suppress her fear trembled and announced, "An emergency has occurred. Please evacuate all people in the mall from the stairs or emergency exits. Please do not take the elevator. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Do not trample." Luo Qin ran towards the exit, but found that the exit was already in chaos, and many crazy figures were biting people who were running for their lives. He turned around and ran into a toy store, only to find that the store was empty. The exquisite toys displayed on the counter were scattered all over the floor. The glass cabinets were knocked over and shattered, and the whole place was in a mess. He glimpsed a person in a corner of the store, who seemed to be lying on top of another person and gnawing on something. He didn't dare to stop, and ran to the back door of the toy store, pushed it open and rushed out. As soon as he went out, Luo Qin's heart felt like it fell into an ice cellar. The commercial square was also full of fleeing people, and those crazy guys, which were no different from those inside. Even the cars on the street were in chaos. Several cars rear-ended each other, and some cars lost control and rushed into street shops. Thick smoke and flames were everywhere. People cried and shouted, but they didn't know where to escape. This city was crazy. Luo Qin rushed to the street, searching for a usable means of transportation. As soon as he crossed the chaotic sidewalk, a black shadow rushed from behind and knocked him into the window of a smoking car on the street. The glass of the car window was broken, and sharp glass fragments remained on the car door. Luo Qin felt a sharp pain in his lower back. He didn't have time to see where he was injured. So he instinctively kicked the person who threw him away, and then quickly put his legs back into the car. The bloody mouth outside the car followed, and it almost bit his calf. The person outside the car tried to get in like crazy. Luo Qin saw that his face was torn, and the bones were exposed. He was still trying to crawl in with his mouth open. He quickly opened the door on the other side, and escaped before the man stuffed his entire upper body in. There seemed to be broken glass left in the wound on his waist. Luo Qin took off his coat, and tightened the wound with pain. But the severe pain made him stagger, and his speed slowed down a lot. He picked up a pointed umbrella from the door of a roadside store, and ran while searching around, using the tip of the umbrella to support himself as he ran forward. The farther away from the mall, the fewer people there seemed to be. Luo Qin thought about finding a place to hide first, and then find a way to escape after his strength recovered. At this time, a boy appeared at the corner of the intersection in front of him. He seemed to be unaware of the situation and walked towards the mall. Behind the boy was a staggering person, but he no longer looked like a human. He stretched out his hand to the person in front with his mouth half open. "Get out of the way!" Luo Qin didn't know where he got the strength from. He rushed over and pushed the boy away. He swung the umbrella in his hand hard on the monster's neck, and the other side fell to the ground. Luo Qin poked the thing with the umbrella, and then he grabbed the person, who was stunned by the shot behind him, and continued to run forward. "Don't go there, it's dangerous in the mall." Luo Qin coughed twice, and felt dizzy. "I just escaped from there." The man he saved reacted as if waking up from a dream, and said, "I just came from the station, there are also bites everywhere." "Is it like this at the station?" Luo Qin was shocked. "Is it like this everywhere?" The boy shook his head. "I don't know, I went back to school after the holiday, and I wanted to go here to buy things, but I found it was all messed up halfway. What should we do? Where should we go now?" Luo Qin was about to speak when he felt his consciousness blur. His legs were so weak that he could hardly stand. The person next to him supported him, and said anxiously, "What's wrong?" "Here. I'll help you find a place to rest." "No. Don't stop." Luo Qin only had time to say this sentence before his consciousness completely sank. "Keep going. Run forward." The next moment, his vision went dark. Chapter 6 Living Dead. 9:40 p.m. Luo Qin and Shui Liang lay on the top of the wall, looking at the empty back street, feeling even more frightening than the roars of the living dead. The leaves rustling in the wind, and the newspapers flying across the street under the dim street lights, are like the ghosts of the living, and once someone makes a sound, the evil ghosts will come out of the darkness and devour all the living here. After waiting for a long time, 2 lights suddenly flashed in the distance, and the light was getting closer and closer. Luo Qin was not sure at first, but when he got closer, he recognized that it was indeed Wei Lan's car. The two of them jumped down from the wall, and trotted to the middle of the road to stop the car. The Continental car driven by Wei Lan stopped at the roadside. Before the car was stable, the driver got out impatiently. "Get in the car." Wei Lan looked back anxiously. "When I came here, I met those people. Let's go." Luo Qin asked Shui Liang to sit in the back seat first, and then he got in. Wei Lan stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed away in a cloud of dust. Wherever they passed, there were desolate and messy street scenes. The downtown area that should have been full of neon lights became empty. The shops were open, and the glass of the doors and windows was broken. It seemed that it had been abandoned for many years. No one could recognize that this was a prosperous business district that was completed only last year. Wei Lan drove the car without saying a word. The streets were full of unmanned vehicles parked in all directions. The bus also crashed into a roadside electric pole. Half of the bus body was shrunk, obviously a collision at high speed. Luo Qin looked out the window. His heart had gone from panic to numbness. He realized that the situation had become so serious that it was out of control. It had been so long since the incident happened in the daytime, and the city center was still so desolate, it seemed that the situation outside would not be any better. He turned on his phone, searched for the headlines, and read through them word by word. As expected, Wei Lan spoke in a deep voice. "Something big happened in Shining. It's hard to say exactly. All exits in Shining have been blocked. There is a queue checkpoint at the highway exit. If we go now, we should be able to catch up." "Why do we have to queue to leave the city?" Luo Qin asked. "What happened? What are those biting people?" Wei Lan sighed, and seemed reluctant to say, "Those things are zombies." Luo Qin curled up in the corner of the seat, looking at the phone screen glowing faintly in the darkness, which was playing news about an emergency. All video websites were shut down, replaced by endlessly scrolling warnings and real-time reports from all over the country. For a day, all the news had focused on one place, the city where he was. The news footage did not directly capture the situation in the city, but mostly from a distant perspective. There was chaos all around, and reporters gathered in the suburbs, reporting non-stop amid the sound of sirens. But without exception, no one knew what was going on inside. Luo Qin rubbed his temples and closed the news page. Initially, it was reported as a sudden attack. It coincided with the seasonal flu wave, and many areas were sealed off one after another. Earlier, it also caused residents from all over the country to scramble and hoard supplies. Everyone thought that Shining would be in chaos for a while, and eating and drinking would probably be a problem in the future. Then, all video websites suddenly shut down their entertainment services and switched to broadcasting emergency news. This has never happened in history. From the official to the public opinion, everything was in a mess, and the situation seemed to be out of control. The unknown was the biggest panic faced by humans. No one knew what had happened, and even the people trapped in the city did not know where the zombies that suddenly appeared came from. So far, the official has not given a clear notice, nor has it even informed the citizens of any countermeasures. Suddenly, 3 mobile phone alerts sounded in the quiet car at the same time. The 3 people subconsciously took out their mobile phones to check, and saw a red emergency warning pop up on everyone's screen. After clicking it, a mechanical female voice sounded. Emergency notice from the Shining municipal government. Citizens are requested to immediately go to temporary shelters at various highway exits in the suburbs. Please go to shelter immediately. All citizens stranded in the city, please be informed. If you are in danger, please avoid it immediately, and find a safe building nearby for emergency shelter, protect yourself, and wait for military and police rescue. Xue Liyang frowned slightly, with a serious look. If you encounter attackers or unknown creatures, please stay away immediately, and stay rational and sober, and try not to make any noise when taking shelter. Wei Lan collapsed and cursed. Fuck, this means you are leaving it to fate. Why haven't you left the city yet? Luo Qin leaned his head against the car window and asked. If you had known the situation earlier, you should have left long ago. Wei Lan said, I just drove here from the factory in the suburbs. Something happened there. Several of us were sent from the branch to deal with experimental data problems. Something happened as soon as we arrived. I got separated from the others, and was trapped until night. I finally found a car to escape. I didn't expect to find zombies everywhere when I returned to the city. The police couldn't handle it at all. Luo Qin took a long time to react. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and looked through the missed calls during his coma. He found that there were only 2 calls from Zhan Huan. He felt an ominous premonition in his heart and asked hesitantly, How is the factory? Same. Everywhere. I don't know how they appeared. It's a mess. Wei Lan frowned, his face full of worry. When I escaped, the power of the factory had been cut off. Luo Qin's hands were shaking when he dialed the phone. The calls he made were automatically hung up twice, and still no one answered. If the call can be connected, it means that there is still power. It is not broken or turned off. Maybe it is just lost. Luo Qin can only comfort himself for the time being. Xue Liyang watched him dial the same number over and over again, and turned his head calmly to look out the window. Let's go to the highway exit now. It will be safer there, and we can leave the city after passing the checkpoint. Who are you talking to? Wei Lan glanced in the rearview mirror. His eyes swept across Xue Liyang's face, and suddenly he was stunned. He drove without caring about himself, and suddenly his upper body turned around, looking at Xue Liyang in disbelief. His voice a little distorted. You? Watch the road, Luo Qin shouted anxiously, and heard a loud bang on the hood of the car. A person was hit by the speeding car and flew up. After drawing a parabola in the air, he fell heavily on the asphalt road behind the car. Wei Lan braked suddenly, and stopped a few meters away from an abandoned car. Luo Qin turned his head in shock, looking at the person who was hit and flying, his heart pounding. However, something even more frightening happened. The person lying on the ground actually got up slowly. Wei Lan's face changed drastically, and he immediately started the car. He quickly reversed the car back to the road, and then drove away from the scene as if he was running for his life. You hit someone. Luo Qin looked at him like a monster. Didn't you see it? Before Wei Lan could speak, Xue Liyang reached out and patted Luo Qin on the back. He saw it. It wasn't a human zombie. It's called this, right? Wei Lan looked at Xue Liyang with a complicated expression. And finally didn't let the car get out of control this time. He swallowed and asked Luo Qin, "Who is this person? I met him on the road. And he saved me." Luo Qin was a little absent-minded. He kept looking at the screen of his mobile phone, hoping that Zhang Huan would call back miraculously at some point. "By the way, have you contacted Teacher Chow? How is the welfare home?" Wei Lan shook her head. "I called. But the welfare home is too remote. I don't know what happened outside. I can't run away with so many children. I want them to hide first. And not run around at this time, waiting for rescue. That won't work. You have to find a way to get them to evacuate first." Luo Qin shook his head. The situation has developed to this point. During the day, the news said that it could be controlled. At night, it was even worse than during the day. Wei Lan gripped the steering wheel anxiously, turned the steering wheel sharply, and turned a corner. "What can I do? Luo Qin, now we can't protect ourselves. There are hundreds of children in the orphanage. Do you have a car? Can you organize it?" Luo Qin said. "Then we have to let the police know that there are still people alive in the city." He picked up the phone and dialed 110, but the call to the police was the same as the previous call to Zhang Huan. All the calls fell into the sea, with no response. Xue Liyang sighed and said, "It's not working. When I came, I saw many police cars on the street. But those policemen are all gone." Every time Xue Liyang spoke, Wei Lan seemed to tense up. Luo Qin's mind was not here at all, so he naturally didn't notice. Xue Liyang's eyes briefly exchanged with Wei Lan in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. And then he looked away as if nothing had happened. Wei Lan said in a deep voice, "I saw it on my way here. Those zombies will attack living people. And their main attack method is biting. They seem to have something highly contagious in their bodies, which will infect other humans with the spread of body fluids. Even if you escape after being bitten, you will be assimilated into zombies as the infection deepens. This is what I have observed so far." Luo Qin listened quietly. He recalled the scene he saw in the mall before. Those zombies seemed to attack humans everywhere. Although they moved slowly, their physical strength and bite force were extremely strong. The kind of thing that can tear a piece of flesh from a person. How can it look like a human being at all? It's no exaggeration to say that it's a bloodthirsty beast. "So those are people, living people?" Luo Qin asked. "What we just bumped into," Wei Lan said. "It's not certain whether they are living people, but what is certain is that after being infected, human cells will decay faster, and body organs will rot rapidly. At least in the field I'm researching, I haven't found a disease that can make the human body decay so quickly." Luo Qin couldn't help but say, "Then what the hell did you learn in college?" Chapter 7 Fall. Wei Lan said angrily, "You are better than dropping out of college without even starting. You know that learning is endless? I just studied for a master's degree." Xue Liyang's face flashed a strange look. His eyes fell on Luo Qin, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Luo Qin noticed it, and laughed helplessly. He is exaggerating a bit. Being expelled in the freshman year, it can be considered a few months of study. Expelling students in the freshman year, what's the reason? Xue Liyang couldn't help it this time, asked. "It's been a few months since the start of school. Even missing an exam is not enough to get expelled." Luo Qin patted him with a nonchalant look, and said, "The reason is a bit complicated. I'll tell you when I have a chance, but I was indeed expelled. But the tuition fee was refunded to me, so I didn't lose out." Xue Liyang shook his head, and didn't ask any more questions, but picked up the topic that Wei Lan had just said, and continued, "Speaking of which, if these things are really dead, then where does their mobility come from?" Wei Lan said, "I think so too, so I wonder whether it is parasitic." Xue Liyang said casually, "Fly insect mold parasitic experiment? Students at the University of California, USA, once did this kind of experiment, making fly insect mold parasitize on fruit flies, controlling the fruit fly's nervous system, and gradually eating away the fruit fly's fat as nutrients. Driven by this fungus, fruit flies will lose control of their behavior, eventually climb to a higher place, and die after being attached by more fungi." The car bumped and drove onto the outer ring overpass. From time to time, several vehicles that collided in a chain could be seen on the bridge, and scattered zombies slowly passed through, attracted by the lights on Wei Lan's car, and staggered to chase. After listening to Wei Lan's analysis, Luo Qin frowned and thought for a while, and said, "That's not right. According to the hypothesis you two put forward, whether they are dead and have entered the decay stage, or are temporarily invaded by fungi, they will only completely lose their ability to move in the end. Right? Then why don't we find a place to hide and wait for them to die?" Wei Lan helplessly touched his forehead. "This is the best. But the situation is out of control. And from what I have learned so far, those zombies spread too fast and are difficult to kill. I am afraid that before we can survive until all those things die, humanity will be extinct first." The carriage fell into silence. No one spoke anymore, and occasionally the dim lights on the overpass flashed by, reflecting the solemn expressions on the faces of the three people. Everyone seemed to have their own thoughts, and their hearts were in turmoil. "Forget it, let's look at the present first." Wei Lan sighed. "We are almost at the police blockade ahead, and the highway entrance is just ahead, and the news said that the army and police have set up a shelter there. Let's go there first, and contact the welfare home after we leave this city." 10 hours ago, Xue Liang was driving, and he didn't see many people along the way. The few he met were mostly rushing to Xiqing. He drove very slowly, and kept observing the situation in front of him, until his car was stopped by a man. The man came over and knocked on his car window. "You can't go over there." The man who knocked on his window took out his police ID, waved it in front of him, and pointed to a street that had been evacuated. "The road to Dongcheng is closed, you can turn back here directly." Xue Liang rolled down the window, and the cold air outside immediately dispelled the warm air in the car. He looked ahead, the police lights were flashing, the road was under complete martial law, so he said, "I'm looking for someone. Do you know the director of the Xiqing police station? The people who went in to perform the mission can't be contacted now, you go back and wait." The police said. "Now the regulations don't allow entry." Xue Liang didn't know how many times he had heard the word regulation today. He parked the car on the side of the road, got out of the car and took a look, and found that martial law was set up in front of him, and there was a circle of police and police cars. The police came over, handed him a cigarette in a familiar manner, wrapped his coat tightly, rubbed his hands and said, "Don't wait. It's been going on for a long time. It won't be over in a short time." "Alas, what's going on?" "I was pulled here to work overtime on the weekend, and my wife is waiting for me at home." "Is it serious?" Xue Liang didn't take the cigarette. He doesn't smoke. "I don't know. The higher-ups said it was a large-scale armed fight, but it looks like it's a big deal." The plainclothes officer lit up his cigarette, looking at the flashing lights of the police car in front. "I didn't expect it to develop like this. The situation has been escalating. Just now we have been receiving calls, saying that the mob is spreading here. Look, just evacuated the crowd. This year's cold wave moved south more than a month earlier than in previous years. It's only late October, and the weather is already as cold as deep winter." When the policeman spoke, breath came out from the corners of his mouth. Xiqing City had not been this cold for many years. Even in the deep winter, the temperature was generally around 0 degrees. "Are you a college student?" the policeman asked again. "Which university?" Xue Liang nodded. "Shenzhen University. I just came out of the train station and was about to go back to school." The policeman laughed. "Hey, Shenzhen University. Your school was evacuated not long ago, and several buses took students and teachers to the suburbs. You are late." Xue Liang said nothing, walked around the cordon, took out his mobile phone, and continued to call the director. But no one answered. The director of Xiqing Police Station was a friend of his parents' generation, and was assigned to perform an emergency mission today. Xue Liang happened to go to the police station to find him, and only heard the policeman, who stayed behind, say that he was here. When he was about to fight for the last time, he suddenly stopped. On the road behind the cordon, a woman was staggering over. She lowered her head, and couldn't see her face clearly, but her body was twitching constantly, and a hideous wound on her leg was still bleeding. The policeman who stopped Xue Liang just now also noticed this side, and walked towards the woman across the cordon. "Comrade, are you okay?" Xue Liang had a flash of ominous feeling in his heart. This woman gave him a very strange feeling. Just as he was about to speak to stop the policeman, the woman had already rushed towards the policeman with a scream, biting the defenseless policeman on the neck. The other policeman on guard rushed over and pulled the woman away. A policeman immediately pinned the attacker to the ground and called his colleagues to help. The woman struggled desperately, roaring like a beast, as if she was crazy. Everyone present was shocked and got goosebumps. The bitten policeman covered his neck in pain, hissing and breathing, "Damn! Crazy! Hurry up and handcuff him and throw him in the car." Xue Liang took advantage of the chaos of the police and quietly slipped through the cordon and slipped in. He walked quickly towards the mall, feeling uneasy, wondering if the person he was looking for would be there today. The further he walked, the fewer people he saw. It was a mess everywhere. Cars were overturned on the street, and thick smoke was everywhere. Not even a single living person could be seen. The police had been transferred here to evacuate the citizens, and they were probably all retreating to temporary shelters. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xue Liang finally saw a familiar landmark. After passing the gas station in front, he arrived at the commercial plaza in the city center. He couldn't help but speed up his pace. At this time, he saw a man running out of the clothing store in front of him. He fell to the ground after walking a few steps, and his whole body was twitching violently, just like the woman just now. Xue Liang hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward to help the man up. The moment he touched the man's skin, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if there was an electric shock. He saw that the other person's face showed an extremely abnormal paleness, and his pupils were gradually dilating and slowly becoming scattered. He said something bad in his heart, and was about to push the man in front of him away. But something strange happened. The man roared and opened his mouth to bite him. Xue Liang kicked the man in the abdomen, avoiding the huge mouth that exuded a fishy smell. The man seemed to feel no pain at all. He got up immediately after falling to the ground and rushed toward Xue Liang. His face was completely distorted at this time, and the black blood vessels under his skin burst one by one. It was extremely terrifying. Xue Liang quickly raised his right leg and kicked the madman out with a roundhouse kick. The man hit the glass window of the clothing store heavily, and his head broke the glass and got stuck in the window. But he was still struggling frantically. Xue Liang pulled the man out of the glass window, grabbed his neck and chin with both hands, and with a force, the man's head was twisted 180 degrees, and his body stopped moving. He left the body behind and washed his hands under the water dispenser in the clothing store. The area seemed safe for the time being, but he only encountered this person, which made him feel that the situation was already showing an uncontrollable trend. Xue Liang looked around, and walked past the corner of the street shop and turned into this road. He went straight to the mall. At the moment of turning, he felt something strange behind him, but it was enough for him to react. Xue Liang was about to turn around to deal with the tail behind him, but suddenly a person rushed out from behind the corner, pushed him away, and rushed over with an old umbrella. "Get out of the way!" Xue Liang turned his head in disbelief, looking at the person who had just saved him at all costs. The umbrella in the person's hand pierced the monster, and then with a horrified expression on his face, he pulled him up and ran. "Hurry up and run!" "Wait! I want..." There was a chaotic and complicated sound of footsteps behind him. Xue Liang turned his head and saw, and couldn't help but tremble all over. Countless crazy figures were seen rushing towards this side in groups, with strange shapes and terrifying roars. He ran wildly along with the man in front of him, and saw that the surroundings were full of monster-like people, with fangs and claws bared, like evil spirits. The boy who was running with him didn't know what was going on at the moment, but he knew that everyone here was crazy. Suddenly, Xue Liang felt that the person in front of him stumbled, and then fell forward heavily. Chapter 8 Vaccine 10:19 p.m. Temporary shelter at the entrance of Shining Expressway. Wei Lan stopped the car, seemingly a little bit unbelievable. The overpass near the entrance of the expressway was full of cars waiting in line for inspection, but it was unusually quiet. Many cars had their lights on, but no one honked, and no one got out to check. The three of them got out of the car and walked forward, and found that the entrance of the expressway was empty. The doors of the private cars in the line were almost all open, and the people in the cars were all gone, and many cars had not even had time to turn off the engine, and were just parked alone on the bridge, under the illumination of the car lights. They saw dozens of police cars parked in a crooked manner. The windows were smashed to pieces, and only the police lights were still flashing, indicating that there were people here not long ago. But there was not even a shadow of a policeman. The cordon was broken into several lines and drifted in the cold wind, as if a ghost hand stretched out from the grave and waved in the wind, calling them. Xue Liang walked to the front of a police car with smoke coming out of the hood. The car body hit the stone pier and was completely damaged. Several bloody handprints slid from the car window to the door handle, But there was no one in the car. Luo Qin stepped forward and knocked on the car window. And then asked, "Where are the police?" Shui Liang's face was not good. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the city west of the blockade. The toll station not far away, which was originally built as a temporary shelter, had completely become the same as the city behind them. Cars were parked in front of the toll station, and corpses were wandering around. The heavy and murderous atmosphere was like a dark cloud pressing over the city. The blockade was broken. Luo Qin turned on the light of his mobile phone and saw that the streets on both sides of the toll station were occupied and filled with zombies. Those evil spirits like walking corpses gathered and approached them. Saliva and blood mixed and flowed from their mouths. Their dry throats roared, eager to devour living people and assimilate them. Everyone who was evacuated has had an accident. Shui Liang spoke heavily. The one in front is our school's bus. 5 or 6 buses stood out in the staggered lights. And the carriages were quiet, without any movement. Many shadows were moving around the buses, and it was hard to tell who was who. But they were obviously no longer alive. It should be when everyone was trying to get out of the city that the infection occurred. Luo Qin said, "Look, the cars are stuck together, and you can't run away even if you want to. It's over, it's over." Wei Lan came over from behind, looking at the scene in front of him. His face changed instantly. "Even here is over. How fast is the spread?" Shui Liang immediately turned around and walked back. With a serious face, "Let's go. Turn around and find another way. We can't get out here. The toll station is blocked by cars leaving the city." Luo Qin took a quick look before leaving. The long queue of cars originally lined up in front of the toll station had blocked all the exits. They had no choice but to choose to return the same way. Wei Lan returned to the car and turned the keys several times with shaking hands before the car restarted. He hurriedly reversed the car, and after several maneuvers, he finally turned the car. Just as he was about to drive away, a pale hand slapped the hood of the car with a bang, and the owner of the hand was trying to climb into the car. Fuck! Luo Qin was horrified to see that the car was surrounded by zombies with terrifying faces, and those things were reaching out to scratch the car body, like diners who couldn't wait to open a can of food. He immediately reached out and locked both door locks tightly, and shouted, "Drive!" Wei Lan cursed, stepped on the accelerator, and the car started with a roar, directly knocking over the zombie in front of the car, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and ran over it mercilessly. On the way back to the city, Wei Lan kept trying to make a call using the car's Bluetooth, but there was no response. He turned on the car radio irritably, but the local radio station was nothing but noise, which left him with no clue. "I'll call the company first." Wei Lan gave up and turned off the radio directly. The company must have a spare car or emergency plan. "I'll ask them to find a way to pick me up." Luo Qin asked in confusion, "What are you thinking? Now others can't even escape in time, and they will come back to find you." Wei Lan bit his lip tightly, as if struggling. Shui Liang laughed softly at this time, as if he was very disdainful. "What do you mean?" Wei Lan was in a state of high tension, and Shui Liang's mocking reaction caused his dissatisfaction. "If you have any objections, get out of the car." Luo Qin was puzzled. "Speak clearly. Don't chase people away as soon as you open your mouth." Shui Liang said, "Okay. I'll give you face, and get out of the car." Wei Lan said nothing, and stopped the car in the middle of the road. Luo Qin was originally lying on the seat, but he sat up immediately after seeing this, and he became angry. "Wei Lan, have you been fooled by the capitalists? You are quarreling and getting angry in a place like this. Do you think you are not going to die soon enough?" Shui Liang, "Ignore him. If he doesn't drive, I will drive. Do you know who he is?" Wei Lan turned around and yelled at Luo Qin. "Luo Qin, do you have a brain? You dare to follow anyone you meet on the road, and you don't even know when he will kill you." Shui Liang laughed instead of getting angry. "Ah, then tell me who I am." Luo Qin's voice was much higher, and he was obviously suppressing his anger. "Drive." Wei Lan raised his head, leaned back on the chair and pinched his eyebrows, then started the car in silence. The atmosphere seemed awkward for a moment. Luo Qin did not speak. After a while, he lay back down. Finally, Wei Lan took the lead in breaking the silence. "Forget it. Since things are like this, I might as well tell you everything. I suspect that the source of this incident is related to Yuan Shan Pharmaceutical." Luo Qin sat up again. He grabbed Wei Lan's collar and said angrily. Speak. Wei Lan slapped his claws away and said unhappily. What are you anxious about? I actually started to suspect this a long time ago. Today, the senior management and R&D executives of Yuan Shan suddenly chartered a plane to leave Shining City. They said they had an emergency meeting and only left us to deal with the aftermath. When I went there, an accident happened and I almost didn't come back. When I was trapped in a suburban factory, I found some frozen vaccines in the laboratory there. Vaccines? Luo Qin was stunned for a moment. Isn't Yuan Shan's main business to make medicine? Yesterday, it also organized citizens to get flu vaccines. Wei Lan said, yes, Yuan Shan is the largest national pharmaceutical brand. The subsidiaries under Yuan Shan Group cover many fields, but the bulk of the income comes from pharmaceuticals. But in recent years, the actual controlling rights of Yuan Shan Pharmaceuticals have been slowly transferred to some British and American pharmaceutical companies. Even the project I am currently working on is a joint project with foreign university laboratories. The vaccines I found in the factory were the flu vaccines that were heavily promoted online a while ago. But they were locked in a freezer that was used to store toxic substances and dangerous goods. After I used my authority to take out the medicines, I found that some of the syringes had labels with dangerous goods logos. That was a special pattern designed by our experimental team for a new artificial virus strain. Locke murmured, toxic substances are attached to vaccines? He remembered that he had never received that kind of vaccine. Although it was free, it was a waste of time to queue up for registration. And his store was busy, so he did not go to the scene. It's posted very covertly. But even if you see it, if you're not from our experimental team, you won't recognize it at all. Wei Lan said. I don't know why this kind of thing appeared in Shining's pharmaceutical factory. We clearly prohibit the virus from leaking out. Because this virus has not been fully developed yet, Luo Qin raised his head and stared at him blankly. His words sounded unreal even to himself. Say it again? Wei Lan. Are you developing a virus? Wei Lan nodded with difficulty, with an expression that said, I told you, I shouldn't have told you earlier. Luo Qin showed no expression. He seemed to have not understood the matter yet. He just asked mechanically, you mean? The vaccine that Yuan Shan gave to the citizens contained this virus. And now those vaccines have turned the whole Shining into this? Wei Lan's face turned pale, and his tone was obviously weaker. I don't know. I'm just from the R&D team. How could I know that those viruses were made into vaccines and given to living people? I was also harmed like this. Luo Qin sighed. Stop the car. Wei Lan said anxiously. If you stop the car now, those zombies will surround us soon. Look around. Luo Qin didn't say anything, and reached out to open the car door. At this time, Shui Liang stopped him and said in a deep voice, Don't be impulsive. It's dangerous here. He pressed Luo Qin's hand, and he could clearly feel that the person next to him was suppressing his anger. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the artery on his wrist was also beating faster. Shui Liang looked into Luo Qin's eyes, and then shook his head gently. Luo Qin didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that all his restless emotions were calmed down by Shui Liang's eyes. He looked at Shui Liang for a long time, and finally relaxed his brows. He patted the back of Shui Liang's hand with his backhand, indicating that the other party was fine. Wei Lan saw that he had calmed down, and his anxiety was relieved. He scratched his nose and said, Let's go back to my house first. I have something important to get. I have important research and development information about the virus strain. I and this project are very important to Yuan Shan. If I exchange this information, the company will definitely consider my safety. I advise you not to. Wei Lan and Luo Qin were both startled by Shui Liang's sudden words, and looked at him at the same time. Shui Liang pointed to Wei Lan's phone, which had not received any calls, and said, If, as you said, this thing is very important, and you are also important, then Yuan Shan should have contacted you a long time ago. Wei Lan was sweating profusely, and tried to stay calm and said, But the data I save here is top secret, and it must not be lost. Otherwise the development of the virus will get out of control, and they will definitely protect me. Shui Liang shook his head and said, No. Think about it. If you are really that important to the company, why did you send you to such a dangerous factory to deal with things after the Yuan Shan executives evacuated collectively? And it was such a coincidence that an accident happened as soon as you arrived. Chapter 9 Abandoned Pawn. Wei Lan opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. It's not that he hadn't thought about this possibility, But his subconscious mind had been avoiding the worst outcome. The consequences of direct confrontation between capital and individuals are something that the latter cannot afford. If you go home now, you will find that all your information has been transferred away. And then before you can react, you will be silenced, Shui Liang said. So, from the moment you were called back to the factory, you have already been an abandoned pawn. Wei Lan felt a chill piercing his bones, and all the worries hidden in his heart were revealed by Shui Liang in one fell swoop, and he realized that he could no longer escape. They really want to kill me, Wei Lan said tremblingly. I knew it. Whatever they put their hopes on me. It was all. Shui Liang knocked on the car window and said lightly, "Look at the road." Wei Lan came back to his senses and tightly gripped the steering wheel. He struggled in his heart, and then took the initiative to ask, "What should we do now?" Shui Liang said, "Let's go around your house first. By the way, do you have a spare car?" Wei Lan nodded. "Yes, I have a lot of them at home." "That's easy," Shui Liang said. "Let's go to your house." Luo Qin felt that Shui Liang was different from before, and exuded a calmness and agile thinking that was even more conspicuous than before. In this tense and depressing environment, even he could hardly extract anything from Wei Lan's bombardment of messages. But Shui Liang seemed to have suddenly seen through all of this, which made people feel relieved. Wei Lan looked at Shui Liang several times, and asked hesitantly, "You are not a local. Where do you live?" Shui Liang said, "Hanzhou." Wei Lan was a little surprised when he heard him say that. Hanzhou. To be admitted to Shenzhen University, you must have a high score in the college entrance examination. There are many good universities in Hanzhou. Why don't you stay in your hometown? Shui Liang waved his hand. The scholarship is not enough. Luo Qin couldn't help laughing, and his depressed mood was swept away a lot. Listen to others. Wei Lan. Wei Lan's face was instantly dragged down by his words, and he cursed him to shut up. You know, one of the most annoying things in Wei Lan's life was that when he enrolled, the school expanded its enrollment, and the full scholarship he could get with his score was cut in half. He complained to Luo Qin about this for 2 weeks. However, since Luo Qin was expelled, his life has plummeted, and he has few opportunities to squeeze Wei Lan. The car drove into the city, speeding through the streets full of zombies, rolling up the fallen leaves on the roadside that no one cleaned up, and brought out a small vortex. Luo Qin looked at the street scene filled with zombies outside the window, and silently counted the street lights he saw along the way. 1, 2, and soon he lost count. He could only start over again, which was also a way to relieve anxiety. Wei Lan drove the car tremblingly, trying not to look at the zombies chasing the car outside the window. After a day, Luo Qin had almost no water or food, and he had just argued with Wei Lan for a long time, so he soon felt dry in the mouth. "Is there any water?" Luo Qin said, and felt his throat was hoarse. Wei Lan shook his head. "I don't drive this car often, and there is no water in the car. Just hold on. We'll be there soon." Over the years, Luo Qin is best at endurance, not to mention a day without water. He has experienced not eating or drinking for a day and a night. The current level is nothing. After driving for more than 20 minutes, the surrounding high-rise buildings gradually became sparse, and large gardens and green plants began to appear along the street. They were almost at Wei Lan's home. This was the Tianhe Administrative District in Shining City, a famous wealthy area in the bustling city center. Compared with the crowded and dirty urban traffic, the environment here is beautiful. The roads are wide, and it looks so elegant and exquisite even in a desperate situation. Wei Lan's family lives in one of the villa communities. At that time, he insisted on buying a single-family house here, but Luo Qin thought that he didn't live in Shining permanently, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. As a result, after getting the house, Wei Lan didn't live here 10 times in total. The spare key was directly thrown to Luo Qin, but he thought it was too far away and rarely came to his place. The car drove to the gate of the community, and the gate that was supposed to be automatically sensed did not lift up. Wei Lan frowned and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Is the access control broken?" "Don't go in." Shui Liang looked at the words "No permission" displayed on the LED screen on the gate, and had an ominous premonition in his heart. "How does the access control in your community usually release owners?" Wei Lan scratched his head. "According to the registered license plate number, one household can register many license plates. There is no limit, but it is only released based on your actual use of the parking space." Shui Liang asked. That is to say, even if you have registered many cars, including your private car and the company's bus. But, as long as your parking space is full, others can't get in. Right? Wei Lan was stunned for a moment. Then his face changed, and cold sweat rolled down. Ah, you mean? Shui Liang nodded. Someone went in before us, and hasn't come out yet. Wei Lan was about to reverse. Go. Go! Damn. They are too cruel. Wait a minute. Shui Liang stopped him. Go down and take a look first. What are you looking at? Wei Lan shouted. Someone wants to kill me. Wei Lan turned the steering wheel in a panic, and was determined to escape. Shui Liang saw that he couldn't explain it to him, so he opened the car door and jumped out. Luo Qin tried to stop him but failed. He rolled down the car window and shouted in a low voice, Shui Liang, come back. Are you crazy? Shui Liang turned around and smiled at Luo Qin. I'm saving your friend. Otherwise he will die, and his death will be unclear. Luo Qin was stunned, as if something in his heart drove him to believe this sentence. And he opened the door and got out of the car. Wei Lan smashed the glass angrily and shouted, come back. Let him die by himself if he wants to die. I believe him. Luo Qin lay on the glass and whispered to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to follow us to take this risk. Wei Lan, even if you don't believe him, you have to believe my intuition. Wei Lan had no choice but to turn off the engine and get out of the car. Shui Liang walked forward quickly. Wei Lan jogged a few steps to catch up. Complaining, do you know where I live? Shui Liang pointed to the ground. There were a few inconspicuous tire marks, obviously belonging to a large vehicle. The few people walked a short distance into the community, and saw a van with its taillights on parked in front of a villa, which was Wei Lan's house. Is there someone? Wei Lan seemed to have a moment of hope. It's the company's car. Could it be someone from the company coming to pick me up? Shui Liang grabbed Wei Lan. Don't worry. It's scary if it's your company's car. After all, the person who recommended Han Xian and killed Han Xian was Xiao He. Wei Lan was speechless, thinking that Shui Liang made sense. Not to mention that he was not even as good as Han Xian's toes. And it would be easier for the top management to silence him at this time than to throw away the overnight instant noodle soup. Shui Liang walked over and circled the car, and found that the door of the cargo box was open, and there was a spray-painted word, Yuan Shan Pharmaceutical, on the box. There was another person in the driver's seat, but he was dead, with obvious bite wounds on his neck, and the blood had not yet coagulated, and it dripped down the seat belt in front of him. But the fatal injury was not here. The driver held a pistol in his right hand, and there was a gunshot wound on his head, and it was very likely that he committed suicide. He reached out and touched the man's neck, and found that there was still some warmth, and he immediately became alert. Not right. Luo Qin and Wei Lan stopped a few meters away from him, and they looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Shui Liang raised his head and stared at the window on the second floor of Wei Lan's house. There was no light inside, and it was quiet. He reached out and took the pistol, and waved to the two people behind him. Come here. The two walked to the front of the car and found the horrifying body in the driver's seat. Wei Lan was scared and looked around. What's going on? Why is there a dead person in my house? Luo Qin noticed the gun in Shui Liang's hand, frowned, and said, it's not a homemade gun. Regular guns are basically not available to ordinary people. Who is in the car? It doesn't matter. There are things to do. Leave here as soon as you finish it. Shui Liang walked towards the house, suddenly stopped, thought for a while, and handed the gun to Luo Qin. You take this. Luo Qin took it subconsciously, and then he felt something was wrong. Why give it to me? Shui Liang looked unnatural for a moment, and said casually, I don't know how to use it. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to Wei Lan and asked, where is the top secret information you mentioned? Wei Lan took out a bunch of keys that he usually put on his belt, found a brass-colored one, and shook it at him. In the safe in my basement? It stands to reason that no one knows this place except me. He walked forward and opened the door of the villa, and saw that the house was pitch black, without even a trace of moonlight. Wei Lan shuddered and reached out to turn on the light. Shui Liang stopped him outside the door, walked in first, and then sniffed around cautiously. You didn't smell it? Wei Lan was slightly stunned. What? No. The gas in your house was turned on, Shui Liang said. The wiring here is probably tampered with, and it will explode when the light is turned on. You don't have to look for your research materials. If they hadn't been taken away, they wouldn't have done it so ruthlessly. It seems that your bosses know you very well, and they know that you will use these things to threaten them. So they took the initiative before you. Wei Lan. He stepped back in panic, hesitating. Then, what else can I do? Xue Liang closed the door and walked out, saying to Wei Lan, go drive one of your cars here. The kind that you won't feel bad if it gets damaged. Luo Qin listened and gloated. It's just that the degree of pain is different. Old Wei. Be good. Drive out your cheapest Mercedes. Luo Qin. Come and help me. Xue Liang pointed to the rockery placed on the lawn in the small garden in front of Wei Lan's house. Come and help me move this stone down. Chapter 10 Faking Death. Luo Qin fixed the stone on the driver's seat of Wei Lan's Mercedes-Benz and adjusted the angle. He also put in the body of the driver of the unknown Yuan Shan truck at the door. Is this okay? Luo Qin looked at Xue Liang worriedly. This fake death scene is too fake. It can be discovered with a casual check. Xue Liang said, I didn't intend to hide it completely. Fighting with that group of people, the current conditions do not allow it. As long as we can delay a little time, it will be fine. Wei Lan looked at the luxury car that he had bought and had not driven out a few times, and felt a little painful. He pointed at the corpse that had been replaced in the car, and asked if there was no dead person. What would you use to impersonate me? Xue Liang laughed, and it was unclear whether he was joking or serious. Then just use you. Wei Lan shuddered, thinking that this person was really a bit weird, and it would be better to find a way to get rid of him in the future. Okay. Put the stone. Xue Liang glanced at the time on the dashboard, nodded to Luo Qin. We should go. Luo Qin pulled the climbing rope tied to the stone, and saw that the stone slowly tilted, then lost its balance and rolled down, pressing on the accelerator of the car. With a buzzing sound, Wei Lan's car started quickly and rushed towards the villa. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the accelerator was pressed to the bottom by the stone. The three stood 100 meters away, watching the taillights of the car getting closer and closer to the house. A few seconds later, a loud rumble came from the opposite side, and a little fire first ignited in the courtyard wall, and then the flames instantly rose into the sky, and the violent explosion swept in with the heat wave. The whole villa collapsed, and the thick smoke and collapsed soil and rocks even turned into a thick gray-brown color. Looking at the fire and smoke that seemed to be so close, Luo Qin subconsciously turned his face away and covered his mouth and nose tightly. Wei Lan looked at his reaction and suddenly became nervous. He whispered, Let's go quickly, Luo Qin. Do you have medicine? Luo Qin nodded. In my pocket. Let's go. In fact, they were already at a safe distance. But Luo Qin still didn't want to take risks. He suffered from congenital asthma. Inhaling any smoke would be almost fatal in this environment. If something happened, it would also affect the other two people. The three ran out of the community and drove away from the villa area quickly. The zombies attracted by the explosion outside the community eagerly surrounded the car, but were violently knocked away by Wei Lan, leaving a long bloodstain behind the car. Luo Qin observed that Wei Lan had been uneasy since just now. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, Wei Lan, if you know anything else, tell me everything. I think since your company is so unscrupulous to kill you, there must be some reason for them to kill you. Right? Wei Lan said with a stern face. What reason is there? It's nothing more than that we know a little about those shameful projects of Yuan Shan, but we don't have too much interest in the company, so we will leak the inside information casually. The source of this disaster has been related to Yuan Shan. They certainly don't want us to talk about the vaccine. Luo Qin shook his head and said tiredly, Wei Lan, I don't know what you can deceive me about. I suddenly feel that for so many years, I don't even know what you are doing. Today, I suddenly know that you are studying viruses and have caused such serious consequences. Wei Lan seemed to be poked at a sore spot. His face quickly darkened. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, What do you know? I never thought of harming you. I have never thought of this situation. But the person sitting next to you, his origin is unknown, and his means are not what ordinary college students can have. He can immediately think of faking his death and getting away through what I said. Luo Qin, do you think he is an ordinary person? Luo Qin turned his head to look at Xue Liang. He didn't know what he wanted to say, but he didn't say anything after all. Xue Liang glanced at him helplessly. What do you want to ask? Wei Lan sneered. Recreated humans appeared in a city where the virus broke out. And they were still dragging their feet, and staying with Luo Qin. What do you want to do? Luo Qin was stunned. What is recreated humans? The car drove over the speed bump. And the car body bumped heavily. At this time, the fuel gauge showed that the fuel level was low. And a beeping alarm sounded. Wei Lan changed the subject and said, find a gas station. Fill up and continue driving. There was a gas station at the intersection a few hundred meters ahead. Wei Lan drove the car in, unbuckled the seat belt, and got out of the car. Luo Qin, come and help me. Luo Qin got out of the car immediately. Before he closed the door, he glanced at Shui Liang and said, you should get out too. If something happens, you won't be able to escape if you stay in the car. Shui Liang nodded, opened the door, and walked down. There was no sound in the gas station either. Wei Lan looked around nervously, making sure there were no zombies wandering around. Then he pulled down the oil gun and inserted it into the tank, and then operated the machine skillfully. Luo Qin was already extremely thirsty. He looked at the closed door of the gas station supermarket and hesitated. Shui Liang saw through his thoughts, patted him, and said, let's go. I'll go in with you. There was no light in the supermarket, and the scene inside could not be seen through the glass window on the door. Luo Qin took out the gun Shui Liang had given him for self-defense, carefully pushed the door open and walked in. He tried not to make any noise, and reached out to touch the lamp on the wall. Shui Liang held him down. No. The behavior patterns of these zombies were very strange, and they seemed to be able to move freely in the dark. It was not known whether their visual function was the same as before they were infected. If they turned on the lights rashly, it might attract nearby zombies. He stopped Luo Qin behind him, took out his cell phone, and walked towards the food shelf with the weak fluorescence of the screen. Here are the food. Water. It should be. Shui Liang was carefully counting the items on the shelf, and suddenly heard Wei Lan shouting in a low voice, Luo Qin, come here. Luo Qin was pulled back by Wei Lan, and the gun in his hand was also taken away. He looked at Wei Lan, who was blocking him and pointing a gun at Shui Liang, and his head was almost confused. What are you doing? Put the gun down. What if it goes off accidentally? Wei Lan said sinisterly. Accidental discharge? He may not die if it goes off accidentally. Luo Qin, you step back. This guy is very dangerous. He is a monster. He will kill us. Shui Liang turned around, still holding 2 bags of bread in his hands. Oh, what did you say? Wei Lan seemed very nervous, and said, don't come over, if you dare to mess around. He said, and stepped out of the door, pointing the gun at the fuel tank outside. If you come 1 step closer, I will shoot. We will all die together. The air became extremely quiet, and the tense confrontation seemed to have entered an infinitely stretched time. Shui Liang was the first to speak and break the silence, saying, I won't do anything to you. You've seen it too. The people who want to kill you are from your company. What does it have to do with me? His tone was neither threatening nor sarcastic. To Luo Qin, it sounded like a normal person without any other thoughts slowly reasoning with Wei Lan. He then defended Shui Liang. Wei Lan, are you mistaken? Although he had long begun to have a subtle sense of vigilance against Shui Liang, this feeling was not fear or resistance. He knew Shui Liang was not just an ordinary college student. But during this journey, Luo Qin never doubted that this man would attack him. Wei Lan kicked him. What do you know? He is a recreated human from the Yuan Shan biochemical laboratory, and he is the first one successfully created in the first batch. His strength is very terrifying. I am afraid that even if we blow up this place, we can't do anything to him. Luo Qin was a little stunned. He hadn't fully digested the virus, and the new concept that suddenly popped up made him a little overwhelmed. Human? This is the only word he can extract from this sentence that he can understand. It's not a human, Wei Lan said with cold eyes. It's a monster. You'd better not force me. Shui Liang raised his hand, as if he wanted to do something. Wei Lan was stimulated and tried his best to retreat. Luo Qin, run! Luo Qin opened his eyes wide, broke free from Wei Lan's arms, and shouted to Shui Liang, behind. Behind Shui Liang, there was a black shadow staggeringly approaching. Before Luo Qin's reminder was finished, he instantly raised his hand, clamped the neck of the black shadow behind him with lightning speed, and then exerted force with his arms, and actually lifted the thing up easily. With a click, Shui Liang, without even turning his head, actually broke the neck of the zombie that tried to attack him, and then threw the corpse aside, looking at his hand with disgust. Luo Qin watched this series of actions, his eyes fixed on the man who broke the zombie's throat with his bare hands, and he was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Shui Liang looked at him, with no expression on his face, but he quickly turned around and fled into the darkness behind the shelf. Luo Qin could only see an unknown figure looming in the darkness. And then, there was a burst of body joints breaking, and even a row of shelves shook. After a while, Shui Liang came out again, his hands stained with blood, and glanced at the stunned Wei Lan. But there was no threat or anger. Then he looked at Luo Qin, without saying anything. After a while, Luo Qin seemed to remember something and took 2 steps back. Shui Liang saw his action, and his eyes seemed to flash. However, Luo Qin did not expect him to do so. He just searched around the store, walked to the freezer, opened the door, took out a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and handed it to Shui Liang. Rinse it. It's all blood. Shui Liang was stunned, reached out to take the bottle of water, hesitated for a moment, and still rinsed his hands with the water. Luo Qin took the opportunity to take the bread from him, tore open a bag and ate it, as if he hadn't eaten for 100 years. You guys can quarrel. I'll eat first. If I get hungry again I'll go. I'd rather eat zombies on the street. Wei Lan was almost mad at him, and forgot that he had a gun in his hand, and was about to grab Luo Qin. Shui Liang quickly stepped to his side, raised his leg, and kicked his wrist. Wei Lan screamed in pain, loosened his hand holding the gun, and cursed, "Hack you!" Shui Liang caught the gun, put it in his pocket, and said coldly, "I told you not to force me. I really don't understand if you are a fool. You just know some things, but you have to say them out loud. For a person like you, if Yuan Shan doesn't chase you, who will he chase?" Luo Qin seemed to be choked while eating bread, and started coughing hard. Shui Liang hurriedly handed the remaining half bottle of water in his hand to Luo Qin, watching him gulp down the whole bottle, throwing away the bottle, and burping, "I feel better." Shui Liang smiled, walked to the front of the shelf, and scanned the food again, and said, "To be honest, if he wasn't your friend, I would have killed him and buried him somewhere." Wei Lan could hear the cold feeling in his words, but dared not to be angry. Luo Qin looked at Shui Liang's hand and asked, "You have zombie blood on you. Are you okay?" "It's okay." Shui Liang shook his head, and glanced at Wei Lan who was standing there angrily. "Didn't your good friend say that it can be transmitted through body fluids? He is the developer, so believe him." He seemed to have some hidden meaning in his words. Wei Lan felt angry, but he couldn't say anything. He was in the wrong. The whole thing had developed to this point, and he felt remorseful after realizing it belatedly. A few people searched the supermarket, filled 2 backpacks with water and food, and prepared to evacuate the gas station. You sacrificed a car, a climbing rope, and 2 climbing bags. Luo Qin patted the bulging bag of supplies, and said, "You bought so many fancy things. Have you ever used them? Stop talking nonsense." Wei Lan looked frustrated, and started the car. "Don't blame me for not reminding you if you die inexplicably." Luo Qin was surprised. "Why? Shui Liang is so powerful. We have found a treasure." Shui Liang laughed. "He was afraid that I was sent by Yuan Shan to kill him, and he already regarded me as a monster." Wei Lan snorted, "Aren't you? What good will killing you do for me?" Shui Liang moved his hands, and casually leaned against the car door. "I would have killed you a long time ago. Luo Qin wouldn't even know. When the time comes, I will go to your grave with him to burn incense, and it will be useless even if you crawl out of the ground and scold me." Chapter 11 Raid. Luo Qin wanted to laugh when he heard this. Although he didn't know Shui Liang's background or his purpose of coming here, he didn't look like the kind of person who would hesitate to kill someone. Could it be that he wanted to tie himself and Wei Lan up and torture them to death? He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of this strange and cruel killing method that he had been taught by suspense movies since he was a child. On the roadside where the car passed, some zombies attracted by the lights chased after it in groups. Luo Qin lay by the window and observed for a while, and suddenly said, "I think they should have vision. At least they will react to light sources." Shui Liang said, "Yeah. I saw it too." The zombies were extremely slow, and at the speed of normal humans. They could actually be shaken off by running away. But these things were huge in number, had amazing strength, and moved silently, making it impossible to defend against them. If you were not careful, You would be surrounded by them, and then be bitten to death. Even if you escape after being injured, you will be infected soon and become one of them. Wei Lan was drowsy while driving and yawned. Seeing that Wei Lan could hardly open his eyes, Luo Qin suggested, let's find a place to rest for the night. It's already past 2 o'clock, and Wei Lan hasn't rested today. Maybe he couldn't hold on any longer. Even though Wei Lan was eager to escape, he had to accept this suggestion. Okay, let's find a safe place to hide first. I'm really sleepy. That's what he said. But at this time, the whole city was full of wandering zombies. It was not easy to find a safe shelter. Who knew if he would encounter monsters after stopping, or never get up after falling asleep? Xue Liang looked at a dark building in the distance, and suddenly his eyes caught something. He pointed to the office building in front, and said to Wei Lan, there is someone in that building. Wei Lan woke up instantly, tried to focus his eyes and looked at it, wondering, how did you know? Xue Liang said, Morse code. Someone just sent a signal with a light. Signal? What signal? Luo Qin and Wei Lan asked in unison. Xue Liang couldn't help laughing. Tell me. I'm the one who drives this road. Wei Lan rolled his eyes and didn't believe it at all. But Luo Qin didn't, and asked, really? Really? Xue Liang nodded. That's what I mean. I just said it in a more popular way. This means that there are people in that building, and they have seen their car. I don't know if the signal really means robbery, but in any case, this faint light is the only glimmer of hope in this city of death. The three parked the car in the underground parking lot of the office building, and got out of the car with full vigilance. Wei Lan felt that the parking lot was very cold, and he would freeze to death if he stayed any longer. Do you see which floor the light is on? The 20th floor. Xue Liang said. I hope the elevator can still be used. With your physique, climbing the stairs may kill you faster than being chased by zombies. Why is he talking so sarcastic? Wei Lan couldn't help asking Luo Qin. Why doesn't he target you? Luo Qin glanced at him. What do you think? If you say more, I won't stop him from killing you. Sure enough, although all the lights here were turned off, the elevator was still running normally. Xue Liang stopped the two behind him and pointed his gun at the elevator door. The number dropped from more than 20 floors until it reached B1. Xue Liang clenched his gun. The elevator door opened, and no zombies or other monsters rushed out. Xue Liang breathed a sigh of relief, put away his gun, and asked the two to enter the elevator. There was a strong smell of blood in the elevator car, mixed with an unbearable stench. Luo Qin covered his mouth and nose, and coughed again, and his panting was much more rapid than before. Seeing his face becoming increasingly livid, Wei Lan quickly took out a dose of asthma spray from Luo Qin's coat pocket, opened Luo Qin's mouth and sprayed it a few times. And then he gradually calmed down his breathing. Although his face was still ugly, it was much calmer than before. Xue Liang frowned and helped Luo Qin to breathe, and asked, how is it? Luo Qin waved his hand. It's okay. It's an old problem for more than 10 years. I was born like this. It's fate. The elevator stopped at the 20th floor, and there was a ding sound. The car shook heavily, and the elevator door slowly opened to both sides. There seemed to be nothing unusual outside the door. Xue Liang walked out slowly with his gun in hand, and came to the dark corridor. Then he whispered to the two people following behind him, follow me. Don't run around. Especially Wei Lan. Wei Lan was stunned. Why am I especially? Luo Qin looked around cautiously, and said, you have been the most troublesome along the way. Why do you think so? Wei Lan was about to scold him, but Luo Qin glared back at him, thinking that it was not safe yet. He shut up angrily. Xue Liang slowed down his pace, and checked every corner of the floor vigilantly. There was no light on this floor. Only the green emergency exit sign flickered faintly in the corner, which added an unspeakable horror to the atmosphere. They could not determine which corner of this floor the signal just saw came from, so they could only move forward slowly in the dark. Luo Qin looked at Xue Liang's back as he moved quietly, including the way he held the gun, which seemed to be trained. Although he was slightly bent over, his limbs were straight and neat, which reminded him of the cats such as cheetahs lurking in the jungle, which were also so cautious and sharp when hunting in the dark. What Wei Lan said was probably true. Xue Liang was not an ordinary student, but he seemed to have no ill intentions. Luo Qin thought to himself, even if he wanted to plot, he would not plot against him. You say? Luo Qin suddenly thought of something and said casually, was the signal just now sent by humans? Xue Liang asked. What do you mean? Luo Qin said. If those things are infected, will their brains still be as smart as before? Xue Liang chuckled, but did not look down on him. Do you think that those zombies will use lights to attract the surviving humans and eat them all? Luo Qin said. What if? Who knows if they will retain the human instinct to use tools? At the end of the corridor was a closed glass door, which was not locked. But the other side was covered with paper, so that the situation inside could not be seen. Xue Liang took out his cell phone, turned on the built-in flashlight, and then pushed the door with a gun in one hand and a cell phone in the other. Luo Qin reminded him, be careful. If anything goes wrong, I will help you close the door immediately. He stretched out his hand to support the door, and without much force, he pushed the glass door open to a gap half the width of a person. At the moment the door opened, a pale hand suddenly stretched out from the crack of the door and grabbed Luo Qin's ankle. Luo Qin almost screamed, but he held it back and pulled his foot back desperately. Just as he was about to remind Xue Liang, he found that the hand was motionless after he was thrown away, and the palm was stuck in the crack of the door. Without any reaction, Xue Liang bent down, grabbed the hand, and dragged the owner of the hand out of the door. With the help of the flashlight, the three people saw that it was a female zombie, but she had already died with a hideous face. There was a dark blood hole on the forehead, and the blood had already solidified. She was shot to death. Xue Liang looked at the muzzle thoughtfully. It was shot by a rifle. And the location of the wound? Wei Lan couldn't help but say in a sarcastic tone, you know all this. I'm really impressed. Xue Liang stood up and shone the flashlight into the door. It's safe. Come in. The door leads directly to the lobby of this office building, and there is a very spacious office area in the middle. This is what the three people are most worried about. The office area is usually crowded with people, and there is no guarantee that there are not a large number of zombies lurking. But the zombie corpses behind the door just now showed that there were survivors here, and even armed forces. So they were ready to take a gamble to see if there were any living people here. The office area was dark, and the three of them silently passed through the corridor outside the office area and walked quickly towards the hall. The gray decorative glass of the office area on one side reflected the light of the flashlight, reflecting the horrifying blood and stains on the glass. Wei Lan and Luo Qin were terrified, and they couldn't help but speed up their pace, just wanting to leave this ghost place as soon as possible. Wait! Xue Liang suddenly stopped, and turned his gun towards the glass wall beside him. At the same time, the glass wall in front of him was suddenly shattered from the inside, and thousands of sharp glass fragments flew towards the three people. Xue Liang subconsciously turned to avoid the broken glass, but felt a black shadow passing by him, and something in his hand whistled towards him. Xue Liang raised his hand to block it, but the opponent seemed to have anticipated his move, and swiped the weapon past him diagonally, and the strong wind almost flew past his ears. He sneered, turned around suddenly, and grabbed the weapon in the other's hand, clenched his hand, and exerted force. The thing shattered with a sound, and fell to the ground with a crash. The man immediately realized that Xue Liang was not easy to deal with, rushed to Luo Qin's side, strangled him by the neck, his hands flashed with cold light at the same time, held Luo Qin hostage, and took a few steps back, threatening in a stern voice. Don't move. Xue Liang's vision had completely adapted to the dark environment at this time. He turned around, looking at the boy who had taken Luo Qin hostage. The other man was wearing a baseball cap, and his face could not be seen clearly, but his figure was upright and young, and he was standing majestically on a skateboard, with a temperament that was not easy to mess with. This person is undoubtedly a living person, but he is holding a knife against Luo Qin's neck. He doesn't look like a good person. Wei Lan was surprised and asked, "Who is it?" Xue Liang shook his head to signal Wei Lan not to be impulsive. He pointed his gun at the person opposite and asked, "What do you want to do?" The boy opposite opened his mouth in a blunt tone. "What?" Suddenly something came in. "I have to see if it is the monster outside?" Xue Liang said, "You have confirmed it. Can you let him go?" The boy replied coldly, "I said confirmed. I mean a thorough inspection. Tie up the three of you and take you inside." He glanced at the gun in Xue Liang's hand and snorted, "Put down the gun. Be careful, I will kill him." This boy is the same age as them, but he has good skills and a high degree of vigilance. Xue Liang knew that he was not so easy to fool, so he put down the gun and threw it directly in front of the boy. "Here you go." The boy quickly bent down to pick up the gun, and with his other hand pressed the blade on Luo Qin's neck. leaving a bloody mark. His. Luo Qin frowned. Be gentle. The knife is still on my neck. The boy did not relax at all. I just accidentally cut your throat. So what? He exerted force again as if to provoke, and the blade almost stabbed into Luo Qin's flesh, and a few strands of bright red blood slowly flowed down his neck. The air suddenly became quiet. Xue Liang looked at the boy quietly, but a look of terror gradually appeared in his eyes. Let go. The boy shot back. No. Before he could finish the two words proudly, Xue Liang suddenly rushed towards the boy very quickly. None of the other three people present could even see how he got there. The knife in the boy's hand was instantly taken away by Xue Liang, and Luo Qin also took the opportunity to get out of his grip. The other party subconsciously pulled the trigger. Luo Qin was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, and shouted, "No!" But the gunshot did not sound as everyone expected. Xue Liang reached out and grabbed the gun in the boy's hand, with his thumb on the muzzle, and smiled easily. No bullets? He held the knife across the boy's throat with one hand, and threw a few pistol bullets with the other hand. He looked at the other party, as if he was looking at a small animal with no lethality. You thought everything would be fine after getting the gun. You put all your attention on the gun. When I attacked you, you didn't know what to do with the knife, because at this moment, you would only choose to shoot. Wei Lan supported Luo Qin, and they were both stunned. What is this prediction? I predicted your prediction? Chapter 12 Master Mo. The young man got angry and retorted, You cheated. He was really shocked by Xue Liang's smooth movements. Xue Liang had been holding the gun with one hand. No one noticed when he changed the bullets or how he changed them. Did he unload the bullets with one hand? The young man wanted to ask more, but Xue Liang didn't give him a chance to speak. He grabbed his collar and pushed him to the corner and beat him up. The young man was beaten and kept cursing, but Xue Liang was completely unmoved and continued to punch and kick him. Don't say that war is not without deception. I can beat 10 of you without deception. Forget it. Forget it. Xue Liang. That's enough. Luo Qin couldn't stand it anymore and went to separate them. What if you beat him to death? Let me do it. Wei Lan shouted in a pretentious manner. Let him beat you. Damn. This kid is pretty awesome. If he meets someone who is not easy to deal with, I will teach you a lesson for your parents. Xue Liang was stopped by Luo Qin. So he didn't continue. Just pull the boy up, grab his neck and ask coldly, How is it? Is it confirmed that we are human now? Mr. M.O. Mr. M.O. There was a hurried sound of footsteps behind them, and everyone turned their heads to see a middle-aged man in full armor running towards them, stopping in front of them, and apologizing with a face full of shame. Everyone. I'm so sorry. Our boss just asked this kid to check the situation, but he didn't expect that no one would follow him for a while, and he got into trouble again. Everyone calm down. This is our safe base. Come in and take a rest first. Xue Liang let go of the boy. Seeing that the middle-aged man seemed reliable, he nodded and said, That's good. He suddenly rushed out. I thought it was a zombie, so I accidentally beat him up. Sorry. The boy stared at him fiercely and cursed in a low voice. The middle-aged man led them to the hall, turned the corner of the corridor, and came to the wide hall. The entrance was surrounded by various solid heavy objects, and they were piled up very high, almost impenetrable. The middle-aged man shouted inside, and soon someone responded, and the lights in the hall lit up. A ladder was sent down from above. The man led them up and turned to the other side of the defensive barrier. Someone came up to greet them immediately. As soon as the boy landed, he angrily disappeared. The man stretched out his hand to Xue Liang and others, and smiled heartily. Finally, I see a new living person. My name is Hu Jiang, and I am one of the persons in charge of the shelter here. The Morse signal you saw before was sent by me. My friend who was in charge of monitoring the area around the building found your car, so I decided to lure you up. Xue Liang shook hands with him and nodded. Luo Qin sighed. Fortunately, Xue Liang was here. Otherwise we wouldn't have found the signal. It hurts. He reached out and touched the wound on his neck, and took a breath. Hu Jiang smiled embarrassedly. Sorry. That kid has a bad temper. Come here. Let's check you first. The three were led to a small table. Behind the table sat a woman wearing a blood-stained nurse's uniform. When she saw the three, she stood up and said, Are there new people? Come. Let me show you. Hu Jiang smiled and shook his head. These three kids are not young anymore. Are you ashamed to look at them like this? Let me do it. The nurse laughed awkwardly. That's right. Then you can do it, Brother Jiang. Hu Jiang asked the three to take off their outer clothes and cotton jackets, pointing to the simple dressing room made of clothes next to them. He said, Come here one by one, I want to give you a full body check. Luo Qin and Wei Lan went in first to check. It didn't take long for either of them. Hu Jiang was much easier to talk to than the boy. He had no hostility at all. He just checked if they had any external injuries, and whether their pupils were normal, and soon let them out. When it was Shui Liang's turn, he seemed to hesitate for a moment, but he followed her in. The nurse treated the wound on Luo Qin's neck, and then he sat outside and waited, recalling the process of the examination just now. Luo Qin vaguely remembered that Shui Liang had said before that when the two of them first met, he was seriously injured. But after the examination just now, he did not even find a scab. But Shui Liang would not tell such a meaningless lie. What happened? Whether he was injured before he fell into a coma, he himself could not remember clearly. He was just thinking about these things with his chin in his hand when Shui Liang and Hu Jiang came out of the locker room. Shui Liang was calmly zipping up his jacket, while Hu Jiang looked at him with interest, praising him. Kid, you look thin. But I didn't expect you to have trained before. You have a good figure. Hu Jiang was also the type of strong man, with a sturdy figure and tight muscles. It seems that men are most likely to resonate with such topics. Shui Liang nodded lightly. Really? Thank you. Everything has been checked, and there is no problem, Hu Jiang said to the three people. Okay. Now you can. Wait a minute. There is another check. An old voice sounded behind Hu Jiang, and he turned around and saw an old man sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by the boy just now, and walking slowly towards this side. There were many people following them, men and women, and each of them held a gun in front of them. The young man stared at them with anger and hostility, almost burning the air around him. Boss, why did you come out? Hu Jiang said with a smile. I have just checked them all. The old man asked the young man to push him in front of the three people, took out an instrument that looked like a laser pen, and said to them, Each of you, come here and let me check your neck. Luo Qin and Wei Lan were puzzled, but since they were in someone else's territory, they still walked over obediently and let the old man take a laser pen to carefully shine on their necks. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. After the old man checked the two of them, he cast his sharp eyes at Shui Liang. Child, come here for a moment. Shui Liang lowered his eyes and did not go over immediately. The old man was not in a hurry either, but just sat there quietly waiting. After a while, Shui Liang finally walked over, pulled down the turtleneck sweater under his coat, and let the old man check. The old man raised the instrument in his hand and shone the light on the skin on Shui Liang's neck. Luo Qin stared at it curiously, wondering what he was doing. After checking one side, there was nothing special. The old man seemed relieved and started to check the other side. What surprised everyone was that the skin on the other side underwent strange changes when the light hit it. A string of codes slowly emerged on the skin of that area, which was like a tattoo running through half of the neck. It was actually a string of printed numbers. 20090705001. The people behind the old man immediately raised their guns and pointed them at the three people, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Wei Lan's face also changed. He seemed to be very familiar with this string of numbers. His face showed the same surprise as the old man. Luo Qin saw that Wei Lan's face was not right, and he guessed that he knew what was going on. He asked, What is this? Date? The old man turned off the instrument and waved to the people behind him. It's okay. Don't be nervous. Put down the gun. He seemed to be just surprised, but he did not have any hostility towards Shui Liang. Shui Liang looked normal, and pulled up the collar of his sweater. Is it okay? The old man nodded and said, Hello. My name is Jima Chung. This is my grandson, Jimoro. He just had a conflict with you. I hope you accept my apology. Wei Lan turned his head away. No. The boy named Jimoro was also angry. It's up to you to accept it or not. I didn't do anything to you. I gave you face. He lowered his head and complained to Jima Chung. Grandpa, didn't you say that people with codes are very dangerous? Jima Chung said, Indeed. But his serial number is 001. He is the original recreated human. I'm relieved. Shiro. Jimoro also turned her head to one side, rolled her eyes, and stopped talking. If it's you? No. One? Then I'm relieved, Jima Chung said. I have something I want to ask you about. About the outbreak of this virus infection. Xue Liang said and didn't seem to be very interested. But still gave the other party a way out. You can talk about it. Jima Chung took them into the innermost room of the shelter. It was called a room, but it was actually a separated office area. Jima Chung asked the people who were accompanying him to leave, and only brought Luo Qin and Jimo Ro into the room. Here, I have something, which contains records about the source of this virus outbreak, which is the very famous Yuan Shan company. Jima Chung said. A few days ago, Yuan Shan organized a flu vaccination, and citizens can get the vaccine for free. But I found drugs mixed with some deadly viruses in the remaining samples of those vaccines. Although the dose is only a little bit, it is enough for people with weak immunity to be infected by this virus. The final result is the monsters you see outside. Zombies? Luo Qin looked at Wei Lan questioningly, who dodged his eyes, with a look of don't ask me. I don't know. Jima Chung nodded. Yuan Shan claims to be conducting new drug research. But in fact, they have several very secret experiments in private, which have never been shown to the public. They created a virus, which was only used on animals in the past few years. But I suddenly discovered in recent years that they couldn't wait to conduct clinical trials on humans without obtaining permission, which is completely illegal. He turned his head and met Xue Liang's eyes. Number 1. You know this, right? Luo Qin looked at Xue Liang in disbelief, as if he didn't know what to say. After a long time, he hesitantly asked, You were also forced by them? Xue Liang smiled at him helplessly. No. You've watched too many movies. What era is this? Are you still arresting people for human experiments? Luo Qin breathed a sigh of relief, but still shook his head. That's too outrageous. No matter what experiment they do. What if someone dies? Look. They also said that they don't have permission to do human experiments. It's too dangerous. Jima Chung continued. As far as I know, Yuan Shan originally wanted to study anti-cancer drugs, but I don't know how. In the end, the drug turned into a virus. They even said that after the virus is successfully developed, it will be more powerful than any other medicine in the world, and can cure all currently known terminal illnesses, and even strengthen human cells, allowing seriously ill people to return to a healthy state. Luo Qin said, Impossible. There is no medicine that can cure all diseases. This is what charlatans say. Jima Chung nodded in agreement, but at the same time shook his head helplessly. But Yuan Shan's foreign shareholders insisted on going ahead. The experiment is completely confidential, and I have only participated in the initial research and development stage. Later, they realized that I did not agree with this experiment, and in order to avoid any accidents, they gradually excluded me. Even the success of Yuan Shan's human experiment and the successful creation of No. 1 were not known to me until a long time later. Luo Qin thought of the code on Xue Liang's neck, which seemed to be a mark directly pressed by a machine, and suddenly had an ominous premonition. So what you mean is, the experiment they did on Xue Liang is the same as the virus experiment? He looked at Xue Liang suddenly, as if waiting for the other party's answer. Chapter 13 Pathological Changes. Xue Liang sighed. I don't know either. If I knew, I would be the boss of Yuan Shan. Luo Qin seemed unconvinced, and still stared at him seriously. Xue Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Jima Chung for help. Can you please stop making random guesses without any basis? I don't even know what the virus is. Jima Chung said, Sorry. I was just guessing. Number 1. I actually want to ask you to take all the existing information about all this out for me to have it identified by the higher level authoritative medical institutions. We can't let Yuan Shan create a bigger disaster. What he didn't expect was that Xue Liang almost immediately refused. No. Jimo Ro glared at him. Damn it. You are a victim after all. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Xue Liang stared at him sharply. Her eyes were like a knife. And then she retracted her gaze, smiled at Jima Chung and said, I am going to Yuan Shan too. And I am sure that the information in my hand is of no use at all. You have been excluded from Yuan Shan for so many years, and the little you know is outdated. Jimo Ro complained to Jima Chung dissatisfiedly. Grandpa, what's the point of looking for them? Anyway, we are about to leave, and it is more reliable to check it ourselves than to ask outsiders. These people are not legitimate, and I don't trust them anyway. Jima Chung sighed helplessly and said, Okay. I originally planned to take these things to the north, but I didn't expect to meet you here. No. 1. If you don't want to, forget it. I won't bother you. Sorry. Luo Qin suddenly interrupted at this time. Just call him by his name. He has a name. Shui Liang was stunned. Not knowing what Luo Qin was going to do, Luo Qin organized his words and looked at Jima Cheng with some displeasure. His name is Shui Liang. It may be because we didn't tell him his name in advance, but I think you seem to be quite polite. So let's get to know each other. He was a little dissatisfied with Jima Cheng's attitude from the beginning. He introduced himself first, but didn't ask the other party's name or title at all. Although he said he was asking for someone, he seemed to be in a condescending manner. Shui Liang was a little surprised, but he still patted Luo Qin's hand gently and said, "It's okay. I didn't mean anything else." Jima Cheng said, "Sorry. It was a bit abrupt. You can go out and rest for a while. You can ask Xiao Hu for some water and food." The three of them walked out of the room and relaxed. Wei Lan pulled Luo Qin aside and whispered to him, "You were too scary just now. This guy looks hard to deal with. You came up and said, can you please not call him like that? I'm afraid he will kill us in there." Luo Qin looked at him like a fool. Didn't you see what he looked like? He called him number 1. And he didn't have a name. You can't call him a cat or a dog so casually. Can you please be reasonable? He is the one who asked us to do something, not us asking him. Look at his attitude when asking people for help. Don't you feel unhappy? Shui Liang smiled and held his shoulder. It's okay. We just met by chance. It doesn't matter what you call me. Luo Qin nodded and suddenly asked him, "You said you were going to Yuan Shan?" Shui Liang said, "Well, Jima Cheng will suspect that Yuan Shan has something shameful, and so do I. But I always feel that no matter how crazy they are, it is impossible for them to directly spread the virus to the crowd. The consequences of this are too uncontrollable. Yuan Shan should not take such a big risk. So I am going to the pharmaceutical factory to see if there are any clues." Wei Lan was shocked. "Are you crazy? The factory in Yuan Shan is full of zombies now. You are going to die?" Shui Liang said, "Don't worry, I will send you to a safe place outside the city. And then go by myself." Wei Lan is now extremely afraid of anyone or anything related to Yuan Shan. If Luo Qin hadn't insisted on taking Shui Liang with him, he would have left long ago. Even when he was facing Jima Cheng, who was no longer in the distant mountains, he was still terrified and just wanted to leave here quickly and go to the shelter outside the city. At this time, Hu Jiang suddenly came, as if he had something urgent to say immediately. He ran into Jima Cheng and Jimo Ro, who came out of the room. He did not avoid Luo Qin and others and said directly, "Boss, I just heard on the radio that there is a problem with the spread of the virus. It is not just here, but other cities and the whole world have been infected. It has spread." Everyone present was shocked. Jimo Ro was the first to react and rushed out immediately. Then Jimo Cheng also hurried out with Hu Jiang. After that, the commotion in the hall began to grow little by little. Everyone around was holding their phones, talking to each other, saying that it was not just Shining, but even Hanzhou, thousands of miles away, had also seen the same situation. "Hanzhou is under lockdown." Someone sobbed. "My family is still here." Shui Liang didn't seem to have expected how things would turn out, and took out his own phone, whispering to Luo Qin, "I'll make a call." Luo Qin didn't know if he was going to call home, but it was most likely the case. At this point, the first people that come to mind are usually family and friends. He turned to Wei Lan and said anxiously, "Come here. Call Teacher Chow and ask what's going on." Walking into the hall, everyone looked solemn. Many people were lowering their heads to send messages or call their families. They seemed to be caught off guard by this sudden change and wanted to contact their families to confirm whether they were safe. Luo Qin and Wei Lan called the welfare home's landline. After ringing for a long time, someone finally picked up. "Hello? Is that Xiaolan?" Before Wei Lan could speak, Luo Qin snatched the phone away. "Teacher Chow. It's me." The female voice on the other side suddenly became surprised. "Luo, are you and Xiaolan together?" Luo Qin's heart was immediately relieved, and he almost sat on the ground with exhaustion. "We are together, and we are safe now. How is it over there? Are there any zombies?" Chow Yun's voice was trembling. "I don't know. Last night, there were suddenly a lot of people fighting outside. Everywhere. I was scared, so I ran out and locked the door. Then I saw those people outside. Luo, what are those? Do you have them over there? How many people are there in the welfare home? Luo Qin asked. Are you all unharmed? Chao Yun replied, No, as soon as I saw the fight outside, I immediately went to lock the door. Now there are only about 10 people in the welfare home including me, most of them are children. I don't know what to do. After confirming that the welfare home has not been attacked by zombies, Luo Qin felt relieved a little. He asked Chao Yun to stay in the welfare home and not run around. As long as she didn't go out, she would be safe for the time being. But he still decided to go there with Wei Lan first, at least to find a way to rescue some people first. In the current situation, it is absolutely impossible to stay in Shining. Xue Liang also came back after making a call, but he seemed to be in a bad mood. Luo Qin didn't dare to ask in detail, but just comforted him. It's okay, wait for the news. We have contacted, but the situation is not very good. Xue Liang shook his head and said, Hondo also had an outbreak of infection. Although it is not as serious as here, it also caused a lot of commotion. Fortunately, my family reacted in time, and is now in the shelter set up by the army. Shelter? It seems that in the areas in the north where the infection is not so serious, the army has been mobilized, and the severity of the situation this time can be imagined. I just don't know if there will be any army to support Shining, and if there is a place for survivors to take refuge outside the city. Luo Qin was very hesitant. Wei Lan didn't seem to agree to go back to the welfare house to save people, thinking that at this point, the military and police would definitely intervene, and as long as the welfare house could hold on until the army came to rescue, there would be no big trouble. On the other hand, he wanted to persuade Xue Liang not to go to such a dangerous place as Yuan Shan for the time being. If Xue Liang himself could not control the situation inside, it would be very dangerous. Wei Lan, I know you think it is useless to go back to the welfare home now, but you also heard from them that the virus has spread everywhere, and you don't know if it will affect the welfare home. Luo Qin hung up his phone and looked at Wei Lan. Now zombies are wandering everywhere. Although the welfare home is remote, it is also in the urban-rural junction after all. We will definitely pass by there when we go north out of the city. You saw along the way that those who wanted to escape from the city were more or less infected on the way. So I thought, I should go and take a look. Teacher Chao had never experienced any major events, and she didn't know what to do in this situation. Wei Lan looked embarrassed, hesitated for a long time, and finally said frankly, Luo Qin, I don't really have much affection for that place. I haven't been back since high school. You too. Haven't been back for so many years. You won't be emotional because of an impulse. Xue Liang watched the two people arguing, and suddenly said, Go. I'll go with you. Luo Qin looked at Xue Liang in surprise, and even Wei Lan was stunned. I'm here. It's okay. Xue Liang seemed to have made up his mind to go with them. I also have the responsibility to save people. If there are still many survivors in the welfare home, I can think of a way to take them out of the city. Luo Qin was puzzled. Responsibility? What is your responsibility? Wei Lan explained helplessly. Rebuilding humans. After the experiment is successful, are all incorporated into the military. They belong to the Advanced Special Forces, a special branch of the military trained by Yuan Shan and the military region. Luo Qin didn't expect Xue Liang to have such a background. He looked like a young college student, but he actually belonged to the army. No wonder his name was not even on the dormitory duty list. On the other side, Jima Chung had finished explaining things to Hu Jiang, and he came back with his wheelchair, and said to Luo Qin and the others, We are going to leave the city. If you want to go together, that's fine. We have a whole fleet, and it will be faster to leave the city on the Northeast Expressway. Luo Qin was thinking about whether to let Xue Liang and Jima Chung go first. After all, the other party had no obligation to escort them to the welfare home to save people. On the contrary, Jima Chung, who had clues to the cause of the virus outbreak, was more worthy of protection. If Xue Liang was embarrassed to speak directly, he planned to give the other party a way out first. He had prepared his words and was about to speak, but Xue Liang spoke before him and rejected Jima Chung. No. We are going to leave the city to the north, which is not on the way. Chapter 14 Bait. The situation on the way out of the city in the north was indeed much better. Because it is located in the outer ring, it has not been developed in time, there are almost no people living there, all factories and freight warehouses set up by major companies, and mechanized automatic operations are quite popular. It was the weekend when the incident happened. Except for overtime workers, like Wei Lan, basically no one would hang around in the north of the city. They only rested for a few hours in Chongqing before setting off. Wei Lan was so sleepy that he was not sober. Halfway through the journey, Luo Qin replaced him. Wei Lan climbed into the back seat as if he had been pardoned and prepared to catch up on some sleep. Xue Liang gave him the back seat and sat in the passenger seat. The factory in Yuan Shan was near the entrance of the North City Expressway, and it was still a long way to drive. But the welfare home was located in a town at the junction of urban and rural areas in the north, and the transportation was not well developed. So it was necessary to take a detour to drive there. It was already 4:30 in the morning, and the night was still so dark that there was no sign of light. Their car was like a faint fluorescent light passing through the silent and vast dark universe. And what was waiting for them ahead was not sure whether it was life or danger. Luo Qin held the steering wheel with one hand, and took out his mobile phone with the other hand to check the time. There are still more than a dozen people in the welfare home. One car cannot take them away. In fact, you don't have to take this risk with us. I think the old man values you very much and will definitely help you. He secretly glanced at Xue Liang, and he still couldn't understand why Xue Liang was so powerful, but was willing to follow them and take risks. Xue Liang laughed contemptuously and said, "It's true that he values me. And it's also true that he wants to find a personal bodyguard. I won't let them do my bidding for nothing." When he spoke, his tone was a little arrogant, with a tone of "you are not worthy of me if you want me to work for you," which made Luo Qin feel a little amused. "I'm a little thirsty." Luo Qin cleared his throat. "Is there any water in the car?" Xue Liang flipped through the book, took out a bottle of mineral water from Chongqing, and held it in front of Luo Qin. Luo Qin also turned his head to look at him. The two looked at each other for a long time. Xue Liang unscrewed the bottle cap speechlessly and fed him half a bottle. Luo Qin drank enough, licked his lips, and suddenly smiled as if he remembered something. "Then you are just working for me for nothing? The big boss just now didn't have such a big face." Xue Liang didn't say anything. Luo Qin thought he was finished. What if the other party took advantage of him and asked for his salary? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xue Liang. But he saw that the other person was holding his head with one hand, smiling at him with curved eyebrows. The other person's face was illuminated by the occasional street lamp, and the light outlined the soft contours of the face. Even when he was not smiling, the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and when he smiled, there would be very shallow dimples, which made him look pleasing to the eye, and people always felt good when they saw him. Luo Qin's heart suddenly moved slightly, and he didn't know what kind of taste was quietly rising. He noticed that Xue Liang was wearing an inconspicuous red rope on the half of his wrist that was exposed. Xue Liang's hands were slender and white, with evenly distributed and powerful muscles. There was a sharp angle on his wrist with distinct carpal bones, which was in sharp contrast with the red rope. Luo Qin remembered that he seemed to have heard someone say before that such hands were good for playing the piano, with a wide finger span, suitable for playing difficult pieces. "You are different. You don't want to use me?" Xue Liang interrupted Luo Qin's meditation with a word. "Wei Lan is afraid of me. Chongqing wants to use me. As for you, except for being a little wary of me, you don't seem to have any other thoughts." "Ah." Luo Qin was embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed. "It's not what you think." It turned out that his cautiousness, which he thought was well hidden, was seen through by Xue Liang from the beginning. Especially since the other party pointed it out mercilessly, it really didn't give him much face. "Wait." Xue Liang suddenly interrupted him, pointing ahead. "The road ahead is blocked." Luo Qin also saw that the road ahead was tightly blocked by dozens of cars that crashed into each other, without any gap to pass through. It seemed that he could only take a detour. He turned the steering wheel to the left, but when he passed the intersection, he heard a bang, and as the car body was heavily bumped, the car slid to the side of the road out of control. Luo Qin hurriedly stepped on the brakes to stop. The voice just now made him feel cold. "Blown tire?" Wei Lan was awakened by the shaking sound. As usual, he took out his mobile phone and looked at it after waking up. He jumped up from the back seat and looked out the window. "What's going on?" Luo Qin opened the door and got out of the car. He checked the car inside and out and found that both tires on the left side were blown out, and they didn't have a spare tire. He immediately knocked on the window and asked Wei Lan to get out of the car, and asked him to check for himself. "The tire is flat. Look around to see if there are any replacements. We need to change the tire quickly." Xue Liang walked to the blocked intersection to check the situation. He jumped onto the pile of scrapped cars that had crashed together, turned on the flashlight and checked carefully. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. There's a problem here. Luo Qin ran over quickly and looked around. What's wrong? Xue Liang jumped out of the car and told the two to hurry up without saying anything. Don't use the car anymore. Find a place to hide. These cars were piled together by people. They were trying to stop them. Suddenly, there was a gunshot on the street. A bullet hit the tire of the Continental, and the wheel hub and tire were instantly blown into powder. A figure jumped down from the second floor of a street shop. Another shot hit the road at the feet of the three people. Then a string of rough English voices rang out. The man coming from the opposite side was a tall man. He didn't look Asian. He had a rifle in front of him and a machine gun behind him. He was wearing a yellow suit and was walking towards them fiercely. Xue Liang stopped in front of the two people, looking at the foreigner coldly, and asked something in English. The foreigner was stunned, then laughed, and said another string of English. Xue Liang didn't seem to be listening, but turned his head and whispered to Luo Qin, "It's a mercenary. Don't move. Stand behind me." While he was talking, 3 or 4 fully armed mercenaries came out of a supermarket on the corner. They were all as strong as bulls, and none of them looked easy to mess with. Luo Qin noticed that there were a few East Asian faces among them, but they didn't seem to be from the country. "Xia people?" One of the Asian-looking mercenaries came over and spoke first. His Chinese was very stiff, and it was somewhat similar to the accent in Yunnan and Tibet. Xue Liang nodded and replied, "How did you cross the border?" Luo Qin thought that this was probably a professional instinct. Xue Liang asked seriously at this moment. His eyes were cold, like a little leopard. The man laughed, "Little friend, the world is already like this, and you still care about this kind of problem?" He shook the gun in his hand at his companion, and the other mercenaries immediately ran to their damaged car, opened the door, and searched rudely. 2 backpacks full of supplies were quickly looted by them, and those people seemed quite satisfied, communicating something in a messy English. Seeing this, Wei Lan cursed softly, "Damn it! Are you blocking the road and robbing things?" Fortunately, those people didn't hear them, and just pointed guns at a few people and took them into the store. The mercenaries locked the door from the inside, and one of them pushed them hard. "Go quickly." The first floor of the store almost became an arms store. Several glass counters were cleared out and filled with various weapons. The 3 were thrown into a small room on the second floor, but they were not tied up. The mercenaries didn't seem to take these 3 inconspicuous Asians seriously, not to mention that 2 of them were still childish. After those people went downstairs, Wei Lan hurriedly crawled to Xue Liang's side and asked anxiously, "What should we do? Aren't you very powerful? Fight them." Xue Liang glanced at him and said lightly, "They have guns." Wei Lan kicked the floor hard. "Then we are just waiting to die. Why did they catch us? It's not enough to take the things. Are they going to eat us?" Xue Liang smiled and said, "It's hard to say. These mercenaries are desperate criminals. People like them specialize in doing desperate work. When they are desperate, they will really eat people." Luo Qin walked to the stairs on the second floor and listened quietly to the movement below. Those people were not noisy, and even their conversations were very quiet, probably because they were afraid of attracting zombies. But since they had so much ammunition and weapons, why didn't they just run away, instead of robbing people here? Xue Liang squatted beside him, listened quietly for a while, and suddenly said, "These people are perverts." Luo Qin was puzzled. What are they saying? Xue Liang's eyes were full of undisguised disgust. They intercept survivors passing by here. If there are zombies passing by, they will tie the living people with ropes and push them out to be eaten alive. Wei Lan was horrified. Then won't they let us out to feed the zombies later? Are these people crazy? Xue Liang put his hand to his mouth and hushed. "Keep your voice down. If they get annoyed by the noise, they will throw you out first. What should we do?" Wei Lan was almost desperate. He sat on the ground, grabbing his hair. "I would rather be shot to death than be eaten alive." Luo Qin also asked, "What should we do? They have guns, we can't run away." Xue Liang looked at the lights downstairs and pondered for a while, and said, "If they really want to do it later, let them throw me out first." Luo Qin was so scared that he shook his head repeatedly. "How can that be? Do you want to die?" The warm orange light was reflected in the center of Xue Liang's pupils. He patted Luo Qin soothingly, and said slowly, "Then I will kill them all." The killing intent released in his eyes shocked Luo Qin. This was the first time he saw Shui Liang show a terrifying temperament. Just one word, one look, made people shudder. However, the next second, Shui Liang turned around with a smile. And the smile was warm without any hostility. I'm here. You're fine. Don't worry. Luo Qin felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He felt that Shui Liang was so mysterious that he couldn't see through him. Soon, the mercenaries came up, grabbed the three people, and pushed them downstairs, as if they were ready to take action. Those people first used ropes to tie up Luo Qin. Before they could do anything, Shui Liang suddenly turned around and kicked a blonde mercenary in the ass, while shouting something in English. The faces of those foreign mercenaries turned from green to white and then black. Luo Qin immediately guessed that Shui Liang had cursed them. Fortunately, he didn't understand most of it. Otherwise, he would have laughed on the spot and then been shot. Fuck. You don't want to save your face. The Asian mercenary was irritated and started cursing. He punched the ungrateful hostage without saying anything. Then he called his companions to rush over and tie up Shui Liang, tied his hands tightly behind his back, and pushed Shui Liang out of the door like throwing a rabbit into a pile of vultures. The mercenaries looked at Luo Qin and Wei Lan with strange smiles, seemingly enjoying the frightened eyes of the two little animals. They left half of the knot inside the door and sent two people to pull it hard to prevent Fang Liang from escaping. The roar of zombies soon sounded outside the door, and it sounded like there was more than one. Luo Qin trembled all over, and his heart almost stopped. After an unknown amount of time, the noise outside the door gradually subsided, and the mercenaries looked at each other and said, "He's dead." Chapter 15 Undead Evil Spirits. The blonde mercenary slowly opened the door with his gun raised. Several people pointed their guns at the door, ready to shoot the zombies that rushed in at any time. At this time, the sky was already bright. The vision on the street became clearer. It was enough to see the surrounding situation without lights. However, to their surprise, after opening the door, there was nothing outside the door. Not only were there no zombies, even Shui Liang, who had been released, was gone. "It's over," Wei Lan cried. "He was dragged away and eaten. We are finished. We shouldn't have believed him. Is this his idea? To anger these people and get killed early to get relief?" Luo Qin felt something was wrong and pinched Wei Lan quietly. "You will die if you don't believe it. Why is there nothing outside the door? Where did Shui Liang go?" He suddenly remembered something and whispered in Wei Lan's ear, "When these people searched the car just now, did they find the pistol?" Wei Lan was startled and seemed to remember something. "No, you mean?" The mercenaries also felt strange and went out with guns to check. The door was empty, without any corpses, but there were a lot of bloodstains on the ground. These people were wondering when suddenly two zombie corpses fell from the roof and landed at their feet. One of the mercenaries yelled, and without saying anything, he took out his gun and started shooting at the corpses on the ground. The moment he fired the gun, another black shadow jumped down from the roof. It was Shui Liang, who had just been released as feed. He kicked the blonde mercenary next to him, and then pulled the trigger of the pistol in his hand without hesitation. The blonde soldier's head was shot with blood splattering, and several other people immediately fired at him. Shui Liang rolled on the ground in the almost inescapable range of fire, and with a sweep of his long legs, he kicked one of the men to the ground, and the machine gun in his hand, which had not stopped firing, shot his two companions into sieves. The other mercenaries were stunned. 3 of their companions were killed in an instant, just because of this child who looked harmless. Another one roared like a beast, and the machine gun in his hand fired at Shui Liang crazily. But his speed was not as fast as that of an ordinary person. He dodged the gun of the mercenary in an instant, went around behind those people, and fired 2 more shots with his pistol. The 2 fell to the ground, and blood gushed out of the blood hole in the center of their heads. There was only one mercenary with an Asian face left. He looked at Shui Liang in fear, and the gun in his hand was almost unstable. At that moment, something seemed to flash back in his mind, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide in horror. Shui Liang had his back to the dim sunlight, and his face was outlined with a faint golden outline by the morning light. He looked at the mercenary expressionlessly, and his eyes were cold. "What?" "Luo Qin." "Danger?" Wei Lan's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Shui Liang subconsciously thought that Luo Qin was in danger, and turned around suddenly, but saw that Luo Qin had already walked to the door, and was looking at this side in disbelief. He breathed a sigh of relief, but Luo Qin's eyes gradually became terrified. Before he could even say "be careful," The mercenary had already raised the barrel of his gun and shot Xue Liyang in the back. Bang! Luo Qin shouted. But it was too late. He watched a blood hole appear in front of Xue Liyang, and blood gushed out from the position of his heart. At this time, Xue Liyang couldn't help spitting out blood and staggered forward a few steps. At that moment, Luo Qin's mind buzzed, and he had no thoughts. Those messy thoughts were fighting in his mind, and finally condensed into a sentence that made him despair. Xue Liyang is going to die. However, what made him even more unbelievable was that Xue Liyang just frowned and covered the wound, but did not fall down. He stood firm, then turned around without a pause, and rushed straight to the mercenary at a speed so fast that no one could see clearly. With a loud bang, the mercenary's head was pressed to the ground by Xue Liyang, making a dent in the solid concrete floor. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Even his nose and eyes were soaked with blood. He was just hanging on with his last breath, but he was losing more than he was losing. You are that evil ghost, cough cough, immortal evil ghost. The mercenary muttered nonsense. Xue Liyang's eyes moved slightly. After thinking for a moment, he stretched out his hand to open his collar, and pulled out a nameplate worn on his neck. He carefully looked at the information on the nameplate, and sighed with sudden realization. So that's how it is. He let go of the mercenary, stood up, and said to Luo Qin, "It's okay. Don't worry about him. Let's go." Luo Qin stared blankly at the mercenary who was about to die, and couldn't help asking him, "The evil ghost," he said, "is it you?" The wound on Xue Liyang's chest made him vaguely understand the meaning of immortality that this person said. That hit him right in the heart, and a large caliber bullet pierced his chest. Ordinary people would definitely die. However, Xue Liyang just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Is this the recreation of human beings? Xue Liyang stopped, was silent for a moment, and nodded. Well, this person was a member of the international mercenary group that was active in the Sino-Vietnamese border before. He seemed to be called Monster Lizard. I recognized the logo on his soldier card. I used to go there to play alone, and I met them in the tropical rainforest. After he finished speaking, he walked into the store and closed the door. When he passed by Wei Lan, he glanced at him coldly and asked, "Luo Qin is not in danger. Why did you shout like that just now?" Wei Lan was stunned with a stiff face and said nothing. "I have plenty of patience to explain to you now, and I am not interested in killing you. Don't think that you will have no worries after getting rid of me," Xue Liyang said. "If I die at the hands of mercenaries, your road will only become more difficult." Wei Lan also knew that his actions just now were too risky, but his fear and vigilance against Xue Liyang were not groundless. Rebuilding humans was not something that ordinary people could understand. For an insider like him, it was not much safer than zombies. Xue Liyang didn't bother with him, and just walked past. Luo Qin watched Xue Liyang collect the supplies that were stolen by the mercenaries, sort out 3 backpacks, and then walk to the place where the people put their weapons, carefully picking up guns and ammunition, as if others came to shop. And he came to shop for arms. Luo Qin followed closely. He wanted to confirm that Xue Liyang's wound was really okay. Xue Liyang saw that his eyes were curious and eager, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak, and couldn't help laughing. "Do you want to ask more?" Luo Qin nodded a little embarrassedly. "You don't have to say it," Xue Liyang said. "There's nothing you can't say. They are a group of Vietnamese, but they don't have a formal nationality. They were involved in drug trafficking at the border, and in order to silence them, they killed a local guide, who happened to be someone I knew. The guide's family came to me for help, and I went over and had a casual fight." "Just a casual fight?" Wei Lan snorted. "So simple?" Xue Liyang continued. "Then, there was nothing else. I killed dozens of them, and the remaining few ran away. I guess the one just now was one of them." "You wouldn't do that, would you?" The other two looked at him as if he were a god, especially Luo Qin, whose eyes were almost shining. He knew that Xue Liyang was definitely not just going on a trip, nor was it just a casual fight. But none of this matters. The man in front of him seems to have no weaknesses. Anyone who wants to provoke him will suffer the consequences without exception. But Luo Qin still asked anxiously, "Is the wound really okay?" "I'll bandage it for you." "It's really okay. It's not bleeding anymore." Xue Liyang shook her head. "It's just that punch you just now. It does hurt a little bit. These people are really cruel." Luo Qin stretched out his hand to turn Shui Liang's face over, and was still a little shocked when he saw the redness and swelling on that side. Damn, this is too cruel. Let me see if my teeth are loose? Shui Liang opened her mouth with some amusement to let him see. No, it will be healed soon. Your face is fine, you almost disfigured it, Luo Qin said angrily. Wei Lan, can you see if there is any safflower wool or something like that here? Wei Lan rolled his eyes in anger. No. You bastard. Luo Qin turned around while speaking, and the hand that was pinching Shui Liang's face inevitably tilted a little, and just happened to brush Shui Liang's lips. Both of them were stunned. Shui Liang stood there in a daze, letting Luo Qin grab his chin. Luo Qin's mind was full of the soft and warm touch just now, which just rubbed against his fingertips. For some reason, he had a strange feeling for the first time in his life. Although he couldn't describe it, it was enough to gently hit his heart. What's wrong? Shui Liang looked at him in confusion. Luo Qin suddenly reacted and quickly let go of his hand, pulling his lips with a fake smile. He knew that he was the only one who was overthinking. But fortunately Shui Liang didn't realize anything. Yet he was noticed by the other party. It would be really embarrassing. He saw Shui Liang's blood on his fingers, and his heart tightened. He sighed imperceptibly. The three of them packed up their things and prepared to move on. As soon as they walked out of the store, Shui Liang suddenly realized something was wrong. He walked to the place where he had just fought with the mercenaries, looked at the blood-stained hole on the ground, and frowned. He threw his backpack to the ground, took out a knife from his waist, and looked around vigilantly. Wei Lan panicked. How is it possible? You almost smashed his brains out just now. It's impossible that he is not dead. Why is he gone? Luo Qin's heart was alarmed, and he immediately put down his bag and stood behind Shui Liang with a gun. Seeing this, Wei Lan said timidly, What on earth? Before he finished speaking, a black shadow rushed out from behind the car next to Shui Liang. Shui Liang reacted very quickly and kicked it, hitting him in the chest. But the man just groaned, trying his best to avoid Shui Liang's next attack, turned his hand and grabbed Luo Qin and ran quickly into the store. Why are you grabbing me again? Luo Qin cursed. Do I look the easiest to mess with? Shui Liang immediately turned around and chased him, throwing a knife at him, stabbing him in the thigh. At this time, everyone saw clearly that it was the Vietnamese mercenary who had disappeared inexplicably just now. This man was not dead yet, but grabbed Luo Qin with his last breath. He had a black object tied to his chest, and a countdown of 15 seconds flashed on it. It was a TNT bomb. Chapter 16, The First Drop of Blood. Shui Liang's eyes suddenly became fierce. He took out his pistol and pointed it steadily at the Vietnamese man's face. But the other party was prepared. He snatched Luo Qin's gun and shouted, If you dare to move, he will die now. Luo Qin cursed, and while the Vietnamese man was not prepared, he stretched out his foot between his legs and hooked him hard. The other party was caught off guard and fell to the ground. But even after falling, he still held Luo Qin tightly. At this time, Wei Lan suddenly rushed up and smashed the Vietnamese man's face with his backpack. The other party felt pain and had to subconsciously let go to protect his head. Luo Qin took the opportunity to turn over and jumped up, running out stumblingly. Wei Lan did not rush out as Luo Qin expected, but pressed down on the Vietnamese man and strangled him by the neck with both hands, making him unable to move. He turned around and shouted desperately to Luo Qin for the last time, Run! Luo Qin shouted with his eyes wide open, Wei Lan. Shui Liang did not say anything, protected Luo Qin, and pulled him to hide behind an abandoned bus in the last few seconds. Stay away from the house. At this time, a dazzling flame burst out from the store behind him. It exploded, and the rubble and steel bars scattered in the flames, and roared and fell to the surroundings, and the huge explosion was deafening. Luo Qin subconsciously covered his ears, and his forehead and back felt cold. The explosion lasted for several rounds. Dozens of shops on the corners were reduced to dust under the flames. The entire building was blown empty. The fire burned fiercely on the ruins. The heat wave swept 100 meters. The burning tongues of fire engulfed everything around, and instantly wrapped the cars around the store in high-temperature flames. Luo Qin was knocked out more than 10 meters by the shock wave of the explosion. He fell on the asphalt road not far from the villa, and was dazed. There was also warm liquid flowing down his head, as if it was broken. He felt a tingling sensation in his cochlea. A sharp ringing sound filled his body, and his vision became blurry. In a daze, He felt his body subconsciously trying to get up. But he had almost lost most of the sensation in his limbs below the waist. Especially his legs. He couldn't even feel the existence of his legs. After a long time, he slowly regained control of his body. But the huge smoke and dust produced by the explosion made him feel difficult to breathe. Luo Qin lay on the ground and retched, breathing as fast as a dying fish, trying desperately to breathe in fresh air. But his throat seemed to be pinched by someone, and his chest was as heavy as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on him. He could only breathe in a little oxygen to survive intermittently. Xue Liang covered Luo Qin's mouth and nose tightly, lifted him up and walked forward. "Hold on. I'll find a place to give you medicine." Luo Qin couldn't hear what he said. The pain of suffocation made him unable to speak at all. And he couldn't react at all. He just instinctively tried to pry Xue Liang's hand away. And then suddenly turned his body to one side. And a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Xue Liang took Luo Qin to a store across the street. And hurriedly found the asthma spray from Luo Qin. Supported his back to make him sit up. And with the other hand, he pried open Luo Qin's mouth and hurriedly sprayed the medicine in. He pinched Luo Qin's philtrum nervously. And then he realized that his hand was shaking slightly. Luo Qin inhaled air with trembling. And his breathing gradually became less rapid. He slowly calmed down. And then collapsed to the ground as if exhausted. Staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. Breathing deeply, Xue Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Stretched out his hand to help him breathe. And wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Luo Qin climbed up. And he felt a splitting headache. But he still staggered to the door. "Wei Lan, I'm sorry." Xue Liang spoke in a low voice. "I missed. I should have killed him directly." Luo Qin's back swayed. And Xue Liang hesitated and reached out to support him. Luo Qin turned around and put his head on Xue Liang's shoulder. After a while, he let out a breath. "Don't blame you." Luo Qin spoke vaguely, as if he was still in the aftermath of the explosion. "It's me." He raised his head and found that the blood on his forehead and mouth had rubbed onto Xue Liang's clothes. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out to wipe it. Somewhat at a loss, "I'm sorry." Xue Liang sighed and shook his head. "It's okay." He looked around and picked up a pack of tissues from the overturned tables and chairs on the ground. He took out a few tissues and wiped the blood off Luo Qin's head. The explosion affected many shops around, including the supplies and weapons, which were all burned in the sea of fire. Xue Liang counted the things he had with him, and found a knife and 2 pistols, but there were not many bullets left. And without a car, it would be very difficult to leave the city. Luo Qin looked at the exploded shop from a distance, and the fire was still huge, with no sign of extinguishing. It seemed that it would burn for a long time until it consumed all the burning things around it. Even Wei Lan became a fuel for the flame. The sun had risen. The orange sun disk, accompanied by thousands of rays of light, slowly emerged from behind the tall buildings in the city. The warm light almost merged with the flame in front of him, blurring the boundary between the two light sources, making it hard to tell whether this was the real doomsday or just an illusion of mankind. Xue Liang looked at Luo Qin's face illuminated by the flames. The edges of his face were hard and clear. The dirt and blood on his forehead were mixed together, looking quite sad and desolate in the end of the world. Luo Qin suddenly shuddered, held Xue Liang's shoulders, and vomited in agony. Xue Liang helped him to kneel down, and saw from the corner of his eye that there were groups of zombies on the street behind him walking towards this side, in 3 directions, one of which was blocked by a fire, and the other 3 exits, all surrounded at this moment. "Let's go!" Xue Liang gritted his teeth, and lifted Luo Qin up. "Hold on for a while." Luo Qin was in a daze, and only knew that he was being led by Xue Liang, and there were chaotic figures and sounds all around him, and the heat waves in the air tried to get into his pores. He raised his eyelids, and the suffocation in his lungs became stronger and weaker. He vaguely saw the flash of the knife in Xue Liang's right hand, killing a zombie on the roadside. Dense shadows pressed over. Luo Qin regained some strength, supported his heavy legs, and was supported by Xue Liang again. "Follow me closely." He heard Xue Liang come over and say to him, "We are going to fight our way out." Shining City is the smallest among the provincial capitals, but even the shortest distance on the map, it is almost out of reach to measure with your legs. The two of them walked north for an unknown length of time. After another day, then entered a night of cold wind. Hunger, thirst, and fatigue gradually drained their strength. They didn't know how far they had to go, but they could only walk out of the city without looking back. Shui Liang went into every store along the street where food could be found. All the edibles were swept away, and not even a drop of water could be found. The tap water in the city had been cut off since who knows when, and only electricity was left for who knows how long it would last. They noticed that the street lights now seemed not as bright as they had seen before. The city's automatic lighting power supply system may not be able to support it for too long. The night's journey became increasingly difficult, and their speed was slowed down a lot. The road was full of zombies thirsting for human flesh and blood, and they couldn't even find food. Shui Liang didn't know how many people he had killed along the way, even he felt numb, just moving his knife, and killing became as common as eating and breathing. Luo Qin swallowed his saliva, but his mouth was so dry that he couldn't squeeze out any water. He covered his mouth and coughed gently a few times, but he felt that even his throat was squeezed into a ball due to lack of water, and every cough was accompanied by a slight pain and sticky feeling. Shui Liang saw that he couldn't waste time like this any longer, so he helped Luo Qin to a roadside store. After checking that there were no zombies inside, he took a gun and the saber he had confiscated from Jimoro, and left the other pistol to Luo Qin. "I'll go get you some water and food." Shui Liang grabbed his hand and squeezed it, trying to wake up the sleepy Luo Qin. "Just stay here and don't go anywhere. The medicine is in your right pocket. If you feel uncomfortable, remember to take it out and spray it. I'll go find a car to use and come back soon." He had no choice but to make this decision. In the city full of death, a short separation might lead to unexpected events. But Luo Qin's life was more important at the moment, so he had to do this. Luo Qin opened his eyes, exhaled slowly, and suddenly grabbed Shui Liang's hand that was about to be pulled away. Shui Liang looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" "You," Luo Qin said weakly. "You must come back. Be careful. Wei Lan's death once made him depressed, and now he was afraid that Shui Liang would end up like Wei Lan. And he might really go crazy if that happened. Rather than being tortured to death by long loneliness and helplessness, he would rather die in the explosion before." Shui Liang nodded. "I will be back." After he left, Luo Qin huddled behind the counter of the store alone and slowly closed his eyes. The temperature at night was very low. He was wrapped in a thick cotton coat and seemed to be hallucinating. However, the intermittent headaches made him almost unable to think about other things, and he could not understand the meaning of those bizarre hallucinations. There seemed to be a turbulent flow in his body, but it didn't seem like a sign of an asthma attack. Luo Qin felt that his body had undergone some strange changes, since he didn't know when. Sometimes he was in great pain and felt tired easily. Sometimes he suddenly regained his spirits as if he had a flash of light, and walked tirelessly for a long distance. Suddenly, Shui Liang's bony wrist and the red rope on it appeared in his mind, which made him clear his mind instantly and opened his eyes immediately. Just then, he heard voices talking outside the store, and it seemed that they were right at the door. Luo Qin quietly poked his head out from behind the counter, and saw flashlights flickering outside the glass window of the store. Several tall mercenaries, with guns on their backs, stood at the door and said something in English. Soon, the mercenaries left in another direction, leaving only one person standing at the door. The man was smoking, and a little red light shone through the glass. What were they going to do? Were they here to seek revenge? This was Luo Qin's first thought. He took out the pistol that Shui Liang had left for him from behind, held it in his hand, and slowly walked towards the door. We can't let this man live, Luo Qin thought. If he went in another direction, he would run into Shui Liang. Luo Qin hid behind the sofa in the store, casually touched the ornament on the coffee table, and threw it to the door. The mercenary was indeed alarmed, and immediately walked over here with a gun in hand. He pushed the door open carefully, and the gun light shone around the store, but found nothing unusual. At this time, the mercenary caught a glimpse of the ornament that fell under his feet. He bent down to pick it up, and didn't seem to find anything wrong, so he threw it behind him. He came to the sofa, his finger pressed on the trigger, walked closer, quickly shone the light behind the sofa, but still found nothing. He breathed a sigh of relief, decided to stop here and not go any further, unexpectedly. Before he could turn around, something cold pressed against the back of his head. The mercenary was shocked, and instantly realized that he might have fallen into a trap. He was thinking quickly about how to counterattack, but the person behind him did not give him this opportunity at all. Almost at the same time, the friction sound of the trigger hitting his eardrum. With a bang, a stream of blood spurted out of the mercenary's head. He fell straight down, His body twitched a few times. And then he lay motionless in the pool of blood. Luo Qin stood there, his face splattered with blood. But he seemed not to feel it. He looked at the corpse on the ground with red eyes. And the hatred burning in his chest could not be extinguished. He squatted down, turned up the mercenary's collar, and saw a bright silver soldier's badge. The word Goanna was printed on the top. And the next line was the man's name and date of birth. Luo Qin didn't care about these things. He just tore off the sign and stuffed it into his pocket. He wiped the blood off his face, turned around, and saw Shui Liang standing behind him, holding a bag in his hand, looking at this side motionlessly. Shui Liang's face was against the moonlight outside. Luo Qin couldn't see his expression, but he could feel his shock. Luo Qin subconsciously hid the pistol behind him in a panic. But it was no use. He could only put down his hand like he accepted his fate, and looked at Shui Liang. Shui Liang threw down the bag and walked over. He grabbed Luo Qin and turned him over. "Are you okay?" Luo Qin didn't expect Shui Liang to not even look at the body on the ground. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine. Kill him if you want." Shui Liang sighed. "But you are too brave." He turned around, picked up the plastic bag on the ground and handed it to Luo Qin. "Eat something. There is also water. I found a car. When you are full, we will go over." The two sat on the sofa and took out the food and water to share. Luo Qin took out a bottle of mineral water and put it in Shui Liang's hand. "Here." Shui Liang looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "I see that you can even twist off a human head. Can't you twist off the bottle cap by yourself?" Luo Qin was stunned and scratched his head awkwardly. "No. This is for you to drink." Chapter 17 Night Talk. Shui Liang looked at the bottle of water with suspicion, but still took it, unscrewed it and drank it. Luo Qin lowered his head and ate a few bites of bread, while eating and looking at him and laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Shui Liang put down the bottle in doubt, frowned at him. Luo Qin, "No, I just think you are quite funny. I thought you could see everything, but I tricked you into unscrewing the bottle cap all the way." Shui Liang was helpless. "You just like to pretend to be weak." Luo Qin said, "I am really weak, good brother. How about we take off our clothes and compare?" Shui Liang laughed so hard that he shook. "You are sick." This was the first time in a few days that Luo Qin had made Shui Liang angry. But seeing Luo Qin's unashamed look, Shui Liang suddenly felt that the days to come would be like this. This person's true nature is slowly being exposed. Seeing that he can't hide it anymore, he just lets it all out. "So you can joke," Luo Qin said with a smile. "I didn't dare to joke with you before." Shui Liang asked, "Why? Do I look fierce and difficult to deal with?" Luo Qin looked at him straight, nodded hesitantly. "At first, we were not familiar with each other. But later, when I saw you crush the zombies with one hand, I didn't dare to talk to you. If you are willing, I can recognize you as my big brother now." He felt that Shui Liang's personality was much more lively than when they first met. The aura that exuded from him before was a little bit distant, but now it is almost not felt. "I don't want to. I don't have a little brother like you." Shui Liang flattened the empty water bottle between his hands and put it on the table beside him. "After you finish eating, go to sleep. You can leave after you wake up. I will keep watch for you." Luo Qin's headache had not subsided yet. He could only nod and curl up on the sofa and fell asleep. Maybe it was because of the long journey that he was exhausted, or maybe it was the lingering fear after killing someone. He fell asleep soon after closing his eyes. But the sleep after this kind of high physical consumption was not stable. I don't know how many times he woke up from the dream. Luo Qin woke up again. In an instant, a low roar and whimpering sounded in his ears, which was sometimes far and sometimes near. Echoing in the cold night, it was cold and terrifying. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was pitch black and very quiet. He could not see or hear anything. Luo Qin sat up. He leaned against the wall blankly, and found that he seemed to be the only one left here. Those wanderers outside were lingering around. Soon, very soon, they would find this place. As he was thinking, a quiet voice came from the darkness beside him, which instantly calmed his pounding heart. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." It was Shui Liang. He had been guarding here. With a click, Shui Liang came over with a gun. Luo Qin looked in the direction of the voice and felt a pair of hands on his shoulders. "Go to sleep." "It's okay. It's okay. I don't want to sleep." Luo Qin rubbed his forehead and sighed. "I can't sleep. I want you to chat with me." Shui Liang was silent for a while, and said, I don't know how to comfort people. You don't have to comfort me. I have nothing to comfort. Luo Qin shook his head. We can talk about life. Shui Liang put the gun aside, looked down at the broken tiles and exposed spots on the cement floor, and spoke after a long time. You should go to sleep. Sleep peacefully. I promise that when you wake up, I will be beside you. Luo Qin seemed to have never received such a reassuring hint from others. He lay back with his body tilted, his arms behind his head, his mind wandering, and soon his consciousness became blurred again. After a while, Shui Liang listened to his calm and rising breathing in the dark, sat silently for a while, and then got up to dispose of the mercenary's body, unloaded the other party's guns and ammunition, and put them into the backpack he found in the corner of the store. After handling everything, Shui Liang prepared to sit at the door for a while, but found that the phone in his pocket kept vibrating. He hesitated for a moment, looked at Luo Qin who was still sleeping, and walked to the door to answer the phone. Hello? As the call was connected, Shui Liang lowered his voice. Captain Zhao. Luo Qin dreamed that he was trapped in a building, and the zombies just broke through the door of the building and would rush in immediately. He could only climb up desperately, trying to climb to the top of the building to seek a glimmer of life. But the building seemed endless. No matter what, he could only see the stairs leading to the upper floor. Luo Qin's steps became heavier and heavier, and in the end, he could hardly move. The roar of the zombies behind him gradually approached, and unprecedented fear swept through his brain. Luo Qin held the railing and gasped for breath. Suddenly, fierce gunshots rang in his ears, and the zombies on the stairs were shot one by one, and the corpses and blood filled the whole building. A hand grabbed Luo Qin, and he looked up, and saw Shui Liang's bloody face smiling at him. Don't be afraid. When these two words came out, Luo Qin's mind suddenly shook violently, as if some emotion was rippling in his chest like water waves. Then, Luo Qin woke up. He felt that someone was covering him with something, pulled it up with his hand, and saw that it was Shui Liang's coat. It was already bright. Luo Qin got up from the sofa and shook his head. The headache was gone. After a good sleep, his mind was completely clear again. Luo Qin saw Shui Liang sleeping at the door of the store, holding a rifle in his arms, with his head against the wall, and he seemed to be sleeping soundly. But when he approached a little, Shui Liang opened his eyes, and saw that Luo Qin was awake, and slowly moved his limbs, and spoke with a nasal tone. Are you awake? He looked sleepy, and his face was blank and innocent. Luo Qin sighed silently in his heart. This man is really cute when he is not shooting randomly. Your clothes. Luo Qin returned the coat to him. Put it on quickly. Don't catch a cold. Shui Liang yawned, shook his head. Don't worry about me. Getting sick will only strengthen my immune system. He sat there, tilted his head, and looked at the street outside the door. There were a few zombies looking for food slowly not far away, and they seemed not to see this place, and kept wandering across the street. Luo Qin had even gotten used to it, facing zombies that did not pose a threat for the time being. He had learned to coexist peacefully these days. If the zombies don't hurt me, I won't hurt the zombies. Just walk around and it's over. He was just worried whether life in the future would become incredible. People get up early in the morning, pull open the curtains on the balcony, look at the zombies coming and going on the street, and drink a cup of coffee leisurely. He told Shui Liang this idea as a joke. Shui Liang sat there laughing so hard that his shoulders shook, and almost laughed himself to death. How can you be so interesting? Looking at Shui Liang's smiling face, Luo Qin couldn't help but praise him. You must have taken advantage of your looks. When you have the chance to come to my store, stand at the door and help me attract customers. Shui Liang. Oh, said, what do you sell? Luo Qin said, snacks. I'll make them for you to try if I have the chance. They're delicious. My dream is to open a bakery that is popular throughout Shining and in the world. He felt that the business in the store was pretty good. He had made it famous in the past 2 years, and it was considered an internet celebrity store in the local area. Oh, that's not bad, Shui Liang said. Can you make strawberry cake? There is nothing in this world that I can't learn, Luo Qin said shamelessly. Don't talk about the past. Even now, if you give me some simple materials, I will make one for you right here. Shui Liang smiled and shook his head, looking outside, and said, then you are amazing. Speaking of which, there was a fight outside all night last night, and the gunshots must have lasted for several hours. And you didn't wake up. How come you dream of opening your store? After he said that, Luo Qin remembered his dream last night, and he didn't know why he dreamed of Shui Liang. Maybe it was the suspension bridge effect. He thought it was a bit unbelievable now. Shui Liang's face and voice were still in his ears in the dream, and he couldn't tell the dream from reality for a while. But to his surprise, the gunshots were not just a dream. It turned out that there was really a gunfight outside last night. Was there a fight outside last night? Luo Qin looked outside curiously. What happened? Was it that group of mercenaries again? Shui Liang said, 9 out of 10, I'm going to check how these people got here when I go back. The outbreak of this infection was unusual in the first place. And it was even more strange that the mercenaries got involved. But don't worry. I sneaked out before dawn to see that the group drove east and would not meet us. Eat something. Luo Qin flipped through his bag and threw a piece of hand-torn bread to Shui Liang. Eat well, so you have the strength to keep going. The two of them simply packed up their belongings, left the store, searched for toothbrushes and toothpaste on the shelves of a supermarket, and continued to walk north after a simple wash. Several zombies on the other side of the road immediately saw them and staggered after them. Luo Qin relied on these things to not catch up, and turned back to whistle, provocatively. I think you are too proud of your life. Shui Liang was helpless. Walk properly. You have bumped into me 3 times. Luo Qin deliberately bumped into him again, and then pulled away. Very confident. Shui Liang tilted his head and looked at Luo Qin. Do you think that our relationship now can prevent you from being beaten by me? You won't beat me, Luo Qin said with a thick face like a city wall. Although I am useless, at least I can make you happy. You are alone in a place like this, without even anyone to chat with. You will get depression. Shui Liang was not going to pay attention to him anymore. When he was investigating yesterday, he found a car that was still usable. Although the window was shattered, the key was not removed. The owner was trapped in the driver's seat by the seat belt and roared for an unknown period of time. When Shui Liang found him, he was still smashing the car horn manically. He killed the infected road rage patient in the car, dragged the body out from under the seat belt, and then thoroughly cleaned the blood on the driver's seat. Even after removing the cushion on top, he could still vaguely see a human-shaped stain on the seat. Although it was a bit disgusting, he had to do it. Luo Qin had just opened the door and thrown the bag into the car, when he suddenly heard a very slight cough from somewhere behind him. He thought he had heard it wrong, so he stopped and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Another light cough sounded. Luo Qin turned around and found that the sound seemed to come from the narrow alley between the 2 buildings behind him. There was no sunlight in the alley all year round, except for 2 fixed trash cans. There was nothing to see. The cough was so human-like that Luo Qin couldn't help but call Shui Liang and told him what happened. Then he pointed to the shadow in the alley and said, Do you want to go and take a look? Shui Liang thought for a while and took out a pistol. Just stay here and don't move. I'll go and take a look. He slowly walked to the entrance of the alley with the gun in his hand. He saw a dark shadow behind the 2 rows of trash cans shrinking. Shui Liang slowed down his pace. Walking almost silently, he walked to the trash can, then dodged, and pointed the gun at the shadow. The shadow moved almost at the same time as him, and rushed straight to Shui Liang's chest with a rifle in his hand. But both sides were stunned the moment they saw each other's face clearly, and the hands that were originally holding the trigger also relaxed involuntarily. Jimoro? The person huddled there turned out to be the boy they met in that office building, the grandson of Jima Chung. Unlike the domineering attitude on the day they first met, the other party now looked in a different kind of miserable state, with blood all over his head and body. It was hard to tell whether it was someone else's blood or his own wounds. Jimoro also recognized Shui Liang, and he breathed a sigh of helplessness and lowered his head. Shui Liang put down his gun and helped Jimoro up. Luo Qin was standing outside nervously, and when he saw Shui Liang helping a familiar face out, he was surprised. Why is he here? Jimoro even had difficulty standing up at this time, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Shui Liang and Luo Qin worked together to lift him into the back seat of the car, and put a pillow under his head. What happened to him? Luo Qin started the car and looked back in confusion. Jimoro was lying on his back, dying, with his chest still rising and falling slightly, proving that he was not dead yet. He suspected that it was Jimoro and his group who had fought with the mercenaries last night. In this way, it seemed that things could be figured out. But what about the others with Jimoro? Did they abandon him and run away? Or when the car drove to the exit of the suburban highway. The unconscious Jimoro suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the shaking roof first. Then his eyes slowly moved to the two people sitting in the front row. I advise you not to move, or I will kill you directly. Xue Liang turned his head and glanced at him. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. Jimoro's right hand on his leg froze slightly, and he found that the saber he carried with him was gone. What are you going to do? Jimoro asked weakly. Are you in the same group with those people? Luo Qin laughed and said, What? Save you. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Okay. Are you talking about those mercenaries? Who is in the same group with him? My friend also died in their hands. As he spoke, his voice became lower. The scene of Wei Lan screaming at him before his death was almost in front of him. That feeling of despair has been lingering in his heart. Jimoro sat up. The pain in his body forced him to slow down his movements, trying not to tear the wound open. He was born with a fierce face, but his appearance can be called very handsome, with a cold white complexion, sword-like eyebrows flying, a pair of peach blossom eyes full of affection and water, and two bags under his eyes that are just right. There were a few inconspicuous scars on his high-nose bridge. His lips were full and round, and there was still dried blood at the corners of his mouth. His face was stained with blood, which gave it another kind of brutal beauty. He lowered his head, wiped the blood off his face with his hand, and whispered, My grandfather is also dead. Jimoro's sharp spirit was almost dampened overnight. He was like an eggplant hit by frost. He leaned against the car door with a wooden expression, his whole body trembling slightly. And he didn't even notice it. Last night, a team of them escorted the information out of the city. But they unexpectedly encountered a group of well-armed mercenaries. Most of the people present were the elderly, the weak, women and children. And only he and Hu Jiang were capable of fighting. Jima Cheng didn't think twice, and immediately decided to burn all the important information on hand and travel light. But he still couldn't resist the mercenaries' blockade. In order to cover their escape, Hu Jiang took the detonator and blew himself up, intending to die with the mercenaries. But he didn't expect that only a few people were killed or injured on the other side. After they realized what was going on, they immediately opened fire and pressed down on them. In the end, dozens of people, including Jima Cheng, all died in the battle last night. Jimoro was shot, but fortunately only fainted. When he woke up, there were burned vehicles and piles of corpses all around him. And all the data that had not been destroyed in time was taken away. Zombies had heard the sound and were coming. And the streets not far away were almost surrounded by the army of corpses. He desperately fled north for a distance, and finally fell down in the alley due to exhaustion. They are simply beasts, and they have no intention of leaving any alive. Jimoro gritted her teeth and said, I wanted to chase them and fight them, but I really didn't have the strength, so I could only find a place to hide first. Luo Qin knew that the people they encountered last night were undoubtedly from the international mercenary organization called Goanna. The whole thing became very strange at this point. He didn't believe that these people were just smuggling. Moreover, it was impossible to transport so many military supplies across the border openly. Why did they attack you? To steal supplies? Luo Qin asked. Jimoro shook her head, no. Except for the information in my grandfather's hand. They didn't move anything. Not even a gun. I recognized the dog tags on their necks. That's Monster Lizard, one of the top 3 mercenary organizations in the world, killing people without blinking an eye. Luo Qin threw him a soldier tag, which was exactly what he got from the dead mercenary last night. Is it this one? Jimoro took it and looked at it, and nodded, this is it. Where did you get it from? Luo Qin said calmly, I took it from the corpse on the street. And they also killed my friend. Jimoro realized that they were missing one person. Oh, it's that kid. He returned the soldier tag to Luo Qin, and sighed heavily. This group of mercenaries is probably coming for the information in our hands. Damn. I don't know who is so bold as to collude with mercenaries in this place. Chapter 18: The Fall of the Monitor Lizard. The Monitor Lizard was once the largest mercenary organization in Southeast Asia, active on the borders of Thailand, Myanmar and Laos, doing drug trafficking in the Golden Triangle, and occasionally smuggling contraband with drug dealers on the border of Xiao. The government and neighboring countries have cooperated to encircle and suppress them several times, but there has been no major gains. Jimoro leaned back in the chair and said slowly, 2 years ago, The Monitor Lizard sent a group of the most elite troops into the tropical jungle on the southwest border to trade drugs. And then those people suddenly disappeared. Only a few people came out alive. But they were all unconscious, muttering something about red-eyed ghosts and paper cranes. Later, the giant lizard merged with a related mercenary organization in Myanmar. Luo Qin's shoulders trembled, and he looked at Xue Liyang quietly, only to see the latter leaning on his arm with his head on the seat, with a smile on his lips, looking proud, as if asking, "Am I good?" He couldn't help laughing, and said to Xue Liyang with his lips, "Good. Good. You are good. Where did your grandfather get the information in his hand?" Xue Liyang suddenly asked Jima Judo. "I remember he left Yuan Shan a long time ago. If the mercenaries want to rob, they must have been commissioned by someone who would go to such great lengths to get the information from a person who has been away for many years." Jimoro shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I have never heard that he has any information about Yuan Shan. But on the day when Shenning got into trouble, my grandfather asked someone to go to the high-end residential area in Tianhe district, and then suddenly told me that he had evidence that Yuan Shan was researching this virus." These words made Luo Qin's mind explode. Jima Chung has been to the wealthy area in Tianhe district? There is only one high-end residential area in the entire Tianhe district. Could it be that the information was taken away by Jimoro's grandfather, the driver of Yuan Shan who died at the door of Wei Lan's house, and the gas leak in the house were all done by Jima Chung? Luo Qin had many chaotic thoughts in his mind, and glanced at Jimoro in the rearview mirror. Seeing that the other parties seemed to be completely unaware of the whole story, and knew nothing about what Jima Chung had done, he felt even more strange. "What are you going to do now?" Luo Qin asked him. Observing his reaction, Jimoro thought for a moment and said, "Go to Hanzhou, where my home is." "That's just right. It's on the way," Xue Liyang said, and he glanced at Luo Qin, as if asking for his opinion. Luo Qin smiled bitterly. "Where else can I go? I don't have a home to begin with. And now I don't have to go back. I'll listen to you. Let's go to the welfare home first. I promised you." Xue Liyang pinched his shoulder and said. Jimoro was silent for a while, and asked, "Are you going to take me with you?" Luo Qin nodded. "Actually, if you don't want to, you can also walk there by yourself." Jimoro didn't say anything else, and put his legs on the back of the chair, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. He was seriously injured, and although he saved his life, he still consumed a lot of his energy after riding in the car for so long and talking a lot. The sun has risen to its highest point. It is the peak of the day at noon. The temperature has warmed up a little, and it doesn't feel so cold anymore. Luo Qin looked at the time. They have been driving for several hours. It is estimated that they will reach the welfare home in 3 or 4 kilometers. Luo Qin called Chao Yun and asked her to be ready to pick him up at any time. "Call me when you are close to the welfare home." Xue Liyang took out Jimoro's saber from under the car seat, played with it in his hand for a while. "You drive in. I will clean up the zombies outside." Luo Qin's neck wound was still aching. He was afraid to see him playing with the knife at this moment. "You put the knife down. I'm afraid you will stab yourself." After passing several desolate villages and towns, the car drove into a remote street. Dozens of staggering zombies gathered at the intersection. When the headlights shone, they were all attracted to the car. At this time, Xue Liyang had lowered the window, sticked his head out to observe the surroundings, and said to Luo Qin, "Just drive forward, don't worry about me." After he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab the top of the window, and flipped out. Luo Qin was so scared that he almost turned the steering wheel violently. Remembering Xue Liyang's instructions, he could only drive forward with his head held high. Xue Liyang stood on the roof of the car, looking at the zombies coming around, jumped down with a knife, kicked a zombie in the middle of the face, pressed it to the ground, then exerted force with his feet. Suddenly, the head burst like a balloon filled with water, and the brains splattered everywhere. "Luo! Here!" Not far ahead, Chao Yun had already unlocked the gate, and waved eagerly at Luo Qin. Luo Qin looked back, and saw that most of the zombies nearby were attracted by Xue Liyang. He stepped on the accelerator. The engine hummed, and knocked over the zombies that came after hearing the sound, and flew into the welfare home. Luo Qin braked and stopped in the yard. Jimoro was sleeping, and was shaken off the seat by the sudden brake. He woke up in pain, got up in a daze, and saw that the surroundings were completely unfamiliar. He asked, "Where are we?" Hurry up and bring teacher Chow in. Luo Qin quickly unbuckled his seat belt and ran out of the car without taking out the key. He rushed to the front door in 2 steps and stopped Chow Yun, who was about to lock the door. You go in first. I have a friend who hasn't come in yet. Chow Yun was startled and quickly let go and pushed aside. Luo Qin saw that 2 or 3 zombies had already walked to the front door. Just as he was about to call Shui Liang to come in quickly, he heard Shui Liang shouting at him outside the door. Don't worry about me. Lock the door. Quickly. Luo Qin didn't know what Shui Liang was going to do next. But the zombies were already approaching him. So he could only lock the door, and lock the door with a click. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the railing. Luo Qin was frightened and took a big step back. He saw that the hand was completely rotten, and the skin was full of maggots. It was waving and scratching wildly. Shui Liang waved his saber and killed his way out of the encirclement of more than a dozen zombies. In an instant, he was in front of the door. Several zombies that were clinging to the door turned and pounced on him, and he killed them in front of him with a few swords. Luo Qin watched Shui Liang walk towards the zombie that was clinging to the door and screaming, and stabbed it in the back of the head with a sword. The zombie stopped moving in an instant, its body limp, but its arm was still stuck on the railing. Shui Liang turned his head to look at the group of zombies that were slowly catching up. First threw the saber into the door, then grabbed the railing with both hands and jumped up, stepping on the motionless corpse and easily passed the iron gate of the welfare home. In Luo Qin's eyes, it was no different from a nimble kitten. After Shui Liang landed, he picked up the knife on the ground, patted Luo Qin on the shoulder, and praised, very smart. Good execution. Fortunately it's you. If it's someone else, I wouldn't be so reassured. Jimo Ro was stunned by Shui Liang's series of actions. It took her a while to react, before she said angrily, Who are you looking down on? Chow Yun was afraid of a fight, so she quickly smoothed things over and led them into the house. No lights were on in the welfare house before, and all the curtains were tightly drawn. After they arrived, Chow Yun dared to turn on the lights in the room. Take a break, it was too scary just now, sit down and relax. Chow Yun hurriedly cleaned up the temporary resting house, while looking at Shui Liang curiously, seemingly caring about this extraordinary child. Luo Qin lay down on the bed, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. I can't do it anymore. I need to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Don't call me even if the zombies come. Jimo Ro said bitterly, Don't worry. I won't call you when that time comes. Chow Yun sat down on the bed, slowly massaging his limbs with both hands, and asked in shock, Luo, what happened to you? You are covered in blood. Are you dead? This is just a short and thin woman, who has worked in the welfare home for half her life, from a teacher to the dean, but still has hardly seen the outside world. She stays in this remote and quiet welfare home all day, worrying about today and tomorrow's life. Luo Qin recovered and waved his hand. The city is full of zombies. They bite anyone they see. If you are bitten, you will die. We finally escaped, and we almost died 800 times along the way. Jimo Ro looked around and asked curiously, Why is there almost no one in this welfare home? I remember coming here before, and it wasn't so deserted. Chow Yun smiled bitterly and said, You haven't been here for many years. You don't know? The welfare home is about to go out of business. There are more and more good public-private partnership welfare homes. This place has always been like this. It's in a remote place, and there are not many people. I can't get sponsorship, and there are fewer and fewer people. Luo Qin asked suspiciously, Are all the other caregivers gone? Chow Yun said, I have reported this to the higher-ups many times, but they said that Yuan Shan subsidizes the government to open dozens of children's welfare homes every year, and the conditions are much better than here. They are all passing the buck and are unwilling to allocate funds. The salary of the caregivers is even lower than in previous years, and they are gradually leaving. Where are the children? Luo Qin asked. Why can't I see them? Chow Yun sighed. They are all scared. They are sleeping in the dormitory after lunch. I dared not go out during the day, so I could only bring them food one by one. By the way, where is Xiao Lan? Why haven't I seen Xiao Lan? Luo Qin's mood suddenly fell when she asked him this. Wei Lan is gone, he stammered, as if he didn't know how to explain to Chow Yun. Chow Yun was shocked, understood what he meant, and her eyes slowly turned red. She didn't say much, but just lowered her head silently, fiddling with the corner of her clothes with her fingers. She also raised Wei Lan since he was a child. But she didn't even see him for the last time, which made her heartbroken. As they were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open, and two young people, a man and a woman, walked in. When the man saw Luo Qin, he immediately rushed over in surprise. Luo! Luo Qin was caught off guard by the other party. Lu Yu? Why are you here? Lu Yu was adopted at the age of 14. The adopters were a famous entrepreneur couple in the city. On the day he was adopted, a stretched Lincoln was parked majestically in the yard, and all the children in the yard ran to see it with envy. Lu Yu climbed into the car in a brand new suit in full view of everyone. Luo Qin had a deep memory of this incident. Why are you in Shining? Luo Qin looked at his childhood playmate, who had grown up in surprise. Although he would come back to visit from time to time after being adopted, his family had already moved to another city. Lu Yu was very excited to see Luo Qin again. He kept rubbing his arms with both hands. I came to Shining on a business trip, and came back to see you. He was older than Luo Qin and Wei Lan. According to reason, he was not the preferred choice for adoption at that time, but perhaps because he had a good and upright face that attracted the couple. Speaking of which, the person they first chose to adopt was actually Wei Lan, but for some reason, they finally chose the older Lu Yu. So Wei Lan never gave Lu Yu a good look later, and pretended not to see him when they met him. Chapter 19 Entrustment. Where's Wei Lan? Lu Yu looked for Wei Lan's shadow all over the room, and curled his lips in disappointment. Didn't they say he would come too? Lu Yu is such a good guy. He had been looked down upon by Wei Lan many times before, but he never bore a grudge. Luo Qin told him the truth, and Lu Yu seemed to be hit hard, and he even started to cry while talking. Luo Qin hugged him, and stretched out his fist, and silently punched his shoulder. Neither of them spoke again, and the tacit understanding between childhood playmates was beyond words. Chaoyan watched them chatting. Quietly wiped away her tears, packed up her things and prepared to go out. I'll get you some food. The conditions here are not good, but we can cook, and there is hot water for bathing. Luo, take your friends to the dormitory on the second floor. No one lives there. I have already packed it up. At this time, the girl who had been standing by the door spoke. She walked to the door and smiled at everyone. I'll do it. You follow me. Luo Qin looked up at her and saw that she looked only 18 or 19 years old, but dressed very maturely. Who are you? Chaoyan took her and introduced her. This is Yi Qinglan, a college student who came from the city to volunteer. Their student union wants to do some practice, so they came to my place. Yi Qinglan smiled sweetly. Hello? She smiled and stretched out her hand to Shui Liang, who was standing closest, and shook it warmly. The other person was a very sweet-looking girl. Although she wore light makeup, her natural beauty could not be concealed. Jimo Rose seemed to be very interested in her. She looked her up and down, and said with a smile, Which school are you from? Shining Polytechnic. Yi Qinglan looked at him with her eyes wide open. Are you from Shandong? Jimo Rose nodded. Yes. My name is Jimo Rose. He spoke with a light Shandong accent, which northerners could easily recognize. No wonder, Yi Qinglan said with sudden realization, and walked to Jimo Rose curiously and looked at him with clear eyes. No wonder your last name is Jimo. Luo Qin also slapped his thigh and said in surprise, So Jimo is your last name? I thought your name was Imoro, and I thought you and your grandfather were of the same generation. Jimo Rose gave him a cold look. Idiot. Illiterate. Yi Qinglan led them to the second floor, and pointed to the rooms on the right and said, Sister Chow has cleaned up. You can live in these rooms however you want. The bathroom is on the left. I will find clean clothes for you. Liu brought them a few sets of clean clothes, including underwear, all brand new. Luo Qin heard from Liu that he and Wei Lan had been too busy to come back in recent years, but Chaoyan was always worried that they would not have enough clothes and bedding after they came back, so she always prepared new ones. And the room they lived in was clean so that they could move in at any time. Luo Qin felt guilty when he heard this. He had indeed not been back for several years. After being expelled from school 2 years ago, he used the tuition money he got back to buy a store, changed his career, and started from scratch with a pastry book. He barely managed to do it for 2 years, and the sales results were not bad. But he did not realize that he had not been back for so long. Wei Lan's time was even longer. After he graduated from high school, he never came back to see her for 6 years, until he finished his graduate studies. This time, he couldn't even see her for the last time. and he was buried forever in the explosion. Turning on the shower in the bathroom. Hot water sprayed down. Luo Qin stood naked in the bathroom cubicle. His skin came into contact with the cold air, and he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Fortunately, the space here is small, and the steaming mist quickly warmed up the small cubicle. Luo Qin was showering under the shower, and he felt the long-lost comfort and relaxation. He had had trouble drinking water for a few days, but now he could take a comfortable hot bath. Nothing could be more pleasant than this. He showered for a long time this time, and only turned off the hot water when he felt that all the dirt on his body had been washed away. He wiped his body slowly and walked out. When he passed a cubicle near the door, he suddenly found someone standing inside, also showering. Luo Qin stopped where he was, and through the shower curtain hanging at the entrance of the cubicle, he vaguely saw a blurry shadow inside. Judging from his height, it should be Xue Liyang. The shower curtain was only halfway up, and Luo Qin could clearly see the unobstructed lower part. The two long, straight legs. Xue Liyang's calves did not have prominent muscles, but the muscles were clearly arranged tightly. The lines were strong and powerful. The legs were very nice. The bones of the ankles were clearly defined, and she was thin but not weak. The tight muscles at the Achilles tendon were all the result of precise training. The sound of water suddenly stopped, and Luo Qin suddenly thought of something and turned his head quickly. He didn't know why it was awkward for two grown men to be frank with each other, but he always felt that if Xue Liyang was not wearing anything, the two of them would meet at this time. Wouldn't it be? As he was thinking, Xue Liyang lifted the curtain and came out, but not as bold as he thought. Xue Liyang had already put on his shirt and shorts, and when he saw Luo Qin, he seemed a little surprised. "You took so long to wash?" Luo Qin glanced at Xue Liyang hurriedly, and he breathed a sigh of relief for no reason, and replied, "It's a bit long. I haven't washed for too long." He was probably expecting something strange just now, and his eyes didn't dare to stay on the other person, and he walked out with the basin. Xue Liyang's footsteps followed behind him. Luo Qin felt that his sense of security behind him had increased to a certain degree. It seemed that as long as this person was behind him, he would not have to worry about anything. Jimoro had just been treated for her wound by Lu Yu. After they both washed and returned to the room, he saw this person carrying a basin and slowly going to the bathroom. The wound on his body could not touch water, so he could only wipe his body with a wet towel. Luo Qin lay on his back on the bed, buried his face in the pillow, and rolled a few times. The bed is really too comfortable. I never want to get up in my life. Although the bed in the dormitory was not that soft, it was enough for him to completely relax his tired body after a few days. He has lived in this place for more than 10 years, and has long developed feelings for it. The room was probably renovated in recent years. The newly painted white walls have no stains at all, and it looks a bit unfamiliar. Xue Liyang wiped her hair with a towel and used her body to block the edge of the bed. "Slow down. You will roll off." Luo Qin took the pillow away and said to Xue Liyang with a little excitement, "Look, this is where I lived since I was a child. Although it is a bit shabby, it is at least a home. It used to be an 8-person room, but later, as the number of people decreased, it was changed to a single room. How about you sleep here tonight? This is the most spacious room." Xue Liyang lowered her head, as if thinking about something, and did not respond to his words immediately. Luo Qin tilted his head to look at Xue Liyang's profile. The skin that had just taken a bath seemed to be a layer whiter. The corners of the eyes and cheeks were slightly red. The water droplets on the hair dripped down the forehead to the chin, leaving a string of crystal water marks. After changing clothes, the other party's skin color and physique showed signs of training. No wonder he was so comfortable along the way. Killing zombies was easier than cutting vegetables. The crushing power of absolute strength. But with such an innocent face, Luo Qin often doubted whether the so-called monsters and evil spirits in the mouths of mercenaries were really the same person in front of him. "How old are you?" Luo Qin suddenly asked. "Are you really older than me?" Because of his age, Luo Qin rarely got the upper hand from others. He went to school earlier, so he was the youngest in his class every year. He was only 16 years old when he was a freshman. The teacher who received the new students took his admission letter and ID card and looked at them several times before hesitating to register him. However, Xue Liyang had a face that was more advantageous than his, looking younger and more tender. For such a person, the method of judging age by appearance basically does not work. "I'm 21 years old, kid." Xue Liang crossed her arms, looking at him with a smile. Do I look younger than you? His smile was shallow, even a little perfunctory, but in Luo Qin's eyes, the whole person was shining as if coated with a layer of holy light, and Luo Qin's eyes were fixed. Luo Qin forced himself to come back to his senses, and nodded honestly. When I was still in school, many boys in my class looked older than you. About 10 years older. Xue Liang shook her head. That's too exaggerated. Be careful not to stick your tongue out when you speak. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, and rubbed his nose with his fingers uneasily, and asked, Luo Qin, how many years have you not been back? Luo Qin thought for a while, and stretched out 2 fingers. 2 years. He sighed, and said, in fact, there is something I have never told anyone. I regard this place as my home, but I don't know why. When I lived here, I didn't want to leave at all, and I didn't even want to be adopted. After leaving here after school, I didn't want to come back. When Luo Qin said these words, Xue Liang's expression changed subtly. He folded the towel neatly and placed it on his legs. His eyes wandered for a moment, and then he said, if I tell you that this welfare home has not accepted new orphans for many years, you, huh? Luo Qin didn't understand what he meant. I haven't paid attention to the admission situation in recent years. Xue Liang shook his head. No. I mean, this place should have stopped accepting new children more than 10 years ago. Luo Qin was stunned by what he said. He digested Xue Liang's words for a long time before he asked in doubt, What do you mean? Before he finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open. Jimoro didn't even knock when he came in, and walked over as if no one was around. He was wrapped up like a mummy, holding his phone and looking at the 2 people on the bed expressionlessly. Am I disturbing you? Xue Liang said lightly. No. What's the matter? Jimoro handed him the phone. Look at this post. It was just posted. A website was displayed on the phone screen, which seemed to be the interface of a forum. Luo Qin crawled over to take a look and asked, What is this? Jimoro pointed to the bold title on the top of the screen and said, I saw this post on the Shining City forum, and it is located in a chemical plant in Shining City. This post said, there are still people alive there, trapped in the houses next to the chemical plant, and asking for help. Luo Qin has lived in Shining for nearly 20 years, and he didn't know there was a Shining forum. He flipped through the post and found an anxious self-narration and help message from a trapped person, saying that they were trapped next to the chemical plant, and there were several cars, but they were all surrounded by zombies. They called the police but got no response, so they had to ask for help online to see if anyone could help them. They said, many of them are employees of Yuan Shan? Luo Qin stopped under a post and keenly caught the information. By the way, not far from that chemical plant is Yuan Shan Pharmaceutical Factory, where the employees of Yuan Shan. Are you saying that they may have escaped from Yuan Shan? Jimoro nodded. That's what I mean. Just go and catch a few people from Yuan Shan and ask them what their company is doing. He now has a stubborn obsession with the secrets hidden in the distant mountains, and is determined to find out the virus that killed his relatives and friends, and why it has brought so much fighting and killing. Xue Liang stood up to put on her clothes, not commenting on his words. Jimoro continued, I don't know why my grandfather trusted you, but before he died, he also told me that among all the existing recreated humans, only no one can be trusted. Then do you trust me? Xue Liang put on a sweater and tugged at the hem nonchalantly. Can you entrust your life to me? Chapter 20 Sharing a Bed. Jimoro was stunned for a moment, then said, Of course I don't believe you. Xue Liang nodded. That's a big deal? You don't believe me, and the area around Yuanshan factory is very dangerous, not a place you can enter and exit casually. If you go there and still doubt me, either you die, or we die together. He said it very clearly. If you want to go with them to investigate around the factory, you must trust your life. At least there must be a certain degree of stable trust, otherwise, forget it. The thorny part of Jima's soft personality obviously still has the upper hand. His hostility towards Xue Liang has not been completely eliminated. If he goes with them, he may become the biggest unstable factor in the team. The 3 of them fell into silence. At this time, Yi Qing'an suddenly knocked on the door. She smiled brightly, and seemed not to be affected by the hellish atmosphere outside at all. It's time to eat. Sister Chow has made hot dishes. Luo Qin thanked him and prepared to get up and go downstairs. But Yi Qing'an walked straight into the house, not treating herself as an outsider at all. She walked in front of Xue Liang, raised her head, and looked at the person in front of her who was much taller than her. Little brother. Are you also a student here? Shui Liang looked at her, curved his eyes and smiled. Yes. Yi Qinglan blinked her big eyes and smiled. I know. You are a student of Shenzhen University. I have seen you. Luo Qin was shocked by this sudden enthusiasm. He knew that Shui Liang's face would definitely be popular, but he didn't expect that there was already one. Yi Qinglan turned around and sat down on the chair next to Shui Liang. She smiled at him without any hesitation. When you were in military training? I happened to go to Shenzhen University to take pictures and saw you at a glance. You are so pretty, all the girls around you stare at you, even the boys always look at you. I took a few photos of you and submitted them, and you were on the Shenzhen University daily at that time. Shui Liang thought back to that time. He didn't pay much attention to the eyes of people around him, but it was true that there were always people who brought him water, not only students of the same grade who had military training together, but also senior students, and even seniors. As for the newspapers, he never read them at all. The newspapers sent to the dormitory were taken by his roommates to wipe the table. Luo Qin smiled with his mouth curled up. He leaned close to Jimoro's ear and asked, Were you like this when you were in school? Jimoro said disdainfully. Can good looks be eaten? Luo Qin, of course they can be eaten. It seems that you have never experienced the days of not having enough food. Yi Qinglan continued to talk incessantly. Later. I often went to your school and often saw you. Do you know? You look like this. I can see you wherever I go. Is that so? Shui Liang smiled. But I seldom stayed in school since my freshman year. Ah? Yi Qinglan seemed a little embarrassed. Did I admit my mistake? Shui Liang did not answer again. Walked in front of Luo Qin and raised his chin like a cat begging for food. I'm hungry. Ah? Luo Qin smiled silly and looked up at him. I'm hungry. Shui Liang frowned. Why are you so silly? I'm a guest. Are you just ignoring me? Luo Qin reacted. Quickly got up, grabbed his coat and put it on. Let's go. Let's eat. Chow Yun fried 4 or 5 dishes. Steamed hot rice. And the table was full of dishes. Even if you are not hungry, you will complain. The welfare home has just gone through procurement, and the food reserves are still sufficient. But the power supply has been intermittent in the past 2 days. Chow Yun was worried that the meat she bought would go bad, so she quickly took out most of it to cook for those of them who hadn't had a proper meal for many days. This hot meal was a rare delicacy. Luo Qin was used to Chow Yun's cooking, and he felt like he was back home, and he relaxed visibly. Yi Qinglan sat next to Shui Liang and didn't eat much, but just talked to him. Shui Liang always responded indifferently and didn't say much. Lu Yu was not very hungry, but kept picking food for Luo Qin, as if it was a rare opportunity to see him, and he had to take it as his responsibility to feed him. Try this. Teacher Chow was willing to use it to cook after you came. I haven't eaten chicken cooked this way for a long time. What about the others? Don't those children eat it? Luo Qin asked casually, but didn't notice the unnatural expression on Chow Yun's face for a moment. Chow Yun smiled and said, They had lunch late, and went back to rest. The children were very scared, and kept asking me not to call them out. Shui Liang glanced at Chow Yun's face lightly, said nothing, finished the rice in the bowl, and put down his chopsticks. I'm full. Jimoro sat opposite him, looked at him with the same gloomy eyes, and then stood up and left the table. I'm done. Thank you. Luo Qin finished eating soon, and he helped to clean up the dishes and tableware, and was about to take them to the kitchen. The kitchen is located on the left side of the lobby on the first floor, and there are still a few steps to go down. As soon as he reached the stairs, Chow Yun suddenly appeared from behind him and asked, Luo, where are you going? I'm going to wash the dishes. Luo Qin turned his head to look at her. What's wrong? Chow Yun's smile was still the same as before. She walked over calmly, took the bowls from Luo Qin's hand, and pointed upstairs. Go play with Xiao Yu and the others. Let me do these. It's too dark down there, and it's easy to slip. Luo Qin was about to say no, but he felt that Chow Yun's action was almost uncontrollable. She pulled the bowl from his hand and quickly walked down the stairs. Her back disappeared into the dark corner. When he went upstairs, he felt a strange sense of being watched on his back for some reason, and he couldn't help but stop and look back. Luo Qin looked at the empty hall behind him, and suddenly remembered what Shui Liang had said to him, that this welfare home had not accepted orphans for more than 10 years. But it was ridiculous to think about it. He had lived here for more than 10 years, and had lived in the welfare home since he could remember. The mottled and peeling paint gate often drove into the bus that specially sent abandoned babies for adoption. When he graduated from high school and left, the welfare home was still adopting orphans. Could all this be an illusion? Thinking too much seemed to be useless. Luo Qin went upstairs and pushed open the door of Shui Liang's room. He saw him leaning on the bed reading a book, and the red rope on his arm was bright and eye-catching. Shui Liang saw Luo Qin coming in, and he turned the book upside down on the pillow and smiled warmly. "Are you going to sleep?" Luo Qin sat on Shui Liang's bed without hesitation, leaning against him side by side, and sighed softly. "I don't know why. I always feel that this place is a bit strange." "Huh?" Shui Liang turned sideways, supporting her head with her arms and looking at him. "Do you want to tell me?" Luo Qin nodded as a tacit agreement. He lay there for a long time to organize his words, and then said, "I can't explain it, but I just feel that it is very different from the environment I was familiar with before. It's only been 2 years since I came back, so I shouldn't feel unfamiliar with Teacher Chow and the others." Shui Liang pondered for a moment, and slowly asked, "What were your memories of this place when you were a child?" Luo Qin seemed to be thinking very hard. He searched his mind for relevant memory fragments, but all he found were some ordinary life experiences. "I seldom went out when I was a child. I could count the number of stones on the roadside with my eyes closed in the tiny backyard. I could only go out with Teacher Chow to purchase goods once every few months, and I was looking forward to being able to go outside and have some fun. Before college, I basically never went to the city." "You spend most of your time here?" Shui Liang's eyes were touched. "Wouldn't that be boring? And for so many years, no one wants to adopt you." Luo Qin smiled bitterly and said, "No one wants to adopt a child with congenital asthma. I was chosen, but once the health records were retrieved, no one wanted me." Shui Liang seemed to be burned by his words, hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm sorry. It's okay, if no one wants it. Then no one wants it. Many people here are not wanted either. I just have asthma. Many children are even more pitiful, with obvious physical disabilities. Even most girls are healthy, and they are thrown away just because they are girls." Luo Qin said in a relaxed tone, without any sentimental meaning, "I don't care if no one wants me. What about your friends?" Shui Liang asked again. "For example, your childhood playmates." Luo Qin laughed, as if he was very sensitive to this topic. "Do you know how annoying I was when I was a child? There were few people in the orphanage who I didn't beat up. I was annoyed when I saw them, and they were also annoyed when they saw me. Apart from Wei Lan and Lu Yu, there are basically no other friends." "I can see that." Shui Liang hummed and nodded. Only then did he realize that Luo Qin's eyes were too fiery to be right when he was staring at him. "You are annoying now too. What are you doing?" When he was caught off guard, Luo Qin reached out and scratched his nose, and he bounced back like he saw a ghost. "No, are you looking for death?" Luo Qin didn't care at all. He just had the energy to do stupid things anytime and anywhere. Even Shui Liang couldn't do anything about him. He smiled, suddenly turned over, and looked straight at Shui Liang. "By the way, I want to ask you something. I've been holding it in for a long time." "Asked?" Luo Qin asked. "Do you know why Yi Qinglan treats you so strangely?" Shui Liang frowned. "I don't know what's wrong. You're so handsome, of course I like you. Don't you have any feelings for her?" Luo Qin didn't know why he suddenly became interested in this kind of gossip, and curiously asked Shui Liang questions. His tail was almost raised. "I don't understand," Shui Liang said indifferently. "She likes you very much," Luo Qin said. Shui Liang turned over, leaned on the bed, and shook his head. "Then you are really smart. Jimoro likes her. Why would I go up to her? If Jimoro doesn't like her, would you go up to her? You are sick." Shui Liang didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, and turned her back to Luo Qin, which was a sign of rejection. Luo Qin was relentless, and squeezed forward even more aggressively. He got to know people quickly, and he almost stuck to Shui Liang, rubbing her face casually. "Are you completely uninterested in other people's advances?" "Impossible." "Tell me." "I won't tell anyone." "Take your hand away," Shui Liang responded rather coldly. "Go back to your room and sleep." Luo Qin got up from the bed angrily, yawned. "I'm going to sleep. Good night." Luo Qin. "That girl is not an ordinary person," Shui Liang suddenly said behind him, the gun callous on her hand. "She deliberately let me touch it when we shook hands. I don't know what she means." But this behavior, in my case, is nothing but provocation. Luo Qin turned around in surprise. Gun cocoon? Xue Liang nodded. You'd better be careful. Leave as soon as possible tomorrow morning, so as not to cause any more problems. He pointed to the door and said, I won't lock the door at night. If you have anything, come here to find me. Luo Qin just walked out of the door and saw Yi Qinglan coming towards him, obviously coming for Xue Liang. He muttered a few words in his heart and greeted her with a smile. What's the matter? Yi Qinglan had just taken a shower and was wearing a fluffy pink pajamas. Her hair, which had not yet dried, was gathered softly on one side of her shoulder. Her face looked very refreshed after removing her makeup, and her expression was much more playful. Her eyes curved into crescents with a smile, and she nodded and replied, Yes. I came to find Xue Liang. Luo Qin felt a little unhappy for no reason, and coughed. He's asleep. No. I just saw the light on in his room. Yi Qinglan looked into the door without giving up. Isn't he still asleep? Luo Qin stepped back and put his hands on the door frame, blocking the door tightly. Then I'm going to sleep too, and we can talk tomorrow morning if there's anything. Yi Qinglan looked at him in surprise, and it seemed that he was not very believe this kind of rhetoric. You two live in the same room? If he continued to act like this, Luo Qin suspected that he would not be able to bear it. At this moment, Xue Liang suddenly said behind him, Luo Qin, come here and go to bed. Ah! Luo Qin immediately understood his intention and immediately agreed. I'll be here soon. Yi Qinglan was obviously a little disappointed, but she no longer insisted on going in. Okay. Then you go to bed. Good night. See you tomorrow. She turned and left, and the fragrance of the fragrant shower gel on her body still lingered at the door. Luo Qin reluctantly reached out his hand to swat the smell, and then went back to the room and closed the door. Xue Liang sat on the bed and asked softly, Gone? Luo Qin leaned against the door, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gone. Gone? You are so charming. I want to eat you alive. Threatening and testing. How many enemies have you made? How should I know? There are so many people who are grudges against me. Xue Liang nodded nonchalantly. Then why don't you leave? Luo Qin put his right hand on the door handle and looked at the other party calmly. Why? You just asked me to come over to sleep. Are you planning to throw it away after use? So what? Xue Liang bent her arms and pillowed them behind her head, looking at him with some amusement. Are you going to sleep here with me? Is it okay? Luo Qin asked. Why not? Xue Liang laughed and said, Of course. Luo Qin really considered Xue Liang's words for a moment, and even decided whether to sleep inside or outside. Unexpectedly, the next second, Xue Liang said, I can just sleep next door. Luo Qin was a little amused. He thought Xue Liang would not agree so easily, so he could only hide his thoughts for the time being. Okay. You can sleep here. I'll go next door. Good night. Chapter 21 Night Escape. At night, everything was silent. There was no wind or moon in the night, and the weather seemed to be getting gloomy again. There was no light in the dark corridor on the second floor of the welfare home, and no sound at all. Only the clock hanging on the wall of the hall was still ticking. Suddenly, with a creak, a door on the left side of the corridor was opened, and a dark shadow walked out of the room, with very light footsteps, without making any sound. Ji Moreau gently closed the door, holding a saber in her hand, and walked along the corridor to the stairs on the second floor. It sounded like there was no movement on the first floor. Everyone seemed to be asleep, and no one noticed his figure hiding in the dark. He went down to the first floor and walked to the stairs leading to the basement. He saw that the iron door at the end of the stairs had been locked. A large lock with copper rust was firmly hung on the door. Probably, apart from the key, the only way to force it open was with tools. Ji Moreau took out a piece of wire from his pocket, took it with both hands, and twisted it a few times, then gently inserted it into the keyhole. The injury on his shoulder made his shoulder blade muscles, which had been tense for a long time, a little sore. He gritted his teeth and fiddled with it for a long time. Finally, after a click, the lock was opened. Pushing open the door, a cold wind blew in from inside, making one's hair stand on end. He took out a small flashlight and completely illuminated the space behind the door. It was a cement basement, which led to the kitchen on the left and had only a simple curtain. And on the right was an old-fashioned anti-theft door. The red paint on the door had peeled off in a large area, revealing the original gray iron door. Ji Moreau did the same thing, and used wire to open the second lock. He was surprised to find that there was actually a long corridor behind it, and a row of ceiling lamps were installed on the ceiling, emitting dim light, dyeing the entire corridor into a dim yellow. On both sides of the corridor were red-painted security doors, with a small window on each door, blocked by wire mesh. He walked to a door, but heard a faint whimpering coming from inside. Jimoro was startled, thinking that someone was locked inside, and took out a flashlight to shine it at the small window. This light almost made his blood freeze, and a chill ran up along the soles of his feet. Jimoro looked at the 3 or 4 children, who were illuminated by the light in the door, and turned their faces towards him in horror. Their faces were rotten and maggots were infested, and the flesh on half of their chins seemed to be torn off by external force, revealing their white skulls. When the children saw the light, they all walked towards the door, making the same horrible whimpering sound he had just heard. Jimoro quickly turned off the flashlight and listened to the little zombies inside banging their bodies against the door, as if they wanted to get out. He felt that he could not stay here any longer, so he quickly retreated, locked the 2 iron doors again, and prepared to go back upstairs to wake up Luo Qin and the others. There was definitely something wrong here, and the director of the welfare home was not innocent. Just as he was about to leave, Jimoro suddenly heard someone talking in the room at the staircase on the first floor. From the noise inside, it seemed that 2 people were arguing. The people arguing were a man and a woman. The woman sounded very old. Jimoro guessed that it was Chao Yun and Lu Yu who were talking inside, so she quietly hid by the door and put her ear close to listen to the conversation. "Can you please not do that?" Lu Yu's voice sounded quite anxious, as if he was eager to stop the other party from doing something. Then Chao Yun's cold voice sounded, "Lu Yu, don't forget what you do. This is the original plan. When we reached an agreement with you, didn't we agree on it? But? Okay. Don't say anything more. Hide in the house. Don't do anything bad to me." Chao Yun's voice gradually approached the door. Jimoro hurriedly left the door. Just as he got to the corner of the corridor, he heard the door opened. He looked around, and went under the stairs next to the iron door just now. The footsteps gradually approached. Jimoro heard the sound of taking out the key. Chao Yun walked to the door, unlocked it with a key, and walked in. As soon as she closed the door, Jimoro immediately went out of the stairs, and ran upstairs quickly. It's too late. This woman is a lunatic. She actually raised so many zombies in the welfare home? Luo Qin was awakened by the knock on the door. He turned on the bedside lamp, and walked to open the door, with sleepy eyes. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, Lu Yu rushed in and almost fell to the ground. Luo Qin quickly supported him, and said in shock, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Yu was panting heavily, and his forehead was sweating. He didn't have time to calm his breath, grabbed Luo Qin's arm, and said in a trembling voice, "Put on your clothes, run, get out of here." Only then did Luo Qin feel that his hand holding Lu Yu was wet. He looked down, and saw blood on his hand. It was flowing from the wound on Lu Yu's waist, and it was still dripping down. And soon it formed a pool of blood. "What happened? What happened to your injury?" Lu Yu knelt down exhausted, his face pale, and he kept coughing. Outside are all monsters. We can't, cough cough. We can't stay in the welfare home any longer. Run quickly." Luo Qin turned on the light in the room, and as the light illuminated most of the corridor, he saw a few short figures in the corridor near the stairs, walking towards this side in a strange posture. Luo Qin was already familiar with that figure. He hurriedly pulled Lu Yu into the room, and then locked the door behind him. "What's going on? How did the zombies get in?" Lu Yu breathed hard, and shook his head. "No, they didn't come in. But, they were always here." "What do you mean by always here?" Luo Qin was about to ask clearly, when he heard several loud noises outside the door, as if someone was fighting. Then, someone knocked on the door outside, and Yi Qinglan's voice was heard, "Open the door. Let's go." Luo Qin hesitated and opened the door, only to see Yi Qinglan standing outside the door. Her expression seemed to have completely changed. She turned her head and looked into the corridor again, and said to Luo Qin hurriedly, "I don't know how many little zombies are secretly locked up in this welfare home. We can't kill them all. We can't stay here anymore. Let's get out of here." She pulled Luo Qin to leave, but Luo Qin broke his hand and went back to the house to help the injured Lu Yu. "Wait a minute. He's injured." Yi Qinglan glanced at Lu Yu's wound and sighed. "He has been infected. Let him go." "Luo Qin, Let me go, Lu Yu said weakly. I can't get out. You can run north after leaving the welfare home. I heard that there are troops stationed there. How did you get infected? Luo Qing gritted his teeth. But he didn't mean to let go. Lu Yu winked at Yi Qinglan, who understood, patted Luo Qing with his hand, and said, Okay, let's go together. She helped Lu Yu up, threw a knife to Luo Qing, and said, Take it. Okay? Luo Qing nodded, picked up the coat on the back of the chair and put it on, pushed open the door and walked out. He saw a few more zombies climbing up the stairs, and immediately found the switch of the corridor light in the dark and reached out to press it. The light came on, and the three of them realized that the stairs were full of zombies that looked like children, and they were all attracted by the living people and walked towards this side. Luo Qin retreated to the door of Shui Liang's room next door, but found that the door was ajar. He turned on the light in the room, and saw that there was no one inside. Shui Liang was nowhere to be found. Yi Qinglan had just helped Lu Yu to the door when he suddenly struggled backwards, shook off Yi Qinglan's arm, and fell backwards into the door. His veins almost burst, and he fell to the ground, making hoarse roars. Luo Qin shouted his name, and Lu Yu slowly raised his head. His pupils had turned into a chaotic black, and the whites of his eyes gradually disappeared. He retained the last bit of rationality, and stretched out his hand to Luo Qin. Leave, away, then. Lu Yu roared and jumped up from the ground. Yi Qinglan blocked her body with both hands, and had already made a defensive posture. But Lu Yu just rushed over and closed the door, and then locked it from the inside. With a click, the door was locked from the inside. Lu Yu also let out a last roar that showed that he had completely lost his mind. Ah! Luo Qin's eyes immediately turned red. He looked at the zombies gradually approaching in front of him and cursed in a low voice, Fight them. He swung the short knife in his hand, and chopped it on the face of a small zombie. The zombie fell down limply, and its limbs were still waving at him. Luo Qin grabbed Yi Qinglan and swung his knife forward. He simulated the movements of Shui Liang's knife in his mind, and then restored them to the greatest extent. Although he was not as flexible as Shui Liang, he was still able to kill a way out of these small monsters. The last zombie was chopped down by him, and the road to the first floor was barely cleared. Luo Qin threw the knife to Yi Qinglan, and said in a deep voice, Did you see the others? Yi Qinglan shook her head, No. I was woken up by the noise outside, and I saw those things when I went out. It's too late. Let's go first. She passed Luo Qin like a gust of wind, dragged him and ran downstairs. However, the hall on the first floor was full of wandering zombies. At a glance, it was almost impossible to count whether there were dozens or even more. The two hid at the corner of the stairs and watched the situation below without moving. Luo Qin was a little overwhelmed. He lowered his voice and asked, Where did these zombies come from? Zombies? Yi Qinglan looked at him in surprise. Don't you know? Your good sister Chaoyan kept them in the basement, and they were all released. Luo Qin was shocked and subconsciously retorted, How is it possible? Yi Qinglan chuckled. Believe it or not, it's already like this. Now there are two choices. Either go through those things, or jump down from the building. The door on the first floor opens inwards, and the zombies can't open the door and go out by themselves. It's safer in the yard. Luo Qin made a quick decision. We can't rush through. There are too many of them. If we go down, we will be buried alive by the zombies. I have an idea. Come with me. Chapter 22 False Appearance. Luo Qin led Yi Qinglan back to the second floor, but saw zombies stumbling down from the third floor. A small zombie stepped on nothing and rolled down the stairs. Yi Qinglan stabbed it without hesitation, and the blade pierced through the zombie's chest, but it seemed to feel no pain at all, and continued to struggle violently. Yi Qinglan panicked and said, Why didn't you die? The situation was urgent, and there was no time to make up for it. Luo Qin pushed Yi Qinglan and said, Don't worry about it, let's go. More zombies fell down from the upstairs, like opening a box full of jelly beans, one after another, almost endlessly. Luo Qin dragged Yi Qinglan to the door of the room at the end of the corridor on the other side, and found a lock on it. He rolled up his sleeves and slammed half of his body against the door. The fragile wooden door creaked, and the wooden board inside seemed to be broken. He was about to hit it for the second time when he heard Shui Liang's angry voice behind him. Let him go. He was surprised and happy, and hurriedly looked back, only to see Shui Liang holding a pistol. looking at Yi Qinglan with a gloomy expression. Luo Qin knew that the other party had misunderstood him. Just as he was about to explain, Yi Qinglan grabbed him and made a face at Shui Liang. Dream on. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qinglan kicked the wooden door. The door finally screamed and a hole was kicked out. She pulled Luo Qin in quickly and walked to the window with familiarity. She pushed the old window open and looked down at the dense bushes. Jump from here? The second floor was still very high. There was only half a broken wooden board under the window, which was not enough to support the weight of an adult. Even if there were bushes below to cushion the blow, there was still a chance of injury. The wooden door was completely smashed from the outside. Shui Liang rushed over in one step and chopped at Yi Qinglan with his knife. Yi Qinglan groaned, blocked Shui Liang's attack with the back of her knife, and turned back to shout at Luo Qin, "Don't trust this lackey from Yuan Shan. He's very dangerous. Why are you two still fighting?" Luo Qin rushed over to stop the fight and forcibly separated Shui Liang and Yi Qinglan. "Stop fighting, Shui Liang." Yi Qinglan glared at him with a tone of disappointment. "You are a useless person. Wait for death." After saying that, she jumped out of the window and flew down. Luo Qin was full of confusion. He looked at Shui Liang, who was still angry. He had no choice but to smooth his back with his hands and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shui Liang's eyes were cold, and her whole body was as tense as a bowstring. After being smoothed by him for a few times, her expression softened. She looked at the direction where Yi Qinglan fled and said, "What college student volunteer? How can you be so stupid? She had planned to be here a long time ago, just waiting for you." Luo Qin was a little shocked. His mind was in a mess. He had no time to think carefully about Shui Liang's words. Just scratched his head and said, "Just scare her away. Don't kill anyone." Shui Liang raised her eyes and looked at him, as if she didn't quite understand his behavior of being enlightened by Buddha's light. And a little unhappy appeared between her eyebrows. "I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't use any strength in the knife just now. Otherwise more than one door would have been broken here." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Luo Qin felt that Shui Liang seemed a little aggrieved when she was explaining to him seriously. "I know, my head will be smashed with the door." Luo Qin coaxed him very cooperatively, reached out, and pinched the other's ear. "Thank you for not killing me. Don't touch me." Shui Liang dodged as if he had been electrocuted. "How many times have you pinched me along the way? I am plasticine." "Your metaphor is so interesting." Luo Qin pulled the corner of his mouth. "Okay, pulling the corner of my mouth, it doesn't look good. Forget it." Shui Liang also realized that his expression was wrong, turned his face back. "Hold me firmly." As he said, he suddenly lifted Luo Qin up and jumped down on the edge of the window. Luo Qin didn't even react. He subconsciously grabbed Shui Liang's shoulders tightly. He felt dizzy. When he was put down, he was already standing on the grass outside the first floor. "Fuck. Wait a minute." Luo Qin couldn't believe it. He held Shui Liang's arm with a look of astonishment on his face. "You fucking carried me like a princess? What princess carry or not? If you keep talking nonsense, I will just throw you next time." Shui Liang wiped the blood off his face, reached out and grabbed Luo Qin, and walked to the backyard of the welfare home. "Come here. I'll take you to see someone." He pulled Luo Qin and went straight to the door of the low house next to the main building of the welfare home. Jimoro was standing there, pointing a gun at the dark door. He heard the noise, turned his head and looked at the two people. "Is she here?" "I blocked her here." Luo Qin heard him say that, and suddenly felt a sense of fear. He seemed to have guessed who Jimoro was talking about, and immediately shook off Shui Liang's hand and stepped back a few steps. "Who is it? Who is inside?" Shui Liang said nothing, and waved to Jimoro. Jimoro turned on the flashlight and shone it in. Luo Qin subconsciously held his breath, took a deep breath and looked over there. Chao Yun was sitting on the ground, covering her shoulder. Blood flowed from her tightly covered palm. She raised her head breathlessly, and the moment she saw Luo Qin, her face was slightly moved. "A Luo," she called. Luo Qin wanted to say something at first, but he found that he couldn't ask anything. Chao Yun was like this, which he would never have dreamed of. Seeing this, Chao Yun shook her head and sneered, "I don't have anything to say to you, and I don't feel sorry for you. A Luo. From the moment you came here, your cough. Your fate was destined to end up like this today." She let go of the hand on her shoulder. Her cotton coat had been torn to pieces, and the flesh and blood inside were mixed together, and the flesh and blood were wrinkled into a ball. Luo Qin felt that his whole body was shaking, and he felt a bone-piercing coldness sweeping from his heart to his limbs. Anger, suspicion, and the surprise of being deceived. These emotions rushed to his throat, and finally turned into a sigh. I don't know what to ask you. Xue Liang looked at Chao Yun, and said coldly, You have been monitoring Luo Qin since he was a child, right? This welfare home has never been an institution for orphans. Wei Lan, Lu Yu, and you are all eyes staring at him from afar. Luo Qin looked at him silently, as if he was not surprised by what Xue Liang said. All the previous anger seemed to be like sand in the sea. If the other party just let you down, your anger is understandable. But if the other party just came to monitor you from the beginning, what's the point of talking about whether you let him down or not? The soil for anger to grow has been removed. He heard himself laugh and asked, What are you monitoring me for? What's different about me? Chao Yun smiled at him, but there was no smile in her eyes. Of course you are different. Luo Qin, how can an experimental subject be the same as an ordinary object? Even if the child next to you can protect you once today, Yuan Shan will not let you go. See those zombies in the house? The virus in them is the reason why we are monitoring you. You were born for that virus. I am? Luo Qin said in a trance. What were you born for? Haha, see those things that can move and walk even after they die? It's because of the virus in their bodies. You have the same blood flowing in your body. You only need a catalyst, an opportunity for infection, to make your life completely different. What do you think? Luo Qin? You are already 19 years old. Happy coming of age. Ha ha ha, cough cough, Chao Yun laughed, and tried to get up from the ground. She used a lot of strength, but could only half kneel to support her body, enduring the pain caused by the cell deformation in her body. The value of my existence is just this. And now I have reached the end. Luo Qin, you can hate me, but it's useless. Your pain is not caused by me. This is just the beginning. Big drops of sweat fell from her forehead, but she still gritted her teeth and pointed to the mid-rise building in front of her that had stood for decades. The peeling wall, the moss and creepers crawling all over the wall, and the scenes flashed before her eyes. For decades, there has never been a moment when she could see this building as clearly as today. Here, there has always been. You are the only orphan. There has always been only you. The only orphan. Only you. This sentence was like a red-hot iron whip that hit Luo Qin's heart hard, and the charred flesh was peeled off layer by layer, and the feeling of suffocation instantly surged through his body. He walked forward a few steps, looking at Chao Yun's face that was gradually turning black and his pupils that had already become dark. And he didn't know what to say at a loss. A burning smell suddenly spread from the air. Jimo Ro was the first to realize that something was wrong. He turned back and saw thick smoke coming out of a window on the second floor of the welfare home. The flames were glowing red through the heavy curtains. Most of the furniture in the room was made of wood, and the fire quickly took advantage of the situation. Luo Qin's eyes widened, and it took him a long time to react. That was the room where Li Yu locked himself. Did he set fire to the room before he completely mutated? Chao Yun also let out a roar at this time, and his whole face began to twist into form, and bloodshot spread from his eyes. But she had not completely lost her mind. She held the door frame tightly with both hands, and her body trembled as if she had received an electric shock. Yuan Shan, Teacher Chao, Luo Qin reached out to her, but he didn't know what to do now. Xue Liang raised his left hand and gently covered Luo Qin's eyes. Don't look. Then, there were two earth-shaking gunshots, which exploded right beside his ears, as desperate and helpless as someone's roar. Xue Liang pressed the trigger tightly, looking at Chao Yun's motionless body, blood slowly flowing out from under her body, spreading a scarlet carpet. Xue Liang found that his hands were shaking. This hadn't happened for many years. The target in front of him was killed with 2 shots. His condition was far from stable as usual. He kept covering Luo Qin's eyes, stepped back a long way, and walked to the car parked in the yard before releasing his hand covering Luo Qin's eyes. Luo Qin's expression seemed to be in another world. He looked back blankly, and then moved his eyes to the upstairs of the welfare home. The fire had spread, and the entire second floor was engulfed in flames. The furnishings in the room were burned and exploded. The crackling sound of furniture exploding could be heard in the yard. A big fire tonight completely burned through a certain defense line in Luo Qin's heart. He leaned against the car dejectedly, let out a sigh. It turns out that it's all fake. Indeed. It's all fake. Family is fake. Friends are fake. Even his life of more than 10 years is fake. From beginning to end, he is the only one who is. Taking himself as an orphan, living seriously, getting along seriously with a group of people who are monitoring him. What blood is flowing in my body? He turned his head to look at Xue Liyang, and in the other's astonished eyes, smiled palely and weakly. What am I, do you know? The pain in his eyes pierced the other. Even Jimoro fell silent. It was rare that he didn't say anything thorny in such an occasion. At that moment, Xue Liyang suddenly saw something shaking in Luo Qin's collar. His pupils shrank suddenly. He ignored Jimoro's strange look, and pulled open Luo Qin's clothes, and pulled the thing out. It was a small rectangular copper plate, with a faded landscape painting printed on it. It had been oxidized and turned black. It was obvious that it had been worn for many years. He had never noticed that Luo Qin was still wearing this thing before. What is this? Xue Liyang stared at the copper plate for a long time before slowly asking. You have been wearing it all the time? Luo Qin looked at the pendant in his hand, and nodded mechanically. What's wrong? Xue Liyang looked at the pendant, then at Luo Qin, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He put the pendant back and said softly, Get in the car. Let's go. Chapter 23 Bloodline. Luo Qin said nothing, walked to the passenger seat, opened the door and got in. Jimoro also got into the back seat, leaned out from the back, looked at Xue Liyang who was walking towards the door, and asked in Luo Qin's ear, What happened to you two? I don't know. Luo Qin closed his eyes, leaned back on the seat as if he was very tired, and didn't say anything. Jimoro turned his head to look at Xue Liyang, and saw that the other party stretched out his hand to pull the door lock, and the heavy copper lock was actually disintegrated by his bare hands, and he couldn't help but shudder, as if it was not a lock, but his own skull. Xue Liyang pushed open the iron gate of the welfare home, turned back to the car, started the car without saying a word, shifted the gear, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight out of the welfare home. The welfare home behind him was completely engulfed by the fire. The flames tore through the endless darkness, distorting the surrounding air into an illusion. The jumping flames gradually faded away in the rearview mirror. Luo Qin squinted and watched for a while, turned his eyes away without leaving a trace. The car was driving on the dark street. There were no street lights on the rural road, and the temperature dropped and fog fell at night. They could only carefully cross the lane with a visibility of less than 10 meters, and always pay attention to whether something would rush out from both sides. The dark night in front of him was as dark as the void. The headlights were like sinking into a trench 10,000 meters deep. Nothing could be illuminated. It was as if everything was surrounded by thick colloid. Luo Qin huddled in his seat. The reminder for not wearing a seat belt was beeping. Xue Liyang sighed, and could only reach out his hand to pull out Luo Qin's seat belt and buckle it. Xue Liyang. Luo Qin suddenly called him. He turned his head, and quietly looked at the man, who seemed to have become haggard overnight, waiting for him to speak. How much do you know? Luo Qin's voice was confused and hoarse. Can you please not hide it from me? I am really sad now. I don't know why they wanted to monitor me. And in the end, they all died because of me. They didn't say anything. And they all died. The heartbreaking words that Chao Yun left for him before she died turned into a stone pressing on his heart, making him breathless. Xue Liyang's eyes showed a little sadness. He lowered his head and whispered, Luo Qin. I don't know if you believe what I said. Luo Qin turned over and looked at him. I believe it. Do I have any choice now? Even if I don't believe it, who can I ask? He sighed calmly and said, You can tell me that the welfare home has not accepted orphans for a long time. Which means you don't want to hide it from me. Speak now. I will believe every word you say from now on. Xue Liyang nodded, and said, Wei Lan is right. I was indeed created by Yuan Shan Laboratory. That was an idea that Yuan Shan had conceived when it was first established. The Ark Project. I only know that this experiment claims to strengthen human cells, develop potential, unreleased power to the extreme, greatly improve physical fitness in all aspects, enhance immunity, and will not cause bacterial infection or death even if seriously injured. 3 years ago, Yuan Shan, I and the military formally signed a tripartite agreement, voluntarily participating in the experiment. Luo Qin asked, Why did you participate in this experiment? There have been many cases since the last century, but all failed. Aren't you afraid of death? Xue Liyang smiled bitterly and raised the corners of his mouth. as if recalling something long ago, at that time. I signed the agreement in the intensive care unit. It was not long after I took the college entrance examination. I was almost dying. It happened that an acquaintance was also in charge of this project. So I donated my body as a personal favor to him. Speaking of this, he couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that when I opened my eyes again. They told me congratulations. The experiment was successful. And I didn't die. Xue Liang clearly remembers that time. Those people surrounded him. Their faces were covered tightly by protective clothing. He could only see the spotlight above his head gradually going out, and the scalpel being put back into the tray. The clanking sound pulled him back to reality from the fantasy. Jimoro was stunned. And couldn't help but whispered, "Fuck." Awesome. He finally understood why Xue Liang always acted so strong. His extraordinary strength and skills were not something that ordinary people could have. Luo Qin didn't find Xue Liang's words funny, but just shook his head and said, "So that's how it is." But the agreement didn't clearly stipulate who I would be after the experiment was successful. This was also a mistake made by Yuan Shan. They thought their technology was not mature enough and I would definitely die. So they just treated me as a guinea pig for the experiment, Xue Liang said. After I came out of the laboratory, I was incorporated into the military system. But because I was too young, the higher-ups decided to let me continue to go to school. However, not long after school started, the training and tasks became more frequent than the school exams, and I usually participated in special military training outside. This is why he almost never showed up at school. Even though he often skipped classes, he still kept his student status through his connections, and only went back once during the final exams, so he wouldn't cause public outrage because of going too far. So Yuan Shan has always hated me very, very much. Xue Liang smiled. They tried many ways to win me over, but since the experiment was successful, I was classified as a military weapon, which is a high-level military secret. Yuan Shan is not qualified to have a private armed force, so I have always been protected by the army. But because I came from Yuan Shan, Yi Qing'an is quite hostile to me. Luo Qin finally remembered that there was another living person who ran away from the welfare home, and asked, "What does this Yi Qing'an do?" "She regards you as an enemy." "Is she against Yuan Shan?" Xue Liang said, "I don't know. But it is probably Chao Yun and others who are monitoring you. And she is monitoring Chao Yun." Speaking of this, do you know that Chao Yun installed a camera in your room? Luo Qin was stunned and shook his head. "I don't know." Xue Liang said, "You let me live in your room. So I found the camera in the room that night. It is very hidden. Chao Yun thought you wouldn't find it. But she didn't expect you to give me the room. I followed the clues and found the surveillance camera she installed in a room on the first floor. It was a surveillance camera independently developed by Yuan Shan. And it was also used to monitor me. Chao Yun is from Yuan Shan. So Wei Lan and Lu Yu are also from Yuan Shan. Wei Lan works in Yuan Shan. If so, then the matter is clear. But Lu Yu, he does not work in Yuan Shan. How was he sent to monitor me? Luo Qin suddenly thought of Lu Yu's adoptive parents, who were successful entrepreneurs. He immediately took out his cell phone, opened the browser, and searched for the name of the couple in his memory. Jimoro watched him typing on the phone. But the search results showed a bunch of local entrepreneurs with the same name. She suddenly asked, "Who are you searching for? An entrepreneur couple with the surname Lu in Shining?" "Yes. I remember Lu Yu's adoptive father's surname was Lu. And his name before he was adopted was Gongyu," Jimoro said. "Don't search anymore. I know the couple you were talking about. Lu Xingyu and Su Xiaoping were my grandfather's subordinates. They followed my grandfather from Hanshou to Shining and went into the distant mountains. After my grandfather left Yuan Shan, they took over his job." Luo Qin felt as if he had grasped something. If Jima Cheng had participated in the mysterious virus experiment in Yuan Shan, then Lu Yu's adoptive parents took him over, which means that they would continue to study the virus. If so, it is not impossible that after adopting Lu Yu, they would let him return to Shining from time to time to observe his condition. She said that I have the same blood. What does that mean? Luo Qin muttered to himself. The opportunity for infection. I want to be bitten by a zombie. Is that their purpose? Xue Liang said, since she dared to release the zombies on the night you came. This should be her plan. But she didn't intend to kill you. According to the original plan. Except for you. We all have to die. But the man named Lu Yu. I heard him quarreling with that woman. Jimoro said. Lu Yu seemed unwilling to let her do that. Lu Yu's dying roar suddenly rang in Luo Qin's ears, rolling in his mind, gradually overlapping with Wei Lan's voice. He suddenly covered his face and groaned. Xue Liyang was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with you? I don't understand. Luo Qin buried his face in his palms, muttering to himself. Since they wanted to monitor me, the original plan was to ensure that I was infected in the welfare home. Why did Wei Lan strongly oppose my return? And even if Lu Yu was bitten, he would run to tell me. So they are dead. Jimoro sneered. Do you think Yuan Shan is a place for charity? If my grandfather had not been involved in the interests of many parties, he would have died when he left Yuan Shan. Your two friends, probably the same situation. As the saying goes, those who make friends for profit will part when the profit is gone, that's it. But the fate after the profit is gone is also decided by Yuan Shan. Xue Liyang tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and said, so far, the person who makes me feel the most strange is Wei Lan. What? Luo Qin asked. Do you remember the time when we encountered mercenaries? I was about to attack the Vietnamese, but Wei Lan suddenly hinted to me that you were in danger. Xue Liyang said. If I'm not mistaken, he did this to distract me, so that when I die, I can't interfere with what he wants to do to you. Luo Qin remembered that Xue Liyang hadn't attacked the Vietnamese mercenary at that time, and his situation was completely safe. With Xue Liyang's skills, it would be easy to take the other person's life without any injury. But at that moment, Wei Lan reminded him of the danger. Xue Liyang was distracted and turned back. And then, he was shot by the other party. But Wei Lan didn't expect that you were not killed by the shot. Luo Qin suddenly understood something. He originally planned to take me back to the welfare home if you died. Xue Liyang said, my guess is that if I was killed at that time, Wei Lan would immediately take out his gun and kill the mercenary, and then take you back to the welfare home himself. But he died in the end. To save me. Luo Qin smiled helplessly. I don't know if he is afraid of death or not. Xue Liyang hesitated for a moment, and said, in fact, before he rushed in to save you, he stuffed something in my pocket. He reached out and took out a card from his pocket. Luo Qin took it and saw that it was Wei Lan's employee authority card in Yuan Shan. He probably wanted to tell me that there is a secret related to you in the distant mountains. I didn't know what he meant at first, until I heard Chao Yun say those words tonight in the welfare home. And then I understood what he wanted to say. Xue Liyang said. So I think he should have prepared two plans, which are also the safest alternative mechanisms. In his plan, whether I died at the hands of the mercenaries or not, the plan can proceed. Luo Qin carefully put away the card, looking out the window and thinking. We can only take it one step at a time, he said. Let's go to the distant mountains to take a look. Chapter 24. It's hard to save the world. Jimoro found that the forum post was updated again. The poster said that an explosion occurred somewhere nearby. Now not only the tap water, but also the power supply has been cut off. The situation in the suburbs is very dangerous now. Shining seems to have completely fallen into a situation of water and power outages. The power station automatically entered a dormant stage. And the tap water, which should not have been cut off, was also cut off for some reason. They found a gas station on the side of the road, filled the tank, and continued to drive north out of the city. Parked cars can be seen everywhere on the highway. And occasionally zombies that have traveled a long distance to get here can be encountered. Luo Qin is not surprised. He has learned to treat those slow monsters as air, and even opens the window to tease them when they pass by. What are you doing? Xue Liyang looked at him in confusion. Why don't you reach out and say hello? Do you dare to get off the car when you drive to the zoo? You are here. Luo Qin smiled. You will protect me. I am not afraid. Xue Liyang shook his head and said, try it. If you are really bitten, the first thing I will do is to take out my mobile phone to take a picture. Luo Qin pretended to complain. You are so ruthless. I have recognized you as my big brother. And you are still like this. Jimoro turned her head and glanced at the two of them. Are you too sick? Can humans really communicate so much nonsense in one breath? When passing a small factory area, Luo Qin suddenly saw a shaking light in front of him. He quickly rolled down the car window and stuck his head out to check the situation. Xue Liyang turned on the high beam and saw that there were actually several humans standing on several containers not far ahead. And there were several zombies with bared fangs and claws under the containers, staring at the living people on top hungrily and trying to reach out. The container was very high, and the zombies could not climb up. But the people had nowhere else to go. If there was no rescue, they would definitely be trapped to death on it. Xue Liang stopped the car, and 3 people jumped down quickly. Those people seemed to have seen a surprise attack from the sky, and almost screamed and cried, "Police? Help!" The zombies also saw the people here, and compared to the prey that could never be caught, the target that was within reach was the first choice. They turned and walked towards the people on the ground. Their twisted faces were illuminated by the car lights and looked even paler. Xue Liang drew out his saber as he walked, and chopped off the head of the zombie closest to him. Then he chopped it back with his hand, and the tip of the saber pierced into the temple of another zombie with a click. He pulled out the saber, and the 2 corpses fell at his feet, and they didn't move. Xue Liang chopped off the zombie's head again, and nodded in approval. "It's very useful." "Is that my saber?" Jimoro glanced at him sideways. "Is it useful? Give me back the saber," Jimoro said. "No." Xue Liang walked to Luo Qin, pointed at the corpses on the ground, and said, "The zombies' weak points are in the head. To kill them, you can only chop off their heads first, destroying their brains or spines. You won't die even if you chop off their hands or feet. Be careful. Don't be careless." The people on the container were rescued. They looked around in shock and asked with a sad face, "Where did these things come from? Why did our people become like that?" Xue Liang said, "If you are bitten by a zombie, you will be infected. They spread the virus through the interaction of body fluids. If you encounter them, run away quickly. When they surround you in groups, it will be too late to run away." The men said, "We hid in a nearby warehouse and wanted to call the police, but no one answered the phone when we called 110. There were monsters everywhere outside, so we wanted to find a car to leave, but we were chased here by them again. Luckily, you are here. Is there anyone alive around here?" Xue Liang asked. "Yes." The men nodded and said, "It's over there. Thank you for your help. Can you take us away from this place?" Luo Qin shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. We only have 1 car. If you want, we can take 2 more people. This is the limit. Can you take my child with you?" A woman cried, "Please save my child." "Why should I take your child? Don't we have children?" Another person retorted, "Your child is not more noble than others. You can only take the child, and the adults have to stay and die. How can you compete with the child? Do you still have any shame? Shame? Come on, tell me, you are almost dead. What shame do you have? We don't know each other. There is no difference between children and adults." Luo Qin was troubled by the quarrels of this group of people, and advised, "Stop quarreling. If there is really no way, just find another car. We can't decide who to take away. It's not fair anyway, so what should we do?" Xue Liang asked, "How many people do you have left?" "There is a lot of traffic around here during the day, so I think we can still find a car now, so let's give it a try." The men took them to the warehouse where they were hiding. Before leaving, Luo Qin was careful and quietly asked Jimoro to stay in the car, to prevent someone from robbing them when they were not prepared. Jimoro seemed to be confused by their overflowing love. "You are quite noble, I tell you. A cup of uneven water will lead to a fight. You can do whatever you want." Most of the people in the warehouse were children, and there were also a few adults, so there were as many as 20 people in total. This is a fulcrum of shipping, warehousing, and logistics. There is a lot of traffic during normal times, and even on weekends, it is under considerable storage pressure. Most of these people are employees of logistics companies who bring their children to work. They take chartered cars to work overtime on weekends. After the sudden outbreak of infection, there is no way to escape, so they are trapped here together. 21 people, and about 4 cars. Xue Liang thought for a while, said, "You guys come, and go with me to find a car nearby that can be used." The professional instinct of a soldier forced him to stay and help these people. In fact, he also thought about finding an excuse to leave on his own, but the principal prevented him from doing so. The instructor in charge of his special training had told him that, even if there was still a civilian in need of rescue, he should not be afraid of death. It was not a pity for you to die, but you must save people. Although Yuan Shan often instilled in him the idea that you are an important person, and you should be prudent and protect yourself first, he still practiced the instructor's teachings to the greatest extent. These people were struggling to survive in front of him, and he could not pretend not to see it no matter what he said, whether he was wearing a military uniform or not. This was his duty. The group left the warehouse, and quietly sneaked in the dark night. Xue Liang asked them to follow closely behind him, and never act alone. Those people nodded repeatedly, and no one dared to breathe. There was a large warehouse nearby, and it was full of private cars driven by employees. Xue Liang searched for them one by one, and hardly found any car with keys inserted. At this time, a man suddenly shouted in surprise, ran to the driver's window of a car, and knocked on the glass. "Here!" The driver forgot the key in the car. Xue Liang was startled, and immediately turned his head, and saw that the man was about to reach out to open the car door, and hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't move." On the front window of the car, a blue light flashed slightly. It was the car alarm. However, it was too late. The alarm suddenly lit up red, and the piercing alarm sounded through the night sky. Everyone was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Xue Liang quickly stepped forward to drag the man away, angrily saying, "I told you not to move." The alarm of the car was still ringing, and Xue Liang could only decide to retreat to the warehouse first. With such a big commotion, zombies within a radius of several hundred meters would probably be attracted. He stopped everyone behind him, reached for the knife on his waist, and just as his fingers touched the handle of the knife, he suddenly saw a dark shadow slowly crawling up from a car with a broken front window next to the man. In a flash, the black shadow roared out of the car window, grabbed the man's arm, and opened his mouth to bite. Luo Qin rushed forward quickly to pull the man away, but just as he was about to be in trouble, Xue Liang pushed him back hard and blocked the zombie's attack with his body. Luo Qin was pushed to the ground, and Xue Liang himself did not have time to dodge, and there was no protection on his hands. So the zombie bit his right hand, and its teeth sank deeply into the flesh. Xue Liang groaned in pain, pulled out a knife with his left hand, and stabbed it into the zombie's head, blood splattering everywhere. The zombie opened its mouth, and its body drooped limply from the car window. Luo Qin had just gotten up when he saw a scene that made him stare blankly. He pushed through the crowd like crazy and rushed to Xue Liang, holding his arm, his eyes full of fear and despair. He looked at the crowd blankly, and suddenly shouted at the man, "Are you looking for death?" As he said that, he felt his eyes burning, and he forced himself to suppress his sadness. He looked at the 2 rows of deep teeth marks on Xue Liang's right hand helplessly, and muttered, "Fuck! You were bitten. What should I do?" He was bitten. The man rolled and crawled behind the crowd, pointing at Xue Liang tremblingly. "He will become that thing too." Fear was like an injection, and it spread very quickly after entering the water. Luo Qin looked up and scanned everyone's face. At this moment, he and Xue Liang had been isolated from the crowd. Everyone showed a fearful expression. One of them hesitated and said, "You have been bitten. Otherwise, you go by yourself, and we will find a way." Xue Liang was stunned for a moment, and before he could speak, someone in the crowd said, "Well, thank you for saving us before. But isn't it said that after being bitten, you will be infected? Let him go. I saw it on the internet. As long as you are bitten, you will die." Luo Qin looked at these people in disbelief, and laughed in anger. "Are you going to drive people away?" No one spoke at this time, but this silent atmosphere had already tacitly accepted Luo Qin's questioning. You guys, okay, Xue Liang, let's go." Luo Qin turned around, pulled Xue Liang up and left. Someone called out weakly from behind, saying, "How about you stay? You haven't been bitten. You can stay with us and wait for rescue." Luo Qin didn't even turn his head. No need. When he said this, he suddenly felt like he had given up. If even Xue Liang was infected, then everything would end here, and he could finally find an excuse to stop being pushed forward. Jimoro saw the 2 people coming back from a distance, and couldn't help but sneer. "What's wrong? Was it because I was right, and they don't appreciate it?" Luo Qin walked up to him in silence, as if he didn't know what to say, and could only lift Xue Liang's arm, and gestured to Jimoro, "Don't mention it. It's still those people who caused it. What should we do now?" Jimoro's face changed, and he immediately took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Xue Liang. "Don't move. Stop." Luo Qin immediately. He broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly stepped in front of Xue Liang. "Jimoro, are you crazy? You are crazy. Didn't you see that he was bitten? Stay away from him," Jimoro said coldly. "He is infected. Wait a minute. You can't just kill him." Luo Qin blocked Xue Liang behind him, glaring at Jimoro. "He was bitten to save people. Don't forget. He also saved you. Then how are you going to deal with it?" Jimoro asked. Luo Qin glanced at Shui Liang with difficulty and said, "Let me think about it. I'll think of a way for you." Shui Liang said slowly, "Just throw me here." "Shut up first." Luo Qin gritted his teeth. "Let me think about it." Jimoro confronted Luo Qin in silence for a while, and suddenly laughed, put down the gun in his hand, and looked at Luo Qin jokingly. "I'm just trying to scare you. Look at your behavior. I knew these people had no good intentions. As soon as you left, a few people approached the car stealthily, trying to steal the car and escape. But I scared them away," Jimoro said with disgust. "It's really a dog biting Lu Dongbin. They saved them, and they bit back." He returned to the car, took out some disinfectant and bandages from his bag, and handed them to Luo Qin. "This is what your friend from the welfare home left after bandaging me. If you see anything else that can be used, please give it to him. Think of a way. There must be a way." Luo Qin interrupted him, pulled Shui Liang into the car, tore open the few remaining bandages, and wrapped them around Shui Liang's arm. Shui Liang stopped him and said, "I don't need this. I'll keep it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Luo Qin was shaking with his head down. Chapter 25 Help Message. The temperature at night was frighteningly low, and even wearing a cotton coat would make one feel extremely cold, but beads of sweat fell on Luo Qin's face. He grabbed Shui Liang's arm, and insisted on putting on the bandage, and uttered a few words with difficulty. "Then, what should we do? Is there any other way?" All those who were bitten before were infected without exception, and no matter how strong Shui Liang was, he was still a flesh and blood body. How could he be an exception? He felt as if his heart was burned by fire, and the only remaining strength that had supported him until now was like a dam collapsed, and all the pain and anxiety were released continuously. The fear of death was like a ghost that followed him everywhere. From Wei Lan to Lu Yu to Chao Yun, he really couldn't hold on any longer. "I'm sorry," Luo Qin whispered. "I asked you to protect me before, but that's not what I meant. You should just leave me alone." Shui Liang couldn't bear it, so he gently pulled his arm out and pointed to his wound. "I'm fine. I won't be infected." Luo Qin was stunned, and as if he had been redeemed, he grabbed him and asked, "What do you mean?" "I said I wouldn't die." Shui Liang looked at him, with a faint and gentle smile in his eyes. "Then I really won't die, no matter what happens. Will I not be infected?" Luo Qin suddenly ignited hope. Shui Liang didn't even need to ask to feel his excitement. Nodded and said, "No. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine." Luo Qin was a little bit crazy when he recited these words. With a silly smile on his face, he lifted Shui Liang's arm in a panic, and then put it down, and finally gently placed it on his legs, and rubbed it with some concern. "It's good that you're okay. Don't touch it." Shui Liang frowned, and gently pushed Luo Qin's hand away. "Be careful of infection." Jimoro leaned against the door, and listened to the whole process. At this moment, he was looking at Luo Qin's roller coaster-like expression and gloating. Why didn't you tell him earlier? If recreated humans die so easily, Yuan Shan's work for so many years would have been in vain. Luo Qin looked at him in surprise. "You know all this?" Jimoro said without surprise. "Although I have never seen a recreated human, my grandfather still mentioned it to me. Recreated humans have extremely strong vitality, and when Yuan Shan was making them, he must have conducted virus resistance experiments, not to mention that it was a virus created by Yuan Shan himself. After all, if the finished product made by the left hand is killed by the thing in the right hand, then Yuan Shan's human experiment will be completely meaningless. And even if there is an accident," he looked at Luo Qin and said, "I don't care, he saved my life. The worst case scenario is to return it to him. I don't want your life." Shui Liang shook his head. "It will fall on my hand later." "Shui Liang, you are shameless. Keep going." Shui Liang gently bumped Luo Qin with his arm. "Can you still drive?" "I'll do it." Jimoro didn't wait for Luo Qin to speak, and opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. "It's my turn to take a shift, you guys take a break." Luo Qin nodded, looked at him suspiciously and said, "Are you an adult?" Jimoro turned his head and glared at him. "Do you think I look like an adult? I'm 22 this year." He hates it most when people say he is good looking, and when people assume he is young based on his appearance. Although people around him couldn't understand his strange restricted area, Jimoro always got angry at these words, since she was a child. The car drove steadily on the silent road, and the headlights streaked through the thick darkness like a meteor, but soon disappeared in the endless night. leaving only a cloud of dust on the road. The weather had cleared up at some point, and most of the gloomy clouds had drifted away. The moonlight slowly sprinkled down through the clouds. The car was a little dim. Luo Qin looked at Shui Liyang, who was leaning against the side with his eyes closed. In the moonlight, the wound on his hand was wrapped in a bandage and had stopped bleeding. But Luo Qin was still a little worried. After all, he had not witnessed with his own eyes whether the recreated human would be infected after being bitten. It is better to be safe than sorry. Shui Liyang seemed a little listless. He unconsciously wrapped his coat and snorted. Luo Qin heard that he seemed to have a nasal tone, so he tentatively reached out and touched his forehead. Unexpectedly, he was immediately scalded. No. Why are you so hot? Me? Shui Liyang touched his face a little confusedly, and then retracted his hand without paying much attention. It's okay. I have a fever. I know you have a fever. Luo Qin saw that Shui Liyang didn't take it seriously at all, so he became a little anxious. Your face is too hot. It can roast an egg. What if you were burned to death? Shui Liyang turned over, opened his eyes, and looked at him, and said, the immunity of the regenerated human is very strong. Among the more than 4,000 viruses that humans have classified so far, most of them can produce corresponding antibodies. When necessary, we will kill the virus by causing fever. So, I'm fine, he said, stretched out his hand to open his collar, and fanned himself with his hand. It's just a little hot. Luo Qin pulled his collar up hard, gritted his teeth, and said, put it on for me. Shui Liyang looked at him innocently, as if a little helpless. It's really hot. Bear the heat. Luo Qin thought for a while, and suddenly stretched out his hand and stuffed it into Shui Liyang's collar without saying anything. My hands are quite cold. There is no ice pack. You can make do with it. Shui Liyang shivered at his cold hands, and complained, it's too cold. Are you too hot or too cold? Luo Qin pushed his hands in relentlessly. His palms pressed tightly against both sides of Shui Liyang's neck, feeling the unusual heat of the skin there, and the steadily beating pulse. And suddenly, there was a throbbing in his heart. Shui Liyang was totally unaware, and subconsciously shrank closer to him, and closed his eyes again. The two of them just leaned against each other quietly in the small seat in the back row. Luo Qin's expression was stiff, and he wanted to move, but didn't dare to. His hand was clamped by Shui Liyang's slightly tilted head, and the latter's body temperature gradually spread from the fingertips to the palm. He could even feel Shui Liyang's warm breath falling on his wrist, which made him feel a little itchy. It was clamped so tightly. He was instantly shocked by his own slightly dirty thoughts, and wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide. What the hell was going on? Shui Liyang trusted him so much that she leaned against him to sleep. How could he have such an idea? He couldn't help but chant Amitabha in his heart. Those art films that Wei Lan dragged him to watch when he was in school now kept pouring out of his mind. Luo Qin tried his best to stop himself from putting those blasphemous thoughts on Shui Liyang. The two thoughts fought against each other, and for a moment, he actually began to sweat for no reason. Shui Liyang was different in his heart. How could she be compared with those things? If he moved his finger a little higher, he would be able to touch Shui Liyang's earlobe. His throat rolled up and down, and slowly raised his fingertips. He touched it. At this moment, no matter whether it was the Monkey King, Taishang Lao Jun, Namo Amitabha, the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva who saved the suffering, they were all useless. He felt the heat in his blood vessels rushing to the top of his head. Luo Qin suddenly reacted, retracted his fingers at once, but accidentally scraped Shui Liyang's face. He froze there instantly, his fingers began to ache, and he dared not move anymore. The behavior just now was simply out of line, which was completely different from the usual joking meeting of each other. Luo Qin only felt that his skin was burning. Shui Liyang's face was flushed, and it seemed that he was too tired. He didn't react at all. He curled up and slept soundly. He looked very calm. You too, Jimoro looked at the two people in the rearview mirror, with a look of disgust, and then quickly moved his eyes away. Damn. You two are really sick. I have to find a pair of sunglasses to wear later. Jimoro. I'm talking to you. Luo Qin laughed sarcastically and said, have you been beaten up since you were a child? The two of them were arguing with each other fiercely, and no one noticed that Shui Liyang quietly opened his eyes, under the cover of the shadow. A dim light flowed through his pupils, and after a moment, he closed his eyes again. The car continued to drive, and the scenery along the way was slowly changing. The residential houses in the villages and towns became fewer and fewer. and large industrial plants and large warehouses began to appear. Luo Qin lowered his head and flipped through the Shining forum on his mobile phone. The originally deserted forum homepage was already filled with help messages. However, many posts were no longer updated a day or two ago. Only the help post found by Jimoro was still stubbornly supporting itself until an hour ago. The location given in this post is only 200 meters away from here. Luo Qin handed the phone to Jimoro, pointed to the real-time navigation on the screen. We are going to save people. Jimoro said unhappily. Have you forgotten what kind of people you met before? Xue Liyang saved their lives. But he turned around and chased them away. Xue Liyang had woken up at this time. He stretched and said, "Stop the car in front." Shiro. Jimoro stopped the car immediately. Luo Qin was about to ask him when he became so obedient. Jimoro turned around with murderous intent, and her peach blossom eyes became like an evil god. What did you call me? Xiao Ro. Xue Liyang didn't care, and got up and rubbed his eyes. Don't stop here. Jimoro shouted angrily. Who told you to call me that? Xue Liyang looked at him and blinked. I heard your grandfather call me that. How can it be the same you? He wanted to yell that you were not my grandfather, but then he thought, if Xue Liyang took advantage of him, he would probably vomit blood and die here today. However, Xue Liyang ignored Jimoro's impotent rage, and opened the car door, and got out. He had a good sleep, and his fever had completely subsided. Jimoro turned to Luo Qin in shock. Damn! Luo Qin patted the other's shoulder, and comforted him perfunctorily. I feel bad. He got out of the car, picked up the bag of supplies on the seat, and looked around. I didn't see any zombies. Be careful. Xue Liyang yawned. And when he opened his eyes again, he was already in full combat readiness. He held the saber in front of him, and said to the two people behind him, Follow me closely. There were 2 rows of towering walls on both sides of the road. They just stopped at the gate of a factory building. Across the green belt was the main gate of the chemical plant. The black iron gate was half open and half closed. There seemed to be something hanging on the door. It was pitch black, and could not be seen clearly. It was shaking with the wind, making strange creaking sounds. Xue Liyang broke through the low shrub belt, and walked to the door. He was shocked to find that there was a corpse hanging on the iron gate. Or half a corpse to be precise. The upper body of the corpse was nowhere to be found, leaving only the 2 legs from the waist down, stuck in the gap of the railing. And the waist was full of bloody broken bones and rotten flesh, as if it had been bitten by something. Where is this place? The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the surroundings were quiet, not like zombies. Luo Qin approached the door, turned on the flashlight to illuminate the factory sign at the door, and saw the word Shining Xinla Chemical Company, Ltd, on it, and asked Jimoro, Is the location on your post here? It's this chemical factory. Jimoro took the flashlight and walked forward a few steps, confirming that this was the address of the post. The houses where those people were trapped should be just ahead. The 3 of them continued to walk forward, and they found a deep alley next to the chemical plant. On the right was the wall of the chemical plant, and on the left were several independent houses. Each house had a light on, and it didn't look like anyone was there. Jimoro thought about it, and replied to the help post with her mobile phone. Already downstairs. Turn on the light. Be careful. Luo Qin pulled Jimoro from behind, and quietly pointed to the alley. There were 5 or 6 zombies wandering downstairs. At this moment, attracted by the flashlight, they were heading towards the alley. Have you found the location of those people? Luo Qin asked. I'm afraid there are more around here. At this time, the 3 of them saw a window on the 2nd floor of a building light up. Although it was very fast, it was enough for them to see the location clearly. Xue Liyang rushed towards the zombies in an instant. With a few slashes of his knife, the heads of the zombies all rolled to the ground. Their stiff bodies stood there for a moment, and then they fell down one after another, no longer moving. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Xue Liyang demonstrated the almost impossible power of recreating human beings. Even if the naked eye tried its best to capture it, it would be difficult to completely restore his movements afterwards. Isn't it amazing? Luo Qin poked Jimoro with his hand a little excitedly. Did you see it clearly? I didn't see it clearly. Jimoro almost chopped him in the face with a knife. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? You don't have any pursuits? Luo Qin said speechlessly. This is called there must be a teacher among 3 people. I have learned the fighting skills since I was a child by myself. Do you think you can learn this thing step by step? Jimoro said. Can you use a side light to watch it? Around, don't keep glancing at him. What's so good about him? Luo Qin was stunned. What side light? You mean peripheral light? Fuck, are you illiterate? You two illiterates are the same. Can you stop arguing? Xue Liang called the two impatiently. Follow me. The three of them quickly ran into the corridor of the residential building, but this place had already been occupied by zombies. They stretched out their rotten palms to the living, their 10 fingers twisted into strange shapes, while making terrifying screams. Xue Liang kicked a zombie over with one foot, and his other hand had already swung his knife forward, cutting the head of another zombie in half. At this time, zombies began to stagger in from the unit door behind him. Luo Qin threw the flashlight to Jimoro, and pulled out a knife from his waist, stabbed it into the zombie's head, and then kicked the zombie in the stomach, and pulled the knife out with force. Both of you have my knives, Jimoro said angrily. Robbers. I'll give it back to you later. Luo Qin ended the fight with another knife, and shouted to Xue Liang, are you done? Go upstairs. Xue Liang had just finished dealing with it, and put away the knife and ran upstairs. The security door on the right side of the second floor was opened a crack, and a very weak light poured out from inside. Seeing a dark shadow rushing up, the person behind the door screamed and was about to close the door. Xue Liang quickly inserted a knife into the crack of the door and whispered, open the door. Chapter 26 Lychee. The room was lit up. Someone turned on the flashlight, and it shone directly on them. 3 people covered in blood rushed into the room, with knives in their hands, and they looked no better than the zombies outside. The air suddenly fell silent, and countless pairs of eyes looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Lychee? A voice suddenly rang out. Xue Liang shuddered almost at the same time. Looking in the direction of the voice, a woman in black stood up. Her hair was messy, her face was haggard, but her eyes shone with a glimmer of light. Is it you? Lychee? Aunt Jing? Xue Liang's breathing began to become rapid. He stared at the woman in a daze, walked up to her, and looked at her carefully, as if he couldn't believe it. Oh! It's really Lychee. The woman hugged Xue Liang excitedly. She was a head shorter than Xue Liang, so she had to stand on tiptoe when hugging him. Xue Liang bent down calmly, allowing the woman to hug him more comfortably. It's me. Luo Qin was very surprised. He saw that the woman seemed to be about 50 years old. Although she was dressed very elegantly, she could not hide the traces of years on her appearance. He didn't know why Xue Liang called her aunt, but the more he looked at her, the more familiar she looked. After looking at her for a long time, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, are you the boss next door? He remembered that the woman's name was Jing Chun, and she was the boss of the clothing store next door, but she almost never managed the store herself. From the time Luo Qin started running the dim sum shop to now, she had only been to the shop less than 10 times, and she came in a hurry every time and left in a hurry. After going back and forth several times, Luo Qin vaguely remembered her face. Jing Chun said, huh? And her eyes fell on Luo Qin. Is that Xiao Luo? The cake next door? Yes. It's me. Luo Qin wondered why there were such coincidences in the world. His next-door neighbor. And he was actually very close to Xue Liang. The world is really too small. Jing Chun seemed particularly happy to see Xue Liang, and immediately pulled Xue Liang over to sit. She took out a wet towel from her bag, carefully wiped Xue Liang's face, looked at him and smiled. How could I meet you here, kid? Xue Liang briefly recounted his previous experience, but did not mention his identity as a recreated human. Luo Qin felt strange. Xue Liang seemed to value Jing Chun very much, but deliberately hid some things from her. The relationship between the two seemed both close and distant, as if they were as close as family, but there was a thin film-like barrier between them. You've suffered. Jing Chun touched his head with some effort. You've grown so tall. The last time I saw you, you were still that small, still in elementary school. Xue Liang smiled. It was several years ago. Jing Chun turned to Luo Qin and Jimoro and asked, are you Li Ji's friends? Luo Qin seemed very interested in this new name. He looked at Xue Liang and nodded, and said, we also met on the road, and he saved us. Jing Chun sighed, and glanced at the other 5 survivors trapped with her. She had originally come here to meet a friend, but when she was near, an infected car owner lost control of his car and caused a chain accident. The road was in chaos in an instant. She escaped from the zombies that were attacking people on the street, and ran to her friend's house and knocked on the door to seek refuge. There were 4 people here who were also trapped here with nowhere to go. They were all Yuan Shan employees without exception. They fled from the Yuan Shan factory and crashed their car on the roadside. They happened to meet Jing Chun and others who were rescuing survivors. Several wounded people have been trapped here for dozens of hours. Since the tap water was cut off, they can only drink water from the fish tank to survive. Later, even the power supply was cut off. The fear of darkness made people crazy. There was no water, no food, and no electricity. The toilet was full of excrement and garbage, and the bathroom was full of stench. It was no longer usable. They spent most of the time in a coma, and when they woke up, they gathered together to check the forum. Because there was no place to charge, all the batteries were replaced in turn on a mobile phone, relying on that little bit of power to keep updating the posts. Luo Qin took out some of the food and water in the bag. Those people had been hungry and thirsty for a long time. But they were very frugal. Perhaps they had sequelae caused by the lack of resources. Everyone just licked a few sips of water from the bottle cap to moisten their dry lips. Only a small portion of the food was shared. After passing it around, they only finished one piece of bread. Jing Chun sat in the corner of the living room and talked about some family matters with Shui Liang. He was quite sad while talking, as if he felt that he had been away from home for many years. When he encountered such a thing, he missed the good things in his hometown. "We are here to take you away." Shui Liang patted Jing Chun's back gently and whispered, "I will take you to a safe place. Don't be afraid." Jing Chun said, "Don't force yourself, child." Shui Liang hesitated for a moment and still said, "And Jing, I want to go to Yuan Shan's factory. There are some things I must understand." Jing Chun was surprised and asked, "What are you doing there?" "They escaped from there. Do you know how dangerous it is?" Shui Liang nodded. "So I saw the post saying that there are Yuan Shan employees among you, and I came here immediately." He turned his head and looked at the few people and asked, "You should know what happened in there, right?" The few people looked at each other and seemed to be a little surprised by Shui Liang's sudden change of tone. One of them said, "We don't know either. We are interns from Yuan Shan. We went to sign the regularization agreement that day. We didn't expect to encounter such a thing." After listening, Luo Qin immediately looked up and asked, "Then on the day you went there, were there any new interns signing contracts?" None of the three could say clearly. Only one seemed to think carefully, nodded and said, "It seems that there were. It's like this every year. Qualified interns are regularized and new interns sign contracts. But there are many interns signed this year. If you want to ask someone specifically, I definitely don't know." Luo Qin responded with disappointment and sat back silently. He hasn't received any news from Zhang Huan for a long time. If the other party didn't escape, where would he be? "Lizzie, listen to your aunt. If you can't figure out the matter related to Yuan Shan, don't investigate it anymore." Jing Chun rarely looked serious, staring at Shui Liang and said, "Don't investigate anymore. Do you hear me?" Shui Liang didn't speak. He looked into Jing Chun's eyes and shook his head firmly. Luo Qin looked at the two people's sudden sharp attitude and was puzzled. "Don't check anymore." Jing Chun's voice sounded a little angry. "I'm doing this for your own good. Even if you are doing this for your brother's matter, Auntie is very grateful to you. But don't check anymore. Okay?" As she spoke, her tone gradually turned into gentle persuasion. However, Shui Liang still seemed to have no intention of giving in. He sighed and said, "Everyone, take a rest, recover, and leave immediately tomorrow morning." After that, Shui Liang stood up and walked to the door, took out the rifle confiscated from the mercenary's body from the bag of supplies he brought, and sat down against the door. "I'll guard the door. You can rest assured." Jing Chun looked at him helplessly, and could only let everyone go back to their rooms to rest. Before leaving, she quietly pulled Luo Qin aside and said with some worry, "This child doesn't listen to me. Xiao Luo, you and he are of the same age. You can talk to each other. Help Aunt persuade him. Okay?" Although he didn't know what the two were arguing about, Luo Qin still nodded at Jing Chun. "Okay. I will persuade him." Jing Chun's inexplicable trust in him gave him confidence. But more importantly, he still had some unspeakable selfishness. After everyone went to bed, Luo Qin walked to Shui Liang in the dark and sat down next to him. In the darkness, Shui Liang made room for Luo Qin and asked, "Why don't you go to sleep?" Luo Qin glanced at Ji Moro, who had fallen asleep on the sofa not far away. and shook his head. I can't sleep. When people are too tired, they can't sleep. Shui Liang didn't know what his twisted logic was, and whispered, You are anxious. If you don't sleep now, just don't feel sleepy during the day. Luo Qin was silent for a while, and then he said carefully, Liqi? He could feel Shui Liang's body stiffen for a moment, and he almost laughed out loud. He cleared his throat, leaned close to Shui Liang's ear and asked, Are you really calling me Liqi? Shui Liang felt his ears itchy. He moved aside inconspicuously, nodded sullenly. Yeah, Liqi. Luo Qin called again. If you have something to say, just say it. Shui Liang turned his head away and put his face against the cold gun barrel. Don't keep calling me this. Don't keep pinching me, or I'll chop your hand. You won't, Luo Qin said. You are a good Liqi, and you never kill innocent people. You, who is Sister Jing Chun to you? Luo Qin interrupted and asked before the other party got completely angry. My dad's ex-wife. Before, he married my mom, Shui Liang replied. I saw her many times when I was a kid, and she was very nice to me. Luo Qin didn't expect Shui Liang to have such a past. But once it came to family disputes, he, as an outsider, would be difficult to talk to. But she seemed to care about you, and kept persuading you not to investigate Yuan Shan's affairs. By the way, why did you take this risk? Shui Liang didn't speak for a long time, and even when Luo Qin thought he would not talk to him again tonight, Shui Liang suddenly spoke, because of my brother. He changed the gun in his hand and held it in a different position, and whispered, It's the son she and my dad had, and he was awarded to my dad during the divorce. My brother and Aunt Jing always took care of me before. About 10 years ago, my brother went to work in Yuan Shan. He seemed to be 21 years old at that time, about the same age as I am now. Suddenly one day, many people came to my house, and I found out that my brother was dead. When Shui Liang said this, his tone was flat, but Luo Qin heard a suppressed sadness. He just died like that. No reason was given, and even the body was gone. Later, I checked it many times myself, but there was no result. Luo Qin suddenly understood that the sadness in Shui Liang's words was not the kind of hysterical shouting and questioning, but a kind of self-torture that came from the deepest soul of life, which was a little powerless. Why does a person die in such an unclear way? You want to catch someone and ask him why he died, why his life should disappear into nothingness, just like a grain of dust that never existed. I often regretted it in the past 2 years, and I couldn't understand why my brother died in the distant mountains, and why I had to jump into this fire pit again, Shui Liang said calmly. Later, I understood my behavior a little, because when people are very helpless, there is only one way in front of them, and you have no choice. This is the first time Shui Liang took the initiative to talk to Luo Qin about his past. The undisguised sadness and powerlessness attached to it made Luo Qin feel that the person in front of him suddenly became very fragile. I don't know if people tend to sigh in the middle of the night and regret it when they wake up the next day, but Shui Liang didn't seem to worry about this. He continued, until I saw Wei Lan, Lu Yu and Chao Yun die one by one in front of me. I suddenly had an idea. Why do people who are related to Yuan Shan have to end up like this? He shook his head, as if to himself, or to someone else. I don't know what I will become if I continue to investigate, but the most core secrets of Yuan Shan will never be accessible to bystanders. I think, if you can't figure out the truth, you can only become part of the truth. Luo Qin wanted to say something, but suddenly thought of himself. Chao Yun's curse-like words before his death still linger on the most sensitive part of his heart, and are becoming more and more difficult to remove day by day. Who knows? Luo Qin sighed bitterly, shook his head, and said, I'm not worried now. I just think that I can have a real meal of meat after I get out. As for other things, what kind of blood I have, what kind of person I am, when I get to that point, I will know it myself. Shui Liang looked at him, and didn't say anything for a long time. Luo Qin touched him with his elbow strangely. What's wrong with you? You know, Luo Qin, I sometimes see you. It's like a pig being taken to the slaughterhouse on the highway. It lies on the railing to blow the wind. It doesn't know what it will experience next, but at least it feels very happy now. Shui Liang laughed out loud. He stretched out his hand, patted Luo Qin on the back. Thank you. I know it was Aunt Jing who asked you to persuade me. When Luo Qin saw him smile, he also relaxed unconsciously. It's not just because of her, we are friends, so I have my own stance towards you. After a few seconds of silence, Shui Liang suddenly asked, can you accept your future? I mean, if one day you know the things that are hidden from you, no matter what, are you ready to accept it? Luo Qin thought about it, and felt that he didn't seem to have such a strong psychological preparation. He looked at Shui Liang and said, if you were there at that time. Shui Liang's breathing stagnated slightly. But Luo Qin did not notice it. He just continued, then I think my heart would be at least a little stronger than it is now. Go to sleep. Shui Liang blinked and said, it's too late. Luo Qin stopped talking and leaned against Shui Liang. Maybe he felt sleepy because he had said a lot of words in one breath. He closed his eyes for a while, and his breathing became quiet. Shui Liang sat silently in the dark, turned his head, and glanced at the sleeping Luo Qin, and sighed softly after a long time. Chapter 27 Dispersion. Jimoro opened his eyes. A ray of morning light flashed before his eyes. He sat up from the sofa, and gently wiped his face. The room was very dark. He pulled open the curtains with only a half gap, then turned around, and saw Shui Liang and Luo Qin sleeping by the door. The two of them were like wax stuck together, their heads leaning against each other tightly, and even their breathing rates were in sync. Jimoro stood there and watched for a long time, and suddenly felt that this picture was very wrong, and very unpleasant. He walked to the door, squatted in front of the two people, and tried to destroy this unharmonious scene with his loud voice. Get up. Shui Liang opened his eyes instantly, and before Jimoro could say the second sentence, he pinched the other person's neck and pressed him to the ground. Jimoro's head hit the hard tile heavily, and his eyes went black, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. Luo Qin was also awakened, and stood up immediately. What's wrong? You fucking bastard. Shui Liang then realized that he had thrown a living person to the ground. So he quickly let go and pulled Jimoro up. Xiaoro? Why is it you? Why can't it be me? I slept here last night. Do you remember? Jimoro shook his hand away, and pointed angrily at the sofa behind him. Did you do it on purpose? Fuck. Really not. I thought someone was attacking me. Ambush your uncle. Jimoro felt that her lower back was about to be broken, and the wounds on her body that had not yet healed seemed to have split open a lot more. He got up from the ground with his teeth bared, but dared not say anything to Shui Liang. He could not beat him, and was beaten twice in vain, so he could only swallow his anger. I'm sorry. Shui Liang rubbed his wrist and said, next time, don't shout so loudly when I'm sleeping. It will be a conditioned reflex, and I won't be gentle when I hit you. I see. Jimoro was angry, and turned around and left. The 9 people had a simple breakfast, shared a bottle of mineral water, and packed their luggage to set off. Jing Chun saw the gun in Shui Liang's hand, and said with a worried look, Lizzie, do you have to go? Let's not talk about this for now. After sending you out of the city, I have my own plans. Shui Liang put the bag of supplies on his back and checked his belongings. I checked online before. There is a military shelter 5 kilometers outside Shining City. All the people who escaped from the city went there. It is the safest. Jing Chun shook her head. She knew that she could only say this much. To her, Shui Liang had grown up, and her identity also meant that she had no right to stop him. The relationship between the two had been so awkward for many years. At this point, she had to admit that Shui Liang was no longer the child she was before, and had her own ideas. Shui Liang walked to the window, and looked at the large building standing not far away. It was the factory of Yuan Shan Pharmaceutical, which might explain all the mysteries. He felt that if he missed this opportunity, it might be difficult to investigate the source of all these disasters in the future. The biggest obstacle to the road they were going to take was the zombies wandering in groups downstairs. These things seem to be very sensitive to light. There are no signs of large-scale activities at night, and no one knows where they hide. But during the day, there is always a large-scale outbreak of zombies, which is hard to prevent. Luo Qin, you and Xiaoro take them through the stairs. Shui Liang loaded the bullet, squinted his eyes, and looked at the position of the zombies downstairs, counting silently in his heart, 1, 2, 3. What are you going to do? Jimoro no longer had time to correct his address. The compensation for being suppressed like a little lamb along the way was that Shui Liang finally returned the saber. Go through the window, Shui Liang said without looking back. There are not many bullets. Hurry up. Everyone stay together. Don't run around. Don't get separated. Luo said, quietly opening the door. Everything was normal in the corridor, and there was no sign of zombie activity. He immediately led everyone downstairs. As soon as they rushed down the first floor, they saw 2 zombies blocking the door. When they heard the sound in the building, they immediately turned around. Luo did not hesitate, and raised his hand and shot. With a bang, a zombie was hit, and half of its head was smashed to the ground, and its brain and black blood also fell to the ground. The people behind him exclaimed in surprise. It was probably the first time they faced such a bloody scene, and in turn from Yuan Shan even vomited on the railing on the spot. Jimoro grabbed the intern's arm and urged him. No time to vomit. Hurry up. He swung the knife in his hand a few times, and the blade flew towards the head of the other zombie, instantly piercing the rotten head, and nailed the head and the knife to the wall. Everyone took the opportunity to rush out of the residential building. At the same time, there was a loud sound of glass breaking overhead. Shui Liang jumped down from the second floor, rolled on the ground and stood up, raising his gun and shooting at the zombies in front of him. Every shot hit the vital points, and in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 were killed. Jimoro pulled out the half-naked military knife in the wall and shouted to the people behind him, "Just run to the car, don't stop." Luo fired another shot, but only hit the chest of the zombie in front of him. The zombie was not affected at all, and still rushed towards him with his mouth open. Shui Liang raised the butt of his gun and smashed it in the face of the zombie, smashing its head to pieces. He reached out and pulled Luo and asked, "Can you take them to the car?" "No problem." Luo shook his hand. "I'll wait for you in the car." Shui Liang lowered his eyes and looked at the 2 people holding hands. "You must be careful." Gunshots rang out crazily behind him. Shui Liang fired every shot accurately. It took only a few minutes to clear a passage for escape. Luo and Jimoro quickly ran to the road with a few other people. They saw some zombies gathered there. Although there were not many zombies, they were very close to the car and had to be cleared. Jimoro had killed 5 or 6 zombies in a row, but her breath was not even disturbed. He kicked the zombie's head with a spinning kick, and the blood splashed on the wall beside him. The blood was almost all black, as sticky as ink, and slowly flowed down the wall. "Go find a car," Jimoro said to Jing Chun, who took out the key, and a car not far away turned on its lights and beeped twice. At the same time, she suddenly thought of something, stopped and asked Luo "What about Liqi?" Luo looked at her, nodded firmly. "Don't worry. He can do it. You go first." Jing Chun looked back again. The gunshots had not stopped, and Shui Liang was still covering them. She turned around and led everyone to run towards the car. Luo escorted them to the car, told them to lock the door, and then immediately went back with Jimoro to meet Shui Liang. Shui Liang had also rushed out at this time. He patted the shoulders of the 2 and said, "Okay, let's get in the car." They rushed to the car, and Luo just started the engine, when a skinny and rotten green giant hand stretched out from the broken window. Luo was shocked, and quickly retreated to the co-pilot, stabbing the zombie's palm with a knife. The zombie roared and scratched randomly. Shui Liang climbed onto the roof from the other side, removed the bandage on his hand, and quickly wrapped it around the zombie's neck, and then tightened it upwards. The zombie, who was still roaring the moment before, instantly stiffened his body, and then stopped moving. Shui Liang threw the bandage, and the corpse was thrown across half the road, and hit the roof of the private car heavily, and a dent appeared directly. He got back through the car window and said in a deep voice, "Drive." Luo quickly shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. Jing Chun and others followed closely behind, and the 2 cars quickly drove away from the scene. Zombies chased the car in groups. Luo looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the road behind him was almost covered with zombies. Countless zombies came from nowhere and rushed to the street from all directions, like ants coming out of their nests, which shocked everyone. "It's the sound. They were attracted by the gunshots," Jimoro said. "There's no time. Drive faster." Shui Liang put the gun on the window and fired a burst of gunfire. A zombie that had already climbed onto the road was instantly thrown back and hit several of its companions. However, there were too many zombies. Even if he used up all the bullets in his body, it would only be a drop in the bucket. This may be the main source of the virus, so there are more people infected than in the city. Xue Liang took out the empty magazine and reloaded it. Go first. I'll cover you. Luo Qin saw him reaching out to open the car door and wanted to stop him. However, he was so anxious that he didn't control his voice and almost shouted out, "Come back!" Xue Liang was startled by him and turned his head to look at him blankly. No. Luo Qin looked at the other person's eyes and suddenly felt a little annoyed that he had yelled too loudly just now. Did he scare people? At this time, the three of them suddenly found that the car Jing Chun was in suddenly accelerated, passed them with a buzz, and almost scraped the rearview mirror. Luo Qin urgently avoided to the right, and was a little dazed for a while. He saw that the vehicle in front seemed to be a little unstable, the body of the car swayed left and right, and it almost rushed down the curb several times, and he felt something was wrong. What are they doing? Jimoro suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, "Be careful!" Luo Qin immediately slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. For some reason, the car in front suddenly turned sideways, and turned the front of the car with a drift. Both cars were going over 60 miles per hour, and emergency braking was no longer possible. With a loud bang, the two cars collided with an impact so strong that it almost shattered people's internal organs. The two airbags in the front row popped out, burying the two people sitting in the front. Jimoro hit the seat, and his eyes went black. But fortunately, he was not knocked unconscious. He staggered to his feet, pushed open the deformed door, but fell out of the door because he was not standing steadily. Xue Liang struggled to climb out of the airbag. The door on his side had been knocked open, leaving only half of it connected to the body, and the front of the car had been dented in the collision. The whole car was obviously scrapped. Luo Qin, Xue Liang shouted anxiously. How are you? I'm fine. Luo Qin staggered out his hand from the driver's seat. Quick! Go see what's going on with him. Help! Ah! Xue Liang heard a shrill cry for help from the car in front, and immediately kicked open the door and jumped out. When he walked to the front of the car, he saw that the windows of the other car were tightly closed, and he couldn't see the situation inside at all. In a hurry, Xue Liang raised the butt of the gun and smashed the passenger window, and a bloody hand suddenly stretched out. That was a man among the survivors. He was being bitten madly by the driver, and his neck was bleeding like a spurt. The four people in the back row were also in a mess. Jing Chun's friend's face had turned a terrifying black. She screamed wildly, and bit Jing Chun's shoulder tightly. Jing Chun screamed desperately, and stretched out her hand to push her friend's head away, but it was no use. Xue Liang's pupil suddenly shrank. He desperately opened the car door, and pulled out the two people who were leaning against the door. Then he raised his hand, and shot the zombie that was biting Jing Chun. Then he fired another shot at the driver's seat. The driver was killed immediately, and the blood sprayed on a glass. The man in the passenger seat had dilated pupils. The bull-sized wound on his neck was rising and falling weakly. He was breathing but not breathing in. It seemed that he was beyond help. Go! Xue Liang pushed the few people who were still alive away, and then reached out to pull Jing Chun. Jing Chun dodged backwards for a moment, although his face still showed the fear of what he had just experienced. He had no intention of leaving. I can't leave. Lychee, you can leave. I'll go to Yuan Shan now. There must be antidotes or something. Xue Liang looked at the factory area of Yuan Shan not far behind him helplessly, and insisted on not taking back his hand. Come on. Hold my hand first. Jing Chun shook his head, opened the door on the other side, and resisted the nausea and crawled over the zombie's body. He watched Xue Liang take a few steps back. I know that after being bitten, you will definitely turn into those monsters. I can't do anything. Child, you can still live. Live well. And don't investigate Xiao Jing's affairs. No, no. Xue Liang still didn't give up. I can think of a way. You can leave. Jing Chun smiled at him, her voice a little tired and helpless. Xiao Jing won't blame you. And Auntie won't blame you either. There are many things you don't know about this. This is a muddy water, which can be fatal. After she finished speaking, she suddenly kicked off her high heels and ran quickly towards the group of zombies behind her. Xue Liang called her in grief and anger, but could only watch her rush towards the surging zombie army. Many zombies were attracted by the living people, and immediately turned to Jing Chun. She ran down the road, and quite a few zombies were distracted by her, and ran into another factory area. Aunt Jing. Xue Liang leaned on the car in a trance. Jimoro called him from a distance and cursed. What the hell are you doing standing there? Go! He threw the saber in his hand, and threw it directly at Shui Liyang. Catch it! Shui Liyang came to his senses, reached out to catch the knife, and split a zombie that pounced on him into two halves. Jimoro protected the others, and ran in a direction with fewer zombies, while turning back to shout at Shui Liyang, "Follow me." "What are you doing?" In the blink of an eye, Shui Liyang and the others were already several hundred meters apart. Zombies filled every corner of the street, and the few remaining living people were like prey trapped in a herd of beasts. The only option was to kill their way out. "You go," Shui Liyang said. "I'll lead these things away." Luo Qin shot back at the head of a zombie a few meters away, and turned around eagerly to look for Shui Liyang. He knew that he couldn't turn back now. It was totally unrealistic to let Jimoro protect the two powerless white-collar workers alone. Although Shui Liyang was terribly strong, an elephant could not defeat an ant colony, and a lion could not defeat a jackal. With so many zombies surrounding him, they could tear him to pieces with one bite each. "Be careful." Luo Qin kicked a zombie away and fired another shot. "We'll wait for you in the shelter outside the city." Chapter 28 Xiaobai. With a clang, a piece of discarded colored steel sheet from nowhere was kicked out by a zombie, rolled a long way, and hit the wall of a shack. "Hush." Luo Qin and the others hid behind the paint buckets next to the shack, looking at the situation outside through the gaps between the layers of paint buckets. When they hid in, they covered the entrance with the empty paint buckets at hand, forming a closed bunker area. Fortunately, those zombies were just wandering around, but they would not take the initiative to look for living people in the corners, so they seemed to be safe for the time being. "There are 5. Luo Qin counted them. There were 5 zombies in the area he could see. Now he and Jimoro only had one knife and one gun, and only one bullet left. It was obvious that they could not break out of the encirclement of these 5 zombies immediately. Jimoro had been fighting with a knife for a long time, and his wrist was a little sore. The rest of the people looked tired. Breaking through was obviously not the best choice at this time. But if they delayed for one more second, it might cause one more second of uncertainty. Not to mention that no one has been sent to rescue from outside the city for a long time. Even if someone is sent, they hide here. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if they are discovered by the army. The sky has become much darker than when I came in the morning. Gray clouds cover the sky. The clouds are low. The skin can clearly feel the condensed water vapor in the air. Such days are common in Shining in this season, indicating that there will be precipitation soon. If we wait until night, the number of zombies will be much less. Luo Qin lowered his voice and analyzed with Jimoro. But the visibility will be very poor at night. I am afraid that it will be foggy, or the temperature will drop again tonight. The conditions will be worse than during the day. However, I will kill them, and you will take them away, Jimoro said. No. Let's not talk about how you can deal with 5 of them alone. We are out of bullets and only have one knife left. There are more outside. There is no point in doing this. Luo Qin shook his head. And there is one more thing I need to ask clearly. He turned his head, glanced at the faces of the 2 Yuan Shan employees next to him, and asked, what happened in the car at that time? No one was bitten before. The 2 people looked at each other, and said tremblingly that they didn't know what happened. They were just sitting in the car, and the driver and the other woman suddenly started biting people like crazy. There was no warning beforehand. They only had time to see the driver suddenly twitching all over, and he stepped on the accelerator while struggling. The car suddenly rushed forward, and the accident happened at that moment. Wei Lan told me that the virus can be transmitted through body fluids. Luo Qin thought for a moment and said, just like AIDS. If the wound contacts blood, there is a high probability of infection. Jimoro was shocked. Could it be that when they were evacuated, they still had external injuries on their bodies? He recalled the scene of killing zombies before. The blood was splattered everywhere, and several survivors were close at that time. Could it be that at that time, the blood of the zombies touched the wound? I remember that someone seemed to have been injured before, and scratched his face and hands when he was running away. One of them nodded and said, if that's the case, if the wound touches the virus that has not been inactivated and is exposed to the air, will it also be infected? Luo Qin nodded and said, you were injured just now. If you go out like this and get blood on you, you will be infected. Jimoro was amazed. Did you suddenly realize it? Can you analyze it yourself? Luo Qin rolled his eyes at him. Can you talk as little nonsense as your IQ? Suddenly, everyone heard the paint bucket above their heads make a slight sound, and they immediately held their breath at the same time. Luo Qin raised his pistol alertly. holding the hope of the last bullet in his hand, and looked up. A man in special warfare uniform squatted above them, holding a submachine gun in his hand, and the muzzle was pointed at the people hiding in the paint bucket. Soldiers! Luo Qin had no time to stop him, and a survivor choked and shouted, as if he had seen some godlike soldiers from heaven. And he almost climbed up and hugged the man's thighs and cried, "Save us!" The Special Forces soldier cursed, and immediately pointed his gun at the zombies below. They were attracted by the noise here, and when they found someone on the paint bucket, they could not wait to surround him. The submachine gun in the Special Forces' hands fired, and the shells hit the paint buckets with crackling sounds. The heads of the zombies were directly split by the bullets, and they exploded in the air like watermelons, and then fell to the ground with their heavy bodies. "Come out! Follow me!" After the Special Forces finished fighting, they jumped from above, jumped in front of everyone, and kicked a row of paint buckets to the ground. Luo Qin and his men immediately stood up and rushed out, following the fully armed Special Forces soldier, running forward desperately. "Where are we going?" Luo Qin asked as he ran. The Special Forces soldier looked back, his eyes lingering on the faces of the four people, and seemed a little disappointed. "Take you to the shelter outside the city." Luo Qin looked at the Special Forces soldier with a full set of combat weapons, a submachine gun in his hand, 2 on his back, and a waist full of magazines and grenades. He didn't look like a fake at all, but he always felt an indescribable weirdness. The Special Forces soldier ran behind a row of containers, crouched down, and carefully stuck his head out to observe the situation ahead. Luo Qin quietly moved behind him and asked unexpectedly, "Are you really from the army?" "Why not?" The Special Forces soldier looked back at him with an indifferent expression. Luo Qin observed that the other person looked very young, and looked only about 20 years old. He was most likely a young recruit who did not obey orders. "Did the army send a large force into the city to rescue?" Luo Qin asked. "Of course. How could you let the people in the city die?" The Special Forces soldier became alert to him, and one hand touched the saber hidden in his leg. "What do you want to ask?" Luo Qin asked with a smile. "Then why did you act alone? What about the other people in the army?" The Special Forces soldier was suddenly stunned, and a panic expression appeared on his face for a moment. He glared at Luo Qin and said unhappily, "What does it have to do with you?" Luo Qin saw that he guessed correctly, and unconsciously asked, "Why? Do you want me to ask someone after I get to the shelter? Did all your soldiers come to the disaster area alone? You dare!" The Special Forces soldier's neck suddenly turned red. He didn't expect that he would suddenly become emotional, and he couldn't help but speak with a Sichuan and Chongqing accent. He cleared his throat, pretending to be calm, and said, "Tell you what's wrong? I'm here to find my brother." Luo Qin thought, why it's so popular to find the brother now. Is the family not harmonious? Then have we delayed your business? Jimoro asked. Well, give me the gun, and we will go out by ourselves. Don't even think about it. The Special Forces soldier turned his head back and ignored him. Xue Liang threw the empty rifle in his hand aside, then raised his leg and kicked down, kicking a zombie's head crooked. The surroundings were already littered with corpses, and the bloody smell spread everywhere along with the cold wind, turning this place into a cemetery that exuded the smell of death. It was extremely quiet, and the zombies had long been killed by him, and the ground was covered with black blood that exuded a fishy smell. Xue Liang sat down against the factory wall, silently wiping the blood off the saber. So powerful. A voice came from behind, and Xue Liang didn't even turn his head, and quickly raised his hand and threw the saber behind him. The person standing behind him only uttered a short exclamation, and then remained silent for a long time. Why are you pretending to be dead? I don't intend to kill you, Xue Liang said coldly. Have you seen enough from hiding in the corner? You want to kill me when I run out of energy, right? The other party chuckled, pulled out the knife nailed to the wall, and jumped down lightly. I don't have such an intention. Who would fight with the recreated human beings if they are tired of living? The person who jumped down was Yi Qinglan. She changed her clothes, which were much more pleasing to the eye than the exaggerated outfit before. She threw the saber back to Xue Liang, raised her eyebrows, and said, but it did scare me. Before I came here, I knew less about the reconstructed human beings than Luo Qin beside you. You told him a lot, right? Xue Liang glanced at her. I did. Why? Yi Qinglan said. Then do you know who he is? He didn't keep everything to you, did he? When she asked this question, Her expression was pretending to be profound. Xue Liang ignored her, and just said, "If I wanted to know, I would ask myself." Yi Qinglan shook her head. "Then he may not tell you. Lu Yu told me about their entire plan to monitor Luo Qin. Everything he knew, he revealed to me." She sat down, hugging her knees, and said, "Because I hate Yuan Shan, I specifically found a base they disguised in Shining, and many illegal transactions were carried out in the welfare house. I threatened Lu Yu, and asked him to help me enter the welfare house as a volunteer, and investigate Yuan Shan's shameful activities. But what I didn't expect was that Lu Yu had already had second thoughts about Yuan Shan." Xue Liang rarely showed a trace of interest. He turned his head to look at Yi Qinglan, and motioned for the other party to continue. "The source of Lu Yu's idea was because of his friend named Luo Qin. He told me that when Luo Qin was very young, Yuan Shan secretly conducted some kind of human experiment. But the experiment seemed to have failed. Yuan Shan's illegal medical practice was almost discovered by the government, and the experiment had to be interrupted. Luo Qin was arranged to live in an orphanage." Yi Qinglan continued. "In the following years, Luo Qin grew up normally like other ordinary children, went to school, and had no intellectual or physical defects. Until he was 16 years old, he was admitted to a university in Shining Medical University." Xue Liang was startled, because he remembered that Wei Lan was also a student of the medical university. But Luo Qin was expelled shortly after entering the school. Wei Lan never mentioned it, nor did he say the reason. Luo Qin suddenly went crazy and attacked Wei Lan, a graduate student who was several years older than him, and was the instructor of the experimental class. During an experimental class arranged by the school, Yi Qinglan said this, and quietly observed Xue Liang's expression. There were only 2 of them in the lab at the time. Because it was a simple experiment, many people did it alone. Later, when other teachers in the lab heard the noise and rushed over, Wei Lan had already fallen to the ground covered in blood, and Luo Qin had fallen into a deep coma. She continued. After the school sent the 2 to the hospital, they checked the surveillance and found that it was Luo Qin who attacked Wei Lan. After that, Luo Qin was forced to drop out of school, but Wei Lan was not affected by this incident. Xue Liang was shocked in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. "Did Lu Yu tell you all this?" Yi Qinglan nodded in disapproval. "I didn't lie. Lu Yu is very honest, and he has no ulterior motives at all. He told me that Yuan Shan's experiment was not completely terminated, but was moved underground. Even Luo Qin himself was always monitored by Yuan Shan." "Then why did you tell me all this?" Xue Liang asked. "Don't you hate Yuan Shan the most, and also hate my existence?" Yi Qinglan was silent for a while, and said, "Because when I was in the welfare home, I found that you didn't seem to be with them to monitor Luo Qin. I'm very curious. Apart from myself, how can there be a third position besides Yuan Shan and Luo Qin? What are you planning?" Xue Liang laughed and stood up. "What am I planning? You think too much about people, which is not good for you. Luo Qin saved me. We have persisted all the way from the city to here. We are friends. That's all. Luo Qin saved you." Yi Qinglan didn't believe it at all. "Do you still need someone to save you?" He didn't comment on it, and waved to Yi Qinglan. "I don't know who you are, but I have no interest in you at all. I am not a lackey of Yuan Shan, and I have never belonged to Yuan Shan. There is only one thing. Don't come to hinder me. Don't let me find out that you have any thoughts about Luo Qin that you shouldn't have. Since you know how to recreate human beings, you should also know how we kill people." Yi Qinglan shuddered involuntarily. She looked at Xue Liang's back, and silently cursed him as a pervert. Xue Liang returned to the road and looked forward. Yuan Shan's factory was right in front of him. There should have been an explosion before. From a distance, a huge gap appeared in the center of the building. At this moment, the gate was open, and the flying papers and ashes were blown everywhere by the wind, forming a thin layer on the road. There was no one inside or outside the factory gate, and there was no sign of zombies. It seemed like a trap. He hesitated for a moment, but walked over there. Bang! There was fierce gunfire from the factory not far away. Xue Liang was startled and turned to look over there. The gunfire never stopped, but there was only the sound of one gun from beginning to end. He could hear that the gunman was moving towards this side, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Xue Liang decided to go see what happened first. He ran to the other side of the road, drew the saber from his waist, quickly jumped onto a container, and climbed onto the roof of the warehouse next to him with the help of the buffer force. Standing on the high ground, he had a full view of the surrounding situation. He saw Luo Qin and his group running towards him, followed by several crooked zombies. Their speed was not fast, which was enough for them to escape safely. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a figure in combat uniform and holding a gun suddenly rushing out from behind the warehouse, and ran straight towards Luo Qin and his group. Xue Liang was filled with murderous aura, and he jumped down with his knife in hand. The Special Forces soldier also sensed that someone was attacking him from above, and quickly dodged to the side of the container, and shot with his gun. Xue Liang stood up immediately after landing, and raised his leg to sweep the opponent. Unexpectedly, the Special Forces soldier was very flexible, and he jumped up, and fired several shots that hit the ground next to Xue Liang. He fired another burst of shots the moment he landed. Xue Liang dodged the bullet by leaning sideways, and rushed out with a cold knife, and went straight to the opponent's face. Lizzie. Stop! Brother? Two voices sounded at the same time, and then everyone was stunned. Luo Qin didn't even finish his words, and the Special Forces soldier's crisp brother broke a string in his mind. Is this his brother? The person he is looking for is Xue Liang? Xue Liang looked at the Special Forces soldier opposite him in shock, and his expression froze. It took him more than 10 seconds to regain his composure, and he tentatively called out, "Bai Wuluo?" The Special Forces soldier sighed happily, and then raised his gun and fired a burst of shots, killing several zombies that had already walked in front of the two. He put the gun on his back and walked toward Xue Liang impatiently. Brother. Brother. Luo Qin thought, the world is really small. Xue Liang suddenly raised his hand and slapped Bai Wuluo on the shoulder without saying a word. Pa! Bai Wuluo was stunned by this blow. He staggered back 2 steps. His body remained in a crooked position after being hit. His expression changed from joy to confusion, and he stood there motionless. Hey! Why did you hit him? Luo Qin was startled and rushed over to grab Xue Liang. Seeing that the latter was already angry, he suddenly didn't understand the situation. Isn't he your brother? Why are you doing this? Let's go. Leave here first, and find a safe place to talk. Xue Liang's eyes were full of anger and seemed to be mixed with a little disappointment. He looked at Bai Wuluo and shook his head, and turned away. Several people found a relatively safe warehouse, locked the door from the inside, and cleaned up a clean place to rest temporarily. Xue Liang had been almost silent since just now, and Bai Wuluo also sat not far from him with grievance, even lowering his head and not daring to look over here. Luo Qin looked at the stiff atmosphere between the two, and it was not easy to speak directly. He could only pull Xue Liang to sit farther away and asked, "What's wrong with you? He finally found you, and he kept calling you brother all the way. Why did you hit him? You ask me? I was just about to ask him." Xue Liang rarely showed such strong emotions. He gritted his teeth and said with regret, "When did he run away to become a Special Forces soldier without telling me? How come I didn't know?" Luo Qin patted him and comforted him. "Okay. Don't be like this. Why don't you call your brother over and ask him in person?" Chapter 29 Sequence. Xue Liang raised his head, suppressing the surging anger in his tone. "Bai Wuluo, come here." Bai Wuluo stood up, hesitated for a few seconds, still walked over here. He glanced at Xue Liang timidly, and his confidence was obviously insufficient when he spoke. "Brother." Xue Liang looked at him coldly, and his eyes swept him from top to bottom, and finally fell on the blue flame pattern armband on his military uniform, and suddenly sneered and said, "You are really good, Bai Wuluo." Bai Wuluo was a little at a loss, and cast his eyes towards Luo Qin in panic, seeing that he looked like he wanted to ask for help. Luo Qin shook his head, and signaled with his eyes that he was powerless. "Why are you looking at him?" Xue Liang scolded Bai Wuluo, and quickly retracted his gaze. He stammered in Chongqing dialect, "Brother, you never came back once after you left, and I couldn't find you. Later I heard that you signed an agreement with the army and Yuan Shan to join the special forces, but the specific situation was kept secret. So I just wanted to find you." Luo Qin sighed pretentiously. "How touching." Xue Liang gave him a fierce look, and flicked his finger on the scabbard, and the saber came out of the scabbard. Luo Qin has always believed that a man who knows the current situation is a hero. His tone immediately changed 18 times. He put his hands together and said, Don't. You scold well. You should be scolded if you don't listen. I won't say anything. You continue." He tried his best, but it was useless. Bai Wuluo wanted to bite him. "You." Xue Liang suddenly grabbed Bai Wuluo's neck, pressed his fingers on the side of his neck, frowned and pressed a few times. His face suddenly became as gloomy as the sky outside. You went to participate in the experiment? Bai Wuluo's eyes widened as if he had been struck by lightning. And he was so scared that he couldn't say a word for 3 minutes. He looked at Shui Liang's face, which was filled with anger, and said desperately, "Brother, I'm sorry. It was my own idea." He had already understood that his brother had also participated in the human reconstruction experiment, so he could accurately detect the serial number on his neck. Before coming here, he had already thought of this possibility as to why his brother had not returned home for so many years. And there had been no news. Because these years, Bai Wuluo had also spent his time in training and missions day after day. So he naturally knew it very well. Do you know how dangerous this experiment is? Do you know how many people died before me? When Shui Liang spoke, the hand that was pinching Bai Wuluo's neck trembled slightly. I have no choice. You are alive and well. Why are you looking for death? I just want to give it a try. What if I can really see you again? I was finally sent to Shining to perform the mission because of this incident. The captain did not allow us to enter the city directly, so I came to find you by myself. Bai Wuluo said in a frustrated tone. I have never regretted it, brother. Shui Liang was so angry that he could not say a word, but he could not do anything to Bai Wuluo. After a while, he finally sighed, stretched out his hand to slap Bai Wuluo's shoulder, and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" He actually regretted the slap. But at that time, anger and shock almost swept away his self-proclaimed indestructible reason. And then, he was uncontrollable. Fear that his younger brother had participated in this life-threatening and imperfect experiment without his knowledge. And if something went wrong at that time, he didn't even dare to think about the consequences. It doesn't hurt. Bai Wuluo shook his head. You didn't hit me hard, brother. Luo Qin subconsciously glanced at Shui Liang's left hand and found that the place where he was bitten by the zombie before, there was no sign of injury at all. The ability of regenerated humans to recover almost exceeds the limits that ordinary people can understand. All illnesses and injuries seem to be non-existent in them. Being injured is meaningless to them. So they are regarded as the most mysterious biological weapons to perform the most dangerous and secret tasks in human society. This is also the reason why Yuan Shan insisted on carrying out this plan. Bai Wuluo secretly observed Shui Liang's expression. After a few seconds, he saw the familiar helpless expression after being angry on his brother's face. He immediately went over and hugged Shui Liang, whispering, I have missed you so much these years. Brother, I know you are not dead. I know. Shui Liang's expression gradually softened. He knew that the deepest guilt in his heart had never stopped over the years, and he could only accept the reality for the time being. He patted Bai Wuluo on the back. Okay. I was wrong. Where were you before? Have you always stayed in Hanzhou? Bai Wuluo nodded. The main force of the whole team is stationed in Shining. But the captain asked me to stay in Hanzhou, saying that sending me to Shining would affect you. So he never allowed me to transfer here in these years. Shui Liang sighed. Even he didn't tell me about this. It seems that he knew I would be angry. Actually, I couldn't come this time. But recently a new organization called Environmental Voice has been opposing the research on recreation of humans. And it seems that it has even gone to the Hanzhou municipal government. Bai Wuluo continued. Although it is an environmental protection organization, it is quite powerful. The captain was afraid that we would have conflicts with them if we stayed in Hanzhou. So he asked me to come with him. Shui Liang didn't speak for a long time. He leaned against the wall of the warehouse, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message. Then, he stood up and said to Bai Wuluo, now that things have come to this, I can't control you anymore. So, I will give you a task. Take these people out of the city to a safe place. I will go to the distant mountains to take a look. Bai Wuluo raised his face, eager to say something, but was interrupted by Shui Liang. Don't tell me it's useless. Obey orders. Since you are a member of the team, I have the right to order you. Just listen to him. Luo Qin patted Bai Wuluo. Those two people are civilians, the type who work in offices, the type who take 3 steps and rest 2 steps. You can save some trouble by sending them out of the city. Bai Wuluo narrowed his fox-like cold eyes and looked at him, questioning, Are you following my brother? Luo Qin nodded. Yes, I'm following him. He turned around and pointed at Jimoro, and said, And that pretty boy who looks unreliable, although he looks very good, he can beat Xiaoro very well, come here. As he expected, Jimoro came over cursing, staring at him unhappily. Can't you call me by my name properly? Luo Qin ignored him, opened the backpack at hand, took out the remaining food and water and distributed them to everyone. The remaining things are enough for another meal. Let's get rid of these. And travel light. Since we're leaving the city soon anyway. Everyone shared the remaining supplies, recuperated, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Bai Wuluo gave the 2 guns he had on him to Shui Liang, and reluctantly told Shui Liang, "Brother, these guns and bullets should be enough. And this saber, which was just airlifted from the United States. I tried it, and it worked quickly." He took off the Nepalese machete tied to his leg, gently placed it in Shui Liang's hand, and sighed, "Brother, you guys come out quickly. The captain should arrive at the temporary military camp soon, and he will come to find you in person when the time comes." Shui Liang looked at him, and suddenly asked, "You came alone?" "Impossible." Bai Wuluo looked a little embarrassed, and turned his head away guiltily. "I have to go back quickly." Shui Liang said helplessly, "Okay. Let's go quickly. Be careful on the road." The 2 teams left in 2 directions. Shui Liang watched Bai Wuluo and others disappear from his sight from a distance, turned around silently, and said to Luo Qin and Jimoro, "Let's go." The gate of Yuan Shan Pharmaceutical had been hit by a car, and was unrecognizable. There were dozens of zombies wandering in the open space in front of the building. They moved slowly, and did not pose any threat in a short time. The 3 ran across the square, leaving the zombies limping far behind them. Shui Liang ran to the door of the building, and saw that the glass door that was usually used for entering and exiting had been completely shattered, with sharp fragments covering the ground. He told the 2 people behind him to be careful, and ran in first. Yuan Shan Pharmaceuticals' power supply does not rely entirely on the nearest power station. When it was designed, an emergency power supply plan was reserved. Once the main power supply source is cut off, Yuan Shan will call on the reserve power, and the secondary power equipment will enter energy-saving or dormant mode, thereby maximizing the guarantee that the power supply of important facilities will not be interrupted. There was a faint light in the hall, and there were no zombies. The elevator was still operational, but to go up to the 10th floor or above, one had to swipe the company's access card. The elevator door opened, and 3 zombies that had rotted beyond recognition walked out howling. Shui Liang fired 2 shots. One was blown up on the spot, and the other 2 were shot through the head, and both fell to the ground. The 3 quickly moved the zombies' bodies out, rushed into the elevator, and closed the door with their backs. Luo Qin took out Wei Lan's access card, swiped it on the sensor, and pressed the 12th floor. Before they set off, they asked the 2 Yuan Shan employees about the floor where the laboratory was located. They learned that the first riot was in the biopharmaceutical laboratory on the 12th floor, which was connected to the stairs in the office area by a corridor and was very close. So the infection quickly affected a large number of employees who were working at the time. After that, many people failed to escape, which means that the office building is now full of wandering infected people, which is not good news. But when they arrived at Yuan Shan, they found that there was an explosion on the 12th floor, and part of the building was blown up. Now they could only pray that the batch of vaccines was not affected. Otherwise this trip would be in vain. The elevator rose quickly, and stopped on the 12th floor with a ding. Shui Liang raised the submachine gun in his hand, and aimed at the slowly opening elevator door. The door opened, and no zombies rushed over. They quickly walked out of the elevator, and rushed to the experimental area at the other end through the winding corridor. The corridor was filled with black bloodstains, and some scattered information and documents were floating everywhere. The white paper was stained with unrecognizable colors by shoe prints and blood. Those carriers that record the important achievements of scientific researchers are now thrown into the Doomsday Building and turned into pieces of waste paper. At the end of the corridor is a fire door, which is half open at this time. There is a shocking bloody handprint on the door handle. Shui Liang pushed the door open with the muzzle of his gun and found 5 zombies in white coats on the corridor of the experimental area. They turned their backs to the fire door and were patrolling. More than 10 meters in front of them was the building damaged by the explosion. The huge gap exposed the broken steel bars and cement. On the right was the cliff of a 100-foot-high building. If you are not careful, you will fall down. The entrance to the laboratory was on the left side of the gap, and it was completely damaged in the explosion. I'll take care of the ones in the corridor, and you go into the laboratory first, Shui Liang whispered. Xiao Rou, you recognize some of the signs of Yuan Shan. Your grandfather should have told you what the virus looks like. Jimoro nodded. You must make a quick decision. And we will leave as soon as we find it. Shui Liang rushed in instantly, blew off a zombie's head with one shot, and cleared a path for the two people behind him. Luo Qin took the opportunity to run through the corridor with Jimoro, and ran to the laboratory. However, what scared them the most was that just as they ran into the corridor, the other 4 zombies that were originally pacing slowly rushed towards them quickly. Fuck! Luo Qin cursed and squatted down. Jimoro kicked the zombie in the chest, and at this time another zombie had already rushed in front of him, howling terribly, and pounced on him with his teeth and claws bared. Bang! Shui Liang fired a shot at the zombies, killing another one. The zombie that Jimoro had kicked away earlier got up again, and rushed forward with the other 2 zombies, and threw Jimoro to the ground. Luo Qin drew out his saber, and chopped a zombie on the neck. The zombie shuddered, and then fell to the ground with its arms and legs spread out, and twitched constantly. There were still 2 zombies entangled with Jimoro, biting him madly. He desperately held onto the 2 rotten heads, and said angrily, "Help me." Luo Qin squat down. Chapter 30 Secret. Luo Qin laid down the moment he heard Shui Liang shout. He heard a strong wind flying over his head, and a click sounded beside his ears. The 2 zombies on Jimoro fell to the side, and their necks were cut by the blade, and black blood spurted out. They lay on the ground and struggled for a few times, and then stopped moving. Jimoro stood up with a dusty face, wiped her hands on the wall with disgust, and complained, "Be quick next time, can't you just shoot?" Luo Qin picked up the knife that Shui Liang threw out, and teased, "You have injuries on your body, just shoot in the head, and the blood will spray on your face, and we can solve one more now." Shui Liang took the knife handed by Luo Qin, and shook his head helplessly. "Xiaorou, you are really easy to get angry." Jimoro said angrily, "I don't know what happened just now. Who slapped his brother in front of so many people? And you still have the nerve to say that to me? Fortunately Wu Luo is not your brother." Shui Liang was not angry either. "Otherwise one of you would suffer. Either you would be pissed off to death by him, or he would be pissed off to death by you. But my brother is not that easy to get angry. And it would probably be you who would be pissed off to death." The 3 of them walked into the laboratory, while arguing with each other. Shui Liang walked in front with a gun in hand, and vigilantly scanned the laboratory, but found no zombies. The space inside was very large, with dried blood and broken reagent bottles everywhere. It was impossible to tell what it looked like before the disaster. Several lab tables were covered with bloody handprints, and precious medicines and instruments were scattered all over the table, indicating the riot that had happened here before. People didn't even have time to evacuate in an orderly manner, and died in this originally clean and tidy laboratory. "Don't go in yet. Let's see what's going on." Shui Liang bent down, picked up a beaker at his feet, and threw it inside. The beaker hit the lab table heavily, and then rolled to the ground, making a clanging sound in the silent laboratory. The sound hit the walls of the laboratory layer by layer, and returned to silence after a few seconds. Suddenly, a sound of fabric rubbing came from deep in the laboratory. Shui Liang tensed up instantly, and pointed his gun forward. Behind the laboratory table in the corner of the laboratory, several black shadows slowly stood up, and turned to the 3 people at the door. With a roar, the black shadows rushed to the door like flying, and their speed was almost close to that of an adult running at a constant speed. "Why so fast?" Jimoro shouted as she ran. "Are they on drugs?" Shui Liang raised his gun and fired at the shadows. The running zombies were knocked to the ground one by one, and blood splattered on the white tile floor, leaving a pool of black stains. The laboratory became quiet again. Shui Liang put away the muzzle of the gun that was emitting white smoke, and moved his wrist. "Let's go." They passed the dirty corpses, carefully searched every corner of the laboratory, and finally found a box of vaccines preserved in dry ice in the storage cabinet under a laboratory table. There were 5 vaccines in the box, but a groove in the corner was empty, as if one of them had been taken away. "Someone has found this box of vaccines," Shui Liang said to himself. "But why only one was taken away? No time. Take it and go quickly." Jimoro closed the box and picked it up. "This place is very weird. I don't want to stay any longer." The 3 of them returned along the same route, and when they reached the corridor, Luo Qin suddenly caught a glimpse of a black car in the square. The car was parked among a bunch of abandoned cars. It looked ordinary. However, Luo Qin remembered that he didn't seem to see this car when he ran all the way from the gate just now. Lizzie, look at that car. Luo Qin patted Shui Liang and pointed at the black car. Wasn't it there just now? Shui Liang took a look and his face suddenly changed. He immediately urged, let's go quickly. Something is wrong here. As soon as they ran to the elevator, they saw the numbers on the display screen jump up little by little. At this time, they had reached the 6th floor and were still rising. Shui Liang immediately took the two of them to the toilet next to the elevator and hid in the innermost compartment. The elevator sounded an arrival notification. The door opened with a bang, and the chaotic footsteps came from far away. It seemed to be a group of people. Those people had heavy footsteps, and they were probably walking in thick-soled boots. The footsteps stopped not far from the toilet door, and a deep male voice sounded, speaking standard American English. Shui Liang listened for a while, turned his head to look at Luo Qin, and whispered in his ear, another group of foreigners. I guess it's most likely the mercenaries. The ghost is still there. Luo Qin thought silently, and reached out to press the pistol on his waist. There was a click of a gun bolt outside, and those people seemed to be heading towards the laboratory. The other two footsteps walked into the toilet, and two mercenaries were talking while unbuttoning their pants to urinate. The sound of water splashing lasted for a long time before it stopped. The two shook their pants, tied their belts slowly, and laughed from time to time. Jimoro frowned and asked with his mouth, what are they talking about? Why don't they leave? Shui Liang looked at him with a hard-to-speak look, and also replied with his mouth, comparing size. Fuck. Jimoro cursed in his heart, and wished he could rush out and beat up those two shameless and dirty things. Shui Liang shook his head at him, and smiled. You will feel inferior. Before Jimoro could get angry, another pair of footsteps rushed in. This time, he could vaguely understand what was said. They shouted that the vaccine was stolen, which sounded like thunder in his ears. Are they here to find the vaccine too? Jimoro asked suspiciously. Didn't they take my grandfather's information away? Why are they still here to find the vaccine? Shui Liang listened to the footsteps of the three people outside going away, and immediately pushed the door and walked out of the compartment. They stuck their heads out and looked outside, only to see that the mercenaries had walked to the other end of the corridor. So they quickly seized the opportunity to run into the elevator, swiped their access cards, and went down to the 1st floor. How could they get up here? Luo Qin held Wei Lan's access card in his hand. Puzzled, how could the mercenaries have the authorization card of Yuan Shan's official employees? Shui Liang said with a gloomy face, not only that, they also knew that there were vaccines in the laboratory, and even knew the location exactly. If you say that no one is behind it, even Shiro with such an IQ would not believe it. Damn it. Don't go too far. Jimoro was angered by Shui Liang again. Why do you always use me as an example? Are you sick? Shui Liang ignored him and continued, but this place is really weird. The zombies inside are completely different from those outside. They run so fast. If I had several of these at once, I might not be able to handle them. You're too modest, Luo Qin said. Shui Liang looked at him and said nothing. Wait, you can beat them, right? Luo Qin broke out in a cold sweat. Say something. Don't scare me, buddy. I'm just scaring you. Shui Liang suddenly smiled with his mouth curled up. Just kidding you. As he was talking, the elevator suddenly shook, and then stopped in midair. The elevator door slowly opened a crack, and then stopped moving. As luck would have it, the elevator was parked between the 3rd and 4th floors, and the elevator door was stuck on half of the floor station exit, and the other half was the cement stone wall of the shaft. Get out. Jimoro walked to the gap where the elevator door was half open, stuck his shoulder in, and then used both hands to hold the doors on both sides and bend them hard. Luo Qin saw that the veins on his forehead were bulging, as if he had used all his strength, and actually bent the elevator door to a width wide enough for one person to pass through. This is too much strength, Luo Qin thought. I didn't expect this kid's brute force to be so scary. Give me the gun. Jimoro stretched out his hand to Shui Liang. Shui Liang threw the other gun in his hand to him. Be careful. Jimoro held the submachine gun in one hand, supported herself on the edge of the elevator with the other hand, and nimbly jumped to the 3rd floor. Shui Liang also threw the box of vaccines down, and turned to Luo Qin and said, You go down first. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator shook heavily again, and Jimoro screamed, Don't get off yet. In just a moment, the elevator suddenly began to descend again, and the numbers on the display screen became garbled. The door was still open. From inside, one could even see the inner wall of the shaft rising layer by layer, and sparks were flying between the elevator cables. The elevator fell rapidly to the first floor before stopping abruptly, with a bang, and was supported by the emergency brake system. Xue Liang got up from the ground and saw that the elevator door seemed to have failed. It could not be opened or closed. The gap was still the same size that Jimoro had opened just now. The two quickly got out of the elevator, but found that the hall was full of zombies. When the zombies saw the living people appear, they immediately rushed over quickly. Xue Liang raised his gun and shot, while pushing Luo Qin back, hide first. At this time, gunshots suddenly rang out from upstairs. Luo Qin was startled and shouted to Xue Liang, "Xiao Rou is upstairs. Go and help him." They retreated behind the fire door of the emergency exit, locked the door, and held it tightly with their bodies. The zombies outside were banging against the door like crazy. There was no idea how many there were. The two of them just felt that the heavy door was getting closer and closer to collapse. The door lock began to loosen, and the impact became stronger and stronger. Xue Liang gritted his teeth and propped up the door with his shoulders, saying to Luo Qin, "You go first." Luo Qin hesitated. He looked at the door that was constantly hitting and thought for 2 seconds. He nodded and said, "Then I will go find Shiro first. You come up quickly. Don't force yourself. Don't worry about me." Xue Liang pushed him. "You leave immediately after finding Shiro. Those mercenaries are still here. I will deal with them." Luo Qin looked at him, and suddenly reached out and held Xue Liang's face, just like the action when he helped him reduce his fever in the car that night. He gently placed his hands on the side of his face, and his thumbs. He rubbed the soft earlobe with his finger, then took out Wei Lan's access card from his pocket and gently inserted it into the front pocket of Xue Liang's coat. "Take this. You will need it in the future." Xue Liang opened his eyes wide, and after a few seconds of silence, he said angrily, "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. It's not just you who has secrets. I also have something I haven't told you." Luo Qin looked at him with a softer gaze than ever, with a sincere smile. "When we get out, I will tell you everything." He let go of his hand after he finished speaking, pulled out the saber from Xue Liang's waist, and ran upstairs without looking back. Xue Liang stood there holding the door, feeling his ears a little hot, and his heart rate inexplicably accelerated. With just a moment of distraction, the fire door was immediately knocked open with a gap, and the rotten face of the zombie suddenly appeared behind the door. Xue Liang came back to his senses in shock, and immediately blocked the door. He loaded the gun in his hand, then took a step back, and kicked the door panel before the zombie broke in. The thick fire door was kicked out in an instant, and the zombie was knocked to the ground by the broken door panel, and it was like a pile of monks blocking the door. Xue Liang raised his submachine gun and fired a burst of shots. The gunshots were deafening, and the walls around him were constantly flashing with bright gunfire. Countless zombies were beaten into pulp in an instant before they could get up. Their flesh and blood flew all over the door, walls and ground. The zombies' roars were blocked by the fierce bullets. Xue Liang jumped onto the handrail of the stairs, grabbed the railing of the upper floor and exerted force, and easily climbed up. The zombies were chasing him fiercely behind him. Xue Liang retreated upstairs while reloading bullets and continued to shoot at the zombies behind him. He himself couldn't explain it, but the gunshots at this time seemed to be mixed with some chaotic anger. Xue Liang sighed heavily, shook his head, and erased Luo Qin's unrestrained actions from his mind again. Chapter 31, Defeated. Luo Qin rushed to the corridor on the 3rd floor, and 2 zombies came towards him. He bent down and dodged under the zombies' arms, and then, while the 2 monsters behind him had not yet reacted, the Nepal knife in his hand slashed across like lightning, and instantly cut off the 2 heads of the zombies from their necks. "What a fast knife!" Luo Qin praised silently, and ran through the corridor of the office area. Passing the corner in front, he immediately saw Jimoro, who was shooting at the zombies with a gun. The gunshots were extremely fierce, and the zombies who rushed up were shot into sieves one by one. However, Jimoro was alone and weak, and the zombies rushed towards him one after another, gradually consuming his physical strength. "Xiao Rou." Luo Qin ran towards Jimoro. "This way." Jimoro looked back and saw that it was him, and immediately turned around and rushed over. The zombies behind him chased him closely, and kept howling at their prey in terror. Jimoro ran to Luo Qin, threw the vaccine on the ground, and turned around to shoot. Luo Qin raised his hand and chopped the face of the zombie chasing him from behind. And the head was cut in half in front of him and fell heavily with the body. He pulled Jimoro's arm and said, "Go up the stairs." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang in his ears. A ball of fire suddenly burst out from the corridor where they were. The walls, doors, and windows around them were instantly shattered into pieces. The entire ceiling was shattered in this huge impact. Smoke and dust fell from the top of their heads with concrete, which made their internal organs tremble. Obviously, something exploded, and it was right above their heads. Luo Qin coughed and climbed up from the broken glass and cement, and fumbled for the asthma spray in his pocket. His hands were shaking badly, and he didn't hold it firmly after taking it out. The bottle rolled out from between his fingers and fell into the gaps between several broken prefabricated boards. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Qin panted hard and reached out to grope. Jimoro crawled out from behind another pile of prefabricated boards, looked at Luo Qin, whose face was purple, and said in shock, "What's wrong with you?" "Medicine, cough, cough." And Luo Qin struggled to point to the gap, and Jimoro immediately understood and hurriedly reached out to take it out. The gap was very narrow. Jimoro tried to reach in desperately. A protruding steel bar suddenly scratched the back of his hand. The sensitive nerves in his hand felt severe pain instantly. The fingers are connected to the heart. The pain at this moment made Jimoro groan in a muffled voice. "Ugh!" He also grabbed the bottle at the same time. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. The steel bar pierced his wound again. However, he could no longer care about the pain at this time. He didn't even blink. He quickly opened the medicine bottle in his hand and sprayed it into Luo Qin's mouth. Luo Qin coughed violently several times, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva from his mouth. He recovered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said weakly, "Let's go quickly." However, it was too late. A group of mercenaries jumped down from the blown-up ceiling on the 4th floor. 2 of them quickly rushed to them, pulled them up from the ground, pointed guns at their heads, and roared like thunder. Various national curses were used in turn. Jimoro almost rushed up to fight with them. Jimoro looked at the tall and strong foreigner in front of him fiercely, and spat, "Get out of here, you dead yellow-haired bastard." The mercenaries didn't understand what Jimoro was cursing at all, but they recognized the hostility on his face. So one of them raised his hard and heavy round-toed military boots and kicked Jimoro on the chin without saying anything. This kick made him spit out blood. Jimoro felt that his teeth were loose, and his mouth was sweet and fishy. Sticky blood flowed out from between his teeth and dripped on the glass shards in front of him. "Chinese guy?" A black-haired mercenary came up and pointed a gun at Jimoro, looking like a devil. He put the muzzle of the gun against Luo Qin's head, threatened him with a frown, and asked him where the vaccine was. Luo Qin seemed to have no idea what he was talking about, and shook his head. Jimoro sighed, and saw that the other party's hand slightly pressed the trigger, which seemed to be a real move. So she prepared to get up and take out the briefcase hidden in the ruins behind her, thinking that if she couldn't fight, she would hand over the things and save her life. "No," Luo Qin suddenly said. "If you give it now, we will all die immediately." Jimoro was stunned for a moment and stopped moving. Luo Qin raised his head and whispered something in English to the mercenaries. He realized that the mercenaries in front of him could not understand Chinese, and even the simplest Chinese conversation was difficult to distinguish. So he lied to them and told them that Shui Liang had left the mountains with the vaccine, and if they set out to chase him now, they might still be in time. It sounded like he betrayed his companions with great reluctance, but his opponent was not a pushover. The mercenary stared at him for 2 seconds and asked, "Why should I believe you?" Luo Qin raised his chin towards Jimoro, and calmly discussed the terms with the mercenaries. He wanted these people to release Jimoro first, and let Jimoro go alone to retrieve Shuili. His implication was that Luo Qin stayed here as a guarantor for the mercenaries. Even if the 2 never came back, they could shoot him to vent their anger. Anyway, the vaccine had been taken away. If the things could not be obtained, there was no difference between detaining 1 person and 2 people. Several mercenaries looked at each other, and seemed to be persuaded by Luo Qin. The black-haired mercenary waved to his companion, who was holding Jimoro, indicating that he should let him go. Jimoro was untied for no apparent reason, and glanced at Luo Qin. Luo Qin smiled, and said to him, "Go find Shui Liang. I will lead them away, And you two will come back and get the vaccine and leave immediately. Don't worry about me. These people are extremely vicious. If I don't leave the vaccine, I will be the only one who can't leave. And once the vaccine is given out, all three of us will die. Are you crazy? Jimoro stared at him. You want to commit suicide? Luo Qin smiled bitterly. Let it be. I can't drag Shui Liang down. If you see him, say thank you to him for me. The mercenary pushed Jimoro hard, as if to ask him why he didn't leave. Luo Qin grabbed Jimoro, who was about to explode, and said, Go quickly, I only know these 2 sentences of English. I finally fooled him, don't cheat me. Jimoro gritted his teeth and cursed, and stood up and ran downstairs. Before he left, he looked back at Luo Qin, and saw that the other party had a calm face, and clenched his fists at his side, and then turned around and rushed down the stairs. Seeing him leave, Luo Qin heaved a sigh of relief, looked back at the mercenary, who was pointing a gun at the back of his head, and calmly asked them to follow him upstairs, saying that there was something more important than the box of vaccines upstairs. He wanted to trick these mercenaries to go up to the floor where the laboratory was, to buy some time for Shui Liang and Jimoro. Shui Liang stood up from behind the collapsed wall, brushed off the dust on his body, and shot a zombie that was trapped under the cement slab. He didn't know what happened upstairs. When he ran to the second floor just now, he was entangled by several zombies. Before he could deal with them, an explosion occurred above his head. 2 floors collapsed in the explosion. He hid in the safe area in the corner and avoided the next round of more violent collapse. There seemed to be footsteps coming from the stairs above his head. Shui Liang pointed his gun behind him. Seeing that the person coming was Jimoro, he put down the gun. However, he did not see Luo Qin's shadow. He immediately panicked and staggered to Jimoro. He grabbed her shoulder and asked, Where is Luo Qin? He was taken away by the group of mercenaries. Jimoro panted. Those people asked us to hand over the box. I don't know what Luo Qin said to them in English. I didn't hear it clearly, but they only let me go and took Luo Qin away. I hid the vaccine box on the 3rd floor. And the mercenaries didn't know. Shui Liang asked. Just take it away. Didn't do anything else? Did Luo Qin tell you anything else? Jimoro nodded. He asked us to go to the 3rd floor to get the box and leave quickly. I don't think it's okay. We must save him. Otherwise those people will definitely kill him. Shui Liang immediately pushed him away and rushed to the 3rd floor quickly. When he caught up, Luo Qin and the mercenaries were gone, and there was only a pool of blood on the ground that no one knew who it belonged to. The box is here. Jimoro dug out an intact medicine box from a pile of broken cement slabs. What should we do now? Shui Liang scooped up his face, raised his gun, and walked to the other end of the corridor. He came to the elevator door, and saw another intact elevator showing that it was stopped at the 12th floor. The red numbers were like blood, reflecting in the center of Shui Liang's pupils, and turned into a slightly beating anger. They are in the laboratory. Shui Liang pressed the elevator up button, and watched the numbers jump down 1 floor at a time. Give me the box. And you leave the city immediately to find a shelter. You go by yourself? Jimoro asked. Do you want me to take a vaccine with you? Shui Liang shook his head. No. This thing cannot be stored at room temperature. And once it is damaged, you are likely to be infected. He looked at the box in his hand. I will bring back the vaccine and lock in. Please be careful. Goodbye. Jimoro watched Shui Liang walk into the elevator, and the door closed between them. He stood there for a long time, finally sighed, turned around and left. Shui Liang watched the number on the display jump to the 12th floor, and slightly tightened the gun in his hand. Sure enough, the moment the door opened, 7 or 8 black muzzles were pointed at him. He raised the box in his hand, and calmly asked the mercenaries for the person. Here, a hoarse Chinese accent sounded. Shui Liang looked behind those people, and saw a short and skinny mercenary walking towards him with a gun pointed at Luo Qin's head. I heard that there is a monster in the city. It kills people without blinking. It turns out to be an old friend. I didn't expect to see him again one day. This man has a Southeast Asian face, dark skin, a very thin body, and is not very tall. However, his eyebrows and eyes are full of fierce momentum. He was wearing a Defender 2 tactical vest. His forearms were muscular and strong under his camouflage uniform. His thighs were tightly wrapped in cloth, but the outline of his leg muscles was still strong and sturdy. He looked like a ferocious and carnivorous monkey. The mercenaries seemed to follow his lead. Seeing him coming, they all made way. You are, Shui Liang narrowed his eyes. And several names came to his mind. He tried to match the person in front of him with the image in his memory. And heard the man say something in Cantonese with a smile. Don't think about who I am. A monster. A monster like you has killed so many people. How can you remember one or two unknown people? Who do I think it is? Shui Liang sneered. You are a defeated general. And you still dare to come? Chapter 32 Delaying. In the humid and hot rainforest, there were many figures shuttling through the forest. These people had to count the number of people almost every half an hour, but despair followed. They found that the number of people was always decreasing, without anyone noticing. The wailing was drowned out by the sound of rain hitting the broadleaf forest. The blood mixed with rain and sweat stung the wounds. They didn't even dare to make too much noise. Each of them stared with wide eyes and vigilantly observed the surroundings. There were no footsteps there, but the ears would deceive themselves, the eyes would also, and even turn the tables, helping the enemy to confuse themselves. Monkey held the gun, looking around with a tired but still fierce expression on his face. A black paper crane quietly perched on the leaves of a same-colored paphiopedilum, swaying from side to side in the rain, like a messenger from hell coming to mourn. He was the one with the most physical strength and supplies among these people, but his companions seemed to have no fighting spirit, leaving him alone. After the leader of the team was beheaded, he led the remaining remnants of the defeated army alone through the jungles of northern Vietnam in the rainy season. In this battle, they were indeed defeated, completely defeated, in an extremely ugly way. After this battle, the name of the giant lizard will probably be removed from the world mercenary rankings. A defeated general. No. The scene returned to the building in the distant mountains filled with the smell of blood, and the two groups of people were confronting each other. Shui Liang held the knife, and his eyes never left the area where Luo Qin was. That was in the past. The monkey-like mercenary leader said. I didn't die back then, and today I am here to avenge those brothers. What do you want? Shui Liang said. Do you want to fight alone, or come together? The monkey sneered. Monster, don't look down on humans. He pushed Luo Qin aside and handed him to his companions for care, and stretched out his hand to Shui Liang. Give me the things, and I can let him go. But you can't leave, we still have a grudge to avenge. Luo Qin was caught and pointed it with a gun, looking at Shui Liang in shock and anger, asking him with his eyes why he came back. Shui Liang handed over the medicine box. I hope you will keep your word. The monkey quickly snatched the medicine box away, waved to Luo Qin and said, Let this man go. Luo Qin was pushed away, and bumped into the bonsai place behind him, and his palm accidentally scratched the edge of the broken ceramic flower pot, and immediately a bloody wound appeared. He didn't care about the pain in his hand, and asked Shui Liang in panic, What are you doing? Shui Liang suddenly pointed a gun at him, and said coldly, Go quickly. Don't get in the way. Luo Qin's heart suddenly sank. He felt a little confused, looked at the muzzle of Shui Liang's gun, and didn't know what to say for a while. Although he knew that Shui Liang's delaying tactic was just like this. It was just to buy time for him to escape. But he had to admit that this was the naked truth. He always avoided it in the past. But now Shui Liang took it out, and threw it in front of him. If he stayed here, it would do Shui Liang no good. Luo Qin turned around silently, and walked towards the emergency exit. Shui Liang watched his back disappear behind the door, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Monkey suddenly attacked at this time, raised the gun in his hand, and pulled the trigger at Shui Liang. Bang! Bang! Luo Qin just walked down the stairs, and heard the gunshot behind him. He was startled and immediately turned back. He hid behind the fire door, and was about to see what was going on inside, when a cluster of sparks splashed in front of him with a crackling sound. The bullet actually hit the door panel in front of him. Although it did not penetrate, it still made a hole. There were chaotic gunshots inside, and the roars and fighting were endless. Luo Qin couldn't see the situation inside, but he knew that Shui Liang would be safe until the gunshot stopped. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, and Luo Qin instantly grabbed the person behind him. The other party twisted in pain, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. The man cursed in a low voice, It hurts! It hurts! It's me! Luo Qin saw that the sneaky person behind him was Jimo Ro, and he saw a bloody wound on the hand he was holding. It seemed to be a deep wound, with bright red flesh turned outward and still bleeding. How did you do this? Luo Qin let him go, and asked with a frown. You have to bandage it first. Otherwise you will be infected with the virus. I'll get you medicine from the ruins. GMO glared at him, and stretched her neck to get close to the crack in the door. Is there a fight going on inside? Luo Qin nodded. Lizzie and the mercenary are inside. That guy is too good at fighting. He is not a good person. I'm afraid Lizzie can't handle it alone. We have to think of a way. GMO, I'll just charge in and kill that guy. Danger? Luo Qin pulled the man back violently, and at the same time several bullets shot at the door, and one flew past GMO's face, almost punching the man into a sieve. GMO sat on the ground in shock, panting and asking, "What's going on?" Luo Qin squatted in the corner, his mind racing. He suddenly came up with a plan. Picked up the submachine gun that fell on the ground, stood up, pulled GMO and ran downstairs. Quick! Make some noise. Attract those zombies up. The two ran downstairs and rushed into the corridor full of zombies. The living dead, who had been hungry for many days, were howling one by one looking for fresh humans. When they saw two people suddenly rushing over from the opposite side, they immediately ran over here. The zombies in the house were also attracted by the noise outside and ran out. In an instant, the whole corridor was crowded with crazy zombies running. Seeing this, Luo Qin and GMO immediately ran back and ran up the stairs. Impossible, they were not so fast before. GMO shouted palely. Have these things mutated? Don't worry about it. Hold on if you don't want to die. Luo Qin grabbed the railing at hand and jumped up with a leap. Go to the 13th floor. The two quickly ran up the stairwell on the 13th floor and hid before the zombies arrived. The zombies ran all the way to the 12th floor and found that the fire door in front of them was slightly open, and there were sounds coming from inside. So they immediately determined that there was the prey they needed behind the door. The zombies began to roar and crash into the door, and the later ones also swarmed towards the door, and finally smashed the already broken fire door into pieces. Countless zombies roared and rushed in, and rushed towards the fighting crowd inside like a tide. GMO listened to the terrifying roars of the zombies downstairs, and couldn't help asking Luo Qin guiltily, "Will Shui Liang kill us when he knows?" "What are you afraid of?" Luo Qin said confidently. GMO just breathed a sigh of relief. And then she heard Luo Qin continue, "I will say it was you who did it when the time comes." Fuck, after Luo Qin finished speaking, GMO had not had time to curse him. And then she heard a series of loud noises downstairs, a few rumbling sounds, and it was another explosion. "Let's go!" Luo Qin immediately rushed downstairs, and when he ran to the emergency exit on the 12th floor, he found that it had been bombed into ruins, with smoke and dust everywhere, and rubble and scorched earth scattered everywhere. The walls outside the corridor had been blown open, and the interior space of the floor was directly exposed. The exposed cement slab behind the collapsed wall was still emitting a little white smoke. The bodies of many mercenaries and zombies were buried under the rubble. The scene was extremely chaotic. This again? GMO was dumbfounded. In this situation, did they use a rocket launcher? Sure enough, a half-twisted and scrapped rocket launcher was exposed under the ruins a few meters away. There was also a dirty hand next to it. It was unknown whether it belonged to a person or a zombie. Luo Qin raised his gun vigilantly and walked towards the corridor. Opposite was the corridor leading to the laboratory area. A thick and deep bloodstain extended from his feet into the corridor. The shocking red made Luo Qin's heart skip a beat. The two of them quickly passed through the corridor, but did not find any bodies. The fire door at the end of the corridor was open. There were two bright red bloody handprints on the door, which made people's backs cold. Luo Qin tiptoed to the door, and his ears keenly caught the sound of chewing. The sound seemed to come from behind the door. He immediately stopped GMO and stepped back a few steps, picked up a piece of scattered gravel at his feet, and threw it towards the door. With a bang, the stone hit the door. Then the chewing sound stopped. The fire door swayed slightly, and then a dark shadow walked out from behind. Luo Qin was stunned. He held the gun in his hand, but he began to tremble uncontrollably. His whole body was filled with blood. Then his legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. The zombie that walked out from behind the door was dragging a mercenary's body in his hand. Its whole face was rotten and blue. The muscle tissue of half of its mouth was torn off, revealing its white teeth and skull. It was impossible to recognize its previous appearance. However, the clothes it wore were the ones Luo Qin was very familiar with. He was sure that he was not mistaken. Chapter 33 Life is Short. Zhang Huan rushed into the store in a hurry. His head and body were wet. Luo Qin was buying goods online, frowned and glanced at him, and said, "Why did you come here in the rain? There are no classes at school?" "Boss, do you know any good wholesale markets nearby?" Zhang Huan smiled embarrassedly, stood at the door of the store, and wiped the water off his body. "I joined the student union, but the chairman said that we must wear formal clothes for the meeting next week. I want to buy a cheap one first." Luo Qin took his hands off the keyboard, crossed his legs and looked at him, and said, "Why go to the wholesale market to buy? The suits there don't fit me." "How tall are you?" Zhang Huan said, 1.76 meters, much shorter than you. "Boss, he?" Luo Qin rubbed his head with a pen in distress. "Then you can't wear my childhood friend's clothes. He is taller than you, and fatter than you." Zhang Huan waved his hands hurriedly. No, your friend's clothes are too expensive. I can't wear them." Looking at the people coming and going in the indoor commercial street outside, Luo Qin suddenly threw away the pen, got up and pushed the chair away and walked out. "Come on, I'll take you to the store on the second floor to order a suit." Zhang Huan was shocked. "That's too expensive." Luo Qin looked back at him impatiently. "Are you going to nag about it? How expensive can it be? That store charges 10,000 yuan for a custom-made suit, and you don't have to pay for it." No. Zhang Huan took several steps back, waving his hands repeatedly. "Boss, I know you have money, but no, I'll go wholesale." He knew that Luo Qin seemed to be very wealthy, although he was an orphan since childhood, but he heard from the boss's friends who had come to the store that his boss's parents left him a sum of money. He didn't know how much it was, but he was able to take over a store here and continue to run it. He was indeed confident. "Wholesale? What the hell?" Luo Qin raised his voice. "Buy or not? If you don't buy, I'll fire you today." "Buy." Although Luo Qin was just talking, he was reluctant to part with such a diligent and obedient laborer. But Zhang Huan still compromised. He followed the boss to the high-end store downstairs to measure the size and choose the fabric. He didn't dare to say much during the whole process. After paying the deposit, Luo Qin looked him up and down with a harsh look, and suddenly patted his back. "Stand up straight." Zhang Huan stood up straight. "Walk with your head held high in the future, do you hear me?" Luo Qin patted his shoulder. "I'm telling you, put on this outfit, and let Xiao Yu next door style you. You'll be the most handsome guy in the meeting next week, and maybe it can help you get out of being single." "I heard you, thank you, boss. But you have to pay me back later." "What are you looking at? You don't want to take it for free, do you?" "The clothes on this zombie are the suits he bought for Zhang Huan." The zombie howled, and suddenly dropped the half-body in his hand and rushed over here. Luo Qin was so trembling that he forgot to shoot. Jimoro cursed him, and pulled out the saber on his waist. The moment the zombie rushed in front of him, he swung the knife to cut off the terrifying head. With a plop, the zombie fell down, and the head separated from the body rolled to Luo Qin's feet. He stared at the head blankly. He didn't know why, but a mixture of despair and anger suddenly surged in his heart, almost bursting to tear him apart. "Luo Qin, get down!" Shui Liang's shout suddenly came to his ears. Jimoro reacted very quickly, and threw Luo Qin to the ground. At the same time, a bullet flew over their heads. A mercenary appeared behind them at some point, and was about to fire a second shot. Shui Liang leaped, and kicked the man on the head. There was a crisp sound from the mercenary's neck. His head tilted at a weird angle, and his body froze instantly. After a few seconds, he slowly knelt down. Shui Liang rushed to the two of them, and together with Jimoro, he dragged Luo Qin and rushed into the fire door. Shui Liang turned around and closed the door tightly, patted Luo Qin on the face, and anxiously said, "What's wrong with you?" Luo Qin finally came to his senses, and he looked around blankly, and tears suddenly flowed down. "That is an employee of my store. He came here to sign an internship contract, and he called me to help him 2 days ago, just like that." Just like that, Jimoro was stunned for a moment, thinking that Luo Qin had been a little strange since he saw the zombie. And it turned out that he met an acquaintance. He sighed and said, "The dead cannot be resurrected." Luo Qin grabbed his hair, and began to cry in a state of collapse. He could hardly stand up. He had been holding back his emotions for so long, not letting himself collapse. He always pulled himself back from the edge of collapse. But this time he really couldn't help it. Pain and regret surged up together, turning into bitter tears that burst out of his eyes. Zhang Huan was only 22 years old. He would soon graduate and start working. He would wear the first suit of his life that Luo Qin had made for him, and enter the pharmaceutical company he most desired. He would become a supervisor, a manager, and even have his own company and buy his own house. He would no longer have to stay in a small dormitory or a rental house of more than 10 square meters. This was the dream Zhang Huan had once told him. It was very realistic, very vulgar, and not a very noble ideal. But this was the whole life of an ordinary person. With the coming of death, hope, vision, and future were all over. A grain of sand in the disaster fell, and it became a mountain above the heads of ordinary people. Xue Liyang squatted down, hugged Luo Qin's trembling body tightly, and said in his ear, "Let's go." Take his clothes back. Luo Qin bit his lips tightly, almost biting out blood. He stood up shakily, tears still hanging in his red eyes. "No need. Let's leave here quickly." Xue Liyang helped him up with a downcast look, suddenly frowned, and pushed Jimoro hard. "Run." The three of them immediately turned around and ran towards the laboratory. At the same time, an explosion rang through the entire floor. They were blown away by the impact and fell heavily on the edge of the building that had been blown up before. Not far away from them was a 100-foot-high fault. The wind outside was howling, hitting the exposed concrete wall, making a sharp and short sound. Xue Liyang quickly got up from the ground, picked up one in each hand, and rushed into the laboratory. At this time, there were chaotic footsteps running in from the corridor outside. The mercenaries shouted and rushed to the laboratory, laughing like crazy executioners. Xue Liyang asked Luo Qin and Jimoro to hide behind the laboratory table, and only took a pair of sabers, and ran to the door without hesitation. Luo Qin leaned against the laboratory table and panted rapidly. Seeing this, Jimoro asked in panic, "Are you sick again?" He waved his hand, turned his head, and looked at the door. "What should we do now?" Xue Liyang's eyes were solemn, holding his breath and thinking about something, and the whole person seemed to be frozen. Seeing this, Jimoro asked in confusion, "What are you waiting for? Let's rush out. I'm wondering if 1 against many has any chance of winning." After Xue Liyang said this, he suddenly stood up with a knife in hand, threw down a few words and rushed out. "Yes, we can win." There was constant gunfire outside, and the mercenaries were firing machine guns. Xue Liyang rushed through the hail of bullets and rushed to a mercenary. He flashed and moved as fast as lightning and knocked the other person and his gun into the ground. The hard marble floor was dented, and the mercenary's skull was completely shattered, and his brain was spilling. Then, he turned around again and punched the mercenary who had not yet reacted to the wall. The wall shook with a crash, and the soil and rocks fell down with the impact. Xue Liyang threw away the dead body, bent down to avoid the bullet shot by the monkey, and rushed to him at lightning speed. The monkey reacted very quickly and immediately grabbed the last surviving companion beside him, blocking Xue Liyang's attack in an instant. The poor guy who was used as a meat shield was strangled by the neck and struggled desperately. Xue Liyang squeezed hard with his right hand, and the opponent's cervical vertebrae and trachea were instantly shattered. Monkey rolled on the ground, cursing, and picked up the medicine box beside him to run away. Jimoro suddenly rushed out of the laboratory, snatched the box that he had not yet grasped, and threw it to Luo Qin with a roar. "Catch it!" Luo Qin took the box and immediately squatted and hid behind the laboratory table. Monkey's angry bullets followed closely, leaving a row of bullet holes on the laboratory table. Jimoro took the opportunity to hide behind Xue Liyang, and threw the only grenade that he had taken from Bai Wu Luo when he came here. "Die!" The grenade was thrown at Monkey's feet, and he immediately flew to the side. However, there was no explosion. Monkey got up with a dusty face, and saw Luo Qin running past him. The three of them quickly passed through the corridor that was almost blown up, and ran to the safe exit that was blown up by the mercenaries with a rocket launcher. "Your brother is unreliable," Jimoro shouted. "Why is it a misfire? Do you know how to use a grenade?" Xue Liyang said to him unceremoniously. "Run!" Monkey was already chasing after him. His short body had great explosive power. He raised his gun and shot Xue Liyang on the shoulder. "Lychee!" Xue Liyang groaned, and almost fell to his knees, but still blocked Luo Qin and Jimoro tightly. Without turning his head, "It's okay. Don't worry about me. Run!" Luo Qin was shocked, and immediately hugged Shui Liang and rolled behind the collapsed concrete slab. Jimoro also rolled over, listening to the gunfire behind him, and asked anxiously, "What should we do now? The fighting sound upstairs has attracted the zombies below." A large number of zombies rushed into the corridor from the stairs. Monkey dropped the rifle that had been emptied, and raised the machine gun calmly and fiercely to shoot. Before those rotten corpses could get close to him, they were shot into sieves by dense bullets. Monkey came over cursing, and swept the zombies rushing up with one hand as steady as a rock. He had already started to speak English, and his curses were extremely dirty and ugly. Jimoro listened for a long time and asked, "What is this unfortunate thing muttering?" "He was scolding me. It's already a certain time, and you are still curious about this." Shui Liang covered his pierced shoulder, gritted his teeth, picked up the gun at hand, and was about to go out. "Wait a minute." Luo Qin held him down. "Let's see how long he can hold on." Monkey kept cursing in a mixture of Chinese and English, and his incongruous accent sounded a little funny. "Monster. I must kill you." The gunshots suddenly stopped, and then there was the sound of a gun being thrown. Luo Qin was shocked. He had no bullets left. Shui Liang immediately turned over, and saw that the monkey had no weapons in his hands. He just rushed towards him like a madman. He drew his knife and rushed forward. He raised his hand and chopped at the monkey's face. However, the other party was very flexible, and seemed to have figured out his tricks. He dodged him sideways. "You are indeed an immortal monster." The monkey laughed strangely. "But if I blow you into pieces, you will be finished. Right?" As he said, he suddenly reached out and picked up something from the ruins. Shui Liang's heart sank. Before he could react, the monkey rushed towards him. Shui Liang subconsciously sent out his knife. With a whoosh, the sharp blade of Nepal pierced through the monkey's body. The monkey groaned, and suddenly used his hands and feet to wrap around Shui Liang, and rolled him to the stairwell. Then, there was a slight sound somewhere on the monkey's body, and the black package he had just picked up from the ruins began to light up red, and a digital countdown appeared on a small screen. 10 seconds. Lychee. Luo Qin was so frightened that he almost didn't care about anything else, and was ready to rush out to help. To his surprise, Jimoro had already turned over and crossed the ruins before him. Get the vaccine. Chapter 34 Sacrifice. Jimoro rushed to the stairwell, forcefully pried open Monkey's hand, only to hear the hard wrist bone snap, and the wrist twisted and bent to the side, as if it was broken. Then he pulled Shui Liang up, and then tightly grasped Monkey's neck with both hands, and imprisoned his body with both arms, and fell down the stairs. Shui Liang looked at Jimoro, who was almost going to die with him, and hurriedly stretched out his hand, but grabbed nothing. Jimoro. Downstairs was a group of zombies that rushed up after hearing the sound, and Monkey fell heavily into the pile of zombies, and those extremely hungry walking corpses immediately rushed up, and drowned him in the black tide of corpses. Before Jimoro could get away, she was bitten on the neck by a zombie that had already rushed up the stairs. At this time, the countdown ended, and a cluster of sparks exploded in the zombie pile, and the dazzling flames exploded instantly. With a loud bang, the whole floor was completely blown down, and the ground collapsed like a vortex. The broken steel bars and concrete fell with the entire ceiling, and several floors were filled with smoke and sand in an instant. The building, which had suffered several explosions, was shaky, and the floors above the 11th floor collapsed in an instant, burying everyone. The aftermath of the explosion caused the building to shake violently, like a huge earthquake. The shaking was so strong that it almost uprooted the entire building. After dozens of seconds, the shaking building finally returned to silence. Shui Liang climbed out from under the collapsed bricks and stones with difficulty, wiped the blood off his face, and looked up. The surroundings had become ruins. Everything was buried by the collapsed building. Dust and ashes were flying everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. A faint cough sounded not far away, and Shui Liang hurried over and pulled out Luo Qin, who was covered in blood, from under the ruins. He was still holding the box of vaccines tightly in his arms, and his head was smashed by the falling stone slab. Shui Liang pulled Luo Qin to a safe corner, looked at him dying, and wiped the blood off his head helplessly. Luo Qin. Luo Qin. Hold on for a while. I'll go find Xiaoro, and then we'll leave here. Luo Qin's eyelids moved slightly. He seemed to have a few breaths left, and struggled to reach out to Shui Liang. Shui Liang grabbed his hand, and the anxiety and fear in his eyes were not concealed. And he was indeed more flustered than ever. Wait a minute. I'll go find him. Xue Liang resisted the urge, and slowly pried open Luo Qin's hand. If you have anything to say, wait until I come back. And don't fall asleep. Both of their hands were shaking. When Xue Liang pushed Luo Qin's last finger away from her hand, she almost didn't have the strength to look at him anymore. Luo Qin watched Xue Liang turn around and run away, laughed to himself, and slowly closed his eyes. Just now, that scene was a little familiar. The back of the person who left without looking back. Luo Qin always felt that he had seen it somewhere before. But he was in so much pain all over his body now, he had no energy to think. Don't go, wait. The last syllable gradually weakened, until he could no longer hear it. Jimoro opened his eyes, and suddenly vomited blood. He felt a tearing pain from his chest. Looking down, he found that a broken steel bar had pierced his chest from behind, and the exposed half was covered with sticky blood, which was still flowing down. The wound on his neck was also extremely painful, and these two places tortured his pain nerves together, making him feel that he was probably about to die, and this was just his last moment of life. Xiao Rou. He raised his head, and watched Xue Liang jump down from the half-prefabricated board, and ran to him in panic. He couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect you to come to save me. Xue Liang walked up to him, and looked at the steel bar that pierced his chest, and was stunned for a moment. Looking at your expression, you also know that I'm dead. Jimoro smiled self-deprecatingly. Let's go. Don't waste time here. You won't die. As long as you don't pull it out. You won't lose too much blood in a short time. Xue Liang squatted down, and reached out to break the steel bar. Wait a minute. It will be done soon. Jimoro held his hand, and pointed to his neck. Look here. There was a deep tooth mark on the side of his neck, and black stains came out of the wound. I was bitten. It's useless. Go quickly. Is Luo Qin still alive? Xue Liang nodded. He is still alive. Don't give up yet. You can make virus antibodies after getting the vaccine. You won't die. Jimoro shook her head. It's too late. Actually, I've thought about it. If you didn't save me before, I wouldn't be able to walk here alive. Cough, shoot me. I don't want to become that kind of thing. It looks too ugly. He was already a little powerless to speak, panting hard for a few times, and continued, although I hate people discussing my appearance, I still don't want to become that kind of person. No. Xue Liang's voice was irritable and suppressed. I won't kill you. It's impossible. Jimoro spit out another mouthful of blood. This time it affected his internal organs, and even his brain. And his organs seemed to be tossed around and twisted into a ball, and trampled back and forth with spiked feet for 100 times. Please. His breathing became more and more difficult. I don't know if it was a sign of mutation, or because his internal organs were pierced, and he lost too much oxygen and suffocated. Xue Liang took 2 steps back, seemingly wanting to do something, but his skilled fighting skills and rich combat experience were useless at this time. How could it become like this? He could take the lives of those mercenaries at will. No matter how vicious the opponent was, they were like ants in front of him. He clearly had no opponents. But now, he couldn't even protect 2 ordinary people. Everyone was going to die. And it was all his fault. There was a roar of propellers behind him, and Xue Liang turned his head to see that 2 military helicopters were approaching this side quickly. The 2 helicopters were hovering outside the collapsed stairs, and 2 ropes were dropped from the fuselage. Dozens of soldiers followed the ropes to land on this floor. And after landing, they filed in and rushed in one after another. 2 special forces soldiers in military uniforms ran up to the 2 men with guns raised. Xue Liang looked up and glanced at them. Before he could say anything, he heard someone behind him shouting, Xue Liang. He turned around indifferently, and saw a tall and burly man walking towards them. The other man was wearing a heavy helmet, with goggles covering half of his face. He walked straight to Xue Liang. You have been acting on your own for so long. Are you tired of making trouble? The other party said coldly in an extremely oppressive voice. Look at this. You are really capable. Xue Liang stood up silently, finally looked at Jimoro who was hanging his head and dying, and said to the man, Save him. The man squatted down, checked the wound on Jimoro's neck, shaked his head and sighed. It's too late. The virus entered the wound instantly through saliva. The infection has already begun at this time. It's only a matter of time before it completely mutates. Help him collect his body. Xue Liang said lightly, Take it away together. Major General. Officer Chung found a survivor, no signs of infection, still had vital signs, and was holding suspected chemical drugs. A Special Forces soldier hurried over to report. The man nodded and said, "Be careful with the rescue. Don't cause secondary damage." Shui Liang boarded the plane, and Luo Qin was carried in next to him. He lowered his head and looked at Luo Qin's bloodless face quietly. His eyes were empty and indifferent. The man also got into the cabin and saw Shui Liang's expression and was a little surprised. "Haven't you taken that kind of medicine for a long time?" the man asked. Shui Liang nodded and said, "I don't want to take it for the time being." The man was stunned for a moment and suddenly said seriously, "You must suppress your emotions. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and ordinary special forces?" Shui Liang didn't answer him, but just asked, "Do you have wet wipes?" The man took out a bag of disinfectant wipes from his military bag and handed it to him. Shui Liang tore open the package and carefully wiped Luo Qin's face, cleaning off the large patches of blood and dirt on his face. The man looked at his movements and couldn't help shaking his head. "Who is he?" the man asked. Shui Liang paused, as if he was stumped by the man's question. After a while, he said softly, "We are friends." Luo Qin was awakened by the noise in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw a huge butt swaying in front of him. He reached out to rub his eyes, but the butt immediately exclaimed and grabbed his hand. "Don't rub your eyes. You haven't been disinfected yet. Rubbing your eyes like this may cause infection." The owner of the butt was a fat man, wearing an ill-fitting military uniform, as if it was a temporary rental studio uniform. The fat man picked up the disinfectant spray on the side, sprayed it carefully on Luo Qin, and then nodded with satisfaction. "Okay." "Excuse me," Luo Qin said with difficulty. "What is this place?" "This is Shining's temporary shelter, which is now taken over by the Hangzhou army." The man snorted twice. "Survivors will be sent here after being checked and confirmed to be uninfected. If you wake up, go out in line to get a number, and you can get on the bus when you get in line." He was about to push Luo Qin off the bed. Go out if you have nothing to do. There are still many people who need beds." "Wait a minute, big sister." "No, big brother." Luo Qin was about to be pushed out without saying anything. "I have something to say." "Wait." At this time, a policeman in combat uniform suddenly walked in from the door. The other party was tall and handsome. When he walked over, his posture was very straight, with a righteous demeanor. Luo Qin subconsciously felt that this person could talk, and hurriedly grabbed him to ask, "Well, are you Luo Qin?" The other party was putting away his gun, and smiled gently. "Looking for Shui Liang?" Luo Qin nodded quickly. Yes. I'm looking for him. He's resting." "Nothing. You can eat something, and then go find him." The policeman smiled and stretched out his hand. "My name is Chongqing. I'm from the Special Police Detachment of Hangzhou Public Security Bureau." "Hello." The name sounded a little familiar, but such a thought only flashed through Luo Qin's mind, and he didn't take it too seriously. Luo Qin stretched out his hand and shook his hand in confusion. Hangzhou Police. Why are you here?" Chongqing's tone suddenly mixed with a bit of sinisterness, and he clicked the steel buckle of the holster on his leg and said, "Come to arrest someone." Before Luo Qin could figure out what he meant, Chongqing turned and walked towards the door. "Let's go. I'll take you to find Shui Liang." Chapter 35 Blue Flame. The two walked out of the tent, and the noise outside instantly fell into Luo Qin's ears. This is a shelter where the Hangzhou support army is stationed outside Shining City. Survivors who escaped from the city will come here. After undergoing a full body check to confirm that they are not infected, they can line up here and wait for the military vehicle to pick them up. At the entrance of the camp not far away, someone wearing protective clothing checked the pupils and tongue coating of the survivors, and they would be released only after confirming that there were no problems. All around were temporary piles of supplies, and survivors in groups of 2 or 3. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms walked around with guns in hand. The camp was surrounded by flood control bags and wire mesh, and gunshots were heard in the distance, mixed with bursts of uninterrupted explosions. The city had become a battlefield, and the soldiers set up defense lines outside to resist, which brought temporary peace to the camp. Chongqing led him to a military tent. Before he entered the door, he heard a man's low scolding from inside. "Did I allow you to act without authorization?" "Shoo." Chongqing waved his hand. The boss is scolding people. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment and leaned in to listen. The man's voice got louder, and he angrily said, "No organization. No discipline. Acting alone. Do you know how much damage it will cause to the military property if you have an accident? You are not an individual. You are the property of the country and the army. Do you know that? I tell you, put away your personal heroism and obey orders." Luo Qin asked in a low voice. "Who are you scolding?" Chongqing Yao said. "Shui Liyang. You are scolding me so badly. Let's not go in first." Luo Qin looked at him. "Why don't we go in?" Chongqing Yao smiled and said, "Are you stupid? Because I don't want to be scolded. The righteous people inside are angry. Let's hide. But I won't stop you from being brave and righteous." As he said, he opened the curtain a little and motioned Luo Qin to look inside. I saw a man standing at the door with his back to the door. Shui Liyang stood opposite him, lowering his head, feeling like he was about to cry. The man continued, "You also know that you killed someone? If you didn't think you were so great, would that kid die?" "Who died?" Luo Qin looked at Chongqing Yao. "Me? I'm not dead." Chongqing Yao thought for a while, and said, "You mean the boy who was with you? He was bitten by a zombie, and was seriously injured. He is dead." Luo Qin staggered, recovered, and rushed in without waiting for Chongqing Yao to stop him. Shui Liyang and another man in the room cast their eyes at him, as if they had not expected an uninvited guest to come in. Shui Liyang had already changed into a fitted military uniform, and his neat figure wrapped in military green cloth flashed before Luo Qin's eyes, just like a rare touch of green in this filthy place, which immediately dispelled the depression in his heart. "Luo Qin?" Shui Liyang couldn't help but shout in surprise, and turned around and walked over here. Luo Qin said nothing, ran to Shui Liyang in 2 steps, stretched out his arms and hugged him. Shui Liyang obviously didn't expect Luo Qin to be so straightforward. He was stunned as soon as he raised his hand. He stared at Chongqing Yao, who followed Luo Qin in. The latter was obviously startled, and then quietly retreated. Shui Liyang didn't know where to put his hands. He hesitated for a moment, and put his hands on Luo Qin's back. He felt that Luo Qin seemed to be shaking, and his hands couldn't help but tightened a little. "It's okay." Luo Qin raised his head, and stared at him seriously. The passionate eyes seemed to imprint Shui Liyang in his eyes. Shui Liyang was a little overwhelmed by his gaze, and averted her eyes awkwardly, and whispered, "What are you doing?" "Ahem." The man behind him came over. "Yang friend?" Luo Qin nodded. "Hello, my name is Luo Qin." The man took off his sunglasses, and his deep eyes looked Luo Qin up and down meaningfully, and nodded. "Then you guys chat, and we'll set off in an hour, and go back to Hanzhou." After that, the man walked out of the tent. Luo Qin then remembered something and asked, "Xiao Rou?" Shui Liyang's eyes dimmed, and he nodded. Luo Qin helplessly lowered his head, and sighed. "I heard that the people of Jimo family had come with the army to take away the body, preparing to transport it back to Hanzhou for burial. Shui Liyang originally wanted to see him off, but was pulled here, and taught a lesson halfway. At this time, the people of Jimo family should have returned. The risk factor in Shining City is still rising. Many people have already evacuated, and the army no longer sends new cleaning teams in. The troops outside are doing the final evacuation and rescue work. Soon they will all withdraw from here, and head north to Hanzhou. Although the situation there is not optimistic. Shining has already fallen completely, and there is no other choice. Who was that person just now?" Luo Qin asked kindly. "He scolded you so harshly." Shui Liyang felt a headache when he mentioned this. "Don't mention it. Guardian. Superior. Leader. Anyway, he can control me." "Ouch." Luo Qin deliberately stretched out his voice and said, "There is still someone who can control me." Shui Liyang looked at him fiercely. "I can manage it. I can manage it." Letting him manage it is giving him face. Luo Qin held back the second half of his sentence. "You can manage me if you are in a bad mood. I won't resist." Shui Liyang was too lazy to pay attention to him, and asked lazily, "When you were in Yuan Shan before, you said that you had something to hide from me, and you would tell me everything after you got out." He turned around, pulled out a chair next to him, and sat down. "Come on. Tell me." Luo Qin stood facing Shui Liyang. He always felt that this scene was very familiar, as if he was scolded by the teacher when he was in school. What do you mean?" Shui Liyang stared at him coldly. "I think you are fine." Luo Qin wanted to cry, but had no tears. How come this is different from what he thought? When they first met, he clearly thought this person was a docile kitten, whose face was full of innocence and gullibility. Why did things turn out like this? Actually, Luo Qin took a deep breath and began to talk nonsense. Actually, I am a rich second generation. My parents left me a large fortune before they died, and said I could go and get it when I came of age. This is the money left for me to marry a wife. I can only use it to marry a wife, otherwise I will be struck by lightning from the sky. Shui Liang's face was full of disbelief. Don't you want to be friends with a rich second generation? Luo Qin said sincerely. Here is one, hardworking, cheap, and easy to use. I am also a rich second generation. Shui Liang nodded indifferently. I have 2 office buildings in Hangzhou City. I can buy you by simply removing a piece of floor. Not only is it hard to deceive, but it will also tickle you when you are annoyed. Haha. What a coincidence. Luo Qin was about to continue making up stories when he saw Shui Liang suddenly stand up and walk out. Wherever you go, I want to go too. To work. Shui Liang looked at him in confusion. My injury is healed, and I'm going to help evacuate civilians. You can't go, Luo Qin said disappointedly. And let go of Shui Liang's hand, then be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Shui Liang turned around to leave, but heard Luo Qin say, anyway, when you were in the distant mountains, you even broke my hand. Probably because you thought I was troublesome. The tone seemed to be complaining, with a bit of resentment, as if he had suffered a great injustice. You, Shui Liang turned around, looking at Luo Qin's depressed face, and was suddenly moved. He stood for a while, and whispered to comfort him, I was forced by the situation, and I won't do it again in the future. Luo Qin's eyes glowed with a glimmer, and he seemed a little excited. Then come back soon after you are done. I will wait for you to go together. Yes. Shui Liang nodded. You stay here and rest. You are still injured. Luo Qin watched Shui Liang walk out of the tent. He turned silently and walked to a camp bed, facing the door with his back, and lifted his clothes. He reached out and touched the wound, gently removing the tight bandage. The skin there was smooth and flat. The blood had been cleaned up, without even a trace of scar. All the wounds were gone, including those on his head, and the parts scratched by gravel and glass had recovered as before, without any sign of having been seriously injured. But the weakness caused by blood loss was real. Luo Qin couldn't help but doubt the reality. Did he really experience all this? He was just daydreaming when he heard someone behind him open the curtain and walk in. Luo Qin looked back and said, Officer Cheng? My job is to watch you and prevent you from starving to death. Cheng Qingyao came over and handed him a bag of chocolate. Luo Qin took a look. It was the kind of military chocolate with extremely high calories. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his teeth. No way. Do you really eat this kind of thing? This is what's left in the military ration bag. I usually can't eat it. Cheng Qingyao said. Shui Liang gave it to you specifically. He said that you haven't eaten for too long. If you don't replenish your energy, you may have hypoglycemia. But the civilians outside don't have such good treatment as you, and they can be specially taken care of. So the canned food and meat are left for them. You can make do with this for now, and he will compensate you when you return to Hangzhou. Luo Qin took the chocolate depressively and sighed at the vacuum packaging. He is really ruthless. No need to compensate, he thought. The military chocolate tasted like chewing a mixture of wax and steamed potatoes, no sweetness, and it was so hard that it almost broke a tooth after biting it, which made him feel inexplicably aggrieved. Cheng Qingyao had a good personality. He moved a chair and sat next to him. He didn't know if Shui Liang had sent him to give him psychological counseling. Anyway, he had a very good sense of propriety when speaking, which made Luo Qin unconsciously relax. However, Cheng Qingyao's tone of voice, when he said you are Luo Qin, was very intriguing. For some reason, he felt that he had finally met someone. So, you rescued me from the building? Luo Qin asked. Thank you very much. Cheng Qingyao put his hands on the back of the chair and smiled. It's okay. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Strictly speaking, when he pulled Luo Qin out of the ruins, he thought he was dead. So he went straight to take the box in his hand. Unexpectedly, Luo Qin fainted, but he instinctively protected the medicine box tightly. Luo Qin was a little depressed. I thought it was Lychee. He treats you differently, Cheng Qingyao said. We have known each other for a long time, but he was not like this before, At least, he would not be so concerned about someone he just met. Luo Qin was struggling with chocolate, hearing this. He glanced at him. It probably depends on personal charm. Maybe I am particularly attractive to him, and he is particularly impressed? Chongqing held the back of the chair and laughed. You are so funny, brother. Are you really from Shining? You don't have an accent at all. I went to Chongqing for half a month. And when I came back, I could hardly tell the difference between the front and back nasal sounds. Luo Qin didn't know. He felt like he had been speaking like this since he was a child. He could speak both Mandarin and Cantonese. But when he spoke normally, most people couldn't tell that he was actually a local. Probably because Chao Yun was from the north. He was influenced by her since he was a child. And he always spoke like this. Are you all Shui Liang's friends? Luo Qin asked. Policemen and special forces should be different, right? Do you know the Blue Flame Brigade? Chongqing asked him back. Luo Qin shook his head. I haven't heard of it. It is a special force established by the Army Group of Shining Military Region in the past 2 years, directly under the leadership of the Supreme Military Commission. Uncle Zhao is the first captain of the Blue Flame Brigade. Shui Liang is a member of this special force. You already know his identity. The whole team is basically a recreated human like him, except Zhao Fengluo, although he is an ordinary soldier, but his strength is definitely not inferior to Shui Liang. Chongqing said. That is an elite force that will not be used easily, but now the whole team is dispatched to Shining to perform the mission. It means that this matter is not ordinary. Shui Liang is almost too busy. Will the police come to such a place with the army? Luo Qin asked while chewing chocolate. Have you caught the person you want to catch? Chongqing nodded. It is common for special police and the army to be dispatched together. I have already captured the person. In a few hours, we will evacuate part of the army first, and then slowly withdraw all of them. Shui Liang originally planned to stay until the end, but Zhao Fengluo asked him to leave with the first batch of evacuated troops because of his previous problem of acting on his own without contacting his superiors. The army is leaving so soon? There should still be people alive in the city. Luo Qin asked. What will happen to Shining after the withdrawal? Chongqing said. The special forces have begun to block the entire Shining. The outer perimeter will be blocked with barbed wire. After preparations are ready, the whole city will be disinfected and completely cleared out. Clean up? What does that mean? Luo Qin bit a piece of chocolate, and his back suddenly felt a little cold. Will they just drop a nuclear bomb? Chongqing looked at him with amusement. You've watched too many movies. What I mean is, the army will send another team in, clean up the zombies in the city, and then conduct a comprehensive disinfection. What's going on with those zombies? Luo Qin asked. What kind of virus is so scary? Chongqing shook his head and said. It's not clear yet, but Hanzhou has collected infected samples for research, and there should be a conclusion soon. Shui Liang also told us about Yuan Shan, and the higher-ups are interviewing and investigating the person in charge of Yuan Shan. He thought for a moment and said, I have to say that Shui Liang is really efficient. He has been submitting information about the virus outbreak in Shining City all the way. Combined with our investigation results in Hanzhou, the progress is already very fast. Luo Qin snorted and said half-complainingly, That's not the case. They are very strong in recreating humans. If I hadn't held him back all the way, you would probably have made the antidote by now. Chongqing looked at him hesitantly, and finally said politely, Actually, it's not they who are recreating humans. What? It's we. Chapter 36 Heartbeat. The military truck staggered out of the shelter and honked. Someone on the roof of a low-rise building not far away waved his hand, signaling to let them go. This was the first batch of troops to withdraw. A row of dozens of trucks drove out of the shelter, and hit the road one after another. The carport behind each vehicle was filled with survivors, and everyone's face was filled with fear and fatigue that had not yet faded. Several Special Forces soldiers with guns were guarding the outermost edge of the crowd, always alert to the zombies that might suddenly appear around them. In the car, Luo Qin leaned on the back seat, looking at Shui Liang, who had been silent, and was writing a self-criticism with his backpack. Shui Liang wrote the 5,000-word self-criticism with great pain, as if squeezing toothpaste and writing one word at a time. Luo Qin found him so cute when he saw him unwilling to accept the defeat, but could only swallow his anger. The man named Zhao Fenglu was driving in the front, and Chongqing was sitting in the passenger seat. He was sending messages on his mobile phone, and his fingers never stopped all the way, with a silly smile on his face. Zhao Fenglu looked at Shui Liang in the rearview mirror. and his eyes hidden under the sunglasses flashed a trace of displeasure. I just scolded you a few words. Are you unhappy now? Xue Liang looked up at him, and did not stop writing. Shaking his head, no. I am very happy. Luo Qin's mouth twitched, thinking, why did he say this with such an expression on his face? I will not take back my criticism of you. It is wrong to do it wrong. Zhao Fanglu said bluntly. Don't think you are so great just because you are a recreated human. You may even lose if you fight with me, an ordinary person. Not to mention being alone in such a dangerous place, and pretending not to contact me. Yang, remember, your teammates are the ones you should trust the most, not your self-righteous abilities. You abandon your partners, you are leaving your back to the enemy. Do you understand? I didn't. Xue Liang wanted to talk back. I never. Do you understand? Xue Liang was blocked, said angrily. I understand. Luo Qin was trying to hold back his laughter, turning his head to the window, and not daring to let Xue Liang see. Chongqing finally finished sending the message, put down his phone and stretched, turned his head to Xue Liang and said, Brother, did you receive the news from there? They said that we should keep a low profile when we return to Hanzhou. There are people from the environmental voice protesting there, and they are afraid of causing conflicts. Xue Liang nodded. I saw it. But hasn't Yuan Shan's human reconstruction experiment been kept secret? Why did the public know about it? Who knows? But we are now facing strong opposition. Chongqing shrugged and smiled. That environmental protection organization is now inciting the public to protest, saying that they will never admit that the recreated humans are humans, that they are biological monsters and laboratory garbage created by Yuan Shan, and they demand that Yuan Shan stop human experiments and be responsible for the virus outbreak. You said too much in detail, Xue Liang said. What did Yuan Shan say? Nothing. I'm afraid it won't end well. Chongqing joked. If Yuan Shan falls, public opinion will come over, and we may be destroyed. Luo Qin's heart skipped a beat, thinking that it might not be what I thought, so he asked, how to destroy it? Inject drugs that paralyze the brain and spinal cord, gradually destroy brain tissue, which is equivalent to euthanasia. Chongqing said. Xue Liang's identity has been exposed, because it is said that a survivor from Shining witnessed Xue Liang's battle, which is consistent with the Environmental Protection Organization's speculation about illegal human experiments in Yuan Shan. Now the civil organization has threatened the higher-ups with this issue. How can that be possible? Luo Qin's face turned pale. He is a human being, not really a monster. How can you kill him just like that? Xue Liang burst out laughing. Why are you scaring him? But Luo Qin actually. What Chongqing said is not wrong. Although we have strong self-healing ability, we are not completely invincible. You just need to. Xue Liang. Zhao Fanglu's tone suddenly became serious. Have I ever taught you to take the initiative to expose your fatal weaknesses to others? Although Xue Liang stopped talking, he still looked very unconvinced. No. Luo Qin always felt that when Zhao Fangluo talked to Xue Liang, he was carrying an unquestionable pressure, and Xue Liang seemed to be completely obedient to him. Although he was a little dissatisfied occasionally, he still did what he was told, as if this was a natural relationship. What will you do then? Luo Qin asked Xue Liang in a low voice. Will that troublesome environmental protection organization give you trouble? Xue Liang looked at him. With a calm face, I don't know. Maybe. After all, some people have been against Yuan Shan for a long time, and they may vent their anger on us. Luo Qin didn't think this was a small problem. I won't let them do anything to you. Sure. You are quite arrogant. Zhao Fangluo interjected with disdain. With you. Do you have the capital to say that? Although this man sometimes speaks harshly, he has to admit that he never ridicules others without reason. Perhaps it was the experience accumulated over the years that made him always speak to the point. Young man, you even survived Shining thanks to Xue Liang. Without him, could you have survived alone? Zhao Fangluo took out a cigarette from his hand, lit it with the cigarette lighter, rolled down the car window, and took a puff. You need to have the capital to brag. If one day you are strong enough to protect him, you don't even need to say anything. Everyone will respect you. Xue Liang said without hesitation. No. I am enough. Luo Qin was originally aroused by Zhao Fangluo's fighting spirit, but Xue Liang's unconscious words made him a little depressed again. He admitted that Xue Liang was already stronger than his common sense. Perhaps after so many years of evolution, Xue Liang was already the ceiling of this advanced species. But there was a little fantasy that made him want to work harder towards this possibility. Xue Liyang's words just now. Perhaps the speaker was unintentional. But Luo Qin still vaguely understood 4 words from them. I don't need it. Zhao Fenglu shook his head and suddenly mentioned another thing. Yang. Don't act on your own when you go back this time. Yuan Shan may blame you for causing trouble for them. Come and help me manage those new recruits. And I will give you the position of deputy captain of the Blue Flame Brigade. No need. Xue Liyang was obviously not very interested in the conditions he offered. I won't take new recruits. It's too much trouble. Zhao Fengluo said nothing more, and turned back to drive. A convoy of dozens of military vehicles drove north along the long and winding road. The headlights were strung together by the dark road, and spread for several thousand meters. Along the way, they passed by crisscrossing cultivated fields and villages. The originally peaceful and quiet villages and towns at the foot of the hills on both sides did not have a single light on at this moment. And the smoke from cooking did not float out on time as usual. Deathly silence enveloped the earth. As dusk gradually approached, the outlines of the towering houses and towers gradually blurred, just like the silent monuments standing in front of the graves. The red clouds in the sky gathered into the last flames, shining on the corners of the walls of the houses, and then faded away little by little, as if taking away the last ray of hope and light in the world. Zhao Fengluo drove silently, and Chongqing fell asleep leaning against the car window. Luo Qin also felt sleepy. He turned his head to look at Xue Liyang, and saw that the other party was a little tired. He shrank silently in the seat. His collars on both sides covered half of his face, and he crossed his arms and seemed to be thinking about something. Luo Qin, you said that Yuan Shan has been committed to becoming bigger and stronger for so many years. Would it be stupid to do something like this? Xue Liyang noticed that Luo Qin was looking at him, and murmured. The vaccine containing the virus leaked out, and it was labeled with Yuan Shan's name. The initiator is obvious. What's the point of Yuan Shan doing this? Not only Yuan Shan was involved, but those mercenaries came to Shining from afar, and took such a big risk to seize the samples. Luo Qin said. How did they know? According to Wei Lan and Jima Cheng, virus research and development is Yuan Shan's secret. Moreover, even if those mercenaries make a living by selling drugs, the business in the Golden Triangle will never be exhausted. So why should they reach out here? Xue Liyang nodded. I think so too. There are other people supporting the mercenaries. Those vaccines are worthless to the mercenaries, but not necessarily to the people behind them. Giant lizards have always had no principles or bottom line. No matter what business it is, as long as the reward is high, they will do it. He frowned slightly, and several emotions surged in his eyes in an instant. Luo Qin sighed, and asked tentatively, You have been thinking about these things these 2 days. Is it because of your brother? Luo Qin realized that Xue Liyang was unusually obsessed with the Yuan Shan vaccine. And since he knew that the other party's brother had a connection with Yuan Shan, he couldn't help thinking about it. But he vaguely felt that this matter was not so simple. If Xue Liyang's brother was Jing Chun's biological son, how could she stop Xue Liyang from investigating the truth of her son's death? A mother's desire to protect her children is unparalleled. Even if she didn't want to be involved, she would not accept her son's sudden death so easily. So that she lived a dull life for more than 10 years. Luo Qin suddenly had a strange idea in his heart. Jing Chun had tried hard. She must have tried her best to find out the truth when she lost her son. But what happened later made her give up this idea and even strongly oppose Xue Liyang to do this. She stopped Xue Liyang from investigating Yuan Shan, obviously to protect him. Xue Liyang did not answer Luo Qin about this question immediately. After about 2 minutes, he said softly, I don't know. But let me think about the reason myself. I can think of only this reason. You should take a nap, Luo Qin said, and made room for him. I'll call you if there's anything. He patted his legs, and then held his breath and looked at Xue Liyang. Xue Liyang had been sitting in his seat and dozing off and on. Maybe he was too tired, so he slept uneasily. He glanced at Luo Qin, and lay down without hesitation, resting his head on Luo Qin's legs, and adjusted to the most comfortable position. Luo Qin stiffened for a moment, and wanted to change his sitting position to make him sleep more comfortably. But Xue Liyang gently patted his legs. He heard the person lying in front of him whispered in a breath, Don't move. Then he really didn't dare to move again. Xue Liyang's eyelids began to feel heavy soon after he lay down, and he fell asleep soon. His breathing was steady, and he didn't move much in his deep sleep. But Luo Qin inexplicably felt as if he had done something wrong. and he didn't even dare to look up at Xiao Fanglu, who was driving in front of him. He knew that this was actually nothing, especially during the march. It was common for several people to sleep in a ball hugging each other. But at this moment, he could clearly feel Shui Liang's face against his thigh, his muscles rising and falling with his breathing, and the fabric of his pants seemed to be rubbing against his skin. For the first time, Luo Qin heard his heart beating wildly in front of everyone. Chapter 37 Dawn. The convoy drove for nearly 12 hours. And when it arrived at the outskirts of Hanzhou, it was already dawn the next day. Luo Qin was shaken open his eyes, and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He heard Zhao Fangluo speaking loudly. Zhao Fangluo drove, and yelled on the walkie-talkie. Luo Qin didn't know what was going on, but he saw Shui Liang on the side adjusting the communication headset on his head, with skillful movements, and his face illuminated by the car lights was full of alertness. "What's wrong?" Luo Qin leaned over, and asked in a low voice. Shui Liang adjusted the headset, shook his head. "I don't know. But the Hanzhou military region headquarters suddenly lost contact half an hour ago. And the team sent to contact them also had no news. Our captain has been contacting them, but there has been no response so far." Zhao Fanglu pulled the handbrake, said something to the intercom, and took out the gun from under the seat. "Shui Liang, come with me. The convoy is parked outside the city. Chongqing is responsible for protecting the safety of the people with the Special Forces A1 team according to your original plan. The rest of the Special Forces will form an advance team. And get ready to follow me into the city." Shui Liang opened the car door, patted Chongqing on the shoulder in the front row. "Be careful, and give priority to protecting the people." He was about to jump out of the car, but suddenly remembered something, looked back at Luo Qin, and said, "Can you do it alone? Don't run around. Wait for me to come back." "I can." Luo Qin nodded hurriedly. "You go quickly." Shui Liang got out of the car and followed Zhao Fangluo. Luo Qin leaned on the window and watched for a long time, until Chongqing called him before getting out of the car. "Stay in the car and don't move. Close the doors and windows. Unless someone you know comes to ask you to get out of the car, don't go out." Dozens of military vehicles were parked in the wasteland on the outskirts of the city. Following Zhao Fangluo's order, all the soldiers were on alert. Luo Qin stayed alone in the dark and quiet car, along with dozens of survivors in the back of the car, as if they were abandoned in the wilderness. The surroundings were eerily quiet, except for the occasional footsteps of soldiers checking the situation. There was not even the sound of insects. The civilians began to get restless. Some complained in a low voice and anxiously asked the military and police around them what had happened. However, no one else present knew about it. They could only comfort the survivors who were gradually falling into panic, and wait for an unknown fate with them. When the gunshots suddenly rang out, Luo Qin heard a scream at the same time. The voice was extremely terrifying, as if he had seen something horrifying. Then there was a mixture of chaotic gunshots and footsteps. Several soldiers jumped out of the car and shouted, "Don't run around. Stay in the car." Luo Qin was frightened, but still did not get out of the car. He looked at the flashlights flickering outside the window. The situation was out of control for a time, and he couldn't help but worry about Shui Liang. However, the next second, there was a click of unlocking the car door, and Zhao Fangluo and Shui Liang opened the door and got in at the same time. Zhao Fangluo quickly started the car, and Shui Liang took out new bullets and guns from under the seat and threw them to Chongqing, who came out of the car. "Let's go. Follow me to the back compartment for defense. Let the rest of you get in the car immediately. And don't stay." "Got it." Luo Qin saw a group of black figures appearing behind Chongqing. He was very familiar with the lane-walking demeanor. There were zombies here. It turned out that Zhao Fangluo had led the advance team to the front shelter to check the situation, but found that it had been infected for a long time. The original shelter had long been abandoned, and the station troops led all the survivors back to the city. The shelter has now become an infected area outside Hanzhou City. Chongqing took a gun, turned around, and shot at the group of zombies. Shui Liang jumped out of the car, told Luo Qin to close the door, and went to the rear compartment with Chongqing to pick up civilians. The two jumped into the rear compartment and said to the panicked people, "Hide inside. Don't jump out of the car." People were bitten by zombies all around, and the wailing and screaming continued. Chongqing shot a zombie biting a soldier a few meters away in the head, and stretched out his hand to the man. "Get in the car. Quick." The soldier quickly got up, and with the help of Chongqing's hand, he jumped into the car. At the same time, dozens of military vehicles lit up their lights. Their engines started up loudly and drove towards the city at high speed. Xue Liang pulled out a flashlight from his waist and shone it on the soldier. The man's shoulder had been bitten by the zombies and was bloody, and a row of black teeth marks were clearly sunken into the flesh. Chongqing frowned. "Don't move. I'll bandage you." The soldier shook his head palely, saying, "No. I know what happens if I get bitten. Let me get off the car and kill a few before I get infected." Xue Liang was about to speak when the communicator beside his ear rang unexpectedly. Zhao Fanglu's voice came intermittently. "Everyone pay attention. We just received a military signal from the city. The shelter previously stationed outside the city has been infected, and the Hangzhou garrison has withdrawn into the city to build a new shelter. We are about to pass through the infected area. Everyone pay attention to defense. Sit tight." Xue Liang pressed the soldier's back. "You are not infected yet. Keep fighting." "Yes. The infected shelter is ahead. Zombies of incalculable size are rushing towards this side, like a crowded swarm of ants." Xue Liang and Chongqing set up machine guns outside the carport and fired at the zombies following behind the car. Countless corpses were blown away by bullets and fell heavily to the ground, and soon the place where the convoy passed was covered with dense piles of black corpses. However, those zombies seemed to be endless, gushing out from every corner, their throats thirsty for flesh and blood, making strange noises. "Attention, teams! Don't let the zombies climb onto the car." Xue Liang picked up the intercom and pressed the microphone, saying, "Focus all your fire. We have about 7 minutes to cross the infected area." At this time, Zhao Fanglu's voice came from the communicator again, but the sound of machine guns and artillery fire all around made it difficult for them to hear each other even if they were face to face. Xue Liang didn't hear clearly, and he covered the headset with both hands and asked loudly, "What?" Zhao Fangluo cursed something, and then threw the intercom to Luo Qin. "Tell him. I have to drive, and can't take care of it. There are too many things." Luo Qin immediately said to the other side. He said that the A2 team will get off the car in 7 minutes to clear the roadblocks in the infected area and the zombies in the direction of entering the city. We have to prepare to rush in. After he said this, his heart was pounding, and he didn't even hear Xue Liang's received. "I'm not wrong, am I?" Luo Qin returned the intercom, looking at Zhao Fangluo anxiously, and asked. Zhao Fangluo didn't look back, but gave him a thumbs up. "You're good, young man." The front of the car knocked away waves of zombies, and the body of the car was hit with crackling sounds. However, this new heavy-armored Falcon military vehicle had very good tolerance. It didn't slow down at all under the siege of a large number of zombies. It roared and rolled over the zombies' bodies, and rushed straight to the sealed exit of the infected area. 5 minutes. Xue Liang's voice came again. "Get ready." Zhao Fangluo raised the intercom. "Begin the action." With an order, dozens of Special Forces soldiers jumped down from their respective military vehicles in an instant. Gunshots and flames suddenly rang out, and the remaining people hid in the car with their heads shot out, closing their eyes and waiting for the nightmare to end. Luo Qin listened to the roar outside and couldn't help but hold the door handle tightly. He couldn't see Xue Liang's position and couldn't do anything. When he was in Shining, he could still fight side by side with Xue Liang, but at this moment, he could only hide in the car like countless other survivors and become the one to be protected. He suddenly felt unwilling. Gunshots continued outside the window. Zhao Fangluo drove calmly and whizzed forward. Zombies kept rushing over and hitting the car body on both sides of the dark road, crackling non-stop, just like flying insects killed by the glass when driving at high speed at night. The thick shell of the military vehicle smashed the flesh and blood creatures into pieces, and the crushed limbs on the ground were then rolled into the mud. The A2 team led by Xue Liang quickly rushed to the exit. With an astonishing speed, it seemed that the skills of the entire team were different from ordinary people. He was the first to reach the blockade of the exit, and Chongqing followed closely behind. The two quickly moved the electric net blocking the exit and directed the other members of the team to clear the roadblocks at the exit. 3 minutes left. Xue Liang said to the team members behind him. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." Within a minute, the area near the exit had been completely cleared. The zombies were also attracted by the living people and staggered over, rushing towards the exit in an overwhelming manner. Xue Liang led a team to set up machine guns in front of the entrance and pushed the zombie encirclement line back with all their strength. One after another, military vehicles rushed through the entrance blockade at full speed. The wheels rolled up yellow dust all over the ground, and left deep marks on the road filled with blood and mud. Team A2 is ready to retreat. Everyone will retreat to the safe zone one after another. The Blue Flame Brigade will clean up the rear. Zhao Fenglu was the last one to drive through the blockade. At this time, the members of Team A2 had almost retreated. Only Shui Liang remained in the infected area. At this moment, it was the last line of defense before the exit. He asked Chongqing to lead the rest of the team to retreat to the safe zone first, and he planned to stay until the end. Shui Liang emptied the last clip of bullets in his hand, threw away the machine gun with the barrel burning hot, and watched Zhao Fenglu's car rushing towards him. At the same time, the door of the back seat of the car was opened. Luo Qin grabbed the door with one hand and stretched out his other hand to Shui Liang. "Get in the car." Shui Liang was stunned for a moment, and something suddenly came to his mind, and then he quickly grabbed Luo Qin's hand. Luo Qin gritted his teeth and violently dragged Shui Liang into the car. The two of them collided in the back seat, which scared Zhao Fenglu. "Is he okay?" Shui Liang quickly closed the door with his backhand. Just after taking a breath, he suddenly remembered something and pushed Luo Qin away. "Don't touch me." Luo Qin staggered after being pushed. He looked at Shui Liang at a loss, as if he was stunned by the other party's sudden action. I'm all blood." Shui Liang tried to sit as far away from Luo Qin as possible, and looked down at his dirty military uniform. "Don't get it on you," Luo Qin said in a daze, and looked away. Shui Liang didn't realize anything. He looked up and asked Zhao Fenglu, "Has the support arrived? What should we do with the blockade?" Zhao Fenglu said, "They have arrived. The next step is up to the Hangzhou garrison. We will take the survivors to the shelter first." There were a few sirens outside the window, and 7 or 8 military off-road vehicles passed by the car window. Luo Qin got the opportunity to completely divert his attention to resolve the embarrassment. He stuck to the car window and watched. Those dazzling lights passed by him one by one. There was obvious dust in the lights. They flashed in the dim light of dawn, and soon turned into dust and disappeared into the air. The fierce gunfire of the support troops rang out behind him. Luo Qin sighed with his fingers on the glass, and suddenly realized that the wandering and fleeing of these days seemed to have completely ended. He didn't know where he would go next, whether to stay in Hangzhou, or wait until the situation in the south stabilized before going home. The word home actually had no meaning to him. Even if he took a blanket and rolled it up on the ground, it could almost be considered a home. This was Shui Liang's home, where he had family and friends, and he just moved from one place to another. He hadn't thought about these things before, when his mind was full of escaping. But now, he suddenly realized that his journey with Shui Liang was about to end. "Luo Qin?" Shui Liang saw him lying by the window in a daze, and called him in confusion. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Luo Qin still felt that he couldn't be so decisive, especially when Shui Liang called his name again, which made him think that some things could be tried again. "No." Luo Qin turned his head and smiled at Shui Liang. "I was thinking what to eat later. There should only be canned food and compressed biscuits in the shelter." Shui Liang shook his head helplessly. "Eat a little. Fill your stomach first." "But I've been eating mineral water bread and compressed biscuits for a long time." Luo Qin turned to Shui Liang and said with some hesitation, "I'm about to vomit." "Really?" Shui Liang looked at his face and found that he seemed to have eaten. It turned into a bread color. "Hey, it seems to be true. What should I do?" "No need for anything else," Luo Qin said pitifully. "I'll just drink a bottle of mineral water that you opened." Shui Liang was stunned and almost laughed at him. "What's the difference?" Luo Qin didn't answer him. At this time, the car had already driven into the shelter in the city. Zhao Fenglu slowly parked the car in an open space. There were more than a dozen dirty military vehicles parked there. The soldiers in the shelter were escorting the survivors out of the car one by one. It was getting light, and the shelter was crowded. Most of the soldiers were exhausted, and their faces were full of fatigue and vicissitudes. It was obvious that they had been holding on for a long time. Luo Qin opened the door and got out of the car, and stretched his waist for the first time in a long time. He felt sore at his lower back, as if he had been in the car for too long. Shui Liang called him from behind, and Luo Qin looked back and saw that the other party had taken out a bottle of mineral water from somewhere, and was unscrewing the cap for him. "Here." Drink it. He handed the bottle over and said softly. Chapter 38 Favoritism. Are you really twisting it? Luo Qin blinked blankly. Xue Liang saw that he was taking advantage of her, and was still acting cute. He pulled the corner of his mouth, and turned the bottle to his mouth. Just kidding, I'll drink it. Brother. Luo Qin grabbed the water before Xue Liang finished it, and drank it like he hadn't drunk water for 800 years. Xue Liang patted his shoulder, and said helplessly, I give up on you. You talk like a firecracker. And it's hard to tell whether it will make a sound or not. You stay here for a while. I'll go deal with the child who was bitten just now. Luo Qin put down the bottle when he heard it, and asked disappointedly, Are you leaving again? I can't just revolve around you. It's my duty. It's wrong to bend the law for personal gain. Xue Liang pinched his shoulder, and said soothingly, Be obedient. I'll be back soon. You can choose not to bend the law for personal gain with others, but not with me. Luo Qin raised his eyebrows, and decided to risk his reputation. Why? Xue Liang was stunned. Luo Qin looked around, sat down on the ground, and waved to Xue Liang, Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Xue Liang frowned at him, whispered something, and turned away. Luo Qin moved back, leaned against a pile of boxes, and slowly drank the bottle of water in his hand. Xue Liang had already taken a few sips, and the bottle mouth seemed to be still warm, touching the temperature of his lips. He wrapped his down jacket around himself, and slowly swallowed the bottle of water, like drinking wine. For some reason, he always felt that this water was sweeter than the ones he had bought before. The mornings in the north in winter get light very late. At this moment, emergency lights and bonfires were still on in various places in the shelter. Survivors gathered around the fire to keep warm. Soldiers were rushing around everywhere. Many of them had been running all night, and did not even have time to sit down and take a breath. A young soldier was carrying a box and passed by Luo Qin. Suddenly, his body tilted, and he fell towards Luo Qin with the box. Luo Qin quickly reached out to help, pulled the soldier to sit aside. Are you okay? The soldier's face was pale, his lips were dry and cracked, and he kept shaking with his eyes tightly closed. Luo Qin could see that this was because he had been deprived of water for too long, and had not eaten in the cold weather. His body could not hold on any longer. He handed the half bottle of water at hand to the soldier. Here, drink some water. Where are you going to move this thing? I'll help you. The soldier drank a few sips of water with his help, and it took him several minutes to slowly recover. The man looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, with a childish face, like a new recruit. He even spoke softly, Thank you. I'm fine. I still have to move this box to the tent in front. Let me do it. Luo Qin stood up, lifted the bottom of the box with one hand, and weighted with the other hand, and found that it was still quite heavy. He lifted the box onto his shoulder with one effort, and nodded to the soldier, You take a rest. I'll carry this over. There were 3 rows of military tents at the entrance of the shelter. In front of several of the tents stood fully armed special forces, each wearing a gas mask, guarding the door without slacking for a moment. Luo Qin felt a little strange, and stopped to look for a few more times before walking towards the tent that the soldier pointed to. He was about to go in when he suddenly saw Chongqing coming out and met him. They were both stunned. Help you move things? Chongqing looked at the box on his shoulder. Do you want me to help? Luo Qin shook his head. No. You go ahead. Chongqing glanced at the tent behind him again, and turned away. Luo Qin opened the curtain with his shoulder. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure standing inside counting boxes. Seeing someone coming, he waved his hand without turning his head. Put it over here. Luo Qin walked over, piled the boxes on the ground, and sat down. Long time no see. Xiao Bai. Bai Wu Luo was in a bad mood to begin with. Hearing this voice, he looked up at him coldly and said with a fake smile, Isn't this that person? Yes. Your brothers. Don't talk about my brother. Have you disinfected? If not, go to the tent behind for a checkup. Otherwise, without the epidemic prevention certificate, you will be arrested sooner or later. Bai Wu Luo interrupted him and moved the box inward. Too many survivors came in at once. Everyone has to go for a disinfection checkup. Some suspected infected people have been isolated. Suspected infected? Luo Qin was stunned for a moment. How did you tell? Bai Wu Luo said, Those with external injuries, or abnormal pupil appearance and pupil reflex will be taken to isolation immediately. The previous epidemic prevention measures were not taken in time. resulting in the infected people being taken and not being effectively controlled. And the original safe zone was infected on a large scale, with many casualties. He said here, and couldn't help but sigh. It happened too suddenly. No one had seen this virus, and it was treated as an ordinary flu virus at the beginning. But it was unexpected that it was so contagious. It wasn't until my brother sent back the news that Yuan Shan was involved that I had some clues. Did Yuan Shan find out anything? Bai Wulu's eyes were a little angry, as if the topic ignited his emotions. No, the response from Yuan Shan's top management was that they knew nothing. Their chairman has been taken away for investigation, and all the surviving members of the board of directors have been isolated and questioned separately. But those directors really don't seem to know anything, and they don't even know why the virus was mixed into these vaccines. Don't know? Luo Qin just found it funny. What do you mean, they don't know? Then who knows? Who should I ask for an explanation? Their chairman. Bai Wulua looked up at him, and his tone was quite firm. The rest of the board of directors may really not know. Many of them are not the actual controlling shareholders, and there are hidden shareholders abroad behind the scenes manipulating it. Bai Wulua took out his mobile phone and flipped through a piece of news. The title was the words chairman of Yuan Shan was taken away for investigation. The title page was a blurry background photo. A man in a suit was getting into a police car, with police lights flashing behind him, making the picture bright red and dazzling. This man is Li Muqi, the chairman of Yuan Shan, and the major shareholder with 30% of the shares. Bai Wulua said. But we haven't gotten anything out of him. We investigated all his travels and financial transactions in the past 6 months, including the contracts he handled personally or indirectly, and we couldn't find anything. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with this person. Luo Qin took the phone and skimmed through the news. It was reported a few days ago. At that time, the disaster in Hangzhou had not become serious. The news that Yuan Shan was researching the virus and accidentally leaked it spread like wildfire. The surviving people blocked the gate of Yuan Shan to protest and demanded the arrest and investigation of all the senior executives of Yuan Shan. However, to this day, there is still no progress. That is to say, he admitted that the virus was developed by Yuan Shan. Loken murmured. But as to why the virus was mixed into the free flu vaccine, he really doesn't know, and there is no evidence to prove that he did it. Because it's not just us, there are people all over the world who organize Yuan Shan vaccinations. Yuan Shan's main market is Europe and the United States, where the disaster broke out even before ours. Bai Wulua said. So, Li Muqi wants to put the blame on those Yuan Shan companies abroad. Moreover, the latest investigation results from the United States this morning are that a shareholder of Yuan Shan's headquarters in Washington fled with the virus strain and smuggled to Asia on a black ship. The person has not been caught yet, but his wife and children are still in the United States. Luo Qin frowned. Is it a coincidence if Li Muqi wants to guide public opinion in this way? Doesn't he really have no suspicion? Bai Wulua suddenly became alert, looked around, and leaned close to Luo Qin's ear and said, "We have found a way to secretly investigate them. But we don't know how long it will take to get the results." Luo Qin just felt a little headache. It seemed that Li Muqi seemed to be a little calm. The news report showed that he was sure of success, which made people have to suspect that he had already thought of a way to deal with it. He thought of Wei Lan, Lu Yu and Chao Yun, who worked hard for Yuan Shan, but died inexplicably. He could not think of any reason that could make a person accept death calmly, no matter who he worked for. He was only looking for fame and gain. Who would be willing to die for the benefit of others? After the two counted the boxes in the tent, Bai Wulua insisted on taking Luo Qin to check. He had no choice but to follow Bai Wulua to the disinfection tent next door to line up. As soon as he walked in, a man wearing a protective suit and a gas mask took a disinfectant spray bottle and sprayed Luo Qin from head to toe. The smell of disinfectant all over his body made him feel difficult to breathe again. After the man finished spraying, he pushed him inside. Next, Luo Qin went in, and someone opened his eyelids and shone a flashlight on him for a long time, and then stuck out his tongue to check the tongue coating. After confirming that he had no skin injuries, someone gave him a quarantine certificate and pointed to the back door of the tent. Go there. The whole process was like a pig being inspected in a slaughterhouse. Rough and neat. Luo Qin couldn't help but think of Shui Liang's description of himself. At that time, he also thought, how come he was a happy pig? Now it seems that he is living worse than a pig. Bai Wulua was waiting for him at the back door. Seeing his wet appearance, he laughed sarcastically. How could my brother like you In fact, he didn't mean anything else when he said this. He simply questioned why Shui Liang brought Luo Qin to his side for special care. Unexpectedly, Luo Qin thought wrongly and blurted out without thinking, "I don't know whether he likes me or not, but I like him anyway." Bai Wuluo didn't react at first, and turned around to lead him away. After a few seconds, he suddenly realized something, turned around slowly, and looked at Luo Qin in shock. What did you say just now?" Luo Qin suddenly remembered what he had just said, and his heart skipped a beat. "What did I say?" He decided to play dumb, and smiled at Bai Wuluo in a silly way. "Did I say something?" Bai Wuluo looked around, pulled Luo Qin to the corner, and asked suspiciously, "What did you say just now? Say it again?" "If I say it again..." Luo Qin looked at him fearlessly. "You won't kill me, will you?" "I can kill you now," Bai Wuluo said coldly. Luo Qin tilted his head and smiled with some ill intentions. "As for me, I have a crush on your brother." Bai Wuluo did not expect Luo Qin to dare to say it again. He stood there for a long time with a dull expression, and finally could not help asking, "Are you serious?" "I swear on my personal dignity," Luo Qin said. "Of course it is true." Bai Wuluo laughed, leaned against the tent leisurely, and looked at him with his arms folded. "I know. You have courage. But you are not very lucky. Luck is something that works, but it is also bullshit if it is not," Luo Qin said. "If I can catch up with him, I am willing to be a vegetarian for the rest of my life." Bai Wuluo thought he was really interesting, but it was a pity that he did not catch up. Even if you eat vegetarian food in your next life, it's impossible. Bai Wuluo shook his head and said to him with a funny expression, "You should eat more meat while you can save your life now." Luo Qin said, "You can't be so absolute. I treat him. My brother already has someone he likes." Chapter 39 Light Rain. Luo Qin stopped talking halfway. He looked at Bai Wuluo in a daze. He saw that the latter looked at him with sympathy and a bit of helplessness. "What did you say?" Bai Wuluo saw that he seemed to be quite shocked. Suddenly, he felt a little reluctant. "Forget it. Some things are better for you to understand by yourself. I'm leaving. There are still some newly delivered materials waiting for me to deal with." After he said that, he turned around and left, leaving Luo Qin stunned. Luo Qin was silent for a long time, found a bonfire, sat down next to a few survivors, who were warming themselves by the fire. Looking at the flickering flames in front of him, his face was surprisingly calm. In a dozen seconds, he felt the difference from heaven to earth. Bai Wuluo's words were like a messy and sticky tape, which wrapped around his heart several times, firmly tying back his passion and expectations. Shui Liang is someone he likes? Who? Luo Qin raised his head and stared at the person in front of him, making the other person feel scared. "Why are you looking at me?" he thought to himself. What kind of advantages can a person like Shui Liang have to be so handsome? Shui Liang didn't seem to be that superficial. Well, read? This may be more likely. If it is the former, he can try hard, but he is only 19 years old this year, and after a few years, when he grows up a little, maybe he will be good. If it was the latter, he could also try hard. It was just reading a book. He could just read it. "Do you think I have a good chance of pursuing him?" Luo Qin asked the innocent passerby like a madman. "If he refuses, will he be more tactful or more resolute?" The passerby was stunned by his question, and seemed to be intimidated. He stammered for a long time and said, Big? Young man, which girl are you pursuing?" An uncle came over generously, holding a half bottle of erguatu in his hand. "Is he handsome? Do you have a photo? Let me see it." Luo Qin shook his head. "No photo. But he looks very good. I thought he was good looking at the first sight." The uncle laughed, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened his photo album, and handed it to Luo Qin. On the screen, that was broken into 4 or 5 pieces, one could vaguely see a girl with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although it was an old photo, but in the black and white photo taken in the era without photo editing and beauty filters, one could still see her delicate appearance. "Look, this is my wife and daughter, aren't they pretty? I also fell in love with my wife at first sight. She was an accountant in our county government at that time. When I went to do business, I saw her among the 7 or 8 girls behind the counter. I was mesmerized by that pair of big eyes, watery and bright. I will never forget that day." Luo Qin smiled, recalling his first meeting with Shui Liang, in a hurry, and he didn't have time to see what he looked like. That time in the dormitory, he really saw Shui Liang's face. A clean and neat student with a buzz cut, a pair of curved eyebrows when smiling, red at the end of his eyes. The whole person looked like a carefully painted picture. He couldn't tell when he started to fall in love with her. Perhaps the glimpse in the dormitory planted a seed in his heart. All the way from Shinning to Hanzhou, the seeds have sprouted, forming an unsolvable knot in his heart. Unless it is uprooted, it will only get deeper and deeper. And there is no cure. I am very lucky. At that time, I mustered up the courage to pursue her. Although she was the most difficult girl to pursue in our town, she was still with me, the uncle said with a smile on his face. I felt hopeless several times, but we got married later. She said she liked me for a long time, and she was afraid that I would be a flash in the pan, so she didn't agree so quickly. Luo Qin listened to him with a smile, and occasionally glanced at a young man sitting opposite the campfire. He seemed to be shivering from the cold, and did not participate in their conversation. He just huddled and kept breathing on his palms. After warming up a little, he picked up the canned food that was heated by the campfire, and with half a bottle of mineral water, he shoveled 2 mouthfuls into his mouth like a kitten digging for food. The boy's face was not very good, and he looked timid. Luo Qin suddenly realized why he paid too much attention to this person. He looked a bit like Zhang Huan. However, the other person was taller than Zhang Huan and had a thinner figure. Although his face was a little thin, his bone structure was very good if you looked closely, and he looked better than Zhang Huan. Luo Qin was hesitating whether to ask, and then he heard Shui Liang's voice behind him calling him, Luo Qin. Hey! Luo Qin stood up and ran over with his eyes shining. Shui Liang always felt that there seemed to be a tail wagging behind him, but it was probably an illusion. Shui Liang and Chongqing had just returned from the quarantine area, and his body was full of the smell of disinfectant, which made Luo Qin cough a few times. He took out the epidemic prevention certificate in his pocket and shook it in front of Shui Liang. Look, it has passed the inspection and is allowed to be slaughtered. Stop talking nonsense. Shui Liang smiled and glanced at him. I just went to see those who were quarantined, and the situation is not good. Luo Qin saw that he and Chongqing did not look relaxed, and his heart sank. It seems that things are worse than expected. This virus is extremely fierce, and it is difficult for humans to control it at present. Where's the soldier who was bitten before? Luo Qin asked. He was infected, and he shot himself, and I didn't have time to stop him. Shui Liang's eyes darkened. There's nothing I can do. Luo Qin sighed and shook his head. Chongqing asked, have you disinfected? Luo Qin took out the epidemic prevention certificate from his pocket and showed it to the two again. Disinfected. Look at this little cousin of Hongchu Lizzie. He is really amazing. How can I not listen? Chongqing laughed twice. Come on, follow me to the distant mountains to meet someone. Shui Liang took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, turned around and walked towards a car. Let's drive over there. Lychee? A hesitant voice came from nowhere. Shui Liang looked back at Luo Qin and asked in confusion, You called me? Luo Qin spread his hands. I didn't. At this time, the boy who had just been sitting by the campfire in silence stood up, looked at Shui Liang with surprise, and called out again, Lychee, is that you? Shui Liang looked over in surprise, and looked at the boy's face for a long time, as if he was a little unsure of who he was. You? A thought flashed through Shui Liang's mind for a moment, and then he suddenly became clear. Xiaoyu? It's me! It's me! The ecstasy on the boy's face was beyond words. He ran toward Shui Liang, and threw himself on him, and was so excited that tears almost burst out. Shui Liang was almost knocked off balance, but he still stood firmly. He held the boy's shoulder in disbelief, and asked with some uncertainty, Are you Nian Yu? Chongqing seemed to be familiar with this name, and was also stunned for a moment. Is it Nian Yu? The boy called Nian Yu nodded with tears of joy, and 2 tear marks appeared on his dirty face. It's me. Lychee. I finally see you again. Where have you been all these years? Why? Why? Shui Liang's expression was still unbelievable. He looked at Nian Yu's face carefully, as if he finally saw some shadows of his old friend. Why have you changed so much? Nian Yu wiped away tears, and said a little embarrassedly, Well, I have been losing weight since graduating from high school. I have lost a lot of weight. Have you grown taller? I have grown taller. Shui Liang stared at Nian Yu for a long time, nodded. You have really lost a lot of weight. No wonder I didn't recognize you just now. Lao Zhao told me before that you had entered the shelter. I didn't expect you to be here. Seeing that this man named Nian Yu was suddenly so close to Shui Liang, Luo Qin couldn't help but secretly feel jealous. He walked forward and took the key from Shui Liang's hand without any courtesy. Let's go, let's talk in the car. Nian Yu and Shui Liang met again after a long time, and they kept holding each other tightly, as if they had gained a little peace of mind in the days of fear, and finally grabbed this straw to settle down. Luo Qin watched Shui Liang and Nian Yu sit in the back seat, hesitated for a moment, and still opened the passenger door. Chongqing drove the car all the way out of the shelter, through the dilapidated streets of Hanzhou, and headed for the city center. Luo Qin saw that the streets along the way had not been cleared yet. Wandering zombies were everywhere, and moving cars were staggering towards this side. Is Hanzhou like this too? Luo Qin sighed. It's no different from Shining, Chongqing said, because the disaster in Hanzhou broke out later than Shining. Although the initial prevention and control was not in place, at least it was able to stop the loss in time. Several relatively safe shelters have just been set up in the city, and the existing troops and civilians have evacuated to the nearest shelters. Yin Yu nodded, and responded, it wasn't that serious a few days ago. The news only said that there was a seasonal flu outbreak, and I stayed at home to isolate myself. At that time, everyone could still go out to buy groceries normally. Then one night, I suddenly couldn't control it. There were people biting people all over the street. I don't know what happened, but how can the flu turn people into this? Soon after, the neighborhood committee notified us to go to the shelter immediately. However, when we were evacuating the community, someone suddenly fell ill and bit many people. My mother didn't get out. As he spoke, his eyes were red again. Shui Liang looked a little sad when he heard this. He patted Nian Yu on the back and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Luo Qin silently moved his eyes away from the rearview mirror and looked out the window. At the beginning, it was urgent, and the source of infection could not be found. Therefore, the initial shelter outside the city caused the spread of infection because of improper treatment of the infected. Chongqing said. Thanks to the investigation report sent back by Shui Liang and Shining, we learned about Yuan Shan's news in time. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to control it. The car turned a corner and drove into a business district avenue in the city center. Yuan Shan Company is located here. There was a fence set up by the army in front, and there were special police with guns on the high platforms behind. When they saw a car coming, a policeman blew a whistle and signaled them to stop for inspection. Chongqing took out his police ID from his pocket and handed it to the special police, who was checking through the window. After the other party checked, he saluted him and opened the door to let him pass. Liqi, Nian Yu looked at Chongqing and whispered, You and Qingyao are both so awesome now. Just work. Shui Liang smiled. Nothing special. It's the same everywhere. The SUV stopped in front of the building in Yuan Shan, and several people opened the door and got out of the car. There were still many checkpoints in front of the building. Shui Liang and Chongqing took out their IDs and showed them to the military police on guard in front of the building. Luo Qin and Nian Yu showed the quarantine certificates they received at the shelter. After verification, they were also allowed to pass. Yuan Shan building was built very luxuriously. It was built by the largest investor in Hanzhou at that time and cost hundreds of millions. It was originally an office building shared by many companies and enterprises. A few years ago, Li Muqi bought all of it and used it as a single building of Hanzhou head office. They took the elevator to the top floor. The office area at the end was the highest floor in this area. It was Li Muqi's private office. It was said to be more luxurious and exquisite than many officials' private residences. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you could overlook most of the city center. After pushing the door open, Luo Qin realized that his previous understanding of luxury was too superficial after all. The decoration here did not look like an office at all, but was an extremely luxurious private residence style. Under his feet were smooth and brand new black and gold glazed tiles, and the ground near the office area was covered with dark red woven carpets. The ceiling and walls are decorated in an industrial style. There are several rows of retro chandeliers hanging overhead, and there is a shiny black classical piano in the reception room. Luo Qin felt at first glance that the owner of this office must be very showy. On the left side of the office is the leisure area, which even has a private kitchen and booths. Walking forward to the end of the door is Li Muqi's private bedroom, with a sign hanging on the door saying private bedroom, no entry. On the right is the desk next to the floor-to-ceiling window. This is actually the smallest area in the entire office. There is only a simple set of desks and chairs. On one side of the wall are display cabinets and mahogany bookshelves, filled with collections and books. And the decoration is extremely exquisite. This place is more like a luxurious private residence, not an office. And work seems to be done by the way. Chapter 40 Lurking. Come in and sit down. Shuili walked into the reception room with her hands in her pockets. Passing by the piano, her fingers unconsciously slid across the keys covered with dust cloth, and they separated as soon as they touched. Are you here? The sudden voice came from the kitchen. Luo Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. A young man in a white coat came out of the kitchen compartment, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. This man looked only about 20 years old, with a kind face and a warm smile, and he did not seem like a shrewd businessman. Sit down. The young man pointed to the expensive-looking sofa booths, and used a bottle opener to open the wine in his hand. The boss is not here, so make whatever you want. Shui Liang took off his coat and sat on the sofa, watching the young man focusing on the bottle of wine, and said, they didn't bother you. Huh? I see you're still in the mood to waste Li Miyuki's wine. The young man poured the red wine into the decanter, and sat down while waiting. I was taken there and asked some questions. I told the truth, so I should be the most honest one. So I was quickly released. What you said is useless. And they will soon find out that you are just a cold medicine maker. And by the way, part-time computer room administrator. Shui Liang said. Li Miyuki is the key interrogation target. If we don't get some information out of him, the higher-ups won't let him go so easily. The young man nodded, and suddenly saw Luo Qin sitting next to Shui Liang, and was a little surprised. Well, who is this? My name is Luo Qin. Luo Qin stretched out his hand to him. Lizzie's friend. Hello. My name is Zhu Yin. And I'm also Shui Liang's friend. The young man shook his hand, smiling gently. I work in the Drug Research and Development Department of Yuan Shan, working for Mr. Li. Zhu Yin spoke a little slowly, always unhurried, which reminded people of the sloth in Zootopia. Although it was not so exaggerated, the room was very warm, especially after entering. The temperature was a little higher than before. It seemed that the temperature control in this office was very smart. Zhu Yin had been rummaging through the boxes and cabinets in the kitchen for a long time, and was a little sweaty. He took off his white coat and put it aside, and then rolled up the sleeves of the turtleneck sweater inside. Luo Qin noticed that there was a black tattoo on Zhu Yan's exposed right arm. The pattern was very exaggerated, and it seemed to be a pattern of a beast, which was not consistent with his weak temperament. Zhu Yin didn't seem to care about this. He rolled up his sleeves to show his tattoos, and naturally put his arms on the armrest of the sofa. But our boss will probably be able to get away with it this time. After all, this matter really has nothing to do with him, Zhu Yin said. His people started collecting relevant evidence at the beginning of the disaster. At present, the information they have can roughly point the responsibility to Yuan Shan in the United States. You also know that a shareholder escaped with the virus strain. There is a lot of evidence to show that this is a premeditated global biological attack. Luo Qin was speechless. This is too ridiculous. Even filming a movie is not so perfunctory. How could a person so easily carry a virus across the border? Is it smuggling? Zhu Yin shook his head. None of this matters, as long as our boss's explanation is logically self-consistent. As for why these people want to spread the virus around the world, he doesn't need to prove it. By the way, the name of this virus is Lantian. Lantian? Yes, because the most primitive strain of this virus was found in Lantian Mountain at the northern foot of the Qinling Mountains. It attaches to the surface of a mineral and reproduces by infecting nearby organisms. That mineral is commonly known as Tai Hui. At first, it was mistaken for Lantian jade. It was not until it was mined that it was discovered that it was actually a certain fungus aggregate that formed a symbiotic relationship with the ore and gradually merged into one. That is why the virus can survive and parasitize on it. This symbiotic body is collectively called Tai Sui, Zhu Yin said slowly. The concept of Tai Sui has a lot of folk legend meaning in Xia country. It was first proposed by researchers in Yuan Shan, China. The Washington headquarters later quoted and recognized this term. Zhu Yin had participated in the research of this virus with Li Miyuki, so he knew a little bit about it. He continued, people have found that the Tai Sui ore can be used as clean energy after processing. So Yuan Shan has been studying how to efficiently convert energy for a long time. But gradually, Some people have observed that although the virus attached to the surface of Tai Sui has no special symptoms in animals, if it infects humans, it seems to strengthen the cells and immune system in the body to a certain extent. Xue Liang's eyes flashed, and he asked impatiently, then, what did Yuan Shan do with this virus? Zhu Yan looked at him and silently pointed to his neck. He was pointing at the spot on Xue Liang's body where the recreated human number was printed. Xue Liang and Chongqing now looked at each other. Neither of them spoke. Zhu Yan continued. After Lieutenant Bai came back, I took his blood sample for testing, and then compared it with the original form of the Lantian virus strain, and found that the two were very similar. In other words, there is a living body of this virus in your blood now. What? Luo Qin looked at Xue Liang in amazement. Are they infected? Zhu Yan nodded. You can say that. It is the state of being infected. But it is not exactly the same as the current outbreak of the virus. The Lantian virus in Xue Liang and the others had been artificially modified in its initial form. And the virus in the zombies was another form of mutation. This was the existence of 3 forms of RNA. He suddenly turned his head and looked around on the sofa, and pulled out a remote control from the crack, and pressed the power button against the wall. A projection screen immediately appeared on the wall in front of him. Zhu Yan pressed a few more times, and called up a video to start playing. A hideous zombie was locked behind reinforced glass, screaming wildly and slapping the glass. Several people in white coats stood in front of the glass and wrote something with a pen. The person carrying the camera was a bit unprofessional. The picture was distorted several times, and the lens was shaking slightly. From the data collected so far, the incubation period of this virus may have become longer. The shortest onset time was half an hour before, and the longest was only 2 hours. Now there are even cases where the disease occurs more than 24 hours after infection, and the skin rots rapidly after the onset of the disease. But after rotting to a certain extent, the microorganisms are kept in a balanced state by the virus in the body, and no longer reproduce rapidly, which means that the rotting will gradually stop. Zhu Yan said. The person in the video was isolated because his wound was stained with zombie blood. He was supposed to be isolated for 24 hours. But at 8 minutes past the 24th hour, he began to show signs of mutation on his body surface. In just a few days, the virus incubation period became much longer than before, which caught people who thought they had already figured out the infection pattern off guard, especially in some small countries. The lax organization and ineffective response and protection measures caused them to be infected on a larger scale immediately after the virus incubation period became longer, and the elite troops of various countries were the first to bear the brunt. Those once powerful national governments and military police, which had been in great demand, disintegrated rapidly within a few days, and were now at the end of their strength, and were in disarray. The situation in all countries was not optimistic, and the human race seemed to be facing the greatest catastrophe since its birth. Those strange and twisted creatures have stronger vitality than normal humans, and if their brains were not destroyed, then those zombies would continue to survive, and be continuously attracted by living people. Do you remember our previous analysis? Xue Liang suddenly asked Luo Qin. If those zombies are already dead, then even if they can still move, it is only a matter of time before they rot away. But if they stop decaying, it means that they are probably still alive, and the living cells in their bodies are growing again, and even becoming stronger than before. Luo Qin nodded. I think so. Zhu Yan hummed in agreement. That's my analysis. Before, everyone thought that these were just parasitic corpses, but now it seems that they are gradually recovering their body's self-functioning and healing abilities. In other words, those zombies outside are actually still living humans. Then, when Yin Yu heard this, he seemed to have regained hope. Can the infected people change back? Zhu Yan was silent for a while, and shook his head with regret. I'm afraid not. The damage to the brain caused by the Lantian virus is irreversible. Even if other parts of the body and motor nerves can repair themselves, human consciousness can never be restored. Yin Yu leaned back in disappointment. He looked at Xue Liang in despair, and then lowered his eyes. Xue Liang sighed, and said to Zhu Yan, you also saw the email that Chongqing sent you, right? Zombies with running speed close to that of healthy humans appeared in the Yuan Shan pharmaceutical factory in Shining. I had a bad idea for a long time. How was the result here? Zhu Yan smiled bitterly, shrugged his shoulders and said, Major General Zhao has already given me the living zombies captured by the Yuan Shan pharmaceutical factory in Shining for examination. The virus strains in them have mutated compared to other slow-moving zombies. The mutated virus directly repaired the zombie's motor nervous system and can transmit stimulation to neurons. Therefore, the mutated zombies have a greater need for predation on living people. They need to maintain cell activity by eating to maintain the reproduction of this virus. After he finished speaking, he turned off the projection on the wall, looked at his watch, and found that it was exactly half an hour. This wine can be drunk. Bordeaux from 1982. Does anyone want to try it? I don't drink. Shui Liang stood up and stretched his body. This sofa is so soft. Not comfortable at all. Li Miyuki's wine. Is there any poison in it? Chongqing Yao said. But he still went to the kitchen to get a highball glass. Poured a little from the decanter. Put it to his nose and smelled it. It's good. Drink some before leaving. Zhu Yin joked. Consider it my own overtime pay. The boss shouldn't care. Will you two stay here for a while? Shui Liang put on his clothes and prepared to leave. He asked Luo Qin and Yin Yu. I still have some things to deal with. I will ask Chongqing Yao to take you back after I am done. Luo Qin walked to his side and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I want to go too. It's very dangerous outside. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Shui Liang lowered his eyes and said softly, Please keep Xiaoyu company for me. Okay. Luo Qin glanced at Yin Yu and felt that although this man was a little timid, he was indeed somewhat similar to Zhang Huan. He hesitated for a moment, but nodded and agreed, okay. Come pick me up soon. He felt like a child who was sent to kindergarten on the first day. He was unfamiliar with the people around him. Only Shui Liang could make him feel at ease. He had to hear Shui Liang say in person, I'll pick you up after get off work before he could feel completely relieved. Okay. Shui Liang smiled and patted his arm. Can I ask my boss to approve a leave for me? Chongqing Yao came over with a glass of wine to ask for a favor. I also want to deal with some personal matters. Shui Liang glanced at him coldly and smiled in a creepy way. You and Bai Wulua colluded to hide the fact that I participated in the experiment from me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. And you want me to ask for a leave for you? I can't intervene in police affairs. Even if I ask, I will help you with half a year of field work. Think about it yourself. Brother, don't hold a grudge. Chongqing Yao raised his hand innocently. I won't dare to do it next time. Chapter 41 Human Relationships. Not long after Shui Liang left, it started to rain outside, and the French windows of the entire office were covered with a gray rain curtain. The turbid raindrops slid down the glass, and the rainwater accumulated on the platform outside the window, and overflowed into the drainage pipe when it was a little full, and gathered into a small vortex at the edge. Luo Qin sat in front of Li Miyuki's desk, looking at the gloomy sky outside the window in a trance. The sound of gunfire and fire from not far away would still be heard from time to time, and helicopters would occasionally fly outside the window, and gather towards the various shelters in Hanzhou. These days, he was used to using this fragmented time to daydream. As a result of emptying his mind for a long time, he clearly felt that his mentality was slowly becoming calmer, and he was gradually able to coexist peacefully with some realities that he had to accept. The dead were dead, disappearing in the time swallowed by the night. No matter how he created an illusion that everything was the same as before, he could not deceive the reality. Are you Luo Qin? Luo Qin turned around when he heard the voice. Zhu Yin was leaning against a corner of his desk admiring the dilapidated street scene outside the window, with a faint expression, as if he was not worried about the current situation at all. Zhu Yin turned his head and looked at Luo Qin. I have to admit that he had a pair of very clear eyes, which were rarely seen in the adult world, making people feel that this person seemed to have no distractions. Have you heard of me? Luo Qin was a little surprised. He thought Zhu Yan's previous initiative to greet him was just a courtesy. Yes, Shui Liang has mentioned you to me many times, saying that you are quite reliable. Although I couldn't hold on several times, I never told him. I just forced myself to keep up with his pace. Zhu Yin spoke very frankly, which was completely different from the pretentious scientist and Luo Qin's cognitive concept. His previous impression of this profession came entirely from Wei Lan. And Wei Lan, who was half-baked, was always very proud. Luo Qin turned his chair around and rushed towards Zhu Yin with his whole body. And his tone was a little raised. Did he praise me? More than once. Zhu Yin smiled knowingly. You seemed to want to show off in front of him. Luo Qin was stunned and realized that he was a little too obvious. It doesn't matter. He is a very good person. You don't have to feel distant from him. And don't worry that I will speculate on the relationship between you. Zhu Yan smiled. When I knew him, he was more distant than now. But he has always been very caring for others. Whenever he touched on topics such as Shui Liang's past, Luo Qin's heart would always unconsciously rise. He really wanted to know what Shui Liang was like before he met him, and what happened in those experiences and details of life that he had not seen. Can I ask you something? Luo Qin looked at Nian Yu and Chongqing Yao, who were talking on the other side of the office, leaned down and asked Zhu Yan in a low voice. Is Shui Liang really infected with the virus? Will there be any impact? Zhu Yan said, It doesn't matter. You can tell me. He took a sip of the red wine that had lost its taste, lubricating the dry feeling between his lips and tongue. Shui Liang actually didn't know the details of the experiment he participated in. But I knew it very well, because I was the one who followed up on the observation phase after the success of his experiment. After Yuan Shan successfully isolated the Lantian virus strain, he first experimented on animals. But it didn't work. But once in a while, an unprotected experimenter accidentally touched the virus culture dish with his wound, and it was urgently disinfected and isolated for observation. 3 days later, his left leg, which was disabled due to congenital polio, was able to walk normally. Can you walk? Luo Qin opened his eyes wide. It will be cured in 3 days? Zhu Yan nodded. Everyone was surprised. And the final physical examination results showed that the virus had already parasitized in his body. Strangely enough, the virus did not damage his health, but helped him repair his congenital muscle and nerve defects. Then Yuan Shan realized that the virus could be used. Right? That's for sure. Anyone with a business mind would not miss this opportunity. But it was not Li Muqi who first proposed to study the virus, but the R&D department of Yuan Shan's headquarters in the United States. They firmly believed that this would be an opportunity to use the Lantian virus to develop drugs that can cure various terminal illnesses. So they immediately took the lead in launching this project and quickly applied the virus to the medical field. Luo Qin immediately thought of the experiment that Wei Lan mentioned. Zhu Yan continued, It was not until a few years ago that our boss acquired a large part of Yuan Shan's equity and began to really participate. We are not the only ones doing the research and development of recreating humans. But this human experiment in the United States has made no progress so far. Only the experiment conducted by our boss in secret has produced the first successful case. Shui Liang. The cells in his body perfectly merged with the mutated Lantian virus, which led to genetic mutation. After Shui Liang, Bai Wulo and Chongqing Yao, who also had highly successful experiments, were the main forces of the military and the police respectively, and formed the strongest combat force of the initial recreating humans. It is said that if you meet the King of Hell, you still have a chance of survival. If you meet Bai Wulo, the little King of Hell who kills without blinking an eyelid, you can only wait for death. Zhu Yan seemed to be talking about the plot of some jaw-dropping science fiction movie. Chongqing Yao, the most outstanding eagle-eye perception sniper in the human race, has never made a mistake in killing with his eyes closed. In Bai Wuluo's domain, no natural enemy can get close within a radius of 10 miles. If you cross the line, you will die. Luo Qin was a little shocked. If the experiment fails, will they die? Zhu Yan nodded seriously. Yes. The congenitally disabled experimenter I just told you about, he had no signs of abnormality in the first few years, but one day, his wife woke up and found him dead in bed, with skin ulcers all over his body. In just one night, his whole body almost rotted into a skeleton. Because the virus in his body had not been artificially mutated, it was actually very unstable. At first, the cells and viruses in his body had been coexisting peacefully, but the virus would suddenly break this balance one day, start to multiply in large numbers, and eventually completely devour the host cells. Luo Qin suddenly felt a little scared. He knew that Shui Liang had agreed to the experiment out of necessity, but he never thought that the consequences of failure would be so terrible. It's no wonder that after learning that Bai Wuluo also participated in the human reconstruction experiment, Shui Liang was so angry that he scolded him. Although he didn't know what the relationship between Chongqing Yao and Bai Wuluo was, Shui Liang also had some resentment towards the former, which seemed to be because of the experiment. But don't worry, Shui Liang is not in danger, and even now he has to rely on the virus to survive. Once the virus in his body is completely eliminated, his life will be in danger. Luo Qin nodded and hesitated. Then, can I ask you for a favor? To help me do a full body check. as detailed as a blood test. Zhu Yan was a little surprised. You? Just treat me as a zombie, and check me with the method you used to check zombies before. Luo Qin looked at him. Don't tell Shui Liang yet. After that, I owe you a favor. Zhu Yan agreed very readily. Okay. Actually, you don't have to owe me a favor. I owe Shui Liang a lot of favors. Since you asked, I'll consider it as helping him. Chongqing stood on the steps outside Yuan Shan gate with an umbrella and made a phone call. He had been talking for more than 10 minutes. Luo Qin and Nian Yu had to wait in the car. The car was heated, but Nian Yu was still shivering from the cold, rubbing his hands constantly, and his lips turned pale. Are you cold? Luo Qin couldn't help asking. Do you want to see a military doctor? Nian Yu raised his head flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. No, thank you. I have a little cold. I'll just drink some hot water when I go back. When Lizzie comes back, I still have to tell him, if you develop a serious illness, it will be difficult to deal with in the future. Thank you. Your name is Luo Qin. Right? Nian Yu nodded and introduced herself a little embarrassedly. My name is Nian Yu. I am Lizzie's childhood friend, and we have played together since kindergarten. Later he went to college, and I never saw him again. So they were childhood friends. No wonder they looked so close. Luo Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Chongqing had finished his call and returned to the car. While starting the engine, he said to the two of them, I'll take you to the nearest resettlement area, and you'll have a place to live after registration. There are many homeless people now, and you may have to queue up. Where's Lizzie? Nian Yu asked. Does he have a place to live? Chongqing said, the military is under unified management, so don't worry about him. But he may not visit you often afterwards. There is too much work to be done in post-disaster reconstruction. Ordinary soldiers cannot work for a long time without sleep, so recreated humans are needed to take the lead. The resettlement area is in a residential area in the city, which has been thoroughly cleaned and disinfected. The few surviving residents who have keys can go home directly, and the remaining houses whose owners have not been contacted are used by the army to temporarily accommodate survivors who have nowhere to live. Chongqing parked the car and put them down, took 2 raincoats from the trunk for the two, and went to the registration office to maintain order. But Nian Yu was too weak to bear the wind. As soon as he got off the car, he leaned against a roadside tree and vomited. He had vomited out all the canned food he had stuffed into his stomach. Luo Qin asked the station military police for a bottle of tap water. When Nian Yu finally had nothing to vomit, he handed the water to him and said, Use it to rinse your mouth. As if he was afraid that Luo Qin would despise him. Nian Yu ran a long way with the water, rinsed his mouth in front of the guardrail at the entrance of the resettlement area, and ran back in a hurry. I'm fine. Thank you for waiting for me. The survivors who came to register in the community in the rain formed a long line. Luo Qin and Nian Yu were stuck in a line that they could not see the end of, waiting boredly for the crowd to move forward little by little. There was a commotion in front of us. A man yelled and punched the registration table, making a loud explosion. Bullshit. I live here. You don't let me go back to my own home, but let me live in someone else's home. What's wrong with me not queuing? He was soaked. Raindrops flowed down his messy hair, and he raised his hand to wipe his face from time to time, and the rain splashed everywhere. The soldier in charge of registration said solemnly, Comrade, please cooperate with our work. I've already said, you can't show the matching key, and you don't have an ID, so we can't register you. Prove it. Your mother. I don't care about you. Just let me go home. Luo Qin couldn't help but look up and look forward, and saw that the man was about to hit someone, and the 2 special police on duty quickly controlled him, while shouting a warning to him. The man suddenly roared, and suddenly broke free from the restraints of the 2 special police, and punched the soldier in charge of registration in the face. The soldier fell to the ground unexpectedly, and directly overturned the awning behind him. The 2 policemen were obviously startled, and they immediately rushed over to control the man again, handcuffed him, and roughly pressed him to the ground. Don't move. Chongqing ran over with a gun, and shouted, What are you doing? Be honest. Then a team of special police surrounded the man, and dozens of guns were pointed at him. However, the man seemed to feel no fear. He struggled hard in the mud and cursed loudly, like a roaring beast. Nian Yu screamed, with fear in his tone. Luo Qin stopped him behind him, and said in a deep voice, Don't be afraid of the troublemaker. Officer Chung will go over to deal with it. Look at his neck. Nian Yu said tremblingly. It's so scary. Chapter 42 A Dream. Luo Qin took a closer look and saw that the man's neck was bulging with blue veins in anger, but the veins were slightly black. Chongqing also noticed this abnormality almost at the same time, stepped forward and pushed the two special police officers away, and shouted, "Disperse." In a flash, the man's hands were still handcuffed behind his back, but he suddenly jumped up, and opened his mouth to bite Chongqing. "Be careful, he is infected." Chongqing kicked the man away, and held the gun in his hand horizontally, tightly stuck on the other's neck. The man's face had begun to turn dark blue, and he let out a series of terrifying roars, scaring the crowd away. The soldiers in charge of maintaining order at the registration office had to run around to stop people, shouting at them not to run around. Luo Qin pulled the frightened Yan Yu away. "Go stay in the tent." The special police quickly controlled the infected person, and terrifying roars continued to come from outside the tent. Luo Qin glanced at Yan Yu, who was trembling with fear, and thought for a while, and took out a piece of chewing gum from his pocket. "Chew it to calm down." He took a few sticks from Li Muki's desk drawer before coming, and originally wanted to chew them to pass the time. The noise outside gradually subsided. Chongqing walked in with several special police officers, looking at the survivors huddled in the tent. He said, "Everyone, come with me to disinfect again, and do the epidemic prevention inspection again." While the police were counting the number of people, Luo Qin pulled Chongqing aside and asked, "What happened? How did he get infected?" Chongqing sighed. "I don't know either. He still has an epidemic prevention inspection certificate on him. This thing is not in his name. God knows whether he stole it or picked it up. It almost caused a big accident. You and Yan Yu stay here and wait for me. I need to talk to Shui Liang about this. There is such a big loophole in the security process. If we don't take it seriously, there will be trouble in the future." When Chongqing went out to make a phone call, Yan Yu huddled beside Luo Qin and chewed gum pitifully, looking at the door from time to time. He didn't seem to want to stay in this place. The whole person exuded a visible anxiety. "I really want to go home," Yan Yu whispered. "I don't know if my mother is still." "Who else is in your family?" Luo Qin asked. "No. My father divorced my mother a long time ago. Apart from Lizzie, basically no one would come to our house since we were young." Luo Qin couldn't help but pat him on the back and comforted him. "It's okay. Come to me if you have any problems in the future." At that moment, he felt that Yan Yu was too similar to Zhang Huan. Although he was a little cowardly, he was simple-minded. Once such a person was left alone, it was too easy to be bullied. "Thank you." Yan Yu thanked him sincerely. "No wonder Lizzie made friends with you. You are really a good person." Chongqing came back after the call, and saw that Yan Yu was in a low mood and looked worried. He smiled and said, "I told Shui Liang that he should come here at the latest this afternoon. You guys go through the quarantine inspection again first. And if you have anything to say, wait until he comes." "Are you okay?" Luo Qin said worriedly. "That guy almost bit you just now." "I'm fine, I won't be infected," Chongqing said. "This is the advantage of recreating humans. Although it was a bit overwhelming when the experiment just succeeded, I'm used to it now." After a whole morning of tossing and turning, Luo Qin finally went through the process, and completed the temporary residence procedures. When he first stepped into the warm residential house, he felt exhausted from the inside out. It had been a long time since he had slept in a bed. The feeling was more than 100 times more comfortable than the concrete floor and the car seat. It finally returned to his muscle memory the moment he entered the house. He was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes. He struggled to take a shower in the bathroom, rubbed his dirty clothes, and went into the bedroom wrapped in a quilt. Although he was not used to sleeping in someone else's house, at least he had a place to stay. There is nothing to complain about in special times. In the face of disaster, even the most delicate people can be trained. As soon as Luo Qin touched the pillow, he began to feel unconscious and soon fell asleep. The temperature in the room was a little low. During this period, he had been dreaming, and the scenes in his dreams were bizarre. He dreamed that he was riding a bicycle on an empty road, and suddenly a group of horses came running behind him, and ran past him with their heads raised and neighing. The sun at the end of the road was so big that it seemed to be right in front of him, but the road would never end. His legs were getting heavier and heavier as he rode the bike. He watched the horses gradually leave him, but he could no longer muster the strength. The road seemed to last 100 years, and finally a house appeared in front of him. He walked in. There was only a water dispenser in the middle of the house, filled with clean water, but he couldn't drink it. His throat was getting more and more thirsty, and almost on fire. Someone suddenly called him from behind. Luo Qin turned around and saw Shui Liang standing outside the door. "Would you like some water?" He nodded and said yes. Shui Liang approached him. Luo Qin's eyes were all on the other's lips, which were shining with water, opening and closing, saying something. But he couldn't hear clearly. He just stared at the lips. His body was getting hotter and hotter. He wanted to drink water very much. Luo Qin just wanted to drink water, just one sip. He was like a poor salted fish thrown in a desert, about to die of thirst. Luo Qin. Wake up! Wake up! Luo Qin was woken up from his sleep, and his body still felt heavy and tired. So he muttered a little dissatisfied, "Who is it? It's me." Shui Liang watched Luo Qin close his eyes, and remained silent for 2 seconds before sitting up from the bed. The whole person instantly became energetic. "Lizzie, you scared me." Shui Liang leaned back slightly speechlessly. "Do you know what time it is now?" He was not wearing a military uniform at the moment, and casually put on a simple black work jacket. Even his hair seemed to be a little softer than when he was wearing a military uniform, although it was still short and neat. It gave people a different feeling. Luo Qin let out a vague groan from his throat. It seemed that his voice had become hoarse from sleeping. "What time is it?" 5 o'clock in the afternoon. "You slept for almost 10 hours. Shui Liang said. "I'm afraid you'll have a headache if you sleep too much. Your hair is still wet." Luo Qin touched his hair. It was indeed a little damp. After taking a shower, he didn't wait for it to dry. He fell asleep directly. "It's okay. I'm tough, and I'm not afraid of these. But under the current conditions, there is actually hot water to use. Starting tomorrow, hot water and electricity will be limited. Hot water will only be available from 6 to 8 in the morning, and from 6 to 7:30 in the evening. There will also be a fixed amount for each household." Shui Liang took a set of clothes from the end of the bed, and handed it to Luo Qin. "Get up and put on your clothes. I'll take you somewhere." Luo Qin nodded, lifted the quilt, and put on his clothes in a daze. Shui Liang laughed at the side, as if he saw something incredible. "Do you really sleep without wearing anything?" Shui Liang looked at him with amusement. "What did you dream about?" Luo Qin reacted for a while, and suddenly shouted, "Fuck!" He quickly pulled the quilt over himself, covering himself from the waist down, and tried to explain to Shui Liang, "I'm not. I also got you underwear. Put it on quickly. Xiaoyu has a fever and is sleeping upstairs. Don't wait until you catch a cold." Shui Liang didn't seem to take it seriously at all. Turned around and left the room. "I'll wait for you outside." Luo Qin had a bitter face, sighing and putting on clothes. He was so sleepy that he forgot he was naked. When he realized what was happening, his blood pressure almost went through the roof. The problem wasn't that Shui Liang had seen him. It was just damn it. The noise of people cursing in the room was hard to ignore. When they were getting dressed, they almost shook the bed down. Shui Liang sat on the sofa in the living room, listening to the sound of rain outside the window, supporting his chin with his hand. His eyes were calm, but his breathing was a little hurried. After a moment, he pursed his lips and closed his eyes. Chapter 43. Thinking of Wanyan. "Where are we going?" Luo Qin got into the car and shook off the water on his raincoat. The garrison outside the window saluted Shui Liang, then opened the door and let him pass. "Go pick someone up," Shui Liang said as he drove. "I submitted an application to the higher-ups this morning, and was transferred to the resettlement area here to be stationed." "Really?" Luo Qin couldn't help but have stars in his eyes, and the embarrassment of being seen through by Shui Liang without clothes just now was immediately thrown out of his mind. Shui Liang was amused by him. "Why would I lie to you? Anyway, Chongqing is also in charge of security here. It's more convenient to find him if you have any questions." "Then is it too late for me to join the army now?" Luo Qin asked suddenly. "What do you want to do?" Shui Liang became nervous instantly. "No matter what you do, you have to tell me first. You can't just do it if you want to. Do you hear me?" Luo Qin knew what he was worried about, smiled slightly. "Are you afraid that I will also go to do experiments?" "What else?" Shui Liang sighed. "1 by Wu Luo plus Chongqing is enough to make me angry. I went to Shining from Hanzhou that year, but I didn't expect that these two people would not discuss it with me. As soon as they entered college, they joined the army or became police officers. When you were asleep in Shining, I had already had a quarrel with Chongqing." Luo Qin understood what Shui Liang meant by quarrel. It was probably because he scolded Chongqing. Chongqing was also his junior, although he was less related to Bai Wulua by blood. It could be seen that they knew each other when they were young and had a deep friendship. In fact, Luo Qin had long realized that Shui Liang was gentle and casual most of the time. But sometimes he was fierce and scary. This character was just right. He would neither blindly obey and compromise, nor would he be hysterical or unreasonable. For Luo Qin, the most appropriate metaphor is like a cup of spicy soft drink. After he took a sip, he couldn't help but take a second sip. I won't do that kind of experiment. But I have my choice. And there is more than one way to participate in the experiment. Luo Qin said seriously. I also want to protect you. Shui Liang was stunned for a moment, and turned to look at him. Luo Qin's eyes were very serious and sincere, which made Shui Liang's heart suddenly ripple. And it took a long time to calm down. The car was driving on the street, where the light was gradually fading. Occasionally, we could see tanks and land vehicles passing by. Gunshots echoed in every corner of the city all day long. The sound of gunfire gradually became something the survivors were used to. The two of them looked ahead, and no one spoke for a long time. When the last rays of the sun disappeared from the horizon, the whole world seemed to have entered the real doomsday moment. The car also became dark. Luo Qin reached out and turned on the roof light. At this moment, he saw a smile on Shui Liang's indifferent face. Okay, Shui Liang said. I'm waiting. Luo Qin felt his face getting hot. He turned his head and hummed softly. Shui Liang drove to the shelter not far from the resettlement area, which was located in the most prosperous commercial district in the center of Hangzhou. It was also the first shelter in Hangzhou to respond to the disaster at the beginning and isolate the infected. Compared with the lost garrisons outside the city, this place is actually safer than the sparsely populated suburbs. The north of the shelter is a severely infected area. There are still tens of thousands of zombies lurking there, and the army is helpless. There are a lot of people in the shelter, and there are haggard survivors and busy military and police everywhere. There are mostly white-collar workers and students gathered here, who are the most common people in the business district. Many people's experiences are similar to Locken's. They were trapped here for several days when disaster struck while they were working or shopping. The city center is crowded with people, and the consequences of the virus spreading are almost devastating. The army can only isolate the shelter from the seriously infected business district. Shui Liang had been looking at his phone since he got off the car. He looked around at the bulging tents, and then walked to the deepest part of the shelter. Luo Qin didn't know who he was going to pick up, but he looked like a big shot. Otherwise there would be a resettlement area nearby, and he could just go there to register for temporary stay. The two stopped in front of a tent. Shui Liang looked at the number on the door, and walked in. The tent was packed with people, and even the air was filled with an indissoluble foul smell. Shui Liang took off the hood of her raincoat, stood at the door and looked at the crowd, and called out in a neither loud nor soft voice, Shui Ximia. Shui Xixian. Come out. A girl with twin ponytails in the crowd turned her head when she heard the voice. She had a pretty face, looked young, but her face was full of indifference. The girl reached out and silently patted a boy next to her who had his back to her, and put her hand on her chest and gestured a few times. Luo Qin could see that the girl was using sign language, and it seemed that she was very proficient. And she should have been proficient in it since she was a child. The two children then walked over through the crowd, one with an indifferent expression, the other with a calm one. You won't contact me, nor Lao Zhao. Shui Liang looked at the girl and asked calmly, Are you comfortable living here? Comfortable. The girl deliberately pulled her arms behind her head and stretched them. I don't want to leave. She saw Luo Qin and asked with a teasing look in her eyes, Are you his subordinate or? Luo Qin wanted to say that I might be your future sister-in-law, but was afraid that Shui Liang would throw her out to feed the zombies on the spot, so she smiled and replied, I am his follower, my name is Luo Qin. My sister? Shui Liang turned her head and said to him, The one next to you is your brother. The girl added coldly. Shui Liang sighed helplessly, took out an umbrella from the inner pocket of the raincoat, and handed it to the two. Let's go. You have so many brothers and sisters. After getting in the car, Luo Qin saw two children who looked almost identical in the back seat from the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but sigh. Are they twins? What's wrong with having more? What's the difference between having none? Luo Qin turned his head and looked at the girl after hearing this. It felt that these words came out of her mouth lightly, Not like she was joking, but her expression was quite serious. Why? He asked. Sixian. Xue Liyang called her sister lightly. Be polite. Xue Sixian didn't respond this time. She said oh in a muffled voice, and said to Luo Qin, Hello, my name is Xue Sixian. Her voice was as stiff as a robot, obviously on purpose. Luo Qin felt that the relationship between the brother and sister was a bit strange. The sister had a bit of a hot temper, and the brother had never spoken since the beginning. At this time, the boy was looking out the window with an indifferent face, but his eyes seemed to care nothing, so empty that he seemed to have no emotions. Where's his hearing aid? Xue Liyang asked. Xue Sixian patted the person, who was in a daze beside him, and gestured, Put on the hearing aid. Xue Ximian then reached out from his pocket and took out a pair of white hearing aids, slowly put them on his ears and adjusted them, coughed and said, What's wrong? Brother? His voice was very unclear. His tongue couldn't lift up, and his pronunciation was not very accurate, with a strong nasal sound. Don't take it off if it's okay. I can't get you a new one now if you lose it, Xue Liyang said. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Xue Ximian nodded. Brother, I want to eat roast duck. Xue Liyang almost laughed out loud. Where can I get you roast duck? Let's talk about something realistic. I saw when I entered the city before. Wasn't there fresh meat and vegetables in the shelter? Luo Qin asked. That's not for eating directly. Now fresh food can't be stored. The meat and vegetables have to be processed into canned food. Right now, only Yuan Shan's industry can barely operate. The army and police have to rely on Yuan Shan's supply. Xue Liyang sighed. We are really controlled by Yuan Shan now. There is nothing we can do. Xue Sixian said lightly, Go and rob. In this world, what rules are there to follow? Xue Liyang glanced at his sister in the rearview mirror, with a helpless look on his face. Can you tell the difference between one meal full and every meal full? Xue Sixian was not convinced, and had to drag Xue Ximian into it. Second brother, you say, what's wrong with what I said? Don't think that everyone is still polite and well-behaved now. It won't be long before. As long as those people are starving, then wait for trouble. What rules? Laws? Are nothing in front of a bite of food. I support you. Xue Ximian nodded at her expressionlessly. Go ahead and grab it. I want to eat Coke and hamburgers. Luo Qin thought that this little girl was too advanced in her thinking. Many adults might not be able to realize this problem. She could actually speak out the truth so bluntly. Perhaps only children could speak so unscrupulously. Adults are hypocritical, to put it bluntly. They just want to save face in front of others. Although he always said one thing and did another. He might not be unaware of these principles. The car passed through the dark streets, speeding past the puddles on the street, splashing a meter-high wave, diluting the blood stains left on the road bit by bit. The orange lights of the car were reflected in the shaking water, and then only ripples were left shaking with the water light, letting the rain carry the dark red blood into the sewer. More soldiers were guarding the door of the resettlement area, and the car passed 3 security checks when it drove in. Xue Liyang finally threw the officer's certificate to Luo Qin, and asked him to hold it up to the inspector outside the window. Luo Qin couldn't help but take a few peeks at the photo on the certificate. The red-backed certificate showed Xue Liyang in uniform. His hair was longer than it is now, and his face looked more childish. Did you take this in high school? Luo Qin couldn't help asking. Ah. Xue Liyang thought for a moment. I guess so. I graduated from high school. Xue Sixian came over from the back row stealthily, hesitated for a moment, and stretched out his hand to Luo Qin. Let me see it. Luo Qin handed over the certificate, and said, Isn't he your brother? What's so strange about this? Anyway, I haven't seen him. Xue Sixian answered vaguely, and hid in the back with Xue Ximian to study the red booklet. Xue Liyang got out of the car and knocked on the rear window. 2 little heads, who were fiddling with their military ID cards, raised their heads at the same time. I'll take you to register. You'll live here tonight. He turned and said to Luo Qin, You go back first. Luo Qin returned to his residence alone, and found a small note on the door notifying him to collect supplies. He tore it off and took a look. He saw the list of supplies on the note, which included toiletries, canned instant food, and the most basic first aid medicines. He planned to go and get it later, so he went into the house first. When he left, he put his phone on the bedside to charge, and it was now fully charged. Luo Qin turned on his phone, and after waiting for a while, a few unread messages popped up on the screen. It was from Zhu Yan. When he left Yuan Shan, he and Zhu Yan exchanged numbers. He thought it would take a few days to get a reply, but he didn't expect to get a message that night. Are you free tomorrow? I'll pick you up for a full-body checkup. Chapter 44 Duckweed. Luo Qin thought for a moment, and replied to Zhu Yan, I am free, anytime. Zhu Yan quickly replied and confirmed the time with him, and asked Luo Qin to wait for him at the entrance of the resettlement area at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not drink, eat, or take any medicine before the physical examination. Suddenly, there was a whistle outside the window. The power supply of the resettlement area was shut down uniformly, and the lights in each room went out in an instant. Luo Qin sat in the dark with his mobile phone, until the light on the screen went out. Then he covered his face, and sighed for a long time. Fate is as fleeting as duckweed. Decades of life, seemingly, have deviated from their original trajectory, since a certain moment of disaster. The rain outside the window is getting heavier again. Bursts of thunder linger over Hanzhou. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning breaks through the sky, illuminating the dark and silent streets. Tonight, it is windy and rainy. No matter how loud the noise is outside, it will be covered by the noisy rain and thunder. Luo Qin lies on the bed, covering his head with a quilt. The old cotton has a rotten and musty smell, which reminds Luo Qin of the smell of rotting corpses on the streets he has walked. He thought Wei Lan might be in some corner at this moment, his body slowly decaying and decomposing. And Lu Yu and Chao Yuan. They might have died in the sea of fire, or they might have escaped by chance, wandering the streets of Shining like zombies, searching for surviving people in all parts of the city with their fellows full of the breath of death. Thinking of this, Luo Qin suddenly realized that he was trembling, and boundless loneliness and fear quietly crawled in from the gap in the quilt, grabbing his ankles, trying to drag him into the endless abyss. There was a knock on the door in the living room for a long time. Luo Qin's hearing slowly recovered from the confusion. He subconsciously thought it was Shui Liang, and immediately got up and opened the door. As expected, it was Shui Liang standing at the door. The other party was holding a flashlight, and seemed to be about to turn around and leave. I thought you were asleep. Come in. Luo Qin stood aside, and let Shui Liang in. Shui Liang was holding a bag in his hand, which was full of daily necessities and canned food. When I checked the registration form, I saw that you didn't go to collect these, so I brought them back for you. You probably didn't have dinner. Eat something before going to bed. I'm not too hungry. Lychee. Luo Qin shook his head. Give it to Xian and Ximia. They need to grow. You can't not eat. Shui Liang insisted on giving him the food. They have enough food. No need to give more. Are you leaving after you send them off? Luo Qin suddenly asked without any context. He took Shui Liang's bag and put it on the coffee table. Shui Liang was stunned, didn't understand what he meant, thought that the other party didn't want him to stay, and his tone became a little unnatural. If you have anything to do, I will stay. Luo Qin caught a cold today, and spoke with a heavy nasal tone. Good Lychee, I'll chat with you for $5. The flashlight shone between the two of them, and Luo Qin's expression was a little pitiful. He looked up at Shui Liang. His eyes were wet. $10. Luo Qin added. Please, please, I'll give you all my belongings. Shui Liang stared at him for a long time, which made Luo Qin a little overwhelmed. He nodded, and said, okay. Luo Qin walked to the sofa silently and sat down, crossed his legs, tilted his head, and listened to the rain outside. Shui Liang turned off the flashlight and sat next to him, and there was a strange silence between the two. The sound of soldiers transporting supplies in the rain came from downstairs. Several footsteps came from far away, and then quickly went away, and finally only the sound of rain falling on the iron frame outside the window was left. There was a pot of cactus that had long since withered. Without the care of its former owner, it was huddled alone on the iron flower stand, and was beaten pitifully by raindrops. Lychee, what do you think we should do in the future? Luo Qin asked. Will humans slowly become extinct? Shui Liang thought for a moment and said, I don't know. Luo Qin turned around, staring at Shui Liang's face hidden in the darkness. I thought you would say, no, you have to believe in miracles, and things will get better. I want to comfort you, too, but there are not so many miracles in this world. Shui Liang put his hands on his knees, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. The situation is indeed not optimistic now. After we withdrew from Shining, the troops stationed there were attacked by zombies. The news was that a large number of infected bodies carrying mutant viruses massacred the base overnight. We left some of the most elite special forces there. But only more than 20 people escaped. More than 20 people? Luo Qin was stunned. You didn't tell me during the day. There is a lot of pressure from above. We have been forced to do a good job of defense. But the supplies and ammunition were not stored enough. When the disaster broke out, many military weapons were not withdrawn in time. Now those military bases are full of infected soldiers. Shui Liang said. So I will be very busy for a while. I have to start strengthening the defense of Hangzhou. After that, I have to go deep into several infected military bases to recover the military supplies there. Luo Qin learned from Shui Liang for the first time how serious the disaster was. Hangzhou is the largest garrison. Before the disaster in Shining broke out, the army had already spread the virus. A soldier who returned from vacation first showed symptoms of physical discomfort. It was said that he was scratched by a gangster while doing a heroic act. Because the wound was small, he did not pay attention to it. As a result, he showed symptoms of infection after returning to the army, which then affected the entire military region. Things have been out of control for a long time. When the virus broke out in a small area at first, many people did not take it seriously, even though they knew it was contagious. They thought it could be suppressed quickly with modern medical means. Unexpectedly, the spread of the Latian virus gave almost no time for anyone to react or resist. When it first appeared, it swept through the entire human society at the most terrifying speed. No one knew why. And no one knew how the virus had infiltrated the crowd. Struggling, resisting, and fleeing were all in vain. Latian was frantically expanding its territory, and the living space of humans was reduced to 2/3 of the previous one overnight. And they were even forced into exile. The most terrifying thing about this virus is that it seems to have self-awareness, and is launching the most violent and ruthless attack on humans in history. Self-awareness. When Luo Qin murmured this word, he didn't even react. Shui Liang suddenly seemed to have caught something and said to him, Yes. This is it. Which has always made me feel weird. I remember Zhu Yin said that when Yuan Shan first studied the Latian virus, an experimenter was infected. Luo Qin said. But he didn't die immediately at that time. The virus helped him recover his health. Just like a legend he had heard when he was a child. A woodcutter found a shabby cup in the mountains. And after taking it home, he found that it was a magical artifact that could fulfill people's wishes. Beizhan told him that, as long as he did not throw himself into the lonely and silent mountains, he would agree to any of his wishes. So the woodcutter used this Beizhan to buy more food, a new house, and finally became the richest man in the area. The rich and comfortable life made him gradually forget his former poverty, but also lost his initial diligence. Until one day, the woodcutter returned home and saw the blood-stained house, his wife and children who had died tragically, and the Beizhan standing in the pool of blood, which had become brand new without knowing when. Thank you. Beizhan gave him a strange and shrill laugh. I have sucked enough human blood, and I feel much better. Now, I can do whatever I want without relying on the help of others. At that moment, the woodcutter realized that the treasure he thought he had picked up was actually thrown there by the last person who was tempted. Otherwise, if there is such a simple thing in the world that can make wishes come true, why would it be lost in the mountains? Luo Qin always felt that the story Chaoyun told him when he was a child was no different from his current situation. But our captain thinks that the most practical way at present is to speed up post-disaster reconstruction, integrate the existing military forces, and start to clean up the infected bodies in Hangzhou City. Other things can be planned later, and we can only take it one step at a time. Shui Liang said. You don't have to worry. At least it's safe here now. I wish I could help you. Luo Qin said, a little disappointed. Shui Liang laughed and patted him on the back. Of course you can help me. I may not be here in the next few days. Please help me take care of Yen Yu and Sixi and Simu. When I come back after my work, I will teach you basic fighting skills. Really? Luo Qin's heart moved. You are not perfunctory to me, right? Shui Liang said. This can still be taught. I also want you to learn some basic self-defense skills, in case something happens, and I am not with you, you can at least protect yourself. What's the use of self-protection? Luo Qin's tone became anxious. I also want to protect you. But now I don't want you to protect me, I want you to survive. After Shui Liang finished speaking, he was stunned for a long time. He felt that Luo Qin's breathing stopped for a moment, thinking that what he said just now was too strong. So he hesitated to smooth things over. No. I mean, I want to apply to join the army. Luo Qin's tone was extremely serious, and his sincerity was evident in his words. Didn't you say that the army was short of people? I can go. I want to sign up. That won't work. Xue Liang rejected him without any hesitation. I can consider any other request you make to me, but this is absolutely not possible. Luo Qin was a little surprised. He felt that Xue Liang's reaction seemed a bit excessive. Why? He thought about it, suddenly smiled, and said to Xue Liang, why? Joining the army also prohibits family members from taking the back door? Xue Liang said, do you know what cleaning up the city means? It's not sweeping the streets. It means you have to kill zombies. Deal with those monsters. How dangerous. What family members? He was stunned halfway through his words, carefully thinking about the words Luo Qin had just said, and felt more and more that something was wrong. Luo Qin made a zipper-zipping motion, looking at him innocently and shaking his head. Xue Liang's ears suddenly felt slightly hot. She stood up suddenly, turned around and was about to leave, but she heard Luo Qin behind her, groaning with his hands covering his head, and then there was the sound of something bumping against something. When Luo Qin stood up, he didn't stand firmly, his knee hit the table hard, and he gasped in pain and curled up against the sofa. Xue Liang turned around, looking at the dizzy Luo Qin helplessly. You keep pretending. However, Luo Qin seemed to be really dizzy, and he had just stood up and taken 2 steps, and he suddenly leaned to the side. Xue Liang quickly supported him, first checked his forehead temperature, and then he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he didn't have a fever, and then he carried him on his shoulders. Let's go, and go back to sleep. He moved Luo Qin back to the bedroom, and looked at his face which was distorted by pain, and began to get anxious. Why do you have a headache? I caught a cold. Luo Qin shrank into the quilt, and curled up his body. I'll be fine after a good sleep. It's okay, you go and rest. This look was so pitiful, and anyone who saw it couldn't bear to turn around and leave. Xue Liang struggled for a while, pointed to the living room, and said to Luo Qin, then I will sleep outside, and call me if you need anything. Yes. Luo Qin buried his face in the quilt and nodded. In fact, he was indeed a little dizzy. He hadn't eaten for a long time, probably because of low blood sugar. But it was not as serious as it looked on the surface. He suddenly wanted to act a little exaggerated to trick Xue Liang, although he knew that this was very unethical and extremely childish. Every time Xue Liang had an anxious expression on his face, Luo Qin felt that his greed was fermenting more and more. If Xue Liang treated him a little differently from others, Luo Qin would feel satisfied. It was like he was eager to collect the medal Xue Liang had drawn for him, which no one else had, and his emotions would fluctuate only for him. Bai Wuluo didn't have it. Chongqing didn't have it. And Yin Yu didn't have it either. He wanted the most special exception, even if Xue Liang himself didn't realize it. Luo Qin wanted him to step into his field step by step, and become the unique existence for him. Even the word lychee has a different meaning than others. Luo Qin thought about Xue Liang's appearance just now, and his mouth corners slowly curled up. He couldn't suppress it, and he was shaking with laughter buried in the quilt. Not long after he lay down, he fell asleep again. Perhaps the symptoms of hypoglycemia had not yet dissipated. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he always felt dizzy. Luo Qin lifted the quilt and found that he was sweating all over. His whole body was a little hot. He was afraid that he really had a fever. Xue Liang was silent in the living room. I wonder if he was asleep. Luo Qin got out of bed quietly and went to the living room to get some water. When he was rummaging through the plastic bag, Xue Liang woke up immediately and asked in a hazy voice, Luo Qin? So thirsty. Luo Qin's throat was almost unable to make a sound. The tonsils pressed tightly against his throat, making him feel a little breathless. I'm sick. Lychee, I feel so bad. Xue Liang listened to the other person's tone, and his heart seemed to be squeezed. I immediately reached out and took a bottle of water from the plastic bag, helped him to the sofa, and watched him drink it with difficulty. A little fever. Xue Liang touched his forehead worriedly. Wait a minute. I'll get you some medicine. Luo Qin suddenly remembered Zhu Yan's instructions, and grabbed Xue Liang. No. No need. Why not? Do you think you can go to the hospital if you are sick now? It will be too late when it gets serious. Xue Liang frowned. I'll get the medicine. Lizzie. It's really not necessary. Luo Qin was anxious, thinking of excuses quickly in his mind. I have asthma. I dare not take medicine casually. Really? Xue Liang wanted to say something, But when he glanced down, he saw that his hand was held by Luo Qin. His face suddenly became hot, and he shook his hand away in response. Whatever you want. He stood up and walked to the door. I'm leaving. You have a good sleep. I will come to accompany you tomorrow when I have time. Luo Qin sat in the living room and listened to Shui Liang closing the door. After a long time, he finished the remaining half bottle of water, then crushed the bottle and threw it away, leaning dejectedly on the sofa. What on earth am I doing? He originally wanted to find a chance to talk to Shui Liang about the physical examination, but the army was under great pressure at the moment, and Shui Liang was almost suffocated by the amount of things he had to do, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't do this one, but he couldn't do any more. He stayed up late at night and didn't fall asleep. When it was dawn, he heard the sound of a car starting outside the window. The army in the resettlement area was short of manpower, and several groups of special police were sent yesterday. Even Chongqing said he really couldn't get enough people. At 7:30, Zhu Yin sent him a message, saying that he was ready to leave. Luo Qin got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, and then he simply packed up and went out. Chapter 45 Carrier. Zhu Yin was already waiting at the door. He was wearing a white coat that was not too conspicuous. He was playing with his phone. When Luo Qin walked over, he heard the music of the love elimination game on his phone. Zhu Yin was leaning on the car and playing happily. Now all major websites and entertainment software have fallen into a paralyzed state without anyone to operate them. But the standalone download of the elimination game can still kill time. Good morning. Luo Qin yawned and walked to Zhu Yin's side. Zhu Yin had just run out of game steps when the GMEOVR notification sounded. He shook his head helplessly and put away his phone. Oh, you look bad. I had a fever last night, Luo Qin said weakly. It won't affect anything. Right? Zhu Yin got into the car and turned on the heater. It won't affect anything. But it will take a little longer. I'm afraid you can't stand it. It's okay. I can hold on. Luo Qin leaned his head against the car window, looking outside with sleepiness. It had just rained last night, and the streets were washed clean, ignoring the messy cars and the newspaper soaked by the rain. At least the air was no longer filled with a bloody smell. Have you told Shui Liang? Zhu Yin asked. Luo Qin shook his head. He's been very busy recently, so I didn't tell him. I'll see what happens when the results come out. That's true. The situation of reconstruction humanity is not very good recently. I won't bother him if I have nothing to do, Zhu Yin said calmly. After this period of time, he will probably be less stressed. What happened? Luo Qin was stunned. He only told me that he was busy with post-disaster reconstruction. Zhu Yin was a little confused. I thought he would tell you everything. It turns out you don't know. Yesterday, the survivors of Hanzhou know. 5 Shelter held up banners to protest. They didn't know where they heard that the reconstructed humans were the source of the virus, and they couldn't control their emotions. They have been making a lot of noise these past 2 days. Protest? Zhu Yin asked again. I heard that Shui Liang was transferred away. Zhao Fanluo transferred all the reconstructed humans there, fearing that something might happen. Who said that? Luo Qin said indignantly. I have been with him for so long. I don't know if he is the source of infection. A non-governmental environmental protection organization. They want to get involved in everything from beginning to end, Zhu Yin said. When the disaster first broke out, they got the video footage of Shui Liang's activities in Shining from somewhere. Although the footage is blurry, it can still be seen that the reconstructed humans have extraordinary combat power. In addition to these, the organization also issued a research report that came from nowhere, which made a detailed analysis of the blood components of reconstructed humans. And the Lantian virus that was homologous to the zombies was also listed. Video? Who recorded the video? Luo Qin said in surprise. Then do you want to come out and explain it? Even if you say it, someone has to believe it. What's more, the research report is true. Zhu Yin sighed. And it was obvious that he was also very troubled by this matter. These experiments in Yuan Shan were originally a gray area in China. It's okay if the public doesn't know about it. Once it is exposed, we have nothing to say. But the modified virus is mild in nature, and only survives in the host body. It is not aggressive and contagious. The idea that recreated humans can spread the virus is completely a fantasy. Li Muki hasn't been released yet? Luo Qin said angrily. Pull the street. Isn't he your immediate superior? Zhu Yin seemed to be reminded of something. Turned the steering wheel and said, I was just about to tell you this. Our boss is back. The army didn't find anything. And if they don't release him, it will be bad if it gets out. The Yuan Shan building was as quiet as ever. Most of the staff had been dismissed, leaving only a few indispensable people at the top. Zhu Yan was one of them. His position didn't seem to be very high, but his status in Yuan Shan was obvious to all. He could even enter and exit Li Muqi's office at will. Luo Qin followed Zhu Yan and walked through the corridor of Yuan Shan's office building. He didn't know if the engineers hired by this company all preferred this modernist architectural style. An office building was built in a fancy way. Once he entered Li Muqi's office, it didn't seem strange. He actually wanted to meet the showy chairman of Yuan Shan, who could bring about this situation today. Who was he? Zhu Yan took him to the laboratory on the first floor below ground. As soon as the elevator went down, Luo Qin felt the temperature drop suddenly. It was actually much colder than outside. When the elevator door opened, a strong smell of disinfectant filled the air. Luo Qin rubbed his nose uncomfortably and walked out of the elevator. It will take about an hour to finish everything. Zhu Yan changed into a set of operating clothes when he entered the laboratory and disinfected his hands meticulously. I'll draw blood for you first. Sit there and wait. Luo Qin watched Zhu Yan busy debugging the instrument. His bulky back and protective clothing swayed in front of him. He suddenly felt that the scene was familiar. Some fragmentary images flashed in his mind for a few seconds. When he tried to recall the details of the scene again, he couldn't put it together. It was like a one-time scene playback, and he would never remember it again if he missed it. Zhu Yan drew a few milliliters of his blood. Don't worry. I handled the whole process myself, and I won't let anyone else know. The blood sample was put into the blood cell analyzer for automatic detection. Zhu Yan took this opportunity to let Luo Qin lie on the whole-body CT machine and scan him. Luo Qin fell asleep while lying down. He heard Zhu Yan put something on the table and called him. Okay. You can get up. Done? The instrument on the laboratory table spit out a report sheet. Zhu Yan reached out and took it, and shook it at Luo Qin. The results are out. He lowered his head and glanced at the report sheet, and his expression suddenly froze. Luo Qin didn't understand, so he put on his clothes and walked over. What's wrong? You? Zhu Yan looked at Luo Qin in disbelief, and then lowered his head to look at the thin sheet filled with various data analysis, as if he didn't dare to confirm. Did you really not eat anything when you came this morning? Did you not come into contact with anyone? No. Luo Qin scratched his head, thinking that Zhu Yan was bluffing him. Didn't you tell me all this last night? Zhu Yan quickly crumpled up the paper and stuffed it into his pocket. I'll process it again. Wait a minute. Luo Qin sat there and waited for more than half an hour, waiting for the results of Zhu Yan's manual analysis to come out. After hearing the machine running rapidly for a while, Luo Qin looked up and saw Zhu Yan standing in front of the experimental table with a serious face, holding a still warm report in his hands. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to speak. Luo Qin. Zhu Yan's face was so serious that Luo Qin couldn't help but sit up straight. Tell me the truth. Have you ever been bitten by a zombie? Luo Qin was stunned. No. He suddenly remembered that on the day when the disaster broke out in Chongqing, he escaped from the mall. He seemed to be injured at that time, but afterwards his memory of that day was very vague, and he could not find any wounds on his body. When I met you, you were seriously injured. Shui Liang's words came to his mind again, and he woke up to find that he had no wounds at all. The situation was urgent at that time, and he was too busy escaping to think. But now that he thinks about it, it seems that something is wrong. Shui Liang has no reason to lie to him with such a meaningless lie. So at that time, was he injured? I also believe that you are not infected. After all, up to now, the longest incubation period is only about 24 hours. But take a look at this for yourself. Zhu Yan handed him the report, with a strange expression on his face. The amount of virus in your blood is close to that of a fully infected zombie. Luo Qin said and thought Zhu Yan was joking. But Zhu Yan's eyes made him shudder. He didn't quite understand the data on the report, but at least there was a column of data that was relatively easy to understand. Luo Qin read through it without missing a single word, and felt his limbs and back getting colder and colder. Acute, infection, latent carrier, extremely weakly contagious. These lines of words were a bit glaring, and no matter how ignorant he was of medicine, he should have realized something. Luo Qin slammed the report on the table, took a deep breath. How could this happen? Zhu Yan crumpled up this report and threw it into the shredder next to the laboratory table together with the previous one. I have never encountered such a situation before. Logically speaking, a virus carrier of your level will definitely become ill. The virus has already invaded your organs to the late stage of infection. It is impossible for you to be fine now. Is there anything wrong with your machine? Luo Qin asked. How is this possible? I won't tell anyone about this, Zhu Yan said calmly. As for Shui Liang, you can handle it. My suggestion is that you better tell him. Shui Liang's condition is very close to that of a real infected person. Maybe he has more experience in dealing with some things than I do. But the virus content and infection level in his blood are not even as high as yours. I don't know. Luo Qin opened his mouth dejectedly and said in a voice that seemed to float in the air, Why do I carry the virus? Zhu Yan tore up the report in his hand again and threw it all into the shredder. I will delete the test records after that, and don't tell anyone about this for the time being. If you really can't figure it out, I suggest you talk to Shui Liang alone. Luo Qin took a long time to react to Zhu Yan's words, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, I can't tell Shui Liang now. He didn't know why, and all kinds of thoughts collided and intersected in his mind. He vaguely felt that at least for now, he couldn't let Shui Liang know that he didn't know how Shui Liang would react. How would he treat a virus carrier? Would the other party still be ruthless and kill him like he killed Chao Yun? He was like a time bomb lurking with danger. He didn't know why he was not infected. And he didn't know whether he would infect others. Zhu Yan seemed to see through what he was worried about, and said, Don't worry. The virus in your body is the same as Shui Liang and the others, and it is not contagious at all. Luo Qin glanced at his hand, and his eyes seemed to analyze the blood vessels and bones there through the skin bit by bit. Zhu Yan looked at him and sighed, although I don't recommend you to hide it from him. It's up to you to decide. He simply cleaned up the lab bench and said to Luo Qin, I have to deal with these experimental data first. Otherwise, they will be directly included in the Yuan Shan system. The US headquarters will cause trouble for you when they know about it. My car is parked at the entrance of the company, and the driver is waiting to pick you up. When Luo Qin arrived at the door, he saw only a black car parked there, which was not the same car that Zhu Yan came to pick him up in the morning. He didn't think too much, opened the car door, and got in. Let's go. The driver was originally leaning on the driver's seat in a daze, and when he saw him come in, he said, Huh? And asked, Where are you going? Luo Qin raised his head in confusion, and saw the driver's face in the rearview mirror, and the other party was also looking at him. Chapter 46 Old Friend. The second resettlement area. Luo Qin suddenly felt uncertain. Just when he was about to ask, the driver nodded with sudden realization. Oh yes, I remember, it's the arrangement from above. Right? As he spoke, he started the car and drove, with very skillful movements. Luo Qin took the opportunity to observe the man's hands. It was obvious that there were calluses left by years of steering, and he didn't look like a sham. He half believed and half doubtedly withdrew his doubts. After all, in this case, it didn't seem appropriate to give Zhu Yan away, so he only replied ambiguously, That's right, go ahead. All the way. Luo Qin was observing the driving route, and found that the driver did not deviate from the route, and still took the same road as when he came. The driver reached out and turned on the heater, and put a Golden Song CD in the DVD. The sound of pop music sounded, and the driver drove while leisurely tapping the steering wheel with his fingers. The other party did not ask a word until they entered the resettlement area, and Luo Qin's vigilance was somewhat reduced. The car stopped at the gate of the community. Luo Qin wanted to open the door and get out, but was stopped by the driver. Please wait. The driver opened the door and got out, and patiently went around to the other side and opened the door for Luo Qin himself. We're here. The service was thoughtful and very particular, which made Luo Qin a little uncomfortable. He said thank you, and got up and got out of the car. As bad as it was, Luo Qin ran into the person he wanted to escape from the most. Shui Liang was standing at the entrance of the resettlement area arranging tasks with his private soldiers, and he saw a car coming out of the corner of his eye. Out of the vigilance of the garrison officer, he turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a suit getting out of the driver's seat. He looked at the man's face, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. Just as he was about to walk over, he saw the man open the back door, and Luo Qin climbed out from the back seat and immediately met his eyes. All the reasons and excuses that Luo Qin had prepared in his mind were blasted into a paste. With the sound of his nerves buzzing, his whole body became blank in an instant. He watched Xue Liyang walk towards him with a very cold expression on his face. Lychee, Xue Liyang interrupted him, opened the registration book in his hand, and the pen tip fell on Luo Qin's name, and asked lightly, "Who allowed you to run away during the quarantine?" Luo Qin was speechless. Of course, he couldn't say that he went to find Zhu Yin. Otherwise Xue Liyang would definitely follow Zhu Yin and tell him everything. The driver said goodbye politely, as if he was in a hurry to escape from the battlefield, and quickly got into the car and drove away. Xue Liyang looked at the black car going away, and then looked at Luo Qin. Without saying anything, "I went out for a walk, and was caught and sent back," Luo Qin said stiffly. But Xue Liyang obviously didn't believe his reason. He looked at him silently for a while, and suddenly sighed, "Forget it." Luo Qin hadn't reacted yet. Xue Liyang said again, "If you don't want to tell me, don't tell me. You can go wherever you want, and you don't have to tell me in the future." Luo Qin found that Xue Liyang's brows were a little frowned, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. He hesitated and asked, "Lizzie, are you unhappy?" "Happy," Xue Liyang replied. It was obvious that he was unhappy. Luo Qin remembered that Zhao Fengluo had asked Xue Liyang the same question before, and the other party was also like this at that time, and answered with an unhappy face, "I am very happy." He suddenly felt a little happy, and Xue Liyang seemed to show more and more emotional changes towards him. "Do you know who drove you back just now?" Xue Liyang closed the registration book and asked him. Luo Qin shook his head, "I don't know him." Xue Liyang looked at him, smiled helplessly, as if he felt that he could not do anything to him. "He is Li Muqi. You haven't seen him, but I have seen him many times. Stay away from this man. He is not a good person." "Is that man Li Muqi?" Luo Qin recalled the inconspicuous middle-aged man he had been observing from the rearview mirror, and always felt a little uneasy. Although the other party did not say anything, he did not even ask why a stranger like him came to Yuan Shan, as if he was just a driver, and his whole job was to take him to the destination. Luo Qin was immediately very glad that he did not blurt out his intersection with Zhu Yin. Otherwise Li Muqi would definitely follow the clues to find the laboratory data. Since Xue Liyang said that Li Muqi was definitely not a good person, he might really catch him for observation and experiment. The degree of perversion of Yuan Shan people can be seen from the various inside stories that have been exposed so far. It is scary to think about this matter. Even Chongqing told him that Yuan Shan is a place dedicated to raising perverts. Although Zhu Yin looks so normal, he has actually been a pervert for a long time. This was said in front of Zhu Yin, and the other party didn't care at all. He even followed the topic and teased Chongqing. "Yes, we perverts. If we are not careful, we will blow up the entire Hanzhou. But don't be afraid, you are here with me now, and his hand can't stretch that far." Xue Liyang patted Luo Qin and said, "Are you hungry? I heard you haven't eaten for a day." Luo Qin looked at Xue Liyang with complicated eyes. "Aren't you going to ask me what I did when I went out?" "Xue Liyang, if you want to say it, just say it. If you don't want to say it, it's okay. But they are all small things. Just do it if you want to do it." He turned and walked into the building, and waved to Luo Qin, "Come here." Luo Qin chased after him, and said, "Lychee, I'm a little hungry. The canned food I gave you yesterday should still be there." Xue Liyang said, "Eat it and cherish it. There may not be enough food in a while. We are trying to dispatch the reserve food that we can collect at present, and high-calorie food will be given priority to the army. So you can only be forced to eat vegetarian food." The army, Luo Qin hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Are you still too busy all day to spare any time?" His words hit the point that annoyed Xue Liyang. Just like no one in the world likes to talk about work during their rare leisure time. Xue Liyang sighed and said, "The number of active troops has dropped sharply, and many tasks require 3 or 4 times the manpower. I have been working non-stop for several days. During the random inspection this morning, I couldn't find Xiaoyu's epidemic prevention certificate, so I took him to get a new one. Now that I finally have some free time, you still want to talk to me about work. It's really hard for our Lychee." Luo Qin patted his shoulder very servilely. "If I really need someone, I can. I am busy, but I still have time to have lunch with you." Xue Liyang reacted very quickly and interrupted Luo Qin's progress bar, looking back at him, showing a shut-up smile. Luo Qin had no choice but to stop and followed Xue Liyang upstairs. "I really want to eat meat." Xue Sixian lay listlessly at the table. Her face almost burned a hole on the table. Luo Qin pushed the open can of corn in front of her and coaxed her in a gentle voice. Eat this first. There is really no meat. You wait. Shui Liang opened a can of bamboo shoots and pushed it in front of Shui Simu. Hearing Shui Sixian complaining, he quietly asked, Don't you like this? No. Take it away. Shui Sixian turned her head away without even looking at the can. Luo Qin thought that he couldn't spoil his sister too much. Just when he wanted to persuade her, Shui Liang took the can and handed it to Luo Qin. You will starve to death if you don't eat it. Eat this. Luo Qin silently took back his previous criticism. He didn't spoil her too much. Shui Liang really didn't spoil her two children at all. If she said she couldn't eat, she really didn't let them eat. She didn't ask Shui Sixian a single question during the whole meal. Shui Sixian was also very upset. Her stomach growled more happily than the zombies outside. But she refused to eat a single bite. I'll go ask if there's any canned meat. Children are growing up and may be picky about what they eat. Luo Qin stood up and was about to go out, but Shui Liang stretched out his leg to stop him. Eat it if you want. You can't stand not eating meat for a few meals. You'll have to go hungry in the future. He was a little embarrassed. It was neither standing nor sitting. Shui Liang saw his dilemma and retracted her leg to let him sit next to her. You don't have this attitude towards Bai Wu Luo. Shui Sixian sneered. He is your real brother with the same surname. Shui Sixian. Shui Liang raised his eyes and looked at her. Be polite when you speak. Someone knocked on the door. Shui Sixian jumped off the chair and ran to open the door, as if she wanted to get away. Chongqing pushed the door open and came in, followed by a young girl. Tall, with an extraordinary temperament, and as beautiful as if she had walked out of a painting. This girl's face. Luo Qin had only seen it on the screen. On the internet, which is full of the internet celebrity economy. A face that seems to have never been carved or repaired can almost arouse the enthusiasm of the whole nation. Even people who have never known the field of entertainment stars, such as Luo Qin, have heard of this beauty whose appearance can be called stunning. Even when she was at her peak of fame, her posters and advertisements were everywhere in the streets and alleys. And all the news about her would actively or passively enter your eyes and be engraved in your memory. Although Luo Qin had only seen her a few times on the headlines of major news, he had to admit that her breathtaking beauty was rare. Luo Qin saw a big star in person for the first time without buying a ticket. And he slapped Shui Liang incoherently. The latter cursed and stood up reflexively. You did it. The girl walked over quickly and raised her hand without saying anything. Shui Liang hadn't recovered from the shock of being hit by a palm strike when he was hit hard on the shoulder for the second time. Shui Liang was hit twice in a row, and felt a little confused. He looked at Luo Qin, and then at the girl in front of him. What do you two mean by this? Do you guys dislike me today? You still remember to come back? The girl seemed to be more shocked than him, and her whole body seemed to be shaking. She grabbed Shui Liang's clothes and looked at him carefully for several times. Oh my god. You are still alive. You are looking for trouble. Chongqing ya. Shui Liang said dissatisfiedly. Why do you look a little disappointed when I am fine? Nonsense. The girl said loudly. You scared me to death. We all thought you were dead before. Chongqing shrugged, indicating that he had no choice. My sister heard that you were back and urged me for several days. I was free today, so I brought her here. Luo Qin then realized why he felt so familiar when he heard Chongqing call his name for the first time. It turned out that the name he was familiar with was not Chongqing, but the name of the big star Chongqing. The two of them were actually siblings, and they looked 70% alike. Shui Liang suddenly reunited with an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years, and he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. What's more, the events back then were quite complicated, so that the first reaction of almost everyone who saw him again was you're not dead. Perhaps because he was desperate. Shui Liang subconsciously looked at Luo Qin, with a hint of asking for help. Luo Qin was brought back to his senses by his eyes, and immediately knew that his mission had come. He spent 2 seconds adjusting his expression, and then quickly stood up and walked to Chongqing. Are you Chongqing? I'm your fan, and I especially like watching the movie you acted in. Chongqing then let go of Shui Liang, stared at Luo Qin blankly, and then smiled at him politely. Thank you. But you must have remembered it wrongly. I have never acted in a movie, and my brother has never acted in a movie dressed as a woman. Chongqing was caught off guard. What? Shui Liang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Luo Qin saw Shui Liang trying to purse his lips and his eyes wandering around, and he smiled silently. thinking to himself that I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere for you. How could you add insult to injury? I haven't seen you for many years. I'm a little excited. Chongqing gave Shui Liang an almost perfect smile, patted him on the back, and said, I'm glad you're back. Chapter 47 Hongwan. Luo Qin lay on the windowsill, watching Chongqing's police car drive out of the resettlement area. Shui Liang had just stood at the door and talked to her for a long time, and she hugged Shui Liang when she got in the car. Shui Liang, who was wearing a military uniform, was quite conspicuous in public. He fiddled with the empty conch shell in his hand for a long time, and suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind. Shui Liang walked to his side, supported her head with her hands and looked at him. Are you watching a show here? Luo Qin nodded. You acted well. Shui Liang curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. I am your fan. I especially like watching the movies you acted in, Poochie. As he said this, he lay there laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up. Luo Qin angrily hit him with his knee and said, I won't help you next time. No. You are too funny. You know she is a star. But you don't know she only sings and doesn't act. Shui Liang tried very hard to hold back his laughter. I have received emotional management training in the army. I can usually hold back in situations where I need to control my emotions. But I almost couldn't hold back just now. Luo Qin turned his head and muttered something to himself, rolled the conch shell beside him to one side, and said, You also laughed when you sent her away just now. I'm very happy. Shui Liang was stunned. I didn't laugh. How did you not laugh? You can't stop laughing because of her. Luo Qin said lightly. You have so many friends. Shui Liang stared at him quietly for a while. Are you unhappy? I'm very happy. Shui Liang smiled after hearing this, and her knees gently hit his legs. Why are you imitating me? After a pause, she added abruptly, Chongqing is a good person. He took good care of Wu Luo for me in the past 2 years. Time is a bit tight today. She is a senior executive of Yuan Shan. She has to go back to deal with things later. I will introduce her to you next time. Luo Qin didn't speak for a long time. When Shui Liang called him again, he replied sullenly, I'm not happy. Unless you hug me too. Huh? Shui Liang was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently and opened his arms to Luo Qin. Okay. Seeing this scene, Luo Qin's blood rushed up. It took him a long time to suppress his body's instinctive restlessness and reached out to hug her. I didn't laugh because of her just now. Shui Liang hesitated. Don't think too much. Luo Qin nodded. I know. It's because of me. You laugh when I tease you. How can it be so fun? He put his head on Shui Liang's shoulder, rubbed it greedily, and then hung his entire weight on the other person, muttering, It's such an honor to be treated like this. I didn't expect that being a military dependent can get such a backdoor. Shui Liang was about to refute that he was a shitty military dependent. But in the end, he moved his mouth but couldn't say it. Instead, he raised his hand and gently put it on Luo Qin's back, saying, It's really heavy. Heavier than the sandbag I carried during training. Can you be extravagant? Be more relaxed? What romance is there? I have to go out and clean up the zombies later. I just want you to hug me before I get covered in blood. Luo Qin closed his eyes helplessly and sighed. Forget it. This is good enough. He thought about it, but still not satisfied. He reached out his hand again, grabbed Shui Liang's hand righteously, and said, I learned to read palms in my freshman elective course. I'll read it for free. Shui Liang said, You still want to charge? He thought about it, and felt something was wrong. What course in college teaches people to read palms? Luo Qin did not answer this question, and looked at Shui Liang's palm lines. The palm of the other person's hand was simple and clear. Not messy, but the calluses on the knuckles were densely distributed. The nails of the 10 fingers were trimmed round and neat, with a healthy pink color. He looked around, and then said to Shui Liang with a serious face, Well, I took a rough look, and your marriage line is quite obvious. As for the rest, I don't quite understand it. Shui Liang looked at him with an expression of I'm all ears to your nonsense. Let's just take it as a joke. And you can just take it as a joke, Luo Qin said. As for your marriage, how should I put it? Your God-given good match is unlikely to be someone you have known for a long time. You should pay more attention to those who meet halfway. And she must be younger than you. Younger, about 3 years is more appropriate. After all, he didn't dare to say too much, so he deliberately said the age difference was 1 year larger, and his nonsense snowballed. You have been lucky recently, and there is a high probability that you will meet your destined love. Is that so? Xue Liyang nodded with understanding. But when I was 8 years old, a fortune teller also told me that it is better to know each other from childhood. The earlier you know each other, the more stable the relationship will be. Luo Qin immediately said, he is a charlatan. I learned this from a serious university humanities class. You just need to believe me. Xue Liyang curled the corners of his lips imperceptibly and said, as for this younger one. Luo Qin stood up straight. Don't you like people younger than you? Not bad. Xue Liyang responded ambiguously. It depends on the person. So for the next week, Lachlan was thinking about what his answer meant. Team 3. Can Team 3 hear the command of the headquarters? Team 3. Please reply immediately if you hear it. We need to withdraw from Longcheng District, immediately. Xue Liyang leaned against the wall, listening to the mechanical repetitive voice in the communicator, picked up the intercom and replied, Don't ask anymore. Team 3 has lost contact. It is estimated that it is not good. We are prepared for the worst. Now everyone withdraws from Longcheng District. Action. He loaded the submachine gun in his hand with bullets, and rushed out of the alley with the 3 soldiers around him. The streets were full of those living dead. 3 living people moving fast were very conspicuous here, and soon attracted the zombies to surround them. You go first. I'll help you deal with this. Xue Liyang waved his hand. Retreat and join the headquarters, quickly. The 3 soldiers quickly turned around and left the street. Xue Liyang raised his gun and fired. Zombies fell and rose in front of him, but those behind them quickly filled in. He felt that it would be a futile waste of bullets to continue fighting, so he put away his gun and ran in the direction where his subordinates had just left. Including the Blue Flame Brigade, several teams sent out to perform tasks all met at a square in a commercial center in Longcheng District. The soldiers who arrived first were already replenishing food and ammunition. Xue Liyang was the last to arrive at the base. Seeing that the rescued materials were already being loaded onto trucks, he estimated that they would be able to evacuate soon. So he casually asked a Special Forces soldier, Have you searched the places where the distress signals were sent out? The other party nodded, and then said with embarrassment, Deputy Captain, the search and rescue team escorted a group of people out of the museum before. There was an old gentleman in the group who was very tough and insisted on meeting the person in charge. He said that there was something important that needed to be reported to the military immediately. Where's the captain? Xue Liyang looked around. Isn't he here too? The captain just received an emergency rescue mission and left with a team of people. The Special Forces soldier said. Now only you can speak. Xue Liyang pressed his brows with a headache, put his gun behind his back, and said, Okay. Where are the people? Take me to see them. The bus carrying the survivors was crowded with people. Several soldiers anxiously stopped at the door, explaining something to the people who wanted to rush out of the car. Xue Liyang walked over quickly, patted the shoulder of the soldier at the door, signaling that they could go do something else. I'm the person in charge. What's the problem? Xue Liyang put one hand on the door of the car, stopped the survivors who wanted to get off the car. Don't worry, it's not safe outside the car. I'll listen to you here. Everyone in the car shouted at once. Xue Liyang was shocked and had a headache, raised his hand, and made a quiet gesture. Wait, choose someone to come out and talk to me, okay? I'll talk to him. An old voice sounded. The crowd instantly quieted down, consciously making way to both sides. A white-haired old man came over from the back row. He looked very old, but his walking posture was very elegant and straight. He must be a very important person. Xue Liyang was stunned when he saw the man's face. And the other party recognized him in an instant, and was also surprised. Xue Liyang? Old teacher. Xue Liyang's words were a little frivolous. As if he was not sure. The old man snorted and said coldly, Teacher? Do you still recognize me? The face opposite him, which had aged a lot, was mixed with a hint of familiarity. The sternness even made Xue Liyang miss it a little. The old man standing there was his tutor in his youth, named Fei, a prominent figure in the international music world. Almost everyone who has had any contact with music has heard of this man. His representative works have even been included in middle school textbooks. Such a person should have appeared in concert halls and on the stage. But at this moment, he was wearing a dirty but neatly dressed suit, standing in a rescue vehicle with dust and blood stains on the outer shell, staring at the person in front of him, as if he had a lot of anger to express. Xue Liyang took a deep breath, calmed down, and said in a flat voice, I am the leader of the search and rescue team. Do you have anything to say? Fei said, I have told the people who rescued us many times before. Not only in the city, but also outside the city. There are many people trapped now. And they can't get in at all. The city is blocked. If they want to be saved, they have to pass through the monsters blocking the door and open the blockade set up by your army. Those are ordinary people like us. They have no way to save themselves. What? Are there still people outside the city? Xue Liang said in surprise. Where is the specific location? In the old train station on the outskirts of the city. I received their news yesterday. It's been almost a week, and no one has come to rescue them. Fei Yingni said. Aren't you the head of the army? Why don't you care about the lives of civilians? Wait a minute. I'll ask you now. Xue Liang picked up the communicator and called Chongqing. After a few rings, the call was quickly connected. Brother. What's wrong? Is the train station in the suburbs under the jurisdiction of the Hangzhou police? Have you conducted any search and rescue operations there? Xue Liang said. Please confirm it. If you haven't searched and rescued them, send a team over quickly. There are still people alive there. Chongqing agreed. Okay. I'll contact my superiors right away. But the police should not be enough. I'm afraid that it will fall on you when the time comes. Chapter 48 Evolution. Xue Liang hung up the communication and said to Fei Yingni, I have communicated with the police, and they should be able to send someone over soon, don't worry. Suddenly, some dangerous signal exploded in his mind. It seemed to be just a flash of intuition, but the body's amplified perception ability, after being catalyzed by the experiment, allowed Xue Liang to notice the approach of a certain dangerous atmosphere almost at the same time. Everyone pay attention, get back to the car immediately. Whether soldiers or survivors, get in the car quickly. Xue Liang turned on the communicator again, threw the submachine gun behind him to his chest, and jumped out of the car. Snipers, pay attention to defend the southeast direction from the commanding heights, and all other members of the search and rescue team return to the car to protect the people. Xue Liang rushed to the back of an abandoned car and squatted down. The muzzle of his gun was pointed steadily at the commercial building in the southeast direction. It looked peaceful and tranquil there. Only the cold wind blew up a few fallen leaves and scraps of paper on the street. Not even a flying sparrow could be seen. A rustling sound came from the communicator. Someone whispered, Deputy Captain. What's over there? Xue Liang frowned and pulled the trigger. Here it comes. It happened in a flash. A black shadow roared out from behind the building. So fast that it was almost invisible. Xue Liang fired a shot at the same time, and it hit the black shadow's head with a bang. Hiss! The black shadow howled horribly, and fell from midair, and hit the roof of a car, then rolled to the side quickly, twitched a few times, and then lay motionless on the street. Xue Liang looked at the white smoke coming out of the muzzle, and then cast his eyes to the black shadow, thinking about something with a serious expression. Report to the deputy captain, the target has been shot down, and the survival situation is unknown. Do you want to send someone to investigate? The team member asked him in the communicator. Confirm the situation again, the target is no longer moving. No, everyone stay in the car, I'll go over and take a look. Xue Liang said as he stood up and walked over there. He walked slowly, trying to keep himself in sight on all sides, and focusing most of his attention on the shadow. The mass did not move for a long time. Xue Liang approached it, and found that it was a creature that looked like a human. Its skin was in a state of severe ulceration, but its muscles were very developed. The degree of decay seemed to be limited to the surface of the skin. He was about to raise his hand to shoot again, but the thing suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed towards him. Xue Liang reacted quickly, holding the gun in front of him to block the attack, and then kicked the thing in the neck, kicking it dozens of meters away. It's a zombie, and it's not dead yet. Focus on the target. Xue Liang gave an order, and flame shot out from the windows of more than a dozen military vehicles at the same time. Bullets and gunfire slammed around the strange zombie. However, for some reason, the speed of this thing was almost ridiculously fast. It was running and dodging in the vehicles at a high speed. Few of the dense bullets actually hit it. It's too fast. Our attacks have no effect on it. A chaotic voice came from the communicator. Xue Liang sighed and said, Cease fire. Lock the car door, and I'll take care of it. The gunfire stopped again in an instant. Xue Liang pulled out the saber from his leg and jumped onto the roof of a bus. The zombie seemed to know that he was not easy to deal with. It hid behind the car and then overturned it with amazing strength, blocking Xue Liang's sight. It took the opportunity to rush to the bus full of survivors. Deputy Captain, the target is going to attack the rescue vehicle. Xue Liang stepped on the roofs of several cars and ran towards the rescue vehicle. At this time, the zombie had climbed onto the car window and crashed into the glass. The people in the car screamed in fear and crowded back. Several soldiers held their guns against the glass, alert and ready to fire at any time. Shua! Xue Liang's knife was inserted into the zombie's neck first. The zombie roared and immediately let go and jumped out of the car window to escape. Xue Liang didn't give it any chance to escape. He stepped on its head, pulled out the saber, and then stabbed it into the zombie's head. The hideous head was split in half like a watermelon, and the contents were splattered all over the floor. Xue Liang pulled back the bloody saber and looked down at the motionless body of the creature. The target is confirmed dead. The team is sending someone to retrieve it, he said, holding up the communicator. A team of soldiers quickly came over to clean up the scene. Xue Liang stepped aside. His eyes were a little absent-minded. Until the team member came over and called him, Xue Liang came back to his senses, pressed his eyebrows and asked, "What did you say just now?" "I didn't hear it." He was never distracted when performing tasks. Even the team members found it strange, looked at him puzzledly and said, "Deputy Captain, I just asked you how to deal with the samples after collection." "Samples? Just give them to Yuan Shan, they are in charge of this now." "Deputy Captain, the police just contacted you, but you didn't answer it. They said they were short of manpower, and the search and rescue at the train station could not be carried out for the time being." A private soldier hurried over to report to Xue Liang. But Xue Liang covered his mouth nervously and dragged him to the back of the car. "Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let Mr. Fei hear it." After confirming that Fei Yingni didn't hear it in the car, Xue Liang let go of the private soldier and asked, "Did Chongqing tell you?" The private soldier nodded. His face flushed a little. "I confirmed it. It was Officer Chung." "Forget it. I'll go there myself." After Xue Liang finished speaking, he put on his gun and walked towards the convoy. "Bai Wulua will come to meet you in a while, and retreat directly to the resettlement area. The distribution of materials is also handed over to him. Do you understand?" "Understood." The video was playing on the TV. The roar of zombies and chaotic gunfire were endless, and the thunderstorm outside the window mixed with the effect of fermenting alcohol overnight, making people dizzy. Xue Liang pressed his forehead, leaning quietly on the sofa, fiddling with a mobile phone in his hand. Bai Wulua sat next to Chongqing and counted the distribution documents of military materials, writing non-stop with a pen, while the latter was busy sorting out the investigation report on Yuan Shan, and Zhu Yin was the focus of his questioning. Zhu Yin took the blood sample out of the analyzer, carefully placed it on the shelf and fixed it, wiped his hands, and said, "You came at the right time. The test results of that batch of vaccines are out. Yes, the vaccine does not contain any flu prevention drugs, but the most primitive Lantian virus, and it is undergoing initial mutations." Chongqing raised his head and shook the report in his hand. "I have read it, so the fact that Yuan Shan released dangerous goods is established, and you have seen the consequences." Zhu Yin, "That's true, but our boss submitted new evidence this morning. In addition to the previous evidence that the virus was brought and released by fugitives from abroad, there is also a piece of data showing that the first outbreak of the virus was not in China, but in an inconspicuous small country in the Middle East. There is a map hanging on the wall, on which a small Middle Eastern country with a very narrow land area is circled by Zhu Yin with a red pen, and there are several Arabic sticky notes posted next to it. They were written by Bai Wulua just now and posted. He is collecting relevant information about this country. Bai Wulua said without even raising his head, "A coup d'état broke out there last year, in order to assassinate the new leader. The former national leader obtained the virus strain that was originally stored only in the Yuan Shan headquarters through some unknown means. It's just that it's close to the Mediterranean Sea and surrounded by mountains, so it's very inconvenient to travel to the outside world. So the virus didn't spread immediately. And in the batch of vaccines you submitted, there are indeed normal influenza agents. So it can't be proved that the part of the vaccine that was injected just happened to contain the virus." Zhu Yin pointed to the direction of Li Muqi's office in the building opposite, and said, "Now our boss is talking with the military representative, the captain of Lan Yin, inside. But where is the real you and me now? Everyone is almost fighting on their own. It is not easy for us to hold on until now. At present, many governments in the world are in a state of existence in name only. Dozens of new survivors' alliances were established yesterday, and they are crossing their respective borders to find supplies. Before the global communications were paralyzed on a large scale, people thought that guns and cannons could deal with these bloodthirsty and man-eating monsters. The news on TV every day was reports and live broadcasts of the suppression by artillery fire. After the first small country was infected and destroyed, people still did not take it seriously. Until a week ago, the emergency mechanisms of power supply systems in various places were exhausted and shut down. Cities fell into darkness, and survivors began to be completely enveloped by cold and hunger. The tide of corpses rushed towards the army and civilians, and guns and artillery shells seemed to have no threat to these bloodthirsty people. In just a few days, this terrible infection spread all over the world. The technology and civilization that humans were proud of in the face of nature collapsed in an instant, without even a chance to breathe. There was a moment of silence in the room, with only the fierce battle sounds in the video, and the cold rain hitting the window. Bai Wuluo put down the paper and pen in his hand, and said, "In fact, we tried to draw troops from other places not long ago. But because we did not understand the characteristics of this virus at the beginning, the army lost most of its elite forces. The mutation in Shining is the most serious in the country. There are zombies of a higher stage, and they are not dead even in front of guns and cannons. I encountered it today." Xue Liyang suddenly broke the silence, and the mobile phone in his hand stopped spinning. It was very fast, and it didn't die immediately after being hit in the head by me. In the end, I completely destroyed its entire brain and killed it completely. He thought of the abnormal movement speed of that thing, and felt uneasy, especially when he felt the breath of danger in the car, and that terrible intuition made him shudder. "So fast that you can't catch up?" Zhu Yin asked. Xue Liyang shook her head. "It's not as fast as me. It's easy to catch up. But what I'm worried about is that if this level of mutation can occur, it's hard to guarantee that these things won't mutate to a higher stage. And we won't, at least for now, have no examples of natural mutation of humans." Zhu Yin was silent for a moment, turned around and looked out the window. Several fighter planes flew over, and the roar covered all the sounds in the room. It took more than 10 seconds to return to calm. "The mutation you mentioned? To describe it in another way is," Zhu Yin turned around and looked at the other three people in the room, and said slowly, Chapter 49 Tai Sui. In addition to infecting living bodies, the Lantian virus also invades metal and electronic devices. After finding a host, it will immediately reproduce in large quantities, and eventually destroy everything. The culprit is a substance called Tai Sui. Humans thought they had found a large amount of renewable clean energy, and without fully exploring all the side effects of this substance, they moved it into the laboratory. After lying dormant for a period of time, Tai Sui gradually adapted to the machines and technological level of human society, and seemed to be driven by some consciousness, and began its own invasion plan. When the power equipment is paralyzed, the planes and tanks are completely rusted, the Tai Sui comes to us with its virus. This is the real end of mankind. The man on the screen who looks unremarkable is talking slowly, with a strange smile on his face, making you feel that he seems to be controlling everything around you, including yourself, and you will soon become his prey. Xue Liyang's temples throbbed when he saw that face, reached out to turn off the video, and stood up. "I'm going back." Chongqing and Bai Wuluo had already left, leaving Xue Liyang sitting in Zhu Yan's office. He felt that he was allergic to the air in the distant mountains, and had to prepare to leave. He took 2 steps, but stopped again, turned around and looked at Zhu Yan and said, "What did you think when you said evolution before?" Zhu Yan picked up the cup and was about to drink water, paused and said, "When an individual undergoes this kind of change, let's call it mutation. But once it expands to the entire population, it is evolution. As long as the speed is faster and the muscles are more developed, these zombies will have a greater chance of surviving bullets and gunpowder, which will make it easier for them to hunt. Shining has already seen this large-scale evolution phenomenon. I'm not sure how long it will take for this to happen. I'm afraid it's just a matter of time." Xue Liyang said, "We must be prepared. What happened today is a signal to me. I have also imagined whether the recreated human will evolve. The genetic structure of the viral protein in your body has been artificially modified, so it should be stronger and more able to help you adapt to changes in the environment." Zhu Yan said, "There has never been a precedent. It depends on your own exploration. I am trying to get my boss to agree to sign a data exchange agreement with you, and provide you with the content of the human reconstruction experiment for reference. which may better help you complete this evolution. Xue Liang nodded and said, there is one more thing. When I was on a mission in Longcheng district today, before that thing appeared, I sensed it. Zhu Yin put down the cup in his hand and looked at him with surprise in his eyes. Sense? Xue Liang, it can be described as an instinctive reaction to the feeling of danger. I don't know what's there, but it just gives me a definite intuition, telling me that there is indeed danger there. Can you be more specific? Xue Liang took a deep breath and said, to be frank, that thing gives me a sense of the same kind. It's like the biological populations on the African savanna. A lion can sense the approach of another beast in its territory and issue a warning in time, emitting vigilance and alertness from its pores. But you are not the same kind as it. You are not a monster, nor a beast. Zhu Yin said. At least your kid thinks so. You have to believe him. Xue Liang was stunned for a moment, then realized who Zhu Yin was talking about. You mean Luo Qin? He glanced at the door, lowered his voice and asked, I haven't asked you yet. He ran out alone yesterday. Did he come to see you? Zhu Yin raised the glass again, drank a sip of water first, then said, just came to talk to me about you. Relax, I won't bypass the boss to recruit talents for the company. After all, my salary is only enough for my current job. Only idiots burn everything for capitalists without regrets. What did you talk about me? Xue Liang couldn't help asking. What does he have to talk to you about? Zhu Yin laughed. Do you care about his opinion of you? Xue Liang was silent for a few seconds, changed the subject. He has Medley Muki. I don't know why, I'm a little worried. Our boss never has any thoughts on ordinary people. He won't even look at them unless they are top perverts. Zhu Yin said. Why didn't you bring him here today? What should I bring him for? Xue Liang looked at him puzzledly. He has nothing to do here. His ambitions are more than that. I even think that even if I hand over Yuan Shan to him, he won't be interested. Zhu Yin joked. I thought you were short of people around you, and you would want to bring him. No. I would rather he be a fool who stays away from danger, even if he stays in the resettlement area as an ordinary person forever. Xue Liang said without hesitation. I will protect him. I don't need him to do anything, and I will never use him to do anything. Zhu Yan's expression became shocked for a moment. He opened his mouth, looked at Xue Liang's expression, smiled and said, Indeed, you need someone stronger around you. Xue Liang did not comment, and began to turn the phone in his hand again. Zhu Yan thought he was going to leave, so he held his thermos cup, and planned to go to the inner room to get some tea to drink. That? Xue Liang asked hesitantly. No, what did you talk to him about me? Zhu Yan. A faint red light lit up not far away. Luo Qin wiped the dust off the glass with the newspaper at hand, and then he saw clearly that it was a red lantern hanging on the balcony of the residential building opposite, which was swaying gently with a cold wind at night. This is probably the first bleak Gregorian New Year in the history of human civilization. In less than a month, the Lunar New Year will come again. In the past few months, humanity has experienced unprecedented changes and has rapidly declined. Now facing these festivals that were once decorated with lights and colors, the people who survived are more looking for a little comfort. Yin Yu and the two siblings had just left, and Luo Qin was the only one left standing in front of the window in a daze. There was a sound of a door opening behind him. He turned around and called out, Lizzie, you're back? Xue Liang stood at the door and took off his down jacket. He nodded and said, I took a shower in the military camp. I was going to check the schedule for tomorrow's cleanup. Wu Luo just contacted me and said he had arranged everything. He wants you to relax a little. I can't stand being so busy lately, Luo Qin said. Today he went to rescue in 2 urban areas alone. When he came back, he was so dirty that he couldn't bear to look at it. Officer Chung took him back. Xue Liang smiled and sighed, and walked to stand beside Luo Qin. He was wearing a light gray cardigan with a white t-shirt underneath. His hair was still short and neat, and it looked more youthful. He didn't look like he had just come back from a bloody battle. I'm really tired today. Xue Liang leaned on the windowsill with his head down, looking downstairs casually. The team held an emergency meeting. A group of survivors spontaneously organized to go south across the China-Mongolia border this morning. They clashed with the army and fled. Their whereabouts have not been tracked yet. The spread of the Lantian virus is now out of control, and the existing materials in the armory are becoming more and more rusty, while people had to pay more costs to do their best to maintain and repair. Many survivors who had previously held their positions and exhausted their supplies left their original garrisons and strongholds because they could not bear the torture of months of cold and hunger in winter, and headed for areas with relatively abundant resources. Many foreign armies even exchanged fire with civilians. And more than half of them were killed or injured in the end. The world is gradually falling into chaos. We don't know how long we can hold on. There are not many weapons and ammunition left. Yuan Shan tried his best to extract a small part of the recycled materials to make crude firearms. Xue Liang said, "The corrosion ability of the Lantian virus on metal is beyond expectations. And the loss is serious. Therefore, many tasks now are said to recreate humans to use cold weapons. We will not open fire unless we have to." "Cold weapons?" Luo Qin asked. "You can only fight in close combat?" "Yes. Wu Luo and I usually use knives, which are more convenient. Chongqing has a good aim, and often uses a crossbow." Xue Liang's fingers circled on the windowsill, and his eyes were cast on the red lantern on the opposite balcony. The bright red color seemed to be unable to hold up in the night wind. After shaking for a few times, the candle inside was blown out and ignited the paper, turning into a ball of flame and falling down the stairs. It rolled on the concrete floor for a few times and was unwillingly extinguished. Today is New Year's Day, Xue Liang realized belatedly. I can't even remember the date. After returning to Hangzhou, he almost plunged into endless work and cleaning tasks. Many things he had never encountered before were thrown at him, and every page and every line contained matters that needed his urgent attention. Zhao Fengluo had tried his best not to put pressure on him, but the situation was getting worse and worse. Even Zhao Fengluo himself had no time to take care of the affairs at hand, let alone give Xue Liang a moment to breathe. Whenever there was a little bit of free time, Xue Liang would take the time to see his carefree twins, and Luo Qin would be responsible for spending most of the remaining time with him. But most of the time, it was Luo Qin who talked non-stop. Xue Liang smiled and listened, not saying much, but listening carefully to every word. Luo Qin accompanied him to talk about everything from daily life before the disaster to popular movies, movie stars, and trivial matters. Xue Liang never cared about some things, and didn't understand them very well. But seeing Luo Qin's excited face, she felt relieved. "Still can't rest tomorrow?" Luo Qin asked. "I know that the physical fitness of recreated humans is different from that of ordinary people. But you feel tired. Don't you want to take a breath?" Xue Liang buried his head and smiled tiredly for a while, wiping his face. "God, I want to rest too. Really, if there is someone who can take over from me now, I will pack up and leave immediately." Luo Qin moved his lips, but finally uttered a single sound, "Alas. Too tired, I quit." Xue Liang knocked on the glass and said half-jokingly, "Help." After a pause, he said helplessly, "But if we don't do some things, there will really be no one to do them. Maybe it will be fine after we hold on for a while." "Right?" He seemed to be asking Luo Qin, but also seemed to be asking someone else. Luo Qin looked at the reflections of the two people on the glass, and said with determination, "You still don't want me to help you?" Xue Liang turned his head and looked at him. His eyes were dark. He stared at Luo Qin's face for a long time, and even made Luo Qin think that he had said something wrong. "Luo Qin, to be honest," Xue Liang said slowly, "I have thought about it. Especially during the busiest period. I really thought about letting you join the army to help me." Luo Qin's heart moved. "I can." Xue Liang shook his head and said, "No. It's too dangerous. Moreover, the army is now closely connected with Yuan Shan, and it must have had some contact with Li Muqi. I don't want you to deal with this person. It's okay if you don't attract his attention. Once he notices you, you won't have a good time in the future, especially since you are still my friend. Do you have a grudge against him?" Xue Liang wanted to laugh when he recalled it. More than that, I fooled him back then, and now he hates me to death. Luo Qin became interested. "What? Tell me quickly." "I'll tell you later," Xue Liang said. "I'm too tired today. Happy New Year's Day. Good night." Chapter 50 Serum. Han-O Army Headquarters. You can take a look at these when you have time. They are the minutes of the last meeting. Zhao Fengluo put a stack of documents in front of Xue Liang, trying to pull the distracted officer back for the 5th time. "Did you hear me?" Xue Liang then looked at the pile of documents that were as thick as a mountain, and said with a headache, "Can't you just relay them to me? I don't have as good a memory as you young people. A lot was said in the meeting, and I can't relay them completely, so you still have to read it yourself." Zhao Fengluo said. "Don't go anywhere today, just show me the minutes here." Xue Liang sighed, took the first copy and opened it to read. At the last high-level meeting between Yuan Shan and the military, Li Muqi proposed a safe zone plan called Ark, advocating that the most effective way out at present is to integrate the living forces and build a place for survivors to take refuge, namely the Ark Safe Zone. Led by the military, Yuan Shan provides a construction plan to provide shelter for existing humans as much as possible. The safe zone is initially divided into 3 construction areas. The No. 1 safe zone in the north is planned to be located in the plain area, with sufficient supplies and a superior environment. It will also be the largest and most populated safe zone. The No. 2 safe zone in the west, spanning Sichuan and Tibet, is built on mountainous terrain and is a 3-dimensional city, aiming to maximize the development of land value and accommodate as many survivors as possible. It is the second largest population safe zone. The southeastern safe zone is located on the eastern coast, with hills distributed between the plains. Originally, this place was the best choice for building a safe zone, but now it is the most difficult and risky to build, so it was listed as the last option in the Ark plan. The population in the southeast is too dense, and the infection level is the most serious, so it is really difficult to start, Xue Liyang said. But is it realistic to build 3 such large safe zones? Zhao Fanglu said, if the existing forces of the army are integrated, it is not impossible. Establish a safe zone defense force with reconstructed humans as the main force? When Xue Liyang saw the second document, he was really stunned. Where can he find so many reconstructed humans? Zhao Fanglu was standing in front of the window smoking, and when he heard him ask this, he did not hide it at all. This is the second most important thing. Recreating humans is indeed not enough. So we need to recruit volunteers to participate in the human reconstruction experiment. Xue Liyang just thought it was absurd and funny. He closed the minutes of the meeting, stood up from the sofa, and said, "What do you mean? Yuan Shan wants to harm more people? Didn't you also volunteer back then?" Zhao Fanglu glanced at him. "We just want to find a way to survive, not abuse human experiments. That's because I'm dying. I have no choice." Xue Liyang refuted him. Has Yuan Shan announced the principles and details of the human reconstruction experiment? Have they told ordinary people what the virus in the recreated human body is? Using the name of forming a defense army to trick those people into participating in the experiment. Is this the way out that Yuan Shan has been researching for so long? We can announce the details of the experiment, and even make all the information about the Lantian virus public. Zhao Fanglu turned around and looked at him calmly. But what will you existing recreated humans do then? What if they treat you as monsters because they don't understand the virus and cause conflicts? Then stop the new experiments. Humans can resist the zombies with their own strength. We used to think so, but the current situation proves that we are wrong. Zhao Fanglu walked over and patted Xue Liyang on the shoulder, as if comforting a disobedient child. You also saw that the zombies have evolved, but humans have not, and neither have you. We have to make a choice. Yanan. Does it have to be this way? Xue Liyang lowered her head, looking at the unread meeting minutes on the table. We must use this disgusting thing to fight. Zhao Fanglu reached out and flipped through the documents, pulling out a statistical chart. Xue Liyang glanced at it and found that it clearly recorded the newly established survivor alliances in recent months, and the development scale of the camps they established. The largest of them has gathered more than 20,000 people, has a complete militarized management model, and a large amount of food and ammunition reserves, and is even much stronger than the total national strength that a small country in Eastern Europe or South Asia can gather. The global situation still shows no signs of improvement, and it is obviously impossible to improve. The remaining ambitious people began to make other plans, trying to establish their own power in the reshuffled world, including the opponents around them who want to get a piece of the pie. On the earth without the constraints of laws and rules, everyone can turn into a beast. If we are a step slower, Zhao Fanglu said in a deep voice, we will be heading towards the real doomsday. It's not too late now. Yanan. Xue Liyang sighed, slowly sat back on the sofa, and tilted his head back. You can do whatever you want. Forget about my opinion. No. Your opinion is very important. Yanan. Zhao Fanglu said. After the safe zone is established, various forces will inevitably participate in the competition. We need a say in this matter. The same goes for you. If the Ark project does not have a place for recreating humans, then you may really be regarded as a monster in the future. You want me to participate in this capacity? We are going to requisition the latest patented technology for recreating humans in Li Miyuki's hands, that is, to train new recreated humans in the name of the military. Zhao Fenglu said. The leader of this group of newcomers is not me, but you. But requisitioning must also make compromises, after all. Many things now rely on the supply from Yuan Shan. All newly cultivated reconstructed humans are under the management of the army. Just like you. But Yuan Shan will also be given emergency call authority. It's up to you. As long as Li Miyuki doesn't interfere with me. Xue Liyang didn't want to continue arguing with him. And closed his eyes tiredly. I'm going to see Zhu Yin, who is studying antibodies for the Lantian virus. Zhao Fenglu offered to drive him. And there was no objection. The two of them came to Yuan Shan in silence. And then went to Zhu Yan's laboratory together. When Luo Qin came to open the door, Zhao Fenglu subconsciously glanced at Xue Liyang. Why are you here? Zhu Yan was busy at the lab table wearing goggles. He had calculated data for 2 days and 1 night. And was now relying on strong tea to keep himself awake. Luo Qin took the coat that Xue Liyang had taken off. And naturally put it on his arm. Zhao Fenglu's eyes looked a little strange. But he returned to normal when he looked at Luo Qin. Why are you here too? I have a friend who used to work in Yuan Shan and participated in the research and development of this kind of virus. Luo Qin said. So I'm a little curious. Not everyone can enter my laboratory. Zhu Yan added. Forget it this time. Just don't go out and talk nonsense to others. Last time, a visitor wanted to enter my lab, but was kicked out by the security guard. I still have this permission. How is your antibody progress? Xue Liyang sat on a chair, supporting his chin and looking at the bottles and jars on his desk. I lent you Luo Qin. Is it possible that you didn't make anything? What's the point of you lending him to me? Zhu Yan said helplessly. If he knew half of the principles of how this lab works, I would give this place to him directly. I came here to watch the fun, Luo Qin said slowly. Zhu Yan pulled out a syringe from the incubator and handed it to Xue Liyang carefully. This is the most effective serum that can be made so far. I started to move forward as soon as I got the virus sample. But the progress can be said to be 0. And there is no living animal model that meets the requirements for my experiment. Xue Liyang took the blue syringe in his hand and thought for a while. What about simulating the injection situation? I tried to inject this tube of serum into the living zombie body. But the effect was minimal. And it could only kill a very small part of the weak virus. The Lantian virus is closer to the composition of HIV virus, with strong camouflage and drug resistance, and you have also seen that the speed at which those things outside mutate is many times faster than the speed at which I study serum. Xue Liyang nodded, and suddenly said, I'll try it. Zhu Yan didn't even react to what he meant by this, but he saw that he had already stabbed the needle into his arm. Luo Qin was the first to realize his crazy move, and immediately rushed over to hold his hand, and almost yelled out of control. Stop! The drug was half pushed in. Luo Qin grabbed Xue Liyang's hand, and pulled the needle out forcefully. The syringe was thrown to the ground and shattered. Luo Qin looked at Xue Liyang with a pale face. His voice trembling, Are you crazy? Zhao Fenglu stepped forward and twisted Xue Liyang's arm. Scolding, What are you doing? Testing my own drug resistance. Xue Liyang looked at him. What if it works on me? The new human reconstruction plan is about to start. And it's okay to send me to do another experiment. You are rebelling against me. Right? Zhao Fenglu said coldly. You have been like this since you were a child. You know that protesting is useless. So you use this method to torture yourself and retaliate against others. He seemed to see the boy in school uniform, who looked at him with the same expression in the Special Forces soldier in front of him, who was almost as tall as himself. Life was chaotic back then. Although there were no zombies or blood. The rebellion of the young people has not stopped until now. And it has even become stronger with blood. Okay. Now you feel a sense of accomplishment when you talk about the past. Right? Xue Liyang shook his head and smiled. I have been like this since I was a child. What about you? Aren't you always forcing others to accept your logic? Sometimes when he gets angry, he is like a child, venting his emotions without caring about anything. But he can calm down quickly. This is the road we have to take. Zhao Fenglu said seriously. It's useless for you to act like a child. Xue Liyang glanced at Zhao Fenglu. Turn around and walk to the door. When the Ark project starts, don't forget to take your military badge and ribbon to Yuan Shan to watch the fun. Luo Qin knew that staying here would be more embarrassing. So he said hello to Zhao Fenglu and the others. and chased Shui Liang out. Before leaving, Zhao Fanglu called him and whispered, "Watch him." "Okay," Luo Qin said. "I will follow him." Luo Qin didn't hear Shui Liang speak along the way, but he felt that the other party was not in a good mood, and the air pressure was so low that it seemed like it was going to rain. "Lizzie, where are we going?" Luo Qin asked tentatively. Shui Liang paused, touched his pocket, and found Zhao Fanglu's car keys were still with him. "I don't have work today. I want to go out for a walk. Are you going?" "Let's go. I'll go with you." Luo Qin nodded.